Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 3463 to Chapter 3509. Angor withdrew his gaze and looked at the tattooed man in a strange way. Dormark? Is he? Angor's mind was filled with all kinds of guesses, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He only woke up when he heard a loud noise coming from the other side of the hallway. The hallway not far away, which was occupied by Crystal-Eye clansmen, parted on its own to create a passageway that allowed people to pass through. Evda led a slightly shorter Crystal-Eye race clansman through the crowded passageway and into the hall. It was the one who talked to Evelda by the lake. If Angor wasn't mistaken, this was Tower of 10,000 Bens, who specialized in languages. As expected, Evelda heard the spirit speaking as soon as she entered. Evelda, thank you for your hard work. Come and sit with Tower of 10,000 Bens. Evelda nodded with a smile and sat down beside the spirit. However, Tower of 10,000 Bens didn't follow. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the tattooed man. It was obvious that Evelda already told him about the situation outside. Tower of 10,000 Bens also knew that the tattooed man was the target this time. Tower of 10,000 Bens considered and spoke to the tattooed man in the common human language. The tattooed man didn't respond, so Tower of 10,000 Bens quickly changed his language and asked something in another strange language. However, Tower of 10,000 Bens spoke several languages, but the tattooed man still didn't respond. Obviously, none of these languages were native to the tattooed man. However, Tower of 10,000 Bens' behavior allowed the tattooed man to understand his intention. He took the initiative to speak. I don't understand. Tower of 10,000 Bens fell into a long silence after hearing Tower of 10,000 Bens, as if he was trying to figure out the origin of the language. After a while, Tower of 10,000 Bens looked at Evelda and shook his head. I've never heard of this language before. But from what he said and his expression, I think he's asking about my identity, or trying to express that he doesn't understand what I'm saying. If I can keep talking to him and get more information, I should be able to analyze his language. In other words, Tower of 10,000 Bens couldn't understand the tattooed man's language in a short time. He could only rely on his vocabulary to decipher the tattooed man's language. Although this method of deciphering took a long time, it was still an effective method. Moreover, it also required a lot of talent and constant correction and comparison. For example, 10,000 Bens Tower had two different guesses about the meaning of the tattooed man's words. If he wanted to accumulate vocabulary to analyze, because his guesses were different, there would be two different branches. Branch after branch, until the branch could no longer continue, or the error was corrected successfully, then the path would be cut off. But even if one path was cut off, there would still be other branches. Error correction and comparison would become a daily routine for analyzing an unknown language. Those who were talented might be able to figure it out in a month or so. If he wasn't talented enough, he wouldn't be able to analyze the specific situation even after a few years. He might even let the tattooed man learn the common language, which would be faster. The fact that the 10,000 Bens Tower had the confidence to analyze it showed that his talent was very high. He should live up to his reputation as a linguist. If you want to analyze the context of his language, how long will it take you? The giant city spirit asked. The 10,000 Curve Pagoda thought for a moment and said, if I live with him and he is willing to cooperate with my research, then a week should be enough. If he doesn't cooperate with my research and only analyzes from his daily conversations, then it might take a few months. A week isn't too long. The giant city spirit glanced at the tattooed man, but the prerequisite was that he had to cooperate. But would he be willing to cooperate? Although the tattooed man appeared to be very obedient now, the giant city spirit could tell at a glance that he was only doing this because there were too many people of the Crystal-Eye race around. He didn't dare to act rashly. Once the people around him dispersed, the tattooed man would definitely show a rebellious side. At that time, it would be difficult to get the tattooed man to cooperate with the 10,000 Curve Pagoda's research. In the open window of the giant city spirit's heart, faint thoughts flowed out. She was also in a difficult position now. Could she only send a few dozen people to guard the tattooed man and force him to cooperate? At this time, Hoda said softly, why don't we ask for help from other races? The Crystal-Eye race was not a large race in the Mirror region. They usually only paid attention to the small area around them and didn't think too much about the other world. The people of the other world and the matters of the other world were too far away from them. In their opinion, no matter how big the matter was, there were tall people to deal with it. Like the 100-dragon divine kingdom and the unfallen capital. They didn't have much to do with it. This time, if the disaster caused by the woe puppet didn't affect the entire White Sun Mirror region, they would probably still play by themselves. Hoda also knew about the Crystal Eye race's closed mind, which was why he suggested asking for help from other races. Asking for help from large races or races that often came into contact with otherworldly beings might be able to understand the tattooed man's language. The giant city spirit also fell into thought after hearing this. Asking for help. Seems like it's possible. Scholar Jinghai often comes into contact with otherworldly beings. Maybe they can help. Hoda, I think so too. Scholar Jinghai can help, and the House of Everything should be able to help too. House of Everything? The giant city spirit pondered for a moment and nodded. Their origin is very mysterious, and their employees are all otherworldly hollow people who can speak the corresponding language. Maybe they really know this person's language and origin. The giant city spirit and Hoda obviously already had the idea of asking for help. Angor was happy to see this because even if he and Laplace were to do it, they would probably ask for help. It was just that Angor could ask for help from a wider range of people. Speaking of which, they mentioned the House of Everything, and there really was someone from the House of Everything in the Dream Crystal. It was Little Red. Also, Little Red was currently in the same bunny building as them. The only difference was that they were on the first floor while Little Red was upstairs. With this in mind, Angor stood up and said, "Actually, there are some people in the Dream Crystal who can speak the language as well. I'll go ask them too." Hoda and the giant city spirit nodded. "That's great. We can ask them separately." As for whether they understood the tattooed man's language or not, it was simple. He just had to repeat what the tattooed man said. After saying goodbye to everyone, Angor walked toward the corridor. When he walked past the tattooed man, Angor gave him a meaningful look. The tattooed man was also looking at Angor. After all, he and Laplace were the closest to him in terms of appearance. "Who are you? What do you have to do with those grave robbers?" the tattooed man asked Angor. Of course, Angor didn't understand what the man was trying to say. The tattooed man understood Angor's sign language and sighed helplessly. Well, if Angor could understand his language, he would have asked him earlier. Angor was glad that the tattooed man no longer cared about Angor. He turned around and disappeared at the end of the corridor. About half a minute later, Angor went upstairs to the rabbit hut, which was the room where Laplace stayed as the bunny girl. Since Little Red came online, she had been staying here with the bunny girl. When Angor arrived, the door wasn't closed. Through the gap, he saw Little Red and the bunny girl chatting on the balcony while pointing downwards. Judging from their direction, they must have seen the puddle in the distance as well as the crystal eyes who were singing their ballad of new life. Angor knocked on the door. Soon, Angor, Little Red, and the bunny girl sat across from each other. "So, this is the situation." Angor briefly explained the tattooed man's situation. Since no one could understand him, he wanted to ask for help from the House of Everything. After Lil Red heard this, he nodded without hesitation, indicating that he could help. Angor quickly repeated the tattooed man's words to his mind. To make it look real, Angor used an illusion spell. Not only did he vividly show the tattooed man's appearance, but he also copied the man's words, movements, and micro-expressions. "Have you heard of this language before?" Angor asked. Little Red listened carefully and shook her head. "No. The House of Everything doesn't have any employees who use this language. But the House of Everything has language specialists. They might know something about it. I can go offline and ask for Kitty Mister." Angor's eyes lit up. He quickly nodded. "Little Red, then I'll go offline and ask for you." However, before Little Red could go offline, the bunny girl who had been silent all this time suddenly raised her hand. "What is it?" The bunny girl spoke in a low voice as if she was mumbling to herself. "If you just want to talk, maybe you can ask Spotted Deer for help." "Spotted Deer?" Angor looked at the bunny girl and Little Red in confusion. "Who's that?" Little Red was also puzzled. She had never heard of this name before. The bunny girl explained, Spotted Deer is a new resident. She lives in the bunny building next door. Following the rabbit girl's explanation, Angor learned more about this Spotted Deer. Spotted Deer was one of the first new residents who came to Charlie's palace. She was only 11 or 12 years old, and she came with her parents. Since the bunny girl looked similar to Spotted Deer in age, Spotted Deer took the initiative to befriend her. The bunny girl was always wary of outsiders, but she was always friendly to children. Since Spotted Deer wanted to make friends, she naturally wouldn't refuse. They held hands, and the friendship was established. It was easy for children to make friends. The bunny girl often went to other places to eliminate the cleaners that popped up from time to time. Spotted Deer admired her very much. She even wanted to follow the bunny girl and become a great hero to eliminate evil. However, the bunny girl wouldn't allow her little friend to do such a dangerous thing, so she often tried to persuade her. However, children were usually stubborn. They might say one thing, but they always thought something else. Spotted Deer was the same. She agreed to help the bunny girl, but in private, she still wanted to follow her to eliminate the cleaners. However, she also knew that she didn't have the ability to kill monsters. So, she began to think about the Wonderland Dungeon. She heard from her master that the Wonderland Dungeon would produce some special Wonderland items. These items could not only grant the wearer great strength, but also allow the wearer to fly and become a great hero. As far as she was concerned, her best friend, the bunny girl, was also using the Wonderland item to eliminate evil. If she could get the item as well, she could help the bunny girl. But how could she get the item? Spotted Deer planned to go to Silver Coral Island, the only Wonderland dungeon closest to Rabbit Town, which was also the only one she could access. She had heard that Silver Coral Island had a small treasure pagoda. Anyone who could clear it, even if only one floor, would have a chance to get a reward. So, when her parents weren't paying attention, Spotted Deer sneaked into the treasure tower. However, the treasure tower was not as easy as she thought. Spotted Deer's first challenge was an intelligence hurdle. Moreover, it was arithmetic, which she wasn't good at. She failed the first challenge. The second challenge wasn't too difficult either. It was a physical challenge. However, Spotted Deer was only a child. She was defeated and failed the challenge. Everyone only had 3 chances to challenge the small treasure pagoda. Seeing that Spotted Deer only had 1 chance left, she still didn't give up. She braced herself and entered the small treasure tower again. The third challenge began. Once she entered the small treasure tower, Spotted Deer encountered a 4 to 5 meter tall 2-headed hellhound. The hellhound was drooling, its whole body was burning with black flames, and its sharp teeth shone with a cold light. Faced with such a huge monster, Spotted Deer was so scared that she didn't dare to move. She knew that she seemed to have hit the jackpot. She encountered a deadly challenge, a monster challenge. It was said that only powerful knights could pass this challenge with their own strength. Otherwise, they would become the monster's food. Spotted Deer didn't have the strength of a knight. Facing the 2-headed hellhound, she could only close her eyes and wait for death. However, the death that Spotted Deer imagined did not come. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the mouth of the hellhound and thrown into a smelly lair. In the lair, there was a crying newborn puppy. From the appearance of the puppy, it should also be a hellhound. However, it was too small, only about the size of a human baby. It didn't have the demeanor of a hellhound. Spotted Deer turned around and saw the 2-headed hellhound looking at the crying puppy. Its eyes were full of helplessness and annoyance. At this moment, Spotted Deer seemed to understand its thoughts. She quietly climbed to the side of the puppy and softly sang the song that her mother used to coax her to sleep. Her singing wasn't skillful and wasn't authentic. However, a child's voice seemed to have some kind of innate magic. The crying puppy slowly calmed down. Although it was still crying, its voice was clearly softer than before. Spotted Deer looked at the hellhound again and found that its eyes were much calmer. When it looked at her, it even had a bit of praise. Spotted Deer understood that she had done the right thing. Thus, she boldly stretched out her hand and gently patted the puppy's back. She learned from her mother and gently coaxed it to sleep. In this gentle atmosphere, the puppy became more and more languid. Its crying also completely stopped. After a while, it fell into a deep sleep. The moment the puppy fell asleep, Spotted Deer received a notification from the Wonderland. It showed that she had completed the monster level and asked if she wanted to continue. Spotted Deer didn't expect that the monster level would have a method that didn't require fighting. She didn't even think and directly chose to give up the challenge. Although she had passed the monster level, she still remembered the fear she felt when she faced the two-headed hellhound. She was only a little girl. She also knew fear. Moreover, she missed her mother a bit. Spotted Deer chose to complete the level. Then, with the record of passing the first level, she received the Wonderland item from the small treasure pagoda. Wonderland item, Reed of the Heart. With the help of the bunny girl, Angor soon found the Spotted Deer she mentioned. According to the rabbit girl, Spotted Deer was almost 12 years old. However, when Angor saw her in person, he realized that she was actually 3 or 4 years younger than her actual age. She had a ponytail and some freckles on her face, but she was very cute. She was also very skinny, like a small bean sprout. However, compared to her stunted appearance, she was quite outgoing. She did not feel shy at all when she saw Angor. Instead, she jumped around and greeted Angor. Angor did not know what the rabbit girl said to her, but Spotted Deer's eyes were full of curiosity and excitement. He had to admit that Spotted Deer's lively personality reminded him of a rabbit. Or, a deer that ran around randomly. Perhaps it was because of his cute personality that he was able to move the introverted bunny girl. Angor greeted Spotted Deer with a smile. He looked up and saw a thin reed wrapped around Spotted Deer's hairband. The information about the Wonderland instantly appeared in his mind. When he finished reading the information, he was a little surprised. He already heard about it from the rabbit girl, but he was still surprised when he saw the property of the Reed of Heart. Wonderland item, Reed of Heart, item of Little Treasure Tower. This was a magical reed. As long as you bit one end of it in your mouth, you would be able to let everyone within a 10-meter radius hear your thoughts. Additional ability, Voice, amplify your own thoughts and let others hear your thoughts. Additional ability, Split, the reed can be split into 2. Split lasts for 10 hours. After splitting, the skill will enter cooldown for 1 hour. This was a multi-skill Immortal Land item. The last time Angor saw a multi-skill item like this was Meow Meow's Wonderland Building, Meow Meow's detective agency. However, Meow Meow's Tomorrow Town dungeon was very difficult, so it was not surprising that she could get a multi-skill item. While Spotted Deer's Little Treasure Tower might be very difficult to clear all 100 levels in one go, but she only cleared 1 level and got a dual skill item. Angor was quite surprised. Was the item reward from Little Treasure Tower really this good, or could it be that Spotted Deer didn't take the usual path to clear the monster levels and had completed a hidden quest, which was why he was rewarded with a dual-skill Wonderland item? He did not know the details, but it was not important for now. The most important thing was the effect of the Reed of the Heart. According to the description, as long as someone had a heart reed in their mouth, everyone within a 10-meter radius would be able to listen to the thoughts of the item user. The effects weren't hard to understand, but how would one define the language of one's heart? For example, a native speaker of Chinese who had never been exposed to other languages would definitely express their thoughts in Chinese instead of English when they were thinking about something. If other people could hear his thoughts, they would also hear it in Chinese. If someone didn't understand Chinese, they wouldn't be able to understand what he was thinking, right? Therefore, even if he gave the Reed of Heart to the tattooed man, no one would be able to understand him if his thoughts were still in that unknown language. The bunny girl shook her head. It's not the same. It's hard to explain. Just listen and you'll understand. When the rabbit girl said this, she winked at the Spotted Deer. Spotted Deer immediately understood and nodded. Under Angor's gaze, the deer untied the reeds on its belt and held one end in its mouth. As soon as the reeds were bitten, Angor suddenly heard a voice. Big Brother's cat ears are so cute. I want to rub them. Big Brother can hear me. Will you let me rub them? Cat ears are moving. So cute. I want to rub them even more. Speaking of which, why do you have human ears when you already have cat ears? Which pair of ears do you use to listen to voices? Angor did not know what to say. Leaving the deer's strange thoughts aside, Angor realized that his thoughts could not be expressed in words. Spotted Deer's thoughts directly jumped into the minds of the people around him, not into the ears of others. Perhaps when Spotted Deer spoke in his mind, he used the common language. But when his thoughts were heard by others, it was a kind of spiritual communication. It seemed that this kind of communication was not limited by the language used. To confirm this, Angkor also used the heart reed. When Angkor bit the heart reed, he began to express his thoughts in his mind. However, he was not speaking in the common language. Instead, he was using Chinese. "Can you turn your head around, Spotted Deer?" Angkor gave a command in his mind. If Spotted Deer could understand him, she would definitely do as he said. This was also a test to see if the voices could be heard in different languages. Soon, Spotted Deer heard Angkor's voice. She looked a little confused, but she still followed Angkor's instructions and turned around. Angkor's eyes lit up when he saw what the deer was doing. "Can you raise your right hand, Spotted Deer? Can you take a step back, Spotted Deer? Can you pinch your right cheek with your left hand, Spotted Deer?" One command after another was given, and Spotted Deer was able to complete them quickly. During this process, Angkor used not only Chinese, but also Grewtown's dialect, Jotun, and even Demon's language. Although the language used in his mind was different, Spotted Deer was able to follow his instructions and complete them. Obviously, Spotted Deer did not know so many languages. She was only following Angkor's thoughts and performing some harmless actions. At this point, Angkor realized that the heart reed did not restrict the language of the voices. Or rather, the voice it allowed others to hear was actually a kind of thought wave. Whatever he thought, he would understand. This was a mental communication that was not restricted by language. Angkor was now certain that he only needed to give the heart reed to the tattooed man, and the communication would be completed. With that in mind, Angkor used the heart reed one last time to answer Spotted Deer's question. "I'm a human, so I'm using human ears when listening, not cat ears. As for the cat ears on my head, they're illusions. They don't have real bodies. Unfortunately, you won't be able to touch them even if I let you." Angkor walked to Spotted Deer and crouched down, asking her to touch the cat ears on his head. Spotted Deer didn't expect Angkor to come to her and crouch on the ground without caring about his image. He lowered his head so that Spotted Deer could touch his cat ears. In Spotted Deer's opinion, Angkor was a big shot in Rabbit Town. She was just expressing her thoughts because she could not control her emotions. She did not expect Angkor to accept her request. Was such a big shot really willing to listen to her little thoughts? Spotted Deer quickly thought about it. She was both surprised and touched. But she was still a child, so she quickly forgot about her emotions and felt curious and happy. "Really? Can I touch the cat ears?" Although Angkor said it was fake, Spotted Deer still couldn't help but look at the fluffy cat ears that were moving around. She reached out a trembling hand and tried to touch them. Ugh, he didn't touch anything, only some soft hair. Spotted Deer's expression instantly drooped. "Really, no." Angkor chuckled. "Now you know that I wasn't lying, right?" Spotted Deer pouted and nodded. Seeing how disappointed Spotted Deer was, Angkor thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. A cloud of illusion mist floated into the room from the balcony. Meow. With a series of meows, the illusory mist began to struggle and transform at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into a cute little tabby cat. While Spotted Deer was still in shock, the kitten slowly moved to her feet and rubbed its head against her feet. The real, furry feeling made the Spotted Deer's eyes reveal an unprecedented surprise. "This is..." She looked at the kitten and then at Angkor. Angkor chuckled. "It's an illusion created by an illusion, so it's also fake. But because of the difference in the illusion, it can be touched. But it can only exist for one day." Spotted Deer did not care whether the kitten was created by an illusion or not. She crouched down and held it in her arms and gently stroked it. "You can touch it however you want for one day. Don't worry, it won't bite you." Angkor chuckled. "Consider it my payment for lending you the heart reed." As a matter of fact, with Angkor's illusionary abilities and the large amount of nightmare aura in the dream crystal, he could easily create an illusion kitten that could last for a long time. But he did not do so in the end. Books, houses, and even furniture could be made to last forever because they were all inanimate objects. However, a living creature like a kitten, especially one that accompanied a child, could easily become the child's emotional and spiritual support. Angor hoped that the kitten could be a real living creature instead of a cold illusion that only worked according to rules. That was why he had set the time limit of 1 day for the illusion kitten. This way, no matter how much Spotted Deer loved the kitten, she would not have to spend too much time on it. After all, feelings needed time to grow. Besides, with the kitten gone, Spotted Deer would not have to worry about not being able to play with another cat in the future. The Dream Zoo was going to open soon, and Rabbit Town would definitely have some magical creatures coming. Even if Spotted Deer could not get a cat from the Dream Zoo, Gleipnir still had a black kitten. She should be able to play with it for a few days. With that in mind, Angor waved at Spotted Deer. "I'll just borrow the Reed of Heart for a few days. I'll return it to you later." Spotted Deer's mind was completely focused on the little tabby cat. He waved his hand carelessly. "It's okay, big brother. I don't usually use the Reed of Heart. You can borrow it for as long as you want." The Heart Reed's function, at least for the current Spotted Deer, was not very useful. However, things would change in the future. Once the various races swarmed into the Dream Crystal, everyone would have their own opinions, and the Reed of the Heart would be able to shine brightly. After saying goodbye to Spotted Deer, Little Red, and the Rabbit Girl, Angor quickly went downstairs with the Reed of Heart. Soon, he reached the first floor. After passing through the crowded hallway, he entered the main hall. The city spirit and Hoda were already online. From their conversation, Angor could tell that they had already sent people to ask for help from other races. However, they did not receive any useful replies yet. After all, even a prophet like Hoda could not tell the language of the tattooed man. It would be very difficult to find a suitable translator in such a short time. Hoda and the city spirit heard the commotion in the hallway. They looked up and saw Angor entering the hall. At first, they were looking forward to it. However, when they saw that Angor came in alone without a language expert, their spirits slowly sank. While they were still feeling disappointed, Angor took out the heart reed. Angor asked them to take turns touching the reed so that they could learn more about it. When everyone had a general idea of what the reed could do, Angor explained its origin, as well as the little experiment he did with Spotted Deer. "So you're saying we can read the tattooed man's mind by holding the reed in our mouths?" The one who spoke was the spirit of the giant city. She curiously went closer to observe the reed silk. She did not find any place that was refined. It was just ordinary reed silk. However, the information about the fairyland was so strange. She had heard about fairyland items before, but this was her first time seeing one with her own eyes. She was surprised by the information she saw in her mind. "So this is the Dream Crystal's fairyland system?" Angor nodded. "Yes." Hoda was a little confused. "Even if the reed can help us read the tattooed man's mind, how are we supposed to communicate with him?" Angor told them about his experiment with Spotted Deer, which confirmed that there was no language restriction. However, it only allowed them to listen to the voice of the user. If other people wanted to talk to the tattooed man, they would have to use their mouths, and the man would not understand them. The second ability of the reed is called split. It can split into 2 reed threads, one for the tattooed man, and the other for us. That way, we can communicate with each other. However, only the owner of the reed thread could talk to the tattooed man. The others could only listen. Hoda thought about it and felt that this was fine. If there was anything he wanted to ask, he could just ask the owner of the reed thread and have him ask the owner. It was still a little troublesome, but it was better than not being able to talk at all. "Let's give it a try then." Hoda was still a little doubtful about the reed's effect. After all, he had never tried a fairyland item before. Just the effect of the reed of the heart alone was a bit like a secret treasure. Could a fairyland item really help them achieve something they could not do in the real world? Angor knew what Hoda was thinking, but he did not care. He could only understand things after experiencing them. As for whether the reed worked or not, he would know after trying it out. End of chapter. Of course, they had to try. However, there was still a problem in front of them. If the reed of heart was split into 2, they would give one to the tattooed man. But who should they give the other one to? In other words, who should talk to the tattooed man? After some discussion, they all agreed that it would be better for Angor to keep the other reed of heart. Angor could tell that both Hoda and Red Gemetta wanted to keep the reed of heart. However, Red Sigma Mata was still a player in the game, and there were many things that he might not know from his position. For example, he didn't know how to explain the dream crystal, so he had to leave it out of the equation. Hoda was an excellent candidate to hold on to. But, Hoda wanted to keep the reed of heart, but he still backed off in the end. Hoda didn't tell them the reason. But judging from Hoda's expression, Angor could guess what was going on. The effect of the reeds of heart was to let everyone within a 10-meter radius hear your thoughts. Someone like Hoda must have a lot of secrets hidden in his mind. He was worried that he might lose control of his mind and think about something he shouldn't. This was why Hoda backed off. But Hoda didn't need to worry. The reed of heart only allowed people around him to hear his thoughts, not his thoughts. His thoughts couldn't be heard by others. He had to speak in his mind. Of course, some people might not be able to control their emotions even if they spoke in their mind, just like Spotted Deer. Still, Angor believed that Hoda would be able to control his emotions and not talk nonsense in his mind. Angor did see some of the truth, but he didn't say it out loud. Besides, Hoda's reputation was at stake here. Besides, Angor could tell that everyone knew what was going on. They just didn't say it out loud. As for giving the reed of heart to Angor, he didn't mind. Anyway, he was interested in the tattooed man's background. In particular, when he saw the whirlpool gate appear in the puddle outside with his own eyes, he became even more interested. With that in mind, Angor put one end of the reed of heart into his mouth. "Can you hear me now?" Angor asked in his mind. He asked everyone in the hall, but his eyes were fixed on the tattooed man. Everyone within 10 meters of Angor heard his voice. Their expressions were very surprised. After all, although they said listen in their hearts, it appeared directly in their minds. This was obviously a more advanced form of mental communication. The onlookers in the hallway, on the other hand, didn't know what to do. They were 10 meters away, and they had no idea what was going on. Everyone nodded to show that they could hear him. The tattooed man, who had been watching Angor, looked at Angor. "I can hear you? Who are you? Where?" The tattooed man's long speech sounded like gibberish to Angor and the rest of the group. "Hold on." Angor quickly stopped the tattooed man from rambling. "Hold on." The tattooed man shut his mouth, his eyes flashing with doubt. "I don't know what you're talking about yet, but I can't. The reason you can understand my voice is because I have this reed in my mouth right now." Angor briefly explained the function of the reed. But judging from the tattooed man's expression, he still didn't fully understand what Angor was talking about. Well, it wasn't surprising. The man didn't even know where he was, and he couldn't understand the Dream Crystal's Wonderland item system. Angor didn't explain further. He split the reed into two and gave the tattooed man the other end. The tattooed man would only understand the effect of the reed after he tried it himself. After the tattooed man obtained the reed of heart, rows of information related to the reed of heart appeared in his mind. He was surprised again. Why did the information appear in his mind? What kind of world was this? Although the tattooed man was extremely surprised, he still forcibly suppressed his floating thoughts. Now he knew why the person gave him the reed. The person wanted him to hold the reed in his mouth and communicate with his mind. He was willing to do so, but like Hoda, he didn't want his thoughts to be exposed. That was why he kept breathing to keep his mind in check. Angor already knew what the tattooed man was thinking. Since he wasn't talking to Hoda, Angor didn't need to worry about the man's feelings. "Don't worry. The reed will only amplify your mind, not your thoughts." The tattooed man's expression became slightly awkward after his thoughts were exposed. But since Angor already said so, he couldn't keep denying it. He took a deep breath and put one end of the reed into his mouth. On the other side, when the others heard this information, their expressions were slightly strange, and they could not help but glance at Hoda. Hoda, on the other hand, remained calm as if he didn't care at all. His reaction made the others puzzled. Could it be that their suspicions were wrong? However, the reactions of Hoda and the others were only minor problems. The most important thing now was the communication between Angor and the tattooed man. Those unnecessary guesses and thoughts were no longer floating around. Everyone's attention was once again focused on the tattooed man. The tattooed man held the reed in his mouth and asked hesitantly, "I'm speaking in my mind. Can you hear me?" No one knew if it was because of the contrast or because he was shy. There was a sense of timidity in the tattooed man's heart. It was obviously different from his previous series of questions. However, no one could understand his machine gun question earlier. But now, everyone nodded slightly, indicating that they could understand the tattooed man's voice. "I can hear you," Angor said in his mind. The tattooed man sighed in relief. Angor continued, "I know you have a lot of questions. But before that, let's get to know each other better." Before the tattooed man could say anything, Angor introduced himself. "My name is Angor Pat. You can call me Angor. As you can see, I'm a human from the southern wizarding region. I'm also a wizard." Angor's introduction did not only include his name, race, rank, and the world he came from. It was also a hint that he hoped the tattooed man would explain his background as well. Angor wondered if the tattooed man was a human or not. If not, what race did he belong to? The tattooed man thought for a moment and said, "My name is long. There are 13 paragraphs. You can just call me Luno. Luno is the shortest of my 13 paragraphs." Luno looked at Angor and thought of something. "I've heard about humans before. I heard that there are human wizards in Sunshine County who look like us. But I never saw them with my own eyes. I didn't think I'd meet a legendary human after my death." "Sunshine County?" Angor asked. That sounded like the name of a city. Angor had never heard of it before. However, from what the tattooed man had said, if human magi could reach the other world, it meant that the Magus world shouldn't be too far away. The only thing he didn't know was which side of the Sunshine County sorcerer Elvi Nua was talking about. Elvi Nua was stunned for a moment. "You don't know about Sunshine County?" "Should I?" Angor asked. "I've never seen a wizard before, but I read about it in the news. Didn't you send a supernova organization to sign a peace treaty with Ordovician Realm? The treaty was signed in Sunshine County." In other words, Luno believed that the Wizarding World and Ordovician Realm had a diplomatic relationship. Since there was such a thing as diplomacy, Lunier believed that Angor, as a human, should know about Sunshine County. Angor looked at Luno's confident expression. "I don't know about that. I didn't even know that you're from Ordovician Realm until now. As for Ordovician Realm, I've heard of it, but that's all. I don't know much about it." Angor first heard about Ordovician Realm from Parrot's shop. Parrot told Angor about a mystery item called the Unknown Smooth Arm. According to Parrot, the mysterious arm was located in Ordovician Realm. Apart from that, Angor knew nothing about Ordovician Realm. Perhaps Parrot knew something about it, but it had already left the mirror domain. Luno seemed to have realized something after listening to Angor's explanation. Angor was probably an outsider in the wizarding world. In Sunshine County, he was a bumpkin. It was precisely because he was a peripheral character that he had never heard of the Ordovician Realm or the Sunshine County. Luno spoke in her mind, "Please forgive me, Mr. Angor. I thought you already knew who I am, so I only introduced my name. Allow me to introduce myself in more detail." Luno stood up and bowed slightly. She put one foot behind her back and one hand on her chest. It looked like some kind of etiquette. "My name is Luno, and I come from Ocean County in Ordovician Realm. I am an Orson who has unlocked 2 brain regions. Orson is what we call our race. But if I remember correctly, you wizards prefer to call us orcs, or Ordovicians." At this point, Elvi Nua lightly shrugged and sat down with her hands spread out. "Although the majority of Orsons don't mind being called Orsons, including me, I heard that there is a school of thought in Heart Soul County that feels that humans are too self-centered. They feel that all races that look similar to humans have the surname human. In the eyes of some Orsons in Heart Soul County, this is tasteless and impolite. However, this ideology did not spread. To Orsons, human is just a name that others use to call us. Just like how we also call you humans Orsons without soul tubes in private." Soul tubes referred to the glowing tubes on Luno's face. Only Orsons had such special organs. Humans did not have them. This was why some Orsons called humans Orsons without soul tubes. Those people in Soul County are always talking about these useless ideas. I think they just want to use it to develop their brain regions. Only a few of them have a real opinion. Angor noticed that Luno seemed to be a chatterbox. The more she talked, the more excited she became. She no longer felt shy when talking to strangers. Also, she liked to extend the topic. Angor considered and decided to drag Luno back to the topic. He was also curious about Soul County and brain regions, but they could talk about it later. Now that everyone was looking at them, it was better to get to the point. So, what should I call you? Orsons or orcs? Luno waved a hand. Orcs or Wordivicians are fine. I like the name orcs. The word human sounds very cute, doesn't it? Angor nodded. Now that we know each other, let's get to the point. You must be curious about where you are, right? At the end of his speech, he looked around carefully. Following Angor's gaze, Luno also looked around. The tomb robbers, as well as their accomplices, were all staring at him like a tiger eyeing its prey. Nua clearly remembered that there were 2 grave robbers among them. He had clearly killed them, but he didn't know why the 2 of them had come back to life. No, he had also come back to life. So, what was this place? Was it the legendary land of the dead? Luno's expression slowly turned serious. She looked at Angor and nodded. I want to know too. Where is this place? And why are grave robbers here? When Luno mentioned grave robbers, all the other Crystal Eye clansmen frowned. They wanted to refute, but they didn't know what to say. Should they talk about exploring? Or was it exploration and adventure? No matter what they said, at least from Luno's point of view, they were grave robbers. Even if they didn't want to rob graves, their behavior was no different from that of grave robbers. Grave robbers or not, we'll talk about that later. Angor didn't only say this to Luno, but also to the other Crystal Eye clansmen. Angor continued, now, to be fair and clear up everyone's doubts, why don't we each ask a question and answer each other? Of course, it's not that formal. You can ask as many questions as you want. I mean, we can talk by asking each other questions. Nua thought about it and felt that this was a good idea. He thought that since he was under someone else's roof, he would be interrogated by Angor. Luno didn't expect Angor to ask a question and answer session. It was fair enough. After Luno agreed, Angor cleared his throat and said, so that we don't waste time, let me tell you about our current environment first. It'll make it easier for you to ask questions. Luno's eyes brightened up. He wasn't that interested in grave robbers anyway. What he wanted to know was where they were right now. He planned to ask each other questions to learn about their current situation. He didn't expect Angor to go straight to the point. As expected of a human who established a diplomatic relationship with the Ordovician realm, Luno looked at Angor in a much friendlier way. Compared to the hideous grave robbers, this human was more pleasant to look at. It was just that he didn't have many spirit tubes. End of chapter. Next, Angor began to introduce the dream crystal to Lorien. He even told Lorien about the White Sun Mirror domain and explained that the dream crystal was attached to the White Sun Mirror domain. This was to tell Lorien that the outside world was inside the mirror domain. After Nua heard this answer, the suspicion in her eyes became more and more intense. According to Angor, he was only a consciousness while his real body, or soul, was in the outside world. And the outside world was the mirror domain. As an Ordovician who had unlocked the second layer of his brain, Lorien had heard of the mirror domain before. However, he had only heard of it and had never entered the mirror domain. He did not know how to get there. Who would have thought that even though he hadn't entered the mirror domain when he was alive, he would still float into the mirror domain after he died and became a soul? Angor noticed Lorien's puzzled expression. He mentioned the mirror domain not only to tell Lorien about his current situation, but also to see if Lorien had anything to do with the mirror domain. Because, the whirlpool door in the puddle was the entrance to the training dungeon. Moreover, this person was undoubtedly Nua. The appearance of the training dungeon meant that Lorien had a special ability or talent in the real world, which came from the gift of the world's consciousness. The consciousness referred to the consciousness of the mirror domain, the nightmare realm, and the dream realm. After all, the dream crystal was created because of the approval of these 3 forces. The gifts from the other world's consciousness wouldn't affect the dream crystal, so the training dungeon wouldn't be created. This was why Angor believed that Lorien had something to do with the mirror domain. After all, Lorien's talent already caused the training dungeon to appear. But judging from Lorien's expression, it seemed that Lorien never came to the mirror domain, and his talent had nothing to do with the mirror domain. If it's not the mirror domain, does his talent have something to do with the nightmare realm's consciousness or the dream realm's consciousness? Angor frowned. He couldn't believe it. The nightmare realm's consciousness didn't even exist, and the dream realm's consciousness never showed its power. Angor thought for a while but still couldn't come up with an answer. He originally wanted to ask Elvi Nua directly, but after thinking about it again and again, he did not ask. After all, the trial dungeon involved a person's hidden talent. In a sense, it was considered private. Also, if Elvi Nua's talent was related to the nightmare realm or the dream realm, he would have to be extra careful. It was not a problem to ask about it in private. Now that the Crystal Eye race was watching this big show and everyone was watching, he could only hold back on talking about matters related to the trial dungeon. Another 10 minutes later, Angor finished explaining not only the Sun Mirror domain but also the Dream Crystal in detail. It was not only for Lu Nua to hear, but also to introduce their current situation to the onlookers of the Crystal Eye race. After Elvi Nua finished listening, the doubt on her face became even more apparent. He felt like he was listening to a distant and complicated story. He was like a rootless duckweed. Sometimes, he would be hit by the rain and wake up in the mirror domain. Sometimes, he would be blown by the wind and dream of the crystal domain. All of these stories sounded strange and ridiculous. Even if Elvi Nua watched them as a play, he still felt that they were too unrealistic. They were even more difficult to understand than the stream of consciousness. However, Angor sounded very serious when telling these stories, and the others also nodded in agreement from time to time. This meant that Angor's strange stories might be true. More importantly, Elvi Nua was one of the main characters in this strange story. Elvi Nua didn't feel anything at all. He just died and turned into a soul. But now, when he woke up, he actually experienced such a long journey and arrived at the other side of the Dream Crystal domain. He couldn't accept it right away. Angor noticed Elvi Nua's absent-minded expression, but he didn't urge her. Instead, he quietly waited for Elvi Nua to digest this strange experience. While Elvi Nua was busy, Angor also talked with Hoda and the others. They mainly gathered questions to see if they had anything they wanted to ask Elvi Nua. Whether it was Hoda, the giant city spirit, or Red Gemada and his team, what they wanted to know the most was the part where Elvi Nua attacked them in the mirror space, and what happened after that. Why did Elvi Nua enter Red Gemada's holy corpse crystal? Angor would ask these questions himself even if they didn't ask. Angor wanted to know if they had more unique questions. But it seemed that most of them were questions for the general public. Only Avelda brought up a question related to the undead and the undead. This was a rather unique perspective. A while later, Elvi Nua finally regained his composure. The absent-minded Elvi Nua finally regained his senses, but from his hesitant expression, it could be seen that his heart was still not calm. Elvi Nua was right. It was strange enough that he drifted from the Ordovician realm to the mirror domain. Now, he even fused with Red Mata and arrived at the Dream Crystal domain. Even when he was alive, he didn't experience such a strange drifting story. It was normal for him to find it hard to accept. However, Elvi Nua was able to quickly come back to his senses. He didn't have a mental breakdown, nor did he cry out loud. Furthermore, he maintained his composure on the surface. Angor smiled at Elvi Nua and spoke in his mind, "Shall we start now?" Elvi Nua took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Although his heart was not calm, he wanted to know what he had done to have such a bizarre experience. "I'll let you go first." Angor thought for a moment before saying, "All right, you go first." Elvi Nua didn't hesitate. "First, I want to know how I ended up in the Dream Crystal domain. According to what you said, I first arrived at the White Sun Mirror domain before entering the Dream Crystal plane." Angor nodded. "That's correct. Then may I know how I ended up in the White Sun Mirror domain? I remember that I was sleeping in my own grave, waiting for someone from the Dark County to wake me up. How did I end up in the White Sun Mirror domain from Ordovician realm? And why did I come to the Dream Crystal plane after entering the White Sun Mirror domain?" Elvi Nua asked two questions at once. Angor did not mind. They were supposed to ask each other questions, but there was no agreement. One more or one less would not matter. Let me answer your first question first. How did you end up in the White Sun Mirror domain? According to what I know, your grave was accidentally sliced into pieces by the mirror domain. Sliced into pieces? Elvinua looked confused. Angor chuckled and explained. To put it simply, something supernatural happened in your grave, and your grave was separated from the outside world. That is, Ordovician realm, and it drifted into the mirror domain. You happened to be sleeping in your grave, so your grave was dragged into the mirror domain. He had already asked Hoda and Laplace about this before. Most of the mirror spaces were projections. In other words, they were reflections of a mirror. Although some of the mirror spaces had mountains, rivers, ruins, and towns, these were all just projections. Although the feeling was real to the creatures of the mirror realm, according to the theories of the outside world, these projections were all fake. For example, there was a mirror that reflected Angor's bedroom. To Angor, the bedroom he slept in was real, while the one reflected in the mirror was fake. But for the creatures in the mirror domain, the room reflected in the mirror was also real. Even if it was just a projection, as long as the creatures in the mirror domain could touch it, it could be considered real. Anyway, most mirror dimensions were just projections. However, there were also very rare cases where they were real. The projection directly cut a space out of the real world and brought it into the mirror domain. The premise of such a cut was that the mirror energy interfered with the projection. Let's take Angor's bedroom as an example. If one day, the mirror coordinates of Angor's bedroom were affected by a disaster in the mirror domain, or if a powerful mirror creature attacked it, Angor's bedroom would be directly cut into the mirror domain. In such a case, Angor's bedroom would only exist in the mirror domain and completely disappear from the real world. It would no longer be a projection. Following this theory, let's look at Ljunua's grave. At first, everyone thought that Ljunua's mirror dimension was a projection left behind by the mirror domain's consciousness from the outside world. But now, it seemed that the projection was cut. After all, a projection could only project inanimate objects, not living creatures. Of course, it was possible to encounter some creatures when exploring the projected mirror space, such as powerful monsters. However, these monsters weren't projected from the outside world. They were born from the convergence of the mirror energy. They were real mirror creatures. Ljunua was a soul, but he was still considered a living creature. Besides, his soul originated from the Ordovician realm, which meant that the mirror dimension he was in was cut out from the real world, not a projection. Ljunua was just unlucky to be cut into the mirror domain along with his grave. Angor explained Ljunua's situation in detail, which surprised Ljunua himself. He had thought that he had accidentally been swept into the White Sun mirror domain, but who would have thought that he had encountered some kind of mirror energy that had severed his entire tomb and dragged it into the White Sun mirror domain? Ljunua's drifting experience was already strange enough. But now, it seemed that his drifting experience was even worse. As for your second question, how did you come to the dream crystal? I'm curious about that as well. Angor looked at Ljunua. Before I answer your question, I need you to answer a question for me. Ljunua nodded. Sure. I want to know what happened to you after they woke you up. Them? Elvinua frowned and turned to look at Red Gemata and his two teammates. Are you referring to these grave robbers? Red Gemata and his two lieutenants protested against Ljunua's rude accusation. But Ljunua couldn't understand them either. Red Gemata had no choice but to ask Angor for help. Angor didn't refuse. You may think that these Crystal Eye race people are grave robbers. But from their point of view, they were just checking the floating mirror dimensions to avoid causing harm to the Crystal Kingdom. Neither you nor the Crystal Eye race did anything wrong. It's just a matter of perspective. Ljunua humphed. Anyway, they trespassed into my grave, so they're grave robbers. The two of them deserved to die. Ljunua's words angered the Crystal Eye race people again. But this time, the city spirit stopped them with a humph. Now is not the time for you to make a fuss. Shut up, all of you. If I hear any more noise, all of you, get the hell out of here. If it was Hoda or someone else who said this, it probably wouldn't have worked so well. But all the Crystal Eye race people knew who the city spirit was. Its majesty had long since entered their hearts, and no one dared to provoke it. In just an instant, the clamor was swept away, and it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. After making sure everyone was quiet, the city spirit looked at Angor. Sorry about that. I've taught them a lesson. Don't worry, no one will say anything else. Including Red Jamata and his team. The city spirit glanced at Red Jamata, who lowered his head and didn't dare to argue. It's fine. I can understand how they feel. Angor chuckled. He paused and looked at Junyo again. Let's go back to the topic. What happened after you killed the 2 Crystal Eye race people? This time, Lu Nuo snorted softly and said, let's not talk about anything else. Although these 2 people from the Crystal Eye clan died, I didn't kill them personally. They couldn't withstand the negative energy and fainted. In the end, they were killed by the mechanism. I did have something to do with it, but it was more about their own weakness. Junyo's tone was full of sarcasm when he mentioned the Crystal Eye race, which was completely different from his gentle tone when talking to Angor. Maybe it had something to do with his first impression of a grave robber. But then again, Angor found something interesting from Junyo's answer. Junyo mentioned negative energy. Normally speaking, an undead spirit would become an undead spirit soon after coming into contact with negative energy. But judging from Junyo's behavior, he was clearly not an undead spirit. And according to Junyo, Tatakai and Red Jamata were killed by negative energy. This meant that Junyo's undead spirit contained negative energy. If Junyo wasn't an undead spirit, how did he manage to control the negative energy without falling? Control negative energy? LV Nuo quickly shook his head. No, I can't control negative energy. I can only repel it from my spirit body. Repel? Angor didn't quite understand what LV Nuo meant. My brain can repel negative energy from my body, LV Nuo explained. But that's all. The longer I stay dead, the more negative energy I get. Maybe one day, my brain won't be able to repel it. Especially when I'm outside. The more I move around, the faster the negative energy grows. For this reason, I have to hibernate in a graveyard that's isolated from the outside world. That's how I can resist the negative energy. But I didn't expect that my slumber would be disturbed by these grave robbers. What's even more ridiculous is that the 2 members of the Crystal Eye clan that you speak of were contaminated by the negative energy outside my body when they attacked me. Because they could not resist the erosion of the negative energy, they fell unconscious and were killed by the traps in the graveyard. It's their own fault. Now you're saying I killed them? Fine. If you want to blame it on me, I'll say I killed them. I don't care about my reputation anyway. Maybe I can use this as an excuse to stay in the Dark County. Lu Nuo shrugged and sneered as he looked at Tatakai and Imada with contempt. Angor couldn't help but look at LV Nuo. Is LV Nuo telling the truth? Tatakai frowned and didn't say anything. Imada stared at LV Nuo. He's really not an undead? Angor relayed the message for Imada. LV Nuo scoffed. What? You think I'm an undead just because I'm surrounded by negative energy? Idiot. If I become an undead, the power of the Dark County won't be able to revive me. Furthermore, when you woke me up, I still wanted to communicate with you, so I said a lot of things. You think an undead can talk to you? LV Nuo's words stabbed Imada and Tatakai's hearts like a sharp knife. After a while, Imada sighed helplessly. He's right. We were affected by negative energy and fainted. However, Tatakai and I both thought that it was him who controlled the negative energy to attack us. I didn't expect that we were the ones who were contaminated by the negative energy outside his body. Imada laughed self-deprecatingly as she said this. It was impossible to say that their deaths had nothing to do with LV Nuo. But if one really wanted to look into it, what LV Nuo said was not wrong. They were mostly responsible for it. They only saw a spirit surrounded by negative energy. According to their understanding, this was a fallen undead. They were bloodthirsty, cruel, and unreasonable evil spirits. He had to eliminate and banish them first. Therefore, they made their move. But who would have thought that an undead could actually repel the negative energy? Everyone fell silent after hearing Imada's self-deprecating words. None of them had expected this outcome. Angor sighed in his mind and relayed Imada's words to Lavender. Angor continued, let's put Imada and Tadakai's deaths aside for now. What I want to know is, what happened between you and Red Sigma Mata after they died? Angor even pointed at Red Sigma Mata and introduced him to Lavender. Lavender narrowed his eyes when he realized who Red Sigma Mata was. He looked at Imada and Tadakai mockingly, but he was really angry at Red Sigma Mata. After all, they really did fight on the Dream Bridge. Lavender still couldn't forget how painful it felt when Red Sigma Mata's fists landed on his face like raindrops. Lavender really wanted to curse Red Sigma Mata, but he restrained himself in order to maintain his image. Besides, a verbal fight was better to use one's mouth to make it more believable. Using his mind to curse Red Sigma Mata would only leave a bad impression on Angor. Therefore, no matter how angry Lu Nua was at Red Sigma Mata, she could only suppress it in her heart. Why don't you ask him what happened between you and him? I'm sure he knows more than I do. Angor chuckled bitterly. We also want to know what happened to Red Sigma Mata, but unfortunately, he forgot about it. Forgot? Lavender was surprised. Angor nodded. Maybe it's because his teammate died in front of him. Or maybe it's something else. In any case, the end result is that he forgot what happened at that time. Lavender pointed at Red Sigma Mata in disbelief. So he forgot about me too? Angor looked at Lavender in confusion. Why did he suddenly become so agitated? Angor hesitated and shook his head. He still remembers you. However, he forgot about what happened between you and him after his teammate died. Angor felt that his words sounded a little strange. Lavender sighed in relief when he heard that Red Sigma Mata didn't forget about him. He couldn't use memory loss to get rid of his enemy. As long as you haven't forgotten. Elvi Nua stared at the red Gemata and said ruthlessly, before I take my revenge, you better remember me in your heart. Angor didn't know what to say. Why did this sound so strange? Hung Marta did not find anything strange about Lu Nua's words. Furthermore, with Lu Nua's provocation, Hung Marta stood up angrily. Of course I won't forget. Don't think that you're the only one who wants revenge. Lavender looked at Angor again. What did he say? Angor remained silent for a moment. He said he'll wait for your revenge, and at the same time, do it himself. Lavender humphed. That's what I wanted to say. I'll wait for him. Let's get to the point first. You haven't answered my question yet. What happened between you two? Only by knowing the situation at that time can I be sure of the reason why you entered the dream crystal. Lavender nodded at Angor embarrassedly. Actually, nothing special happened. Lavender's eyes kept darting around while he spoke, but he didn't look at Angor directly. Angor didn't think much of it at first, but now that he saw Lavender's strange look, he began to wonder. Did something really happen? What's going on? Lu Nua hesitated for a long time before saying, after his two teammates died, Sigma Mata went crazy and attacked me with a crystal spike. That spike seems to contain some kind of energy that can restrain my spirit, said Lavender. At this time, Sigma Mata softly added, it should be the Frost Spirit Thorn. I bought it from the ancient Tooth Fairy. According to the introduction, this is a thorn that can even free souls. Angor also helped to convey the message. Elvi Nua said, that should be the Frost Spirit Thorn. Anyway, every time he waved it around me, even if he didn't hit me, I still felt my spirit body becoming stiff and uncontrollable. But Red Sigma Mata was also affected by the negative energy around me. His attacks aren't that fast, so I can deal with him for a while. I didn't attack him first. I just tried to dodge. It wasn't that Lavender didn't want to attack. His spirit was restricted by the frost spike, and he had to use his brain to prevent the negative energy from corroding his body, so he couldn't attack. Still, Lavender didn't mind not attacking. I thought Red Sigma Mata would be affected by the negative energy like Tatakai and Tatakai. That way, I could win without having to fight. But I don't know why. Did Red Sigma Mata go crazy? Or was he affected by something else? He didn't faint even though he was affected by the negative energy. Instead, he became even crazier. Perhaps, this is also the reason why he lost this memory? Then, I was careless and didn't dodge in time. That ice spirit thorn scratched my spirit body. The frost spirit thorn's special restraining power caused Elvi Nua to be unable to move in an instant. she directly stiffened on the spot. Red Sigma Mata was still coming at him with the frost spike. At this critical moment, Elvinua had no choice but to use the power of her brain domain. Through the power of waves, she sent the red Gemata flying more than 10 meters away. It crashed heavily onto the ground, unable to move. Although she succeeded in one strike, Elvinua also suffered a backlash. Without the control of his brain domain, the negative energy around him started to frantically corrode Lu Nua's spirit body. Furthermore, there were still wounds on his spirit body. The negative energy seemed to have found a place to vent as it continuously poured in through the wounds. In a short time, Lavender's spirit began to show signs of falling. Blood-red veins appeared on his spirit, and his eyes began to turn white. Lavender was worried about his own fate. In this moment of life and death, he made a decision. What decision? Angor was intrigued by Lavender's story. This time, Elvinua was silent for a long time before she slowly said, I chose possession. Possession? Angor was surprised. He glanced at Red Sigma Mata from the corner of his eye. Lavender nodded. Yes. I chose to possess Red Sigma Mata. Lavender continued in a self-deprecating tone, my original plan was to have someone from the Dark County bring me back to life. They would find a suitable body for me to possess. But I didn't expect this to happen during my sleep. I had no choice but to possess a body in advance. Otherwise, I would become an undead. So, my consciousness carried a part of my uncorrupted spirit and possessed Red Sigma Mata. Lavender had no choice but to choose Red Sigma Mata. Red Sigma Mata was the only one left alive. Tata Kai and Imagda were already killed by the traps. After I possessed the body, I fell into a deep sleep because my spirit was incomplete. Lavender continued, I don't know how long it took. When I woke up, I was already on a dark path in the void. In your words, it's a dream bridge. What happened next? I don't need to say. You should know. Angor nodded. He already had a general idea of what happened. He looked at Red Sigma Mata. You said you chose to commit suicide in the end? Red Sigma Mata nodded. Yes. I don't remember anything else. But I do remember that I killed myself. Previously, I thought that I had committed suicide because I had witnessed the death of my teammates. Red Sigma Mata showed the same self-deprecating expression as Lavender did. Now, it seems that I found out that Lavender possessed my body, so I killed myself in order to escape Lavender's control. Angor agreed. Otherwise, Red Sigma Mata wouldn't have killed himself. Angor told Lavender what Red Sigma Mata told him. After Elvinua heard this, she rolled her eyes. So, he committed suicide because I possessed him? That's right. After that, your soul fused with the sacred corpse crystal formed after his death. This is also the reason why the two of you appeared on the same dream bridge at the same time, even though I only pulled the consciousness of the sacred corpse crystal into the dream crystal. It was because their consciousnesses were fused together in the same corpse crystal. Lavender glanced at Red Sigma Mata speechlessly. He didn't expect this to be the reason why he came to the dream crystal. I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. Lavender's sudden scolding left Red Sigma Mata dumbfounded. I possessed him, not possessed. Due to the corrosion of negative energy, a large part of my spirit body has been damaged, so I can't possess it. Lavender continued, so, my possession was only to find a temporary host for my consciousness, so that I won't die. Besides, I'm not planning to spend the rest of my life with an outsider. I'm planning to find an Ordovician as my new vessel after I recover my spirit. In other words, I'm not planning to kill you. I even prepared a way to communicate with you. After all, without your permission, my incomplete consciousness can't stay in your body for long. In other words, Lavender didn't enter Red Sigma Mata's body to destroy the family. He was here to join them. Red Sigma Mata was still the head of the family. In the future, Lavender would leave when he found his next home. And you idiot, killed yourself? Lavender wanted to choke Red Sigma Mata to death right now. Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. I prepared a way to revive you. Now, no one is going to come back to life. If it weren't for Angor's help and the dream crystal, Junua would be dead by now. Lavender's heart was bleeding at this thought. He could have come back to life, but now he had to live in the dream crystal as a new resident. The only good thing was that he still had his consciousness, so he wasn't really dead yet. On the other hand, Red Sigma Mata's face turned red after hearing LV Nua's words. He thought he could protect himself from LV Nua's control by committing suicide. But now, he realized that LV Nua did not choose to control him at all, nor did he have the ability to do so. In other words, he died for nothing. If he did not kill himself, he could even bring LV Nua back to Crystal City and let the law judge him. But now, LV Nua was inside the dream crystal. There was no law in this new world, and no one could punish him. Red Sigma Mata was angry at himself for acting too rashly, but there was nothing he could do now. Red Sigma Mata's face looked terrible, and his eyes were filled with tears. Tatakai, who was nearby, saw this and comforted him. I believe everyone can understand your choice. After all, Imada and I were already dead at that time. Your emotions had already reached this stage. It would be unreasonable if you didn't commit suicide. Don't try to comfort me if you can't. Imada said. Tatakai meant that your suicide was to show off your stupidity. Oh no, I mean, to make it more dramatic. Well, usually, a dramatic development is something that the people are happy to see and support. If someone writes about your story, it will be enough to promote you to a legendary figure. Imada glanced at Hoda. Speaking of which, since the three of us died in such a dramatic way, there should be a family that would take a liking to us, right? No. Hoda shook his head. Then you can have it now. Angor was speechless. Angor heard the joke, but he did not tell Lu Nua about it. Instead, he tried to comfort him. Don't worry. What's done is done. You can only accept it. LV Nua exhaled deeply. I've already accepted it. At least I still have my consciousness, and I don't have to worry about being corrupted by negative energy. It's a good ending. LV Nua meant what he said. Before his death, he did make arrangements for his afterlife. As long as people from the Dark County came, he would have a chance to be resurrected. But from Angor's explanation, LV Nua knew that he and his grave were sliced and sent to the Mirror Realm. In other words, the people of the Dark County would never be able to find him or revive him. No matter how perfect his arrangements were when he was alive, he could only admit that he was unlucky when encountering such an unexpected event. Under such circumstances, he could still rely on the dream crystal to regain a fresh body. In his opinion, this was already a pretty good ending. My only regret now is that I've lost my brain's ability. He could vaguely sense the space in his brain, but he couldn't use any of his brain's power. Perhaps this was the price to pay for entering the dream crystal. Can I ask a question now? LV Nua suddenly realized something and looked up at Angor. Can I ask a question now? Sure, Angor nodded when he saw Lunier's anxious expression. Seeing this, LV Nua said the excuse that she had already prepared. I keep feeling that someone is calling me. Can I go out and take a look? Calling you? Lu Nua's words confused Hoda and the others. They originally thought that Lu Nua would ask some realistic questions, such as his future, how he would be dealt with, and so on. However, this question was completely different from what they expected. Did anyone call for him? Hoda turned around and looked around. The people around him all shook their heads. Evelda narrowed her eyes. I remember that Lu Nua was restless for a while. He kept looking back as if he wanted to go out. I thought something was wrong with his expression. Was it because of the calling he mentioned? Evelda's words reminded everyone of what happened earlier. Lu Nua did show that he wanted to go out. However, the Crystal Eye race was too agitated and blocked his way, so Lu Nua had no choice but to return and sit down. Did Lu Nua really hear someone calling him? But no one heard anything at all. While the others were still confused, Angor showed a look of understanding. Did you hear your own voice? Angor asked. His own voice? So it was him calling himself? What kind of logic was that? Lu Nua's eyes lit up. That's right. That's right. It was my voice. Did you hear it too? Angor shook his head. No, I didn't. LV Nua, huh? Lu Nua gave Angor a puzzled look. If Angor said it was his own voice, he should have heard it. I mean, I didn't hear it, but I know what it is. Because I saw it. What is it? Lu Nua asked out of instinct. Angor didn't answer right away this time. Are you sure you want me to tell you now? Angor purposely emphasized the word now. Lu Nua seemed to understand something. Is there a secret behind this? The others also realized that Angor's tone meant that there was something fishy going on. Gossiping was their nature, so they all looked at Angor curiously. Some extroverted people even asked Angor directly. For example, the giant city spirit didn't hold back at all. Oh ho ho. I think it's a little secret. If there is, why do you have to listen to Lu Nua? He won't understand anyway. Just tell us. Even Laplace gave Angor a curious look. Is it that? Laplace knew about the existence of training dungeons, but she didn't think about it at first. Training dungeons required a gift from the world's consciousness. In Laplace's opinion, the world's consciousness was the consciousness of the mirror realm. But Lu Nua wasn't from the mirror realm, nor was she a hollow one. Laplace didn't think she could receive a gift from the realm's consciousness. That was why she didn't think about it. However, Angor's expression and LV Nua's words reminded Laplace of what happened to Little Red before she started the trial. Laplace couldn't help but wonder if it really had something to do with the training dungeon. Thus, she asked vaguely. Yes. Angor nodded at her. After Laplace got the answer, he didn't immediately feel relieved. Instead, he became even more confused. Did Lu Nua really receive a gift from the realm's consciousness? So what's the secret? The spirit was even more curious now. What's the secret behind it? Angor ignored the spirit's question and looked at Lu Nua. There is a secret. It has something to do with your talent. Lu Nua was even more confused. My talent? Is there something wrong with my talent? Angor could see that Lu Nua was really confused. She didn't seem to know much about her talent. Angor considered for a moment and decided to tell Lu Nua about the training dungeon. After all, the whirlpool gate mark was in the puddle, and someone would find it sooner or later. However, he would only talk about the definition of the dungeon. As for whether LV Nua was willing to talk about his special talent, it was all up to him. Angor looked around. He planned to clear away all the Crystal Eye clansmen. He didn't need to keep the training dungeon a secret, but he didn't want everyone to know about it either. After all, if at all one suddenly showed up among the dwarves, he would be targeted. Besides, some special talents could easily cause panic. For example, Canine Deacon's mind reading. If other people knew that Canine Deacon could also find her talent in the Dream Crystal, they would be greatly pressured. Perhaps the registration rate of the Dream Crystal would be affected because of this. Therefore, it was best to keep the training dungeon a secret as much as possible. As for Hoda and the giant city spirit, Angor felt that he could tell them since they were the leaders of their race. However, the ordinary Crystal Eye clansman didn't need to know. When Angor looked at the Crystal Eye clansman with a hesitant look, the giant city spirit immediately understood what he meant. Red Gemada, Tatakai, and Imada, you all go out first. Take the others with you. Angor could tell that the giant city spirit was eager to get rid of them. Clearly, she was very interested in this gossip. You don't need to drive them away. Just keep them 10 meters away from me. Angor planned to use his telepathy. Telepathy could only be transmitted within 10 meters. Therefore, he didn't really need to drive them away. The giant city spirit also changed its tone at the right time. Did you hear that? 10 meters. Red Gemada and the other Crystal Eye clansmen also wanted to know what was going on. However, as former Crystal Eye clansmen, they still had the instinct to obey. Without asking any questions, they turned around and went to the corridor. Only Laplace, Lunio, the giant city spirit, Hoda, and Avelda were left within 10 meters of Angor. Angor glanced at Avelda. He was curious why Avelda didn't leave. However, when he looked closer, he saw that Avelda's hand was being held down by the giant city spirit. It wasn't that Avelda didn't want to leave. The giant city spirit was forcing her to stay. Wait a minute. I'll be right back. Avelda apologized to Angor and tried to get rid of the giant city spirit's hand. Angor considered and said, "It's fine. It's not a big secret. It's just not suitable for public discussion." In other words, as long as Evelda didn't tell anyone, she could stay here. Evelda nodded. "I understand." After Evelda sat down, Angor looked at Lunio, who couldn't wait any longer. "About the call you heard, it's actually a trial quest that's guiding you." "A trial quest?" Everyone was confused, but they didn't interrupt Angor. After a moment of silence, Angor slowly told them the truth about the trial quest. A moment later, they all understood the story behind the trial quest. Only those who received the gift from the world's consciousness could activate the trial quest, which was a single-player quest that only talents could explore alone. "I didn't know there was such a special fairyland in the Dream Crystal Plane. If I can get my talent back, I'll be able to do whatever I want in this place," the giant city spirit muttered. "I admit that you're talented, but it has nothing to do with the gift from the world's consciousness." As Hoda complained about the giant city spirit, he was also thinking about whether anyone from the Crystal Eye race had ever received a gift from the will of the world. After thinking about it carefully, Hoda was sure that, at least on the surface, no one from the Crystal Eye race had ever received such an honor. No wonder Angor did not want to hear about the dungeons. He was not worried about the lack of resources, but the unequal distribution. Lunio brightened up when she heard about the trial quest. "So you're saying that it's a trial quest that only belongs to me?" Angor nodded. "As long as I clear the trial quest, I can use my brain power in the Dream Crystal Plane?" Lunio asked. "That's right. But I need to remind you of two things. You don't need to clear a single trial. You need to clear a series of trials." The trial quest was a series of trials, each of which would only give you one puzzle piece. Only when you completed all the puzzles could you unlock your talent. It would take a long time to fully unlock your talent. Also, even if you clear the trial quest, it's not necessarily your brain power that will be unlocked. Angor stared at Lunio. "Unless, your brain power is a gift from the world's consciousness." Lunio could tell that Angor was asking if her brain power was her talent. Elvinua pondered for a moment and said softly, "The power of the brain is something that all Ordovans possess. Then even if you clear the trial quest, you won't be able to unlock your brain power." "That's true," Lunio said, "but I don't think I have a gift from the world's consciousness. All the power I possess comes from my brain." Angor gave Lunio a thoughtful look. "Are you sure?" Angor assumed that Lunio was trying to hide her talent. He once searched for information about trial quests and found that they had something to do with the world's consciousness. Therefore, Angor didn't think that Lunio was telling the truth. Unless Lunio was lying to hide her talent. "Of course it's true. My talent is Ripple." Elvinua understood what Angor was implying. Angor was a little surprised. "You're telling us your talent just like that?" Lunio sighed. "Ripple is a rare talent in the Ordovician realm, but I'm not the only one who has it. Many Ordovicians have similar talents. As far as I know, Ocean County has at least 10 Ripple talents. So it's fine even if I tell you. My Ripple isn't a gift from the world's consciousness." Ljunuo's talent was called Wave. At first, he thought Wave was a unique talent that belonged only to him, but now, he realized that it wasn't the case. But when Ljunuo mentioned that many Ordovans have similar talents, Angor changed his mind. "So you're saying that Ordovans have different talents?" Ljunuo nodded. "Yes. Ordovans have different talents. Maybe some of them have the same initial talent, but they develop it in different ways, which will lead to different results in the end. Take my initial talent, Wave, for example. Some people develop it in the direction of water waves, while others develop it in the direction of air waves. The final result will vary from person to person." Angor understood what Lunio was trying to say. Ordovans would develop different abilities depending on how they developed their talents. But this didn't mean it wasn't a gift from the world's consciousness. "Besides, didn't you say you have brain power?" Angor asked, "Does brain power have anything to do with your talent?" Ljunuo gave Angor a thoughtful look. "Now I'm sure you don't know anything about Ordovans." Angor didn't know what to say. Ljunuo paused for a moment. "Of course. Ordovans' talents come from their brains. Following Junua's explanation, Angor and the others slowly learned about the power system of Ordovans. In simple terms, Ordovans' brain was the source of their power. Brain didn't refer to the brain in the literal sense. It was similar to the mind space of wizards, which was an organ of a higher dimension. Every Ordovician could sense their own brain region, but if you asked them to describe the exact location of their brain region, they wouldn't be able to do so. It was like asking a wizard, "Where is your mind space? Where is your spirit sea? Where is your soul space?" The same principle. Ordovans' brain could be developed, which was called exploration. For example, a person's initial brain was an unknown island covered in mist. As the Ordovans continued to explore the island, the mist would gradually disperse, and the island would slowly reveal its unique features. Depending on the progress of the development, the brain would be different, and the Ordovans would receive different feedback. When their brain region was developed to 10%, the Ordovans would obtain their initial talent. This initial talent was different for everyone. In the words of the Ordovician, there was no pattern to the talent and it was randomly generated. But if one looked at it from the perspective of the Ordovician realm, one's talent was still regional. For example, because the Sunshine County had 300 days in a year, the innate talent of the Ordovician people would lean towards vitality. Initial talents were more likely to have entries such as sunlight, life, recovery, growth, etc. As for Xianxia County, because it was a place with many thoughts, the academy atmosphere was dense, and the Ordovician talents that were born here were inclined towards introspection and thoughts. Most of the initial talents were mind, communication, reasoning, thinking, and so on. For the same reason, the Dark County was filled with extreme night all year round. The Ordovician's talent was inclined towards death and the soul. This was also why Lunua had waited for the people of the Dark County to revive him. Nua was born in the ocean commandery. It was close to the ocean, and the Ordovans that were born there had more common talents related to water. For example, Lunua's talent was wave. If she tried to develop it in the direction of water, it would barely be water. So you're saying that the talents of Ordovician people are influenced by their environment? Lunua nodded. You can say that. But it's only the general direction of the talent. If it's distributed among individuals, it's still random. For example, the people of the ocean commandery also had talents such as life, darkness, and mind. It was just that they had more water talents compared to other places. Angor nodded. I think I get it. So, your abilities are actually developed around talent? Yes. Lunua nodded. For example, if an Ordovician received a talent called Gale when his or her brain was developed to 10%, he or she could use this talent to develop abilities such as wind blade, storm, tornado, flight, and so on. Of course, it all depended on the individual. Every Ordovician had their own development direction, which also led to the same talent entry being different from person to person, developing different abilities. The abilities you develop are also affected by the level of your brain. There are 10 layers to the brain. Every time you develop 10% more, you'll reach a new level. Lunua continued, take me for example. I developed 2 layers of my brain when I was alive, which means my brain is developed to 20% or more. With 20% of the brain, the abilities developed and the strength of the abilities will definitely be stronger than those developed with 10% of the brain. Angor nodded. He could understand this point. The deeper one's knowledge was, the stronger one's abilities would be. You mentioned that an Ordovician will receive an initial talent when his or her brain is developed to 10%. Angor emphasized the word initial a bit. Does this mean Ordovicians can have more than one talent? Angor was actually asking if Lunua had a second talent, which might be a gift from the world's consciousness. Lunua understood what Angor was trying to say. He showed a bitter smile. Ordovicians do have second or third talents. But you have to reach the third layer of your brain first. When 30% of your brain was developed, you'd receive a second talent. When 60% of your brain was developed, you'd receive a third talent. When 100% of your brain was developed, you'd receive a fourth talent. When your brain is developed to 100%, you've broken through the limit of Mist Island, which means limit breaking, Lunua explained. Those who break the limit are called demigods. They're legendary existences like you, wizards. The next step was to become a real god. However, Lu Nua didn't know much about what happened after becoming a demigod, and the news wouldn't report about it either. Angor pondered for a moment. All in all, the Ordovans were very strong, and from the looks of it, their ability system was very complete, and the level was very high. He wasn't sure if the Ordovician race was as powerful as the wizardry system. But since Luno mentioned that a superpower organization in the wizarding world signed a peace treaty with Ordovician realm, it meant that even the wizards from the origin world were wary of the Ordovician race. Superstar organizations represented the most powerful beings in the wizarding world, and most of them were scattered all over the origin world. Speaking of which, Angor didn't really care whether Ordovicians were strong or not. He was more concerned about Lu Nua himself. According to Lu Nua, his brain was developed to 29%, which meant he was at the second layer. Even though he was only one step away from the third level, he was stuck at this step for countless years, from the moment he was born to the moment he died. Without reaching 30% of his brain, he couldn't get a second talent. Therefore, Angor's suspicion that his second talent came from the world's consciousness was ridiculous. After all, he wasn't strong enough to get a second talent yet. Angor didn't know what to think. There were door marks in the puddles outside, and Lu Nua heard the summoning, which meant Lu Nua must have received a gift from the world's consciousness. But why did Lu Nua deny it? Everyone present could tell that LV Nua did not seem to be lying. Besides, he didn't have to lie. After all, Lu Nua could only live in the dream crystal for the rest of his life. Angor couldn't figure it out. If Lu Nua wasn't lying, then what was the problem? Evelda hesitated for a moment and said, maybe the call he heard was not the prelude to the immortal realm that you mentioned. Or maybe he doesn't have to receive a gift from the world's consciousness in order to complete the trial? Hoda and the city spirit nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Angor was too conservative. He only heard the summoning and assumed it was a Wonderland trial. Maybe it was something else. Angor understood. They didn't know the connection between Angor and the dream crystal. As far as they were concerned, Angor might have some permission from the dream crystal to create a logging device. However, he didn't have enough authority to know everything about the dream crystal. Angor's claim about the gift from the world's consciousness was too absolute and inflexible. Maybe there were more possibilities. Angor knew that Lu Nua must have received a gift from the world's consciousness, and it must have come from the mirror realm, dream realm, or nightmare realm. That's possible. Angor didn't refute. He pretended to think for a moment. How about we go and check it out? Verification? The giant city spirit opened two windows to its soul, revealing a doubtful expression. How do I verify? Angor pointed at Lu Nua. Normally, a trial dungeon won't be too far away from the trial taker. If it's really a trial dungeon summoning Lu Nua, we can ask Lu Nua to lead the way. We'll see if there's a trial dungeon at the destination. Everyone thought about it for a while and felt that it was a good idea. It just so happened that they could also take this opportunity to experience the so-called tempering paradise. If there really was a tempering paradise, then if they could discover it in advance in the future, wouldn't they be able to lock on to a genius? When the time came, they might be able to pull the talents into their camp in advance. Since they had made up their minds, they didn't hesitate and left the bunny building with Lu Nua leading the way. Some crystal-like clansmen wanted to follow them, but they were all stopped by the city spirit. The city spirit only brought Sigma Mata and other related personnel. The others were all asked to leave. After walking for about 20 minutes, they walked along the puddles and reached the deepest part of the no man's land. When they arrived here, LV Nua's expression clearly became excited. I heard it, it was very close. It's here. It's calling me. It's nearby. LV Nua kept turning her head to look, but the surroundings were filled with puddles and crystals. For a moment, she didn't see the entrance to the experiential wonderland. The others followed Lu Nua's gaze and looked around. Angor also pretended to be looking around. The puddle where the door mark was located had already become a shallow puddle due to the drainage outside. It wasn't easy to find it with the naked eye. If no one noticed him, he would put on a show to draw everyone's attention to the puddle. But before he could do that, the door mark was already found. And it wasn't Lu Nua who found it. It was the city spirit. Maybe it was because the city spirit was tall enough to look down from above, or maybe it was because of his keen eyesight. Either way, the city spirit saw the door mark at the center of the puddle first. Is there a whirlpool in the water? No, it doesn't look real. It's more like a drawing, and there's a door in the middle? The city spirit pointed at the center of the puddle. There really is a whirlpool. Everyone followed the voice. The puddle was filled with water and reflected light, so they couldn't see it easily without careful observation. Is this the entrance to Paradise of Trials? Hoda looked at Angor and Lunua. Angor pretended not to know. I can't be sure. Ask Lunua. Angor told Lunua what Hoda and the city spirit said. On the other hand, Lunua already noticed the whirlpool when the city spirit was talking. He didn't understand the words, but he could read its expression. The moment he saw the whirlpool, Lunua confirmed that it was the source of the voice. Yes, I'm sure that's where the sound came from. That's where it came from. Lunua looked at Angor. Can I go down and check? I can. But I don't know if the dungeon will open automatically. What if you're dragged into a dungeon after getting into the water? What should you do? Angor's words reminded the city spirit of a rumor he heard in Rabbit Town. It's best if you don't go down yet. I heard that a mushroom-related trial appeared in Rabbit Mansion, and everyone who got close to it was dragged inside. It's very dangerous inside, and many people died. Besides, we're only here to confirm the existence of Paradise of Trials. Now that we've confirmed it, there's no need to take the risk now. Elvinua nodded with a serious expression. You're right. I heard that the Wonderland dungeon isn't easy to clear. Not only do we need to decipher the secrets, but we might also need to fight. We can try to clear a trial by brainstorming. But it'll be tough if we run into a combat-type one. No one knows what's inside. I need to prepare a lot if I want to explore it. End of chapter. Although the summoning of the Whirlpool Gate mark was getting more and more moving, Elvinua still restrained her impulse and temporarily delayed her plan to enter the immortal realm to temper herself. To avoid being tempted by the Wonderland, Elvinua decided to stay away from it. Soon, they returned to the Bunny Building. This time, they didn't choose the public hall. Instead, they chose a meeting room with a round table. Without the Crystal Eye clansmen around, the room was much quieter. Elvinua also heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, there were so many people staring at him. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was panicking in his heart. Now, he could finally enjoy some peace. But, Elvinua turned her head and looked at the living room. Her eyes were filled with doubt. Why are there rabbits everywhere? Not only was the carpet in the shape of a white rabbit, but the wall lamps were also decorated with rabbit ears. Even the murals around the room were all painted with cartoon rabbits. Even the round table didn't seem to have any problems at first glance. However, the two red eyeball prints in the center of the round table indicated that this round table was also a rabbit table. I've been meaning to ask this for a long time. But there was no heart read. Elvinua looked at Angor. Why are there rabbits everywhere? And why are the buildings outside all shaped like rabbits? Hoda and the others were also curious about Elvinua's question. They just didn't have the chance to ask before. Now that Elvinua brought it up, they wanted to know the truth as well. Of course it's because we're in Rabbit Town. Elvinua? Angor blinked. Like you said, Sunshine County has plenty of sunlight, while Darkness County is pitch black all year round. Rabbit Town is the same. It's called Rabbit Town, so there are a lot of rabbit elements here. Isn't that normal? Elvinua's eyes were filled with question marks. How can you compare them? Why can't they be compared? Elvinua rubbed his swollen temples. Let me ask you something. Since this place is called Rabbit Town, there must be a reason for its name, right? Before Angor could answer, Elvinua cut him off. Don't tell me it's called Rabbit Town because of all the rabbit elements. Angor didn't know what to say. He was actually going to say that. But since Elvinua already blocked his way, he decided not to fool around. It's simple, but it's more interesting if you discover the answer yourself. Isn't that so? Don't worry. Stay here for a few more days, and you'll find the answer. Angor saw Luno frowning again. He wasn't trying to be mysterious. He could just say that everything had something to do with the rabbit girl. But once he said it, he would definitely face even more questions. Who is the rabbit girl? How could she change the aesthetics of Rabbit Town? Was she from the mirror region? Is it related to the dream mirror? Angor could already foresee these questions coming his way. The answers to these questions all pointed to Laplace. Angor believed that it was better to leave Laplace to their own imaginations, especially when it came to his past. Moreover, Laplace was right beside her, but she didn't say a word about Elvie Nua's question. Didn't this also represent her attitude? After everyone sat down, Elvie Nua looked at Angor again. After all, Angor was the only one who could talk to him. Want to continue? Elvie Nua nodded. Sure. Angor didn't hold back. He was more curious about Elvie Nua's talent. Angor was almost certain that Elvie Nua's gift didn't come from the nightmare realm. When Elvie Nua went to the pool, Angor placed a large amount of nightmare aura around the pool. If Elvie Nua had come into contact with the nightmare realm and received a gift from the nightmare realm, he should be able to sense it. But Elvie Nua didn't feel anything at all, which meant his talent had nothing to do with the nightmare realm. Now, only the dream realm's will and the mirror realm's will were left. Which one would it be? Angor considered for a moment and decided to ask about Elvie Nua's talent. You mentioned that your talent is wave, right? Elvie Nua nodded. If you don't mind, may I ask which direction you're going to develop your talent? Elvie Nua once told Angor that wave could be developed in the direction of water or air. But Angor's instinct told him that Elvie Nua's talent was neither water nor air. Elvie Nua mentioned that after his death, he had been using the power of his brain to keep the negative energy away from his body. Angor didn't know much about brain power, so he didn't ask about it. But now, he realized that Elvie Nua was using the power of wave to keep the negative energy away from his spirit body. In Angor's opinion, neither water nor air could do much to stop negative energy. Therefore, Angor's instinct told him that Elvie Nua's wave talent was developed in a completely different direction. However, the answer wasn't what Angor expected. According to Elvie Nua himself, when he developed the talent of wave, the first ability he developed was monstrous waves. Tidal wave was the name of the ability, which was basically the development of water wave. Elvie Nua was the one who developed the water wave ability, and it wasn't just the water wave ability. The second ability he developed was called air cannon. As long as he pointed his finger, he would be able to create a shockwave in the air. It was like an artillery shell that would cause huge destruction. Elvie Nua didn't just develop two abilities. He developed both. But Angor couldn't blame himself for this. It was because Angor had a wrong understanding of brain power. He thought that the abilities he developed would only focus on one aspect. For example, if he developed water wave, he would develop other abilities related to water, such as tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave, tidal wave, but in fact, the development of brain power wasn't limited. As long as you have enough foundation, you can develop in any direction you want. The previous ability is water wave, the next is air wave, and the next is electric wave. They are all possible. Unlocking new talents with brain power wasn't always a good idea. It could also become a burden. After all, new talents, new accumulations. Everything had to be done from scratch. Angor remained silent for a while. So, apart from tidal wave and air cannon, what other abilities did you develop? Tidal wave and air cannon couldn't resolve the negative energy in spirit bodies. Therefore, Elvie Nua must have carried out an alternative development of waves that was both deep and extensive. Elvie Nua considered and said, actually, most of my abilities are related to water wave and air wave. Lu Nua paused for a moment and muttered, but, before I died, I found a holy relic left behind by a senior. By analyzing and absorbing the relic, I developed a new type of wave energy. This new wave of energy, I call it Dream Core Waves. Angor narrowed his eyes when he heard Elvie Nua mentioning dream wave. He caught the key word. Was it a dream? Angor didn't ask for more details. Instead, he started with the holy relic. What's a holy relic? It's hard to explain. Elvie Nua scratched his hair and thought for a while. You can think of it as the crystallization of an Ordovician's corpse. When an Ordovician dies, there's a chance that his or her supernatural core will seep out from his or her corpse. This kind of transcendent core item is called a holy relic. A holy relic contains the experience, knowledge, and even certain abilities left behind by our predecessors. If someone found a holy relic, he or she could analyze it and absorb it using a special method. By absorbing the holy relic into his or her brain, he or she would be able to acquire the power contained in it. However, even if someone acquired the power from a holy relic, he or she couldn't use it directly. After all, one's brain power was limited by one's talent. If someone with a talent of water absorbed the power of fire, he or she wouldn't be able to create fire out of thin air. After all, his or her talent was water. Although he or she couldn't create fire, he or she could absorb the power contained in the holy relic and combine it with his or her own ability to develop new abilities. For example, by combining water and fire, he or she could develop the power of steam. Moreover, the development of new abilities after absorbing a holy relic would be much easier than creating one's own abilities behind closed doors. Therefore, when many Ordovicians felt that their thinking was shackled, they would choose to purchase a holy relic and use the experience of others to broaden their horizons. To put it bluntly, it was to use other people's knowledge to polish jade. However, not all holy relic could be polished. It also depended on the compatibility. Let's use the water talent as an example. If the ability you absorbed from the holy relic was the language of beasts, it would be very difficult for you to develop a new ability with the water talent and the language of beasts talent. When choosing a holy relic, it was best if it was of the same dimension. Only then would there be a higher compatibility. Elements would be compatible with elements, concepts would be compatible with concepts, and concepts would be compatible with concepts. It was usually very difficult to develop a new ability by absorbing a holy relic across dimensions. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There would occasionally be exceptions. For example, Elvi Nua was an exception. Elvi Nua's talent was wave, and the ability he absorbed from the holy relic was dream core. These two talents were completely interdimensional. If they were forcefully put together, it would be very difficult to create sparks. However, Elvi Nua's luck was very good. He combined wave and dream core and developed a unique ability, dream core wave. That's how it is. At this point, Elvi Nua suddenly sighed softly. The appearance of the dream nuclear wave expanded my imagination and allowed my brain development to increase rapidly. In fact, before I died, I was only 1% away from reaching the third layer of my brain. Unfortunately, I just had to die at the final step. My death is actually related to this holy relic. When I absorbed this holy relic, I knew that I would be targeted. The result of being targeted was a high probability of death. Therefore, I made a lot of arrangements, including my grave and contacting the people in the Dark County to help me recover. But even so, I still absorbed the holy relic. As long as I could use it to reach the third layer of my brain, those bastards would no longer be my obstacles. They would become my stepping stones. Too bad I was only one step away. Angor wasn't really paying attention to Elvi Nua's long story. His attention was always on the dream core wave. He was curious about what kind of ability it was. But when Elvi Nua reached the end of the story, Angor suddenly had an idea. He was going to ask about the dream core wave, but he put it aside for now. This holy relic is the reason you were targeted? So it's special? Angor asked. That's right, his focus was now on the holy relic. Elvi Nua never admitted that he received a gift from the world's consciousness, and Angor could tell that he wasn't lying. Angor was wondering why Elvi Nua was able to open a training dungeon without receiving a gift from the world's consciousness. But now, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Perhaps the gift from the world's consciousness didn't come from Elvi Nua, but from the holy relic he absorbed. The owner of the holy relic might have received a gift from the dream realm's consciousness, and Elvi Nua just happened to absorb the holy relic, which indirectly allowed him to inherit the gift without him knowing it. Only in this situation would logic make sense. Elvi Nua didn't know what Angor was thinking. He was still immersed in his own thoughts. Yes. This holy relic is special. It's also the reason why I attracted the attention of the Tricky Sea and was killed by a spy there. Elvi Nua lowered his head and told his story in a soft voice. This holy relic was transformed by a senior, and this senior was a spy sent by the Ocean Prefecture to the Cunning Sea. The Tricky Sea was an enemy of Ocean Prefecture. The two sides had been fighting for years, and the war didn't die down because of the passage of time. Instead, it became more and more intense. The senior's ability was Dream Core, which allowed him to travel through dreams and read someone's thoughts without them noticing. For this reason, he was perfect as an intelligence agent. Unfortunately, his ability had a limited range. To read someone's thoughts in their dreams, he had to stay close to them. Therefore, in order to obtain the core information of the Tricky Sea, he had to stay inside the organization as a spy. Later, the senior was betrayed by another spy, and he was found out. In the end, he was executed right in front of the Tricky Sea members. After the execution, the matter would have come to an end for the time being. However, after the senior died, a holy relic emerged from his body. The chances of finding a holy relic were very small, so no one expected the senior's powerful ability to be found in front of everyone. After that, several spies revealed their identities and tried to steal the relic from the senior. They got it, but they didn't manage to send it back to Ocean Prefecture. By chance, I got the holy relic instead. LV Nua sighed. After that, I was targeted by the Tricky Sea. Luckily for me, the Tricky Sea members who targeted me also had internal conflicts. They didn't report it to the Tricky Sea headquarters. Instead, they wanted to steal the holy relic in private. The strength of this group of people didn't exceed the third layer of the brain region. If I could break through the third layer of the brain region, I would be able to take them down. Moreover, I wouldn't be discovered by the Tricky Sea headquarters. You can guess what happened after that. I absorbed the holy relic myself. Although I developed a new ability, I didn't succeed in breaking through. After that, I became a rat running across the street, constantly escaping from the Tricky Sea's pursuit. Unfortunately, I couldn't escape in the end. I was ambushed by an ability user with the talent of poison and died of poison. The other Crystal Eye clansmen sighed as they listened to LV Nua's story. They didn't expect LV Nua to experience such a bizarre life and death situation before his death. Everyone was talking about LV Nua's gamble at the last moment of his life, as well as his plan to survive. Angor, on the other hand, was completely focused on the spy from Ocean County. According to LV Nua, the spy's talent was called Dream Core. He developed an ability that allowed him to freely travel through the dreams of the people around him. He could hide in the dreams and unknowingly read the thoughts of others in their dreams. This ability was very powerful. Especially when it came to stealing intelligence, it could be said to be stealthy. However, Angor didn't care about how powerful the ability was. He wondered if this Dream Core talent had something to do with the gift of the Dream Realm's consciousness. Angor believed the answer was yes. This was because LV Nua himself had never come into contact with the knowledge of dreams, and had no way of coming into contact with the Dream Realm. The dream nucleus wave he had developed was based on the holy relic of the undercover senior. Therefore, the gift of the Dream Realm's consciousness must have been given to this spy, and LV Nua accidentally inherited the ability of Dream Core. This was why LV Nua was able to open a training dungeon without coming into contact with the consciousness of the Dream Realm. Once he had a clear idea, he decided to share his thoughts with the others. To open a training dungeon, you must receive the gift of the world's consciousness, which is limited to the Dream Realm and the Mirror Realm. That's because the Dream Crystal is a world created by the consciousness of the Dream Realm and the Mirror Realm. You can even say that the Dream Crystal is located in the gap between the Dream Realm and the Sun Mirror Realm. Angor gave a simple explanation of the background. Although everyone was a little surprised, this surprise only lasted for a moment. The name Dream Crystal already implied a lot. Its existence must have something to do with dreams. Even when they entered the Dream Crystal, they would remain in their dreaming state in the outside world. For this reason, they weren't too surprised that the Dream Crystal was located in the gap between the Dream Realm and the Sun Mirror Realm. As for Angor's claim that the gift of the world's consciousness was limited to the Dream Realm and the Mirror Realm, they naturally accepted it. Hoda said, in that case, the truth might be as you guessed. The experience dungeon that Lu Nua opened was actually for the senior who was undercover in the Sly Sea. The giant spirit nodded in agreement. LV Nua is just a lucky fool. Not only did he inherit the power of the holy relic, but he also inherited the training dungeon. After LV Nua heard this, she smiled bitterly. What kind of luck is this? If he had been more cautious and restrained back then and not coveted the power of Ma Xing's relics, he might still be free and unfettered in the Ordovician realm. However, Elvi Nua only thought about it in her heart and didn't say it out loud. Angor Elvi Nua's guess is, SSSS, Nua said. Elvi Nua was very sure that he hadn't even come into contact with the Ordovician realm's world will, so how could he come into contact with the dream realm's world will, given the current situation? The only answer was that it originated from the senior's holy relic. Now that I think about it, the senior's story is indeed legendary. Elvi Nua looked into the distance as if he was lost in his memories. He suffered from some kind of illness when he was young and couldn't wake up from his bed. Because he didn't stay awake for long, he developed his brain much slower than his peers. The others had already used various methods to unlock 10% of their brain and activate their talents. But this man couldn't even reach 2%. In the eyes of the Ordovicians, it was impossible for him to develop his brain at such a speed. According to the Ordovicians' common knowledge, if one couldn't unlock 10% of his or her brain before the age of 40, it was basically impossible for him or her to succeed in the future. The brain was a hyperdimensional organ, but it was also related to one's mental activity and knowledge storage. And for all these, the younger they were, the better. After the age of 40, one's mental activity would plummet. Unless one successfully developed 10% of his or her brain, it would be difficult for one's mental activity to keep up with the development of one's brain. As for this senior, with his brain development speed, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to develop 10% of his brain before the age of 40. He could only become an ordinary person. That was what everyone guessed, but reality didn't happen as they expected. The reality was, when he was 39, he successfully developed 10% of his brain and awakened the dream core talent. One had to know that when he was 38 years old, his brain development was less than 4%. No one knew how he managed to increase his brain development by 6% in less than a year's time. Furthermore, before he awakened his dream core talent, his illness had not been cured. In other words, from the age of 38 to 39, he had been bedridden most of the time. He had only been awake for a short period of time, but he had relied on this short period of time to break through 6% of his brain development. This speed was even faster than that of a peerless genius. Because of this, it was not an exaggeration to call him a legend. No one knows what happened in that short year. Many people asked him about it, but he only smiled and didn't answer their questions. Elvi Nua said, "Now, maybe his brain development was a gift from the consciousness of the dream realm." That's true. Only a high-level existence like the will of the dream world could help him increase his brain capacity by 10% in just a year. Not just 1 year. 1 year is just something we spread. Maybe the senior's brain development reached 10% on the day he received the gift from the consciousness of the dream realm. Bringing the answer into the process, Angor understood many doubts that he didn't understand before. His logic was perfectly closed. This was why Elvi Nua agreed with Angor's theory. It was definitely not a gift from the consciousness of the dream realm. Everything was just a coincidence. Maybe it's not a coincidence. It's your fate, Evda said in a calm tone. It was Avelda who spoke. Her tone was calm as she continued, whether it was your accidental acquisition of the sacred relic, your minuscule chance of combining the dream core with the ripple to form the dream core wave, or your encounter with the slice and graveyard drifting into the white sun mirror domain, or your possession of Sigma Mata's body and ultimately falling into the sacred corpse crystal. The vessel of fate brought you to the dream crystal domain. This is your other shore. You being here is a gift from fate. Everything that you've encountered in the past is the price that fate has secretly made you pay. Everyone listened quietly as Avelda spoke. No one interrupted her. Both Hoda and the giant city spirit seemed to agree with Evda's words, especially the giant city spirit. As she spoke, the giant city spirit nodded. Angor was the only one who didn't understand. How could this be related to fate? Wasn't Evda a student of Prophet Tunida? She was a scholar and a prospective prophet. Why did she sound like a prophet? According to Evda, Elvi Nua's life was meant to train him so that he could come to the dream crystal domain at this time. Angor didn't even need to think with his toes to know that this was impossible. Unless, the Book of Kale was behind all of this. But that was impossible. If it was the Book of Kale, it must have done this many years ago before Nua's death. But Feng once told Angor that the book wouldn't do this to someone at the same time. Feng used the book to do this to Angor, so it couldn't be Nua. Since it wasn't forced by the Book of Kale, Angor couldn't blame everything on fate. Anyways, Ebda's words sounded like a charlatan in Angor's eyes. However, when Nua looked at Angor and asked him to translate Ebda's words, Angor did as he was told. He didn't embellish anything, nor did he express his own opinion. He didn't believe Evelda's words, but he did feel that they were quite effective at brainwashing people. If Nua really believed her words, it would be a good thing. The Dream Crystal Domain was Nua's other side of fate, which meant that Ebda was trying to persuade Nua to live a good life in the Dream Crystal Domain. As long as Nua could establish himself in the Dream Crystal Domain, he would surely become a talent in the future. Maybe he would even become the face of the Dream Crystal Domain. After all, Little Red and Canine Deacon still had to live in the real world. As a new resident, Nua would have to stay in the Dream Crystal Domain 24 hours a day. Unless Nua voluntarily gave up his consciousness and returned to the zombie crystal as a weak spirit. Would Nua do that? Of course not. He wasn't stupid. His spirit was already broken, and he had to stay in the Dream Crystal Domain to keep his consciousness. Angor repeated Ebda's words to Nua. Angor wanted to see how Nua would react, but Nua didn't respond at all. He only frowned and muttered something about "I don't believe in fate" before changing the topic. Ebda didn't mind. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Did Ebda believe what she just said? She didn't really believe it. But that didn't stop her from making things up. To put it bluntly, her words were meant for Nua, Angor, Laplace, and the true creator behind them. She could also see Nua's uniqueness. Without a doubt, Nua was a talent. She only needed to say a few words to make Nua submit to the Dream Crystal. This could be considered as a way to curry favor with the founder, so why not? Moreover, she also had some other thoughts. By pointing out Nua's talent, she was also telling Hoda not to treat Nua too harshly. After all, this meeting was a trial for Nua in the eyes of the Crystal Eye race. If Hoda really treated Nua harshly, Nua's life wouldn't be smooth in the short term due to the Crystal Eye race's advantage in the Dream Crystal Domain. But in the future, Nua might be able to surpass them and exact revenge on the Crystal Eye race. Ebda was telling Hoda that there was no need to dwell on the past. Hoda obviously understood as well. He nodded as a reply to Evelda in the void. On the other hand, the giant city spirit nodded his head and truly believed Evelda's words. Evelda could only rub her forehead in shame. After so many years, the giant city spirit was still as pure as before. Of course, with Evelda's ingenuity, she would definitely be able to see her own future. Nua's loyalty was a good thing for her. After all, she was going to become a new resident of the Dream Crystal Domain. After solving the problem of the training dungeon, one of Angor's biggest worries was solved. However, he still needed Nua's help to solve another problem. You mentioned that you combined the Dream Core talent from a holy relic and developed a new ability called Dream Core Wave. Can you tell us what it does? Of course, if you don't want to. After all, if I'm not mistaken, you'll get Dream Core Wave when you clear the dungeon in the future. It's the core of your future survival in the Dream Crystal Domain. I'm sure everyone will understand if you don't want to talk about it. Nua was about to tell Angor the answer when he heard the question. But after hearing Angor's explanation, he hesitated. Indeed, Dream Core Wave was the foundation of his future survival. Telling others about it now wouldn't do him any good. However, Nua only hesitated for a second before he decided to tell them. First, his ability was more of a support type. Moreover, if he really did obtain an ability in the future and it was seen by others, they would probably be able to guess the effect of his ability. Unless he killed everyone who saw his ability, but that was obviously not possible. Secondly, he was very clear about his current situation. Sigma Mata and the two vice-captains were still eyeing him covetously. In the future, if he wanted to have a relatively stable life in the Dream Crystal and not be stopped when he entered the dungeons to obtain ability puzzles, it would be best for him to maintain a good relationship with the Crystal Eye race. Telling them his secret was a way to show his goodwill. With that in mind, Nua looked up at everyone around the table. I can tell you, but I hope you won't tell anyone else about it. Angor and Laplace nodded in agreement. Hoda, the giant city spirit, and Edda nodded as well. Only Red Mata and the other vice-captains were a little hesitant. However, since the giant city spirit agreed, they decided to obey their superiors. In the end, they all nodded and agreed to Nua's request. Since Nua had already agreed to talk about it, there was no need to hide anything. In a few words, she explained the effects of the dream core wave. To put it simply, when Nua fell asleep, her brain would automatically release a special wave. This wave was the dream core wave. Nua had developed two effects of dream core wave. Firstly, he could make Nua's dreams a lucid dream. Nua would have absolute autonomy in her dreams. Furthermore, he could control the dream nucleus and receive the undulations of the nearby sleeping people. He could understand their dreams and their thoughts. This ability was similar to Nua's ability, which could be used to gather information. However, it was more convenient than Senior's ability because Senior still needed to enter other people's dreams to observe them before he could obtain information. As for Nua, she could directly enter her own dreams and receive the fluctuations from the nearby dreams. The concealment effect was on another level. Apart from this, Nua could also control the dream core wave to float around his body. Furthermore, the fluctuations floating around Nua's body would change according to the dream that she planned to have. For example, when Nua wanted to have a sweet dream, the dream core wave would repel all negative energy in the area to prevent the sweet dream from being corrupted by negative energy. And vice versa. This was the effect of Nua's dream core wave. I digested the sacred artifact too quickly. I only had time to develop these two abilities before I died from the poison. Nua sighed, otherwise, I would have been able to develop even more abilities. This holy relic of yours is really powerful, sir. You won't be able to develop your abilities after you die? Nua nodded. Although I can still sense the existence of my brain after I die and can use the power of my brain, because I don't have the cooperation of my body, the activity of my brain is frozen. I can't develop new abilities and can only use the abilities that I have developed. Nua suddenly looked up at Angor. Speaking of which, I'm quite jealous of wizards like you. Jealous? Angor asked, why? Nua explained, I once heard that you wizards have a special power that can activate your soul zones. Even after death, your soul will grow stronger without limit. You people even have a famous saying, death is the beginning. For you magi, even if you die and turn into a soul, it won't stop you from becoming stronger. Unlike us. Nua sighed. After we die, we can't use the power of our brain region at all. Our soul region is also deathly still. Angor didn't understand what Lunier was talking about at first. It wasn't until Lunier mentioned the famous saying that he finally understood. Not all wizards can rely on their souls to grow stronger after death, Angor said. Most of them are just like you. Only sorcerers who specialize in elven soul magic can activate the soul lands and open up new paths. Nua was stunned for a moment. Is that so? But soon, Nua said dejectedly, but even so, at least you have a path. We don't even have a path, you have a path too. Didn't you set up a path of resurrection for yourself? It's not that easy to revive a dead magus. We don't need to flatter each other. Angor interrupted Lunier before she could say anything else. Let's return to our previous topic. So, the reason why your soul body was able to resist the corrosion of the negative energy was because of the dream nuclear wave? Nua nodded. Yes. As long as I'm sure I'm going to have a sweet dream, I can resist the negative energy. Especially when I'm in a deep sleep, the resistance will only get stronger. This was also the reason why Nua had been in a deep slumber even after becoming a soul. He wanted to keep himself in a sweet dream so that he could automatically resist the negative energy around him. If it weren't for Sigma Mata and the others, Nua would never wake up on his own. Once he woke up, his resistance to the negative energy would weaken. This ability. Angor narrowed his eyes. He wanted to comment on it, but he didn't know where to start. He looked at the others and saw that they were all wearing the same expression. In the end, he had no choice but to look at Laplace. It sounds logical, but there's a lot of tricks behind it, Laplace said. That's why it's so amazing. Using only one kind of ripple to resist the negative energy for a long time was something Laplace couldn't believe. Because the negative energy was too special. In a way, the negative energy was affected by the tide of souls, which was an extension of the Cazador world's consciousness. In other words, the negative energy could also be considered as a gift from the Cazador world's consciousness. Living people had a hard time resisting the negative energy. Dead souls were even worse when facing the negative energy, which was almost impossible to resist. But LV Nua used the dream wave to easily deal with the negative energy. This meant that the dream wave was extremely powerful, comparable to the Cazador world's consciousness. The Cazador world was also known as the plane of souls. It was a special world. Only the dream realm could be compared to the Cazador world's consciousness. Therefore, the dream wave was a gift from the dream realm's consciousness, without a doubt. Only gifts from similar consciousnesses could cancel each other out. This was why Laplace commented that it sounds logical, but there's a lot of tricks behind it. Only those who knew about the dream realm and Cazador world could understand the secret behind it. While Angor was thinking, the giant city spirit's sharp voice reached his ears. I'm not interested in you using your dream core wave to resist the negative energy. The giant city spirit said, I'm more concerned about the fact that if you manage to retrieve the dream wave ability from a dungeon in the future, doesn't that mean we have no information in front of you? You only need to sleep to receive the dream wave from others? The giant city spirit was obviously more concerned about privacy. Angor relayed the giant city spirit's words to LV Nua, but LV Nua shook his head and said, it's too far away, and something that hasn't happened yet, how can I know? There's no way to predict it. Furthermore, even if I did obtain the complete ability of the dream core wave, I would only be able to receive the dream waves of the nearby dreamers. If you're worried, just don't let any crystal erase people near me. LV Nua spread his hands. He really didn't want to get in touch with the crystal erase. Although both sides already knew about the misunderstanding, the hatred was still hard to resolve. Since it couldn't be resolved in a short time, it was best to avoid contact with them. As long as the crystal erase people didn't approach LV Nua wouldn't be able to get information from them. Besides, LV Nua looked at the giant city spirit and said, what are you worried about? You're not a new resident of the dream crystal plane. Are you going to sleep in the dream crystal plane? The giant city spirit was surprised by LV Nua's words for a few seconds. What LV Nua said made sense. The giant city spirit was worried about LV Nua peeking into its dreams. But now that it thought about it carefully, LV Nua would never fall asleep in the dream crystal. When she entered the dream crystal, it was a kind of deep sleep. Yet, she was still sleeping in the dream crystal? Using a set of dolls, however, even though the giant city spirit wouldn't be affected by the dream core wave, she was still worried. After all, there was still Evelda. Evelda was now a new resident of the dream crystal, so she might be affected by LV Nua's ability. However, his worry only lasted for a moment. The giant city spirit quickly figured it out. Just as LV Nua had said, he could only receive the dream waves of the people nearby. As long as the crystal erase stayed away from him, everything would be fine. With this in mind, the giant city spirit was relieved. It even whispered to Evda to stay away from LV Nua as much as possible. LV Nua couldn't understand the conversation between the giant city spirit and Evda, but he could guess what was on the giant city spirit's mind. LV Nua didn't mind. In fact, he was more than happy to let the crystal erase people stay away from him. It would be best if they never contacted each other again after today. On the other hand, he saw the giant city spirit's relieved expression and felt a little relieved. Good thing I didn't tell him that the dog deacon also got permission to enter the dungeon. The giant city spirit cared a lot about privacy. If he knew that the dog deacon might get his talent back, he probably wouldn't come online again for the rest of his life. He decided that he needed to talk to Canine Deacon about this. It would be best if the dog deacon didn't expose his identity. It just so happened that he was using his human form in the dream crystal, and very few people knew what he looked like. As long as he didn't say anything, he shouldn't be exposed. After a moment of silence, Angor cleared his throat. Now it's your turn to ask. Anything else you want to know? I want to know more about the Wonderland trial, Nua said. Or, if I want to go through the Wonderland trial, can you give me some advice? What should I do to prepare? Nua tried his best to suppress the urge to call men Mark. But from the way he asked the question, Angor could tell that the man was still thinking about the Wonderland trial. Angor thought about it and said, not many people have cleared the Wonderland trial, so I don't know much about it. The only thing I can tell you is that the quest chain is very long. If you want to find your talent back, it won't be done in a short time. As for what you need to prepare, if possible, you can try some of the Wonderland trials first. You can get some items to improve your strength before going to the Wonderland trial. Next, Angor told Nua about the several Wonderland trials around Rabbit Town. If Nua was interested, he could try those Wonderland trials first. Is there anything else you want to know? Nua considered for a moment. I have one more question. I came here on the same dream bridge as Homamata. Will it affect me? Homamata raised a hand. I want to ask too. I don't want to get involved. Angor shrugged. I'm not omniscient or omnipotent. I can't answer these questions either. But I don't think it's a problem. If the two of you really interfered with each other, Homamata should have heard the Wonderland trial's call. However, the red gemata was not summoned by the dungeon. This means that both of you are independent entities in the dream crystal. Maybe something happened in the real world and caused them to fuse together. But their consciousnesses were independent, and the dream crystal recognized their consciousnesses. With two independent consciousnesses, they naturally had two bodies. They were no different from the other people in the dream crystal. They were all independent individuals. Angor looked at Nua. Any other questions? Nua considered and shook his head. Not at the moment. You don't have any, but I have another problem. But I'm not asking you. Angor looked at Hoda, City Spirit, and the two vice-captains of Homamata. I think the conflict between Nua and the Crystal Eye race needs to be resolved. Angor saw Homamata frowning. He considered and added, of course, it's fine if you don't want to. But you should at least come up with a solution so that you don't start a fight right away. Angor didn't intend to get involved in the conflict between Nua and the Crystal Eye race. If they really wanted to solve the problem, they had to solve it themselves. Besides, as an outsider, Angor didn't see anything wrong with either side. Homamata was innocent. He didn't mean to intrude Nua's graveyard. It was just an accident that he was teleported to the main chamber. Nua was even more innocent. His soul was sliced into pieces and sent into the dream crystal together with his graveyard. When his slumber was disturbed, he naturally assumed that the intruders were grave robbers. Both sides were innocent. It was just a coincidence that two innocent people clashed at the same time, which led to the tragedy that lasted for hundreds of years. Angor asked the question and went into hiding. He only helped Homamata pass the message. As for the Crystal Eye race, Hoda was in charge. After half an hour of communication, both sides slowly calmed down from their initial anger. Angor could tell that they were just putting on a show. This was the real deal. Sure enough, in the next 10 minutes, both sides talked very quickly. Soon, they reached a simple agreement: stay out of each other's way for now. Even Tatakai and Imada did not have much objection to this conclusion. More importantly, Nua didn't really hurt Tatakai and Imada. They died because of bad luck. Therefore, although both of them had resentment towards Nua in their hearts, but in the past, their hatred was greater than their resentment, but now, their resentment was greater than their hatred. Besides, they hated themselves more. They blamed themselves for being too impulsive, for not noticing the trap, and for not realizing that Nua wasn't an undead creature. It was precisely because of this very crucial point, Nua had never intended to hurt him. Only in this way could the communication between the two sides become less serious and allow them to sit down and talk peacefully. After Nua and Red Star Mata came to an agreement that they would not interfere with each other, the matter came to an end. To the Crystal Eye race, although Nua's appearance was somewhat unexpected, it was not a big deal. It was naturally best if they could resolve it peacefully. Moreover, they had also obtained some benefits from Nua. It was about the relics he had hidden in the cemetery. Although Nua's tomb had long been excavated and many good things had been found, there were still some unique secret mechanisms. Only by knowing the method to crack them could one open them and obtain the things left behind. These relics were originally left behind by Nua for her resurrected self. But now, he could only let the crystal eye race benefit. It was also because of Nua's generosity in handing over these relics to the crystal eye race that the negotiations between them could end so quickly and reach a peaceful consensus. Nua's appearance wasn't a big deal, but it was still a pleasant surprise. It didn't just give him information about the Ordovician realm. Moreover, the trial instance that Nua opened was a gift from the will of the dream world. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. After all the previous experienced dungeons came from the gift of the mirror domain's will. This was the first time he had received a gift from the dream world's consciousness. Anyway, he was curious about the difference between the gift from the mirror domain's consciousness and the dream world's consciousness. Another thing was that Nua had become a new resident. In other words, he could only stay in the dream crystal from now on. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the dream crystal was able to obtain such a talent. With the approval of both the crystal eye race and Angor, Juno had finally taken the first step to fusing with the dream crystal. However, in order to fully integrate into the dream crystal, there was another prerequisite: learning the language. Only by being able to communicate freely would they be able to blend in with the people around them. After some discussion, Angor and Hoda decided to let Luno learn from the crystal eye race's linguist, Wanbanda. The reed of the heart was temporarily lent to Nua. With the help of this Wonderland item, it wouldn't be long before Nua could communicate with others normally. After settling these trivial matters, the atmosphere in the round table hall gradually became quiet. Angor looked at Hoda and the others. "If you have something to do, you can leave now. I still have some matters to discuss with Lunua alone." It was only a suggestion, but Angor already expressed his intention of sending them away. The people present were not stupid. They all expressed that they had something to do and left for the time being. Hoda was the last one to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Angor and asked, "Should I go offline with the city spirit and wait for you?" Although they were almost done discussing the login device and the dream crystal, it was only a verbal promise. They still needed to sign a written contract. Besides, Hoda and the city spirit had to go offline to say goodbye to each other for the sake of etiquette. "I'll come find you when I go offline. We'll log off together." Hoda nodded without hesitation. All right. There were still 300 members of the Crystal Eye race that needed to be taken care of. They could take advantage of this time to make some forward arrangements. After Hoda left, only Angor, Laplace, and Luno remained in the room. After several seconds of silence, Angor looked at Luno. "They're gone. If you have something to say it now." Angor did have something to discuss with Luno, but he was not in a hurry. After all, Luno had become a new resident, and they would have plenty of time to talk later. Angor didn't mean to leave Luno alone this time. It was because Luno kept giving him meaningful glances. It seemed that Luno wanted to tell Angor something, but he didn't want the other Crystal Eye race members to know about it. Luno chuckled. "I didn't think you'd notice. Humans are really smart." Angor didn't know what to say. Nua was being very careful, but Angor believed that Hoda and the others had already noticed it. After all, how could a former prophet and a former prophet not notice a little trick like this? That was probably why they retreated so quickly. Luno was the only one who believed that Angor's hint was perfect. "If you have something to say, just say it. It just so happens that I have some questions for you as well." Nua's expression was somewhat conflicted. She seemed to be hesitating, but also seemed to have other thoughts. After a long time, she said, "Actually, in the story I told about myself and Senior, there are some things that I hid." Angor looked at Luno and waited for his explanation. Lunua said, "Senior, you were betrayed by a spy in the Devious Sea organization and your identity was exposed. After you were executed, you obtained a holy relic. Then, in order to snatch your holy relic, the other spies in the Devious Sea organization were forced to reveal themselves. In the end, one of them took the holy relic and escaped from the Devious Sea. But the organization was too strong, and he was still hunted to death. In the end, I found the holy relic by chance. So far, it's the same as what I told you. But I hid something from you. Angor knew that LV Nua was trying to hide something about the coincidence that LV Nua briefly mentioned. As expected, LV Nua continued, that spy who stole the holy relic actually died in front of me. No, I didn't kill him. When I found him, he was badly injured and hiding in an underwater ruin. The ruin is an open exploration area, and I happened to be nearby. LV Nua met that spy and learned the truth from him. Before his death, the spy asked Luno to give the holy relic to the government of Ocean Prefecture. However, Luno didn't give the relic to the government. Instead, he absorbed it himself. But that wasn't important. The important thing was that the spy didn't just give Luno the holy relic. He also gave me a space storage. According to him, it contained the truth behind the Devious Sea's doomsday plan. Because I absorbed the holy relic back then, I didn't know if I should hand it over to the Ocean County officials. The main reason was that LV Nua was worried that if he handed over the information to the officials of Ocean Prefecture, they would ask him how he obtained the information. If that happened, they would find out that he had absorbed the holy relic. You don't have to tell them the truth if they ask. Most of the government's talents are words of truth, Luno said. I can't hide anything from them. Most of the government's talents are words of truth, Luno said. I can't hide anything from them. Well, you can also secretly give the relic to the government and run away. LV Nua, actually, I also thought about the situation you mentioned and even decided to do it. But it was during that time that the Sinister Sea organization discovered me. After that, Luno kept running away to avoid being hunted down by the Devious Sea. During that time, Luno couldn't get in touch with the Ocean Prefecture's government at all. He couldn't even go back to Ocean Prefecture. Because of that, the matter was put on hold. Put on hold until now. So you're saying that the truth behind the so-called doomsday plan was buried with you? Luno nodded in embarrassment. Luno looked up at Angor. I'm here because I need your help with something. Angor already knew what Lunua was going to say. She wanted Angor to help her tell the government the truth behind the so-called doomsday plan. As expected, Luno continued, I want you to tell the Ocean Prefecture's government about this. If possible, please bring the space storage given to me by the spy. It contains a detailed plan, as well as evidence of the truth. Of course, I know it's a difficult task. But I have no choice but to ask for your help. Humans and Ordovans are allies. Are you trying to turn this into a political kidnapping? Luno quickly shook her head. No. I just want to say that I trust humans more than other races. I won't let you help me for nothing. Just now, I told the Crystal Eye clan about my so-called relic, but in fact, I hid a real relic of mine. It contains my space equipment, and the spy space equipment. All my resources, everything, are in my spatial storage. If you can help me, my spatial item will be yours. Luno put her hands together in front of her chest as if she was begging Angor. I'm not interested in your space storage. I don't know if I can contact the Ordovician realm, but even if I can, are you sure the Doomsday Plan will still work? If the Devious Sea organization already knew that the Doomsday Plan was leaked, would they still insist on carrying it out without making any changes? They can't change it, Luno said. The Doomsday Plan is something they've been planning for thousands of years. They spent a lot of money, resources, and manpower to create the plan to drown Ocean Prefecture. They can't change it at will. Drown Ocean Prefecture? Not. Doomsday Plan? He thought the Devious Sea organization was planning to bring the Ordovician realm to its doom. But now it seemed that they were only targeting Ocean Prefecture. They're targeting Ocean Prefecture. For the people of Ocean Prefecture, it's the end of the world. Besides, if Ocean Prefecture is targeted, the Devious Sea organization will definitely target other prefectures as well. It's only a matter of time. Their goal is to drown the entire Ordovician realm. At this point, LV Nua let out a long breath and calmed her emotions. She continued. For the Devious Sea organization, it's not the plan itself that's important. It's the core of the plan, the water of Sarova. If they want to drown Ocean Prefecture, they need the water of Sarova, a special kind of water. Even if they know that the Doomsday Plan is leaked, as long as the water of Sarova is still in their hands, they won't change their plans. the spy has a drop of the water of Sarova in his space storage. It's proof of the truth. This drop of Sarova water was brought out by the undercover agent using a special secret method and a secret treasure to conceal it. No one in the Devious Sea organization knows that the water of Sarova has already leaked. As long as we give the water of Sarova to the authorities of Ocean Prefecture, they might be able to figure out the effect of the water of Sarova. Then we can save Ocean Prefecture and Ordovician Realm. Luna looked at Angor with puppy eyes. Angor wasn't affected by Luno's pitiful act. Since you think the Doomsday Plan won't change, let's talk about the other problems. First of all, Ordovician Realm is too far away from the southern wizarding region. I can't help you deliver the message. But the wizarding world already sent a superpower organization to sign a contract with us, before Luno could finish. Angor cut her off. The wizarding world you're talking about is the Origin world. I'm from the southern wizarding region. The southern wizarding region is isolated right now, and we can't go to other wizarding worlds. Angor spent about 5 minutes explaining the current situation of the southern region to Luna so that she could understand the current situation. He also explained the differences between the southern wizarding region and the other 3 wizarding worlds. Anyway, if you want me to give you the water of Sarova, you're asking me to go to Ordovician Realm from the southern wizarding region. But where is Ordovician Realm? I don't know. If you want to go there, you'll have to go to the Origin world first. But with the current situation, you'll have to travel through the void, and you won't be able to get there in several hundred years. And even if you do, you'll have to spend a lot of time to locate Ordovician Realm and travel through the void. So, how am I supposed to deliver the truth for you? Considering the current situation, it would take him at least 1,000 years to fulfill Luno's request. Was Luno's request really worth 1,000 years? Of course, he could use the phase gate at Yuan-Tan continent to teleport to another plane in the abyss, then to the Origin world. But this was risky, and it would take him some time to travel from the Origin world to Ordovician Realm. In short, time and reward were not equal. The second problem is time. There must be a timetable for the Doomsday Plan, right? You've been sleeping inside the corpse crystal for over 100 years. In other words, even if you were sliced into pieces and sent into the mirror domain, it's already been over 100 years. Are you sure Sinister Sea won't start the Doomsday Plan in the next 100 years? If you think you can overcome these difficulties, I can help you. As far as Angor was concerned, distance and time were both difficult to overcome. If Juno could really solve these problems, Angor wouldn't mind doing him a favor. Just finding a way to overcome these 2 problems would be enough to benefit him. Lu Nua remained silent for a long while. After a while, Lu Nua muttered in a low voice, "At least, 100 years, time really flies. When I was alive, I always felt like every year went by slowly. Every time I thought about going to see Naji, I would think that I still have a lot of time. She's a stubborn girl, so she'll wait for me. I'll go later. But I never thought that 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. I don't think Naji will wait for me anymore. She's already married, right?" Angor heard Juno's mumbling. He didn't really care about Juno's sadness or Naji's mumbling. Out of politeness, Angor decided to play along. "Is Naji your lover?" Juno shook his head. "She used to be my personal maid." Angor didn't know what to say. "Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, she will be my wife in the future." Elvi Nua sighed. "Unfortunately, something unexpected has happened. She didn't awaken any talent, and she couldn't use supernatural powers to prolong her life. She should be middle-aged by now." "Middle-aged?" Angor was a little surprised. Juno didn't understand why Angor was surprised, but he quickly explained, "A normal Ordovician can live for about 300 years. So for an Ordovician, 100 years is just a middle age." Angor pondered for a moment and nodded. Juno looked too much like a human, and Angor always thought about human habits, which made him feel that 100 years was too long. However, Juno wasn't a human. Ordovicians didn't have long lifespans, but they still lived much longer than normal humans. This was one of the characteristics of an inhuman being. Lu Nua waved his hand, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Being entangled in this kind of vulgar love is not the style of a man. A real man should set his sights on the limits-breaking throne. Only wearing the legendary crown is a man's achievement." Angor was speechless. It would be more convincing if you didn't cry. I'm not crying. These are tears of excitement. Elvinua once again waved her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. I believe you, he mumbled without looking at Elvinua's eyes, I believe you. Elvinua, let's talk about the main topic. The second difficulty you mentioned is the issue of time. I don't think it's a big problem. The Devious Sea organization has divided the Doomsday Plan into 5 steps, the first 3 of which require a very long time to prepare. According to the records of the plan, they shouldn't have even reached the second step in a short 100 years. In other words, even now, there shouldn't be any changes to the Devious Sea organization. Elvinua continued, as long as we give the plan and the water of Sarova to Ocean Prefecture before the 4th step, or any other prefecture, we can stop their plan. But the Devious Sea organization will need at least 100 years to reach the 4th step. So you want me to give them to Ocean Prefecture within 100 years? Elvinua nodded and gave Angor an expectant look. 100 years. That's a long time, considering the current situation. But have you thought about how long it will take me to travel from the southern wizardry region to the Ordovician realm you mentioned? Angor did some quick calculations. If everything went according to plan, it would take him at least a few decades to travel from the southern wizardry region to the origin world. He also had to avoid any danger along the way and not waste a single second on his journey. Then, when he arrived at the origin world, he would have to find the location of the Ordovician realm and plan a route to get there. Then, he would need another few decades to reach the Ordovician realm. In total, it would take him more than 100 years. Of course, if he was lucky enough to find several teleportation channels along the way, he might be able to shorten the time to about 100 years. But again, he would have to waste 100 years to reach the Ordovician realm. He wouldn't even have time to train in the meantime. Such a huge investment was not worth the reward. Elvinua said, I know that the resources in my space storage may not be enough to offset your contribution, but as long as you can save Ocean County, you will save Ordovician realm. By then, the limit breaker of Ordovician realm will definitely reward you handsomely. Angor looked into Elvinua's eyes. A limit breaker is equivalent to a legendary wizard. If I can get the help of a limit breaker for 100 years, I guess it's worth it. But do you know the limit breaker of Ordovician realm? Elvinua hesitated and shook her head. If you don't know the limit breaker of Ordovician realm, how can you give the reward on behalf of the limit breaker? You think you're saving the Ordovician realm, but what if the limit breaker thinks it's a joke? Setting up a target in the air, giving out an empty reward. Angor wasn't going to waste his time on such unknown benefits. Elvinua himself also knew how fake his words were. If Elvinua was in Angor's shoes, he wouldn't accept such a ridiculous request either. You're dead anyway, Angor said, so why should you care about what happens after you die? Elvinua lowered her head. You're right. But I can't just leave it like that. It's my home. If I knew I'd end up in the mirror domain, I would have sent the items back to Ocean Prefecture even if I had to sacrifice my own soul. Elvinua shook her head regretfully. Angor was going to say something like I should have told you earlier, but he decided against it. Like I said, if you can solve the space-time distance problem, I don't mind helping you. Elvinua's expression turned even more bitter. Space-time distance sounded simple, but it contained endless time, endless distance, and endless emptiness. Elvinua was just an Orson who had activated his second brain region. How could she possibly solve the problem of space-time distance? Elvinua lowered her head in silence. I heard that the mirror domain is a special world. Yes, I know what you're trying to say. Go to the Ordovician realm through the mirror domain. Just like how you were sliced into pieces by the mirror domain and sent here. But I'm trying to say that it's difficult. At least, I can't use the mirror domain to go to the Ordovician realm. Even the strongest being in the sun mirror domain can't locate the Ordovician realm. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Crystal Eyes. They're natives of the mirror domain, so they should know better than an outsider like me. Elvinua believed that Angor wasn't lying. If he couldn't use the mirror domain to teleport to the Ordovician realm, then he had no other choice. They both remained silent for a while. After a long time, Elvinua looked up with a gloomy expression. Fine. Maybe I should do what you said and forget about the Ordovician realm. And look on the bright side. Even if I'm not here, there might be others. I'm not the center of the world, and the world doesn't revolve around me. I can't be the only one who knows everything. There will always be someone else who can overcome all obstacles and turn the situation around. Just like the main character in a story, who eventually becomes the savior of the world. Elvinua stood up and bowed to Angor. Mr. Angor, thank you so much for listening to me. You said you have something to ask me. Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know. Although Elvinua still had a bit of melancholy floating between her brows, her mood when she spoke was full of sincerity. He did have some questions he wanted to ask Elvinua about the Ordovician realm, but he decided not to ask right away. Actually, I have an idea. A plan? What plan? Elvinua didn't know what Angor was talking about. I can't help you hand the doomsday plan to the Ocean Prefecture government, but I can give you a small suggestion. What is it? Elvinua didn't expect much from Angor. Do you know about the Void Caravans? Void Caravans? You want me to give the item to the Void Caravan so that they can hand it over to the Ocean Prefecture government? Lunir asked. Yes. Angor nodded. Merchant groups that travel in the void usually have their own way of doing business. The time it takes for them to travel from one place to another is much faster than for people who don't have any connections. As far as Angor knew, some void caravans might not be able to travel across the void in a short time, but they had special methods that allowed them to transport non-living goods from their origin world to the southern 10,000 zone in just a few years. If Angor could find a caravan like this and pay them a reasonable price to deliver the goods to the Ordovician realm, it would be much more convenient than spending hundreds of years to travel across the void. Of course, he had to be able to pay them first. Elvinua gave it some thought and agreed that hiring a void caravan would solve the two problems Angor mentioned in a way. But, how would he hire a void caravan? Would he be able to guarantee the quality and reputation of a void caravan? I can help you contact a void caravan if I run into one. But I can't guarantee their quality. After all, Angor had never met a real void caravan before. Parrot could be considered half of one, but he had left his original caravan and was now a lone traveler. He couldn't guarantee the quality of his goods. I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not, Angor said, and you'll have to pay a high price to hire a void caravan. Can the value of the resources in your space items support the appetite of the void caravan? Elvinua smiled awkwardly. I don't know. Angor gave Elvinua a thoughtful look. I don't think your space storage is that valuable. If Elvinua's space storage was really that valuable, he wouldn't look away like that. Angor wasn't counting on Elvinua's space storage anyway. It's fine if you don't have money for now. You still have time. During this period, you can earn money in the Dream Crystal Plane until you earn enough to pay the Void Caravan's employment fee. What? Elvinua was shocked. How could he earn money in the Dream Crystal? Wasn't this a dream world? Even if he earned enough money, he couldn't redeem it in the outside world. Or could he bring the items in the Dream Crystal to the outside world? Angor shook his head. The items in the Dream Crystal can only be used in the Dream Crystal. But don't forget, there aren't only new residents in the Dream Crystal. There are also many logins. These logins could go offline at any time. And the resources on them could be used to pay for the Void Caravan's employment fee. As for how to earn money from them, it wasn't hard. As long as Elvinua could clear a few more Wonderland dungeons, he could use the items to trade with the logins to achieve his goal. Elvinua understood what Angor meant, but he was still doubtful. Are they really willing to trade? Why not? Elvinua said, but isn't the Immortal Realm item only usable in the Dream Crystal Plane? They won't be able to use them anyway. Elvinua didn't know that the Dream Crystal could already affect reality. Especially after the Misty Island Dragon's Tomb showed up. When the Misty Island Dragon's Tomb was fully exposed to the public, a useful item from the 100 Dragons' Divine Kingdom could be exchanged for an unimaginable amount of resources. Besides, once the Mirror Dragon pups entered the Dream Crystal, the adult Mirror Dragons who spoiled their children too much would definitely find ways to equip their pups with items from the Dream Crystal. By then, the demand for the items would be even greater. However, Angor didn't use the Misty Island Dragon's Tomb as an example. Nua would know when the mirror dragon army from the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom entered the dream crystal. Angor considered and gave an answer that Nua could understand. Let's take the Crystal-Eye clansmen who came in today as an example. They are now completely new residents, and they will live in the dream crystal for a long time. Although they're dead, their descendants, their relatives, and even their loved ones might still be alive. In order to make their lives in the dream crystal more convenient, do you think these people who are still alive would be willing to pay a price? Nua understood Angor's words. His eyes flashed with understanding. I understand. Angor continued, in short, you can use the items in the dream crystal to trade for resources in the real world. You can use them to pay for hiring the Void Caravan. Of course, you have to let the Void Caravan help you deliver the message. Nua shrugged. I don't have any other choice, do I? Angor couldn't really spend 100 years to deliver the message, could he? Even if Nua wanted to, Angor wouldn't agree. If Nua still wanted to save the Ordovician realm, this was the only way. Juno agreed to Angor's request. They would hire a Void Caravan to deliver the Doomsday Plan. Juno didn't know how to contact the caravan, so he had to leave it to Angor. For this, he told Angor where he kept his space storage and allowed Angor to pick anything he wanted from it as payment for helping him contact the Void Caravan. Anything? Angor was surprised by Juno's generosity. Wasn't the man worried that he would take everything for himself? Juno noticed Angor's surprise and lowered his head. Since I've trusted you, I'll keep trusting you. Juno was expressing his trust in Angor. But if one thought deeper, they would find that Juno's words were filled with helplessness. Juno didn't have any other choice. He asked for Angor's help as a gentleman's agreement. Since he already trusted Angor, he had no choice but to trust Angor. Angor chuckled. Since you trust me so much, I won't betray you. Don't worry, I'll contact the Void Caravan for you. Angor didn't agree to help Juno because he was interested in the price Juno would pay. The main reason was that this matter was as easy as lifting a finger. It sounded like a lot of work, but it wasn't really a problem for him. If everything went well, he would see Parrot soon. He could just let Parrot do it. Besides, Parrot was a void merchant himself, so he could get something out of it as a middleman. Of course, Parrot wouldn't refuse a deal like this. Even if Parrot couldn't come for some time, there were other ways. For example, finding the Watchers. He could tell the Southern Region's Sentinel about this. Whether it was asking the Sentinel to contact the Void Caravan for help, or passing this information to the Source World for the Source World Sorcerer Organization to help with the operation, it was all possible. However, the former would require a favor from the Sentinel. As for the latter, with the greedy nature of the Magi, asking them to help might cause more harm than the devious Sea Organization. Therefore, he preferred to let Parrot do it. If there was no other way, he could just tell the Watchers. Juno sighed in relief after the deal was made. With one of her worries resolved, Nua laid on the table like a salted fish. Now, she was thinking about her future life in the dream crystal. Although there would definitely be many difficulties, such as language problems, such as farming Wonderland dungeons to earn money, and so on, there was always an end to these difficulties. As long as he could rely on himself to solve it, it would not be a problem. Only matters like this that required communication in the modern world were truly burdensome to Nua. But then again, is the dream crystal really just an illusory, independent existence? Will new residents like us really not be able to leave the dream crystal in the future? Lunir looked at Angor. He didn't know Angor's true identity yet, but he was sure that Angor knew more about the dream crystal domain than the Crystal-Eye race. No one from the Crystal-Eye clan had ever heard of such a thing. Angor was the one who mentioned it. Therefore, Nua had no choice but to ask Angor about the dream crystal. Angor didn't answer Nua's question right away. Do you think the dream crystal is illusory? Nua considered. I can think freely here, so I think this place is real. So, your own feelings are the most important thing. If you think this place is real, then it's real. Nua's eyes lit up. If this is the real world, will I have a chance to leave the dream crystal and return to Ordovician realm? Angor shrugged. I don't know. Maybe there's a chance. But even if you do, you're no longer in Ordovician. Nua looked a little dazed. I understand. Even if I can't return to Ordovician realm as an Ordovician, I still want to go back if there's a chance. Even if it's just to take a look. Nua's eyes reddened as she spoke. The atmosphere in the hall also seemed to slowly turn sorrowful. After a while, Angor finally broke the silence. Maybe you can see more of the Wonderland dungeons in the Dream Crystal. There are many kinds of items in the dungeons. Maybe you can find something that can help you achieve your goal. Nua thought Angor was just trying to comfort him. Of course. I'll try my best to clear the Wonderland dungeon even if it's just to pay for the job. Angor was trying to comfort Nua, but he wasn't entirely lying. There were dreaming NPCs in the Wonderland dungeon, which meant that the authority of the Wonderland created a dream tunnel that connected to another world. Since it was a passageway, there must be a way to and fro. If they could dream into the celestial realm, why couldn't there be a tool that could allow the celestial realm to dream into other realms? Of course, this was just Angor's imagination. Did such a thing really exist? It was still a mystery. Nua sorted out his thoughts and gave Angor an apologetic look. I'm the one who kept asking questions. You didn't ask me anything. You even gave me suggestions. I'm sorry. Feel free to ask me anything you want. I'll tell you everything I know. Angor said, actually, I don't have anything in particular. I'm just curious. You mentioned that a superpower organization signed a peace treaty with Ordovician people. Nua nodded. Yes. The news reported about it. The place where the treaty was signed was in Sunshine Prefecture. I heard that at least half of the 66 prefectures in the inner realms sent people there to watch the ceremony. Even the outer realms sent people there. Inner realms? Outer realms? Another new term? Angor held back his curiosity and continued, I want to know the name of the superpower organization that signed the treaty. Why did they sign the treaty? Angor knew that wizards weren't peaceful people. Perhaps individual magi had their own set of rules, and they would abide by certain moral codes. However, the vast majority of magi were the type to act recklessly and act according to their own wishes. Even Sunders was such a person. Angor believed that there must be a reason why a wizard wanted to negotiate a peace deal with Angor. Either the Ordovician realm was so powerful that wizards had to stay away from it. Or the Ordovician realm was so far away that wizards didn't have the time to conquer it. Of course, there was also the possibility of a peaceful superpower organization in the Ordovician realm. Angor didn't know much about the origin world, which was why he asked Nua about it. The treaty was signed about 130 years ago. I was busy developing Ocean Shockwave Fist, so I didn't pay much attention to it. But the news kept reporting about it, so I think I heard about it. I need to recall. Nua muttered and lowered his head to think. If it was the living Nua, relying on her 2 layers of brain region, she would be able to recall the past and obtain the answer almost instantly. But now, without the support of his brain domain, he could only recall the news reports from that time by association. About a quarter of an hour later, Nua said, I remember now. The name of that superstar organization is called Greenwald Magic Arts Academy. Nua looked at Angor and saw the latter narrowing his eyes as if he remembered something. Do you know about this organization? Angor hesitated for 2 seconds before he nodded. I've heard about it. It's a superpower organization. In the origin world, a superpower organization was an organization that had to reach the top in terms of knowledge, strength, and influence. They also had their own special projects. In other words, they were the most powerful wizard organizations in the origin world. There were only a few of them in the origin world. Angor thought that the so-called superpower organization that signed a treaty with the Ordovician realm was just a fabrication. But now, it seemed that it was true. Greenwood Spell Academy was one of the few superpower organizations in the origin world. As far as Angor knew, the Greenwood Spell Academy believed in free will. They believed that only unrestrained wizards could find the spark of inspiration. An organization with the philosophy of laissez-faire was not necessarily chaotic internally, but its voice was definitely not unified. Angor couldn't believe that such an organization was willing to follow the rules and sign a peace treaty with the Ordovician realm. He thought the organization that signed the treaty was a law-abiding organization. The reason for this was because they were lawful. But who would have thought that the Greenwald Magic Research Institute, which was the least lawful of them all, was actually the other side of the Ordovician Realm's peace treaty? Elvi Nua said, I don't know why they signed the treaty with the Ordovician realm. That's the government's business. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Someone who can activate the second layer of his brain and arrange a resurrection plan? You're an ordinary citizen? Elvi Nua chuckled. Just a little bit unusual. Elvi Nua had her own secrets. Angor knew that Elvi Nua didn't want to talk about herself, but he didn't bother asking. Did the Wizarding World and the Ordovician realm ever go to war? Elvi Nua thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know. I don't know much about such things. I've only been to the Void a few times. I thought about going to the Outer Realm County, but I gave up. This was the second time Elvi Nua mentioned Outer Realm County. Outer Realm County? You mean? Elvi Nua answered matter-of-factly, the counties outside the Ordovician realm. Ordovician realm had several realms, and all the counties outside the realm were called Outer Realm Counties. However, Outer Realm Counties were also classified into different categories. Some of them were the original realms of the Ordovician realm, which were relatively powerful. Using the Wizarding World as an example, the Southern Domain, Eastern Domain, Northern Domain, and Western Continent were all referred to as the Wizarding World. They all shared the same origin, but they were far from each other. It was the same for the Ordovician realm. Many of its realms were very far away from each other, and the counties in these realms were called Outer Realm Counties. Other than that, the Ordovician realm also established their own counties in other realms when conquering them. However, compared to the prefectures in the Source World, these prefectures outside the boundary were relatively weaker. Elvi Nua explained, the Outer Realm Counties have a lot of special resources, culture, and knowledge, which can help me develop my brain and develop new abilities. That's why I've always wanted to go there, but I never had the chance. In the Ordovician realm, people who wanted to go to the Outer Realm Counties either had to buy a bus ticket or travel across the void. The bus ticket had a limited number of places, so it was difficult for ordinary people to get there. As for traveling across the void, as Angor said, the long distance would hinder most people's progress. While listening to Elvi Nua's complaints, Angor's mind drifted away. The existence of the Outer Realm Counties confirmed Angor's belief that the Ordovician realm was not weak as a whole. Not only did the Ordovician realm have many origin worlds, but they could also conquer other realms and turn them into counties. This development pattern was quite similar to the Wizarding World. Conquering other realms already showed how powerful the Ordovicians were. Are there any miraculous creatures in the Ordovician realm? If there were miraculous creatures in the Ordovician realm, then the Greenwald Spell Academy would sign a peace treaty with the Ordovician realm. However, Elvi Nua shook her head. Do you mean God? I don't know if there are gods or not. Once a person's brain development reached 100% and broke through the limit, he or she would become a demigod. This stage corresponded to the legendary existences in the Wizarding World. Above the demigod realm was the god realm. If there were miraculous creatures, they could only be gods. I don't know if there are gods or not. But I do know that demigods exist. There is one in Ocean County, and I heard that there are more than one demigod in the Outer Realm Counties. Fine. He didn't know if miraculous creatures existed, but there were plenty of legendary existences in the Ordovician realm. That was already very powerful. If a legendary existence corresponded to an abyss creature, it would be a demon god. A single demon god could bring about an apocalypse in the southern Wizarding World. The Ordovician realm was at least several times stronger than the southern Wizarding World. Speaking of demigods, Elvi Nua suddenly remembered something. The Doomsday Plan mentioned that a demigod from the Devious Sea once contacted wizards from Sunshine County. They called those wizards lunatics. Angor was surprised. There's such a thing in the Doomsday Plan? Elvi Nua explained, the Doomsday Plan is just what we call it. It actually contains a lot of information collected by the Devious Sea. All of this information will be used in the Doomsday Plan, which is why it's classified into one category. Angor nodded. If he wanted to know more about the Ordovician realm, he might need to read the Doomsday Plan. End of chapter. Speaking of which, why did the demigod from Devious Sea call the wizards from Sunshine County crazy? Angor looked at Lunir curiously. Lunir considered. I think the demigod discovered that the wizards are working on a certain project. A project? Elvinua replied, yes, the Doomsday Plan doesn't have a detailed record of what project it is. But I think it involves human experiments. Lunir glanced at Angor. I think it's a wizard from Sunshine County who is experimenting on us Ordovans. Also, it seems that the government of Sunshine County is working with them in secret. Angor didn't know what to say. Well, that wasn't surprising at all. In the wizarding world, most people scoffed at human experiments. However, wizards were always interested in studying non-humans. For example, there was a section in Expedition into Planes published by Moonfrost Union that described the research of otherworldly creatures. The research wasn't just about observation. There were also plenty of reports on live experiments. Angor wasn't surprised when Lunir mentioned that the wizards were experimenting on Ordovans. The only difference was that the explorers only studied living creatures after conquering an otherworldly world. Meanwhile, the wizards from Ordovans worked together with the government of Sunshine County to study Ordovans. It wasn't too far off. It was all research. Oh, right. That demigod didn't mention anything about his research in the Doomsday Plan, but I think he called it something? An exception? Elvinua's eyes lit up as she nodded fiercely, yes, 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 it is an exceptional project. After the excitement subsided, Elvinua noticed that Angor's expression was a bit strange, especially when he heard about the special project. Exception? What's so special about it? Lunir was confused. Not only was Elvinua curious, but even Laplace, who had been silent all this while, looked over curiously. It was the first time she saw such a strange expression on Angor's face. Angor remained silent for a few seconds to collect his thoughts. You can say that this is the most advanced research project in the wizarding world. When a wizard organization has its own exception, it is qualified to be called a superstar organization. The existence of an exception was the difference between a superstar organization and a normal one. What do you mean by an exception? Lunir asked. It's a project that other organizations can't do. Elvinua, huh? Apparently, Lunir did not understand what Angor meant. Or rather, without a comparison, it was hard to understand the difference between an exception and a normal research project. Angor considered. Let's take Greenwald Spell Institute as an example. They're a superstar organization because they have their own exception project. As far as I know, their exceptional project is called the Breadth of Spell Specialization. What was the breadth of spell specialization? To put it simply, no one could compare to them in terms of their understanding of magical techniques. In other words, the number of spells created by Greenwald Spell was equal to the number of all the other superstar organizations. Wizards learning spells was learning a spell? As long as he didn't take the wrong path, he would eventually succeed. At most, it would just take a little more time. However, creating spells was very, very difficult for sorcerers. Spell techniques were different from cantrips. Almost every spell technique had the ability to transcend heaven and earth. If there was even the slightest mistake in the spell, it could cause the wizard himself to explode on the spot. Because of this, there were very few wizards who created spells. However, wizards couldn't always stick to the rules and rely on the knowledge of their predecessors. There had to be pioneers who were willing to explore new territories. The Greenwald Magic Research Institute was a true pioneer in the field of spell creation. The fact that they created spell creation as an exception project was enough to show how many spells they had created. More than half of the spells in the southern region came from this organization. Of course, most of them were simplified versions. After listening to Angor's explanation, Lunir and Laplace gained a basic understanding of exception projects. They didn't know how difficult it was to create spells, but they could understand a little from Angor's explanation. So, exception projects refer to outstanding projects in a certain aspect. I thought that was the name of the project. Lunir sighed. Elvinua lamented in a low voice. Then, she suddenly thought of something. So, the Greenwald Sorcery Research Institute's exceptional project in the Sunshine County might also be studying the creation of spells? After all, the Greenwald Spell Institute's exception project was spell creation. Angor shook his head. I don't know. But if it's about spell creation, it won't involve live experiments on Ordovans. You're right. Maybe it's something else? Lumiere nodded. Angor couldn't figure it out either. Laplace, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. Is it difficult for Ordovans to develop their abilities? You're saying? Angor glanced at Laplace and realized something. Just a guess, Laplace said. Angor narrowed his eyes and nodded. Their conversation caused Nua to be puzzled. Since Angor and Laplace were speaking directly, Lumiere couldn't understand what they were talking about. Angor told Lumiere about Laplace's question. Nua thought for a moment and said, the difficulty of the Ordovician's ability development, this is hard to say. Personally, I think the simpler an ability is, the easier it is to develop it. But if the ability requires more than 25% of one's brain power, it'll be very difficult to develop it. Lumiere gave a simple example. It took him about 3 years to develop an air gun that only used 11% of one's brain power. Another one, space oscillation, which used 26% of one's brain power, took him 60 years to develop, but he still didn't succeed. When he died, he didn't succeed in developing the ability, so he put it aside. After listening to Lumiere's explanation, Angor learned more about airgun and space oscillation. The basic logic behind these two abilities was air wave. The former used one's finger as a medium to shoot air bullets. The latter caused huge ripples in the air and caused space to oscillate. In terms of lethality, these two abilities were completely different. Air finger gun was a level 1 or level 2 cantrip at best, according to the wizard's classification. Space oscillation, on the other hand, was qualified to be a level 1 spell. Will you run into any danger during the development process? Lumiere considered. Yes, but it's manageable as long as we're careful. For example, when I was developing the air finger gun, the air bullets that I fired flew around randomly and almost hit myself. Angor didn't know what to say. That wasn't the problem. You were just being careless, Lumiere continued. Space oscillation can also cause space rifts, which can kill you if you're not careful. Angor nodded. Still, that's not the problem. Angor understood. To put it simply, Ordovans had their own unique advantages when it came to developing abilities. It took a lot of time, but it wasn't too dangerous. Wizards, on the other hand, had to dance on a steel knife in their mind space every time they tried to develop an ability. Any carelessness or mistake in their research could cause the spell to backfire and break their spirit model. This was a direct threat to a wizard's life. Wizards, on the other hand, could create spells very quickly if they were on the right track and did not make any mistakes in their research. For example, Angor could create a level 1 cantrip within a few months without the help of the hologram tablet. In comparison, the creation of the Ordovans and the Adepts were two extremes. The Ordovans were slow in developing their abilities, but it was not too dangerous. The sorcerers were fast in creating spells, but there was always danger. If there's a way that combines the advantages of both sides, does it qualify as a special project? Lumiere understood what Angor was trying to say. You're saying that the wizards from Sunshine County are experimenting on Ordovans to find a perfect way to create spells? That's just a guess from me and Laplace. We don't know if it's true or not. But I personally think it's the case. Laplace added, it's also possible that they're studying the brain. By studying the brain, Angor could learn the origin of Ordovans' abilities as well as the mechanism of brain development. It was killing two birds with one stone. And to study the brain, one had to do human experiments. Thinking about it this way, it made sense. It's possible. But the brain is an organ that transcends dimensions, just like the mind space. It won't be easy to study it. They continued to talk about this topic, but no matter how much they talked about it, it was only their imagination. Besides, he didn't need to think too much about it. Next, Angor asked more questions about Ordovician realm. In the end, he concluded that Ordovician realm was not a weak world. It was very powerful, and there were quite a number of demigods. Lumiere didn't know if there were gods, but there were miracles. Miracles referred to the ruins left behind by gods. This meant that, at the very least, the Ordovician realm had once given birth to gods. In other words, miraculous life forms. Miracle creatures rarely died. They might not show up in Ordovician realm now, but since they once existed, there was a good chance that they were still alive. Perhaps this was also the reason why the Greenwald Magic Academy chose to sign a peace treaty with the Ordovician people instead of conquering them by force. After all, miracle creatures were immortal beings in the general plane. As a matter of fact, he was now interested in the Ordovician realm. Ordovician realm. If it wasn't too far away, Angor would really like to see it. Unfortunately, the stage was too small. Besides, Angor needed to settle down. Otherwise, he would really like to see other worlds. Next, he took Lunir to the rabbit girl. It was better for the rabbit girl to teach Lunir about the heart read, as well as introducing the Wonderland dungeon and the functions of the screen. As for Angor, he followed Laplace and left Bunny Building to meet up with Hoda. Before saying goodbye to Lunir, Angor said, "I don't really believe in fate. But I have a feeling that fate is behind you coming to the Dream Crystal. If fate is stirring up the pool, there must be a solution. After all, fate rarely gives unsolvable endings." Angor's words sounded like a charlatan. The bunny girl didn't know what to say. Lunir, on the other hand, understood what Angor meant. If everything was arranged by fate, then such a fate would not have given him a dead end without a way out. In other words, Lunir's coming to the Dream Crystal wasn't necessarily a bad thing. His wish to go back to Ordovician realm was not impossible either. As long as fate had an exit, there must be a solution. Elvi Nua took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand." Angor already told him what the solution was, the Paradise Dungeon. Maybe Angor was right. He would find a way to go home in the Wonderland dungeon. Seeing the determination in Lunir's eyes, Angor nodded in satisfaction. He handed the heart reed to Lunir and left. Using God's view, Angor had already located Hoda and the city spirit. They were outside the underground cavern, which was also the surface of the Dream Crystal. On their way back to the surface, they saw many children playing on the slide. Since the path was sloping and it was raining outside, a thin layer of water formed on the surface of the ground. The children used this layer of water as a slide and had a lot of fun. Angor couldn't help but sigh when he saw the lively atmosphere. They did build a drainage channel, but it didn't seem like the underground cavern was suitable for living if the extreme weather continued. But now, the Crystal Eye race had arrived. They were another race that knew how to use crystals. With their help, Rabbit Town could be reborn. They walked on the water and reached the surface. It was still raining outside, but only around Rabbit Town. Angor took special care of this area, so the rain wasn't as heavy as before. Everywhere else, it was raining like the end of the world. If it was a rainstorm like the one outside, with Rabbit Town's size, it would probably be completely submerged in no time. Why build a town in a sealed underground cave? Didn't they consider the possibility of getting flooded? Angor and Laplace heard someone talking as soon as they reached the surface. Angor looked up and saw 3 Crystal Eye clansmen hiding under the eaves of a building that was more than 90% finished. Hoda and City Spirit were among them. The speaker was a Crystal Eye clansman with a rather fierce aura. Hoda smiled bitterly. "Even if you ask me, I can't give you an answer. I only entered the Dream Crystal plane an hour before you did. But then again, the bigger the problem in Rabbit Town is, the more it will highlight your talent as a great designer." Honda raised her head. "You're right. The worse this place is, the brighter I'll make it. I'll let the former designer here see what kind of *T he designed." Hoda didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say, and he was attracted by the footsteps in the rain. He looked at something not far away. Angor and Laplace were approaching him. Hoda waved at them with a smile. Angor nodded back, but Hoda noticed that Angor's expression was a bit strange. "What happened?" Hoda asked curiously. "Could it be that Lunua has caused some trouble?" Angor didn't know what to say. Instead of asking Lunir, he might as well ask the Crystal Eye clansman who just mocked him. "Lunua is fine. I just didn't expect you to come outside. It's raining so hard here." Hoda chuckled. "City Spirit and I were going to check out Silver Coral Island. But we ran into Lady Honda on our way. She said she wanted to have a look around here, so we decided to accompany her." Honda, Angor looked at the crystal-eyed clansman who was boasting earlier. No, she's the designer of the Rare Treasures Museum? Angor looked at the clansman in surprise. Hoda nodded. Yes, that's her. Honda bowed to Angor as well. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and gratitude. You must be Mr. Angor. I heard from Prophet Hoda that it was you who woke me up from my eternal slumber. Thank you so much, Mr. Honda's eyes seemed to be misty, and even her voice was forceful. Compared to the arrogant attitude she had when she was talking nonsense, it was completely different. Don't worry about it. Your talent is the highest pass. Honda bowed slightly. No matter what, I will never forget your kindness. In order to repay you, I'll definitely completely transform these ruins and turn Rabbit Town into the greatest original city. Ruins? Honda, this place is no different from a wasteland now, but it doesn't matter. It won't be long before this place becomes a flourishing place. I swear on my name. By the way, Mr. Angor, can I meet the former designer of Rabbit Town? I have something to ask him. Every time they talked about design, Honda's aura was obvious. Good was good, bad was bad. But at other times, Honda was more polite. Why do you want to see him? I just want to see if his brain is filled with mud or shit. Angor. I take back my words. Honda humped again. He put everyone's living place in a cave, and a completely sealed one at that. Isn't he afraid of floods and landslides? Is there a possibility that the downpour is only happening today? Angor asked. Hoda also said, that's right. I heard from the new residents that it has never rained before. It was also because of the first rain that the children were so happy. Honda frowned. Even so, he shouldn't have built the town in a cave. What kind of designer is a designer if he can't plan ahead? I'm sure he's already considered that. The town on the surface is under construction too, isn't it? Honda gave Angor a puzzled look. She could already tell that Angor seemed to be defending the designer. Honda knew how to deal with people. Since Angor's attitude was so obvious, Honda did not want to complain anymore. She considered for a moment and said, I still want to talk to the designer. I want to know where he got his materials and tools. Before Angor could answer, Hoda spoke first. About the materials, I asked the people nearby. They said they got them from Silver Coral Island. I heard about Silver Coral Island as well. But I think it's mostly wood. There aren't many shaped stones there. Honda shook her head. Forget it. I'll go check it out myself. Honda was clearly a ruthless person. She had no intention of wasting time. After she finished speaking, she bid farewell to everyone and turned to walk into the catacombs. When Honda walked past Angor, she stopped and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Do you have any ideas about the new Rabbit Town, mister? You can tell me about your design style and ideas. Angor replied without thinking, I'll tell you, but you won't do it, right? Honda was surprised. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. So you know me well, mister. If it were someone else, I'd say the same. But since it's you, Mr. Angor, I'll ask for your opinion. As long as you don't go too far. Like making the building look like a rabbit? I can't do that. It wasn't that Honda didn't like the rabbit building. Judging from the design of the building and the various facilities inside, Honda couldn't find any problems. However, the rabbit building was a standalone building. It didn't look bad on its own. But if she put it in a community or a city, she really couldn't think of any place to put it. A children's park, that's right, there were many oddly designed buildings in the children's park, but those were all entertainment facilities for people to have fun, not living buildings. Therefore, if she was asked to design a bunny building, it wasn't that she couldn't design it, but she definitely had to mentally prepare herself for a few days and nights. On the other hand, Angor was lost in his thoughts. Design style? He ignored Honda's sarcasm and began to imagine the cities in his mind. He quickly went through all kinds of cities in his mind. Many of them were fantasy style. Some of them were even legendary style cities that existed in wizard-level cities. Angor liked all of them. But in the end, he decided not to mention anything and not to interfere with Honda's design. The main reason was that he didn't have enough resources. Those fantasy styles were not bad, but they required a lot of transcendent materials. With the dream crystal's current material reserves, they might not even be able to build a floating building, so why bother Honda? Of course, if he wanted, he could use the dream whelp to bring in supernatural materials like he did in the dream wasteland. That would also satisfy the requirements for building a supernatural city. But he gave up on that option in the end. In the future, the dream crystal would welcome a large number of people from different races. If he really relied on external means to provide supernatural materials, how to distribute them would be a big problem. Besides, the White Sun Mirror region was different from the southern region. The southern region had the support of Brute Cavern, which was more than enough to suppress all kinds of rumors about the Dream Wasteland. Besides, the Dream Wasteland was very convenient. Especially the realmless connection, which could change the entire wizarding world. Therefore, even without Brute Cavern's suppression, wizards would still rely on the Dream Wasteland. But the White Sun Mirror region was different. There were many different races here, and they all had different cultures. The power could suppress them, but it couldn't really make them feel a sense of belonging to the Dream Crystal. They didn't really need the realmless connection because their races all lived in the same mirror plane, so they didn't really need it. Therefore, the best way to make them feel a sense of belonging to the Dream Crystal was to let them get used to it. They had to start from scratch and build their own territory in the Dream Crystal. Step by step, they would turn their habits into nature. Then, this place would become an indispensable part of their future. With that in mind, Angor spoke up, "I don't know much about design, and I never thought about the style of a design. As a layman, I don't think it's a good idea to teach someone who knows how to design. You can design it yourself. I believe that your design will definitely make my eyes light up." Honda didn't know what to say. After a long while, she nodded gently. "Although you said that you don't know much about design, your words are more enlightening than the words of many designers who fish for fame." Angor was puzzled. "I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Honda placed a hand on her chest and bowed deeply. "I won't let you down, sir." With that, Honda put on a determined look and walked back into the cave. Her steps were as quick as shooting stars, as if there was a beautiful dream waiting for her ahead. After Honda disappeared into the cave, Hoda spoke again. "Miss Honda is a bit of a straightforward person. Sometimes she speaks without thinking. I hope you don't mind her, Mr. Angor." Angor gave Hoda a meaningful look. "So you already know who the original designer of Rabbit Town is." Hoda understood Angor's meaning, but he didn't continue the topic. "We're here because we want to check out the surrounding landscape and see how the new city is going to be built. But it's raining outside, and we can't see the end of it. No one knows how big this place is. So Honda decided to design a transportation tool first. We'll explore it later." "A transportation tool?" Hoda nodded. "A wheelbarrow powered by foot power. Honda has the blueprint, so she can make it soon." "A wheelbarrow powered by foot power? Could it be a bicycle?" He asked a few questions out of curiosity and realized that he had made a mistake. Rather than a wheelbarrow, it was more like a skateboard or a special type of ice skates. On the smooth crystal plane, it was indeed much faster to rely on ice skates instead of walking. But the wheelbarrow can only be used for now. When more people enter the Dream Crystal, we'll have to consider other transportation tools. Otherwise, it'll be much harder for us to explore the place quickly, Hoda said. Later, I'll talk to Honda about the transportation tool for multiple people. Of course, the construction of Rabbit Town is still our priority. Hoda sighed and returned to the topic at hand. "Since we've dealt with Lunia's problem, shall we log off now?" Angor nodded. Without wasting any time, everyone logged off. After logging off, it took Angor about 10 minutes to draw up a contract for purchasing the logger with Hoda. However, they didn't sign it right away. In Angor's words, the final decision would be left to Gleipnir's judgment. Therefore, Gleipnir would still be the one to sign the contract. Of course, this was only an excuse. The most important reason was that Gleipnir wanted to take Yoda with him to solve the final problem in his mind. Of course, Hoda and the giant city spirit didn't object. After experiencing the benefits of the Dream Crystal, they didn't have anything to complain about. Especially since the miracle ritual could free the Crystal Eye race from their shackles for more than 2,000 years. In the future, no more young people would die because of this. From now on, the Crystal Eye race will turn a new page. Let the past be the past. The future will be the age of the young, Hoda said in front of Angor's face. When he said these words, his turbid eyes were obviously filled with water vapor. Hoda lowered his head to hide the tears in his eyes, but he couldn't hide his sobbing voice. Let the past end with me. Sin, let me bear it. The future will definitely be bright, and it will also be a better era. Angor was speechless. Are you going to commit suicide? A moment later, Hoda wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled awkwardly. I'm just thinking. Oh, mister. You said you want to go to the mirror where Lunia's grave is? Angor nodded. Lunia asked me to do something for him, and he gave me a space storage in his grave in return. Since the mirror was already taken away by the Crystal Eye race, the items inside should be considered as spoils of war for the Crystal Eye race. This was why Angor didn't hide Lunia's matter from them. Besides, Hoda had to give his permission to enter Lunia's grave. Of course. I'll arrange for someone to take you there. Hoda clearly didn't intend to take Lunia's space storage for himself. Besides, someone like him who enjoyed a high position all the time didn't really care about something so trivial. The mirror space where Juno's graveyard was located was a slice of the real world, so the space inside was extremely sturdy. Now, it was sealed by the Crystal Eye race. Inside the mirror vault. The mirror vault has a special seal that prevents the mirrors inside from being taken out. So, I'll have to trouble you to go there yourself. With that, Hoda opened the door to the crystal cluster space. There were familiar hexagram runes under the door, which meant it was another teleportation array. Both Angor and Laplace knew what to do, so they stepped inside and teleported away. When they regained their footing, they were already inside the ring-shaped fortress. However, when he looked around, there didn't seem to be many people on this level of the circular fortress. Even the lights at the fence were not on. If they weren't mistaken, they were still below the 101st level. Hoda also followed the teleportation array to the ring-shaped fortress. However, he was alone. Angor looked behind Hoda and didn't see the city spirit. Hoda explained in a low voice, the mirror vault is a chaotic maze that requires the spirit of the city to control. Otherwise, it'll be hard to get out. The city spirit didn't come with Hoda because she had already returned to the core of the mirror vault. Angor nodded. Shall we go now then? Hoda didn't refuse. He led Angor to one side of the ring-shaped fortress while explaining the place to them. This is the 50th level of the ring-shaped fortress. Because the mirror vault is located here, it's also called the mirror maze level, Hoda explained. Usually, only the maze guards stay here. Hoda pointed at the Crystal Eye race soldiers around them. These were the so-called maze guards. The maze guards who were pointed out by Hoda quietly followed behind them. Hoda explained, they'll follow you into the graveyard ruin later. If you need anything, just tell them. The maze guards bowed to Angor and Laplace. Clearly, they had already received their orders. Not long after, Hoda arrived in front of a building. This building didn't look very luxurious, but compared to other buildings, it was particularly special. It was a rare non-crystalline building in the circular fortress. It was made of a mirror, and there were painted patterns on the mirror. It looked like a psychedelic witch's hut. Hoda stopped in front of the door. This is the entrance to the mirror vault. Hoda looked at Angor and said, I won't be going with you. I'll let the labyrinth guardian guide you. I'll go to the cemetery and get the Saint Corpse crystal that Mr. wants. Earlier, he had a talk with Hoda in the crystal cluster space, and he hoped that Hoda would give him some of the crystals. The reason why he wanted these sacred corpse crystals was mainly because he wanted to refine a tool that could lock onto the souls within the sacred corpse crystals and use it to recruit people in batches. Therefore, he needed a large batch of sacred corpse crystals as an experiment. Hoda didn't ask Angor what he wanted the crystals for. As long as the souls could enter the dream crystal domain and become new residents, nothing else mattered. Hoda asked, Sir, what kind of Saint Corpse crystal do you need? Is it a talent type or a soldier type? Anything is fine. Even mortals will do. Angor didn't really care about the type of crystal since it was all for testing. However, it would be better if he could get new residents who were capable of carrying out their tasks. Hoda nodded. I understand. I'll give you 10,000 crystals this time. 80% of them will be soldiers, while the other 2 will be candidates. All right. With that, Hoda turned around and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly stopped after taking 2 steps. By the way, about Prophet Tunita's Saint Corpse crystal, I will give it to Mr. later. However, if you want to obtain Prophet Tunita's Saint Corpse crystal, you need the unanimous consent of the Elders' Council. It might take a bit longer. But I should be able to get it done in 2 days. After saying that, Hoda bowed one last time before walking into the darkness and disappearing. The labyrinth guards also saw Hoda bowing before he left, so they treated him even more seriously, as if they were afraid of offending him in any way. Let's go. Angor nodded to the labyrinth guardians and asked them to lead the way. The labyrinth guardians quickly stepped forward and opened the door of the mirror vault. It was a bright and spacious room without any decorations or furniture. Angor could easily see the end of the room. At the end of the room, which was also the innermost part of the room, stood a lonely isometric mirror. The mirror didn't do its job. It couldn't reflect anything. When Angor approached the mirror, he saw a dark vortex spinning in the center of the mirror. It looked like a bottomless black hole. Sir, the mirror maze is inside the vortex, a labyrinth guardian said. Angor already knew what was going on. So, do we go in directly? The labyrinth guardians panicked. 2 of them even stood in front of the mirror and waved their hands at Angor. No. We need a vehicle. A vehicle? Angor was confused. Yes. The labyrinth guardian, who seemed to be the highest-ranking labyrinth guardian, explained, there are mirrors everywhere in the maze. If we don't use a vehicle, we'll get lost in an unknown space. Angor didn't really understand what the labyrinth guardian was trying to say. But since he was told to use a vehicle, he might as well use it. But did he need to prepare a vehicle himself? Could he use a gondola? While Angor was thinking, the labyrinth guardian took out a round crystal shell and tossed it into the air. The shell quickly expanded into a giant crystal ball about 5 meters wide. Inside the crystal ball was a floating water surface. Under the illumination of the ceiling light, it was suffused with golden ripples. Here's your vehicle, the labyrinth guardian said as he opened the door of the crystal ball. In an instant, there was a buzzing sound as the dozen or so labyrinth guardians all spread the crystal wings on their backs and flew into the crystal ball like a swarm of bees. As soon as they entered, the crystal ball began to distort. Through the transparent shell, Angor could see that the labyrinth guardians had all shrunk down. There must be some kind of expansion space inside the crystal ball. Sirs, this way please. It was the only labyrinth guardian who stayed outside. Angor glanced at Laplace, who nodded at him and flew into the crystal ball ahead of Angor. Seeing this, Angor flew in as well. He landed in the crystal ball and stepped on the shallow surface of the water, causing ripples of light to appear. When the last labyrinth guardian entered, the door of the crystal ball closed. The giant crystal ball began to shrink until it was only about 1 meter wide. Of course, this was only what was seen from the outside world. For the people inside the crystal ball, there was no change in space at all. Once the crystal ball reached a suitable size, it flew toward the nearby vortex. When it passed through the vortex, a blinding white light shone upon it. Angor closed his eyes out of reflex. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that he was no longer in the small room. Instead, he found himself in a space filled with countless mirrors. There were mirrors all around, and each of the mirrors glowed with a faint blue light. The blue light would decrease in brightness as it got closer and closer to the mirror. That was why he was sure that they weren't in a mirror room. Instead, they were in a mirror maze with obvious depth. Moreover, not only was there a maze on the flat surface, but the ceiling above their heads and the floor below were also clearly mirrored corridors. Clearly, it was also a maze. Sir, if you walked into the vortex, you would fall into the mirror below. You'll be sucked in as soon as you touch the mirror. It was the labyrinth guardian who spoke last. If Angor was not mistaken, he was the captain of the labyrinth guardians. The other labyrinth guards around him were obviously respectful to him. Once you enter the mirror below, you'll be teleported to a random place. No one knows which mirror you'll end up in. The captain continued, there are more than 100,000 mirrors here. You'll probably be trapped to death. This was why they had to use vehicles to enter the maze. Otherwise, they would be trapped just by touching the mirrors. Why are there so many mirrors here? Where's the mirror space we're looking for? Angor asked. I don't know. The captain didn't know how to answer. But don't worry. Prophet Hoda already sent us a message. Mr. City Spirit will help us clear the way. Clear the way? Could it be that the giant city spirit was going to descend into the maze as a guide to open the way? As Angor pondered, a bright blue light suddenly appeared outside the crystal ball. By the time the blue light calmed down, the mirror maze outside had completely disappeared. The crystal ball that carried them was now floating in the dark space. Below the crystal ball, there were numerous mirrors that glowed with a faint blue light. These glowing mirrors formed a boundless ground. Several hundred meters away, an irregular mirror was floating in the air while emitting a bright white light. It was the only mirror left behind. Mr. City Spirit is here. The captain of the guards climbed onto the surface of the crystal ball and looked at the floating mirror in the distance. He was pleasantly surprised. That's our target. Angor also looked outside in surprise. He thought the spirit was going to lead the way. He didn't expect the spirit to shrink the maze into a two-dimensional plane and let their only target float in the air. As expected of the spirit, who was used to doing big things. With a clear target in mind, the crystal ball quickly flew toward the mirror in the distance. It didn't seem like the crystal ball was going to stop at all. It simply rushed into the glowing mirror. When Angor opened his eyes again, he found himself in a long, dark corridor. There was no one around. Angor wasn't surprised at all. Elvi Nua once told him that his graveyard was a ruin that belonged to someone else. The ruin would randomly teleport anyone who was still alive inside. There was a high chance that the person would be teleported to a certain place, while there was a small chance that the person would be teleported separately. The reason why Sigma Mata's team split up was that they triggered a small chance event. So far, Angor had also triggered a small chance event. But it wasn't a big deal. The hidden space of the ruin hadn't been explored yet, but the main path of the tomb had been marked by the crystal eye race. The marking was very obvious. It was a glowing mirror. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a shiny mirror not far away. He walked toward the mirror and reached it in just a few steps. He tapped on the mirror and the room instantly brightened up as if a voice-activated light system had been activated. Angor looked around and confirmed that he was in an ordinary tomb corridor. There were some paintings on the walls, but they were mostly eroded by the wind. Angor couldn't tell what they were. He could only vaguely see fragments of monsters and blood bones. Elvi Nua didn't prepare these murals. They were left behind by the previous owner of the tomb. Elvi Nua didn't know what they were. Maybe they were stories from the ancient Ordovician realm, but that wasn't important. Angor turned around and looked at the mirror marked by the crystal eye race. A small map lit up on the mirror. Most of the places on the map were dark. There were only two bright spots. One was a red skull in the center, and the other was a corridor near the skull. The red skulls represented the main burial chamber. All the mirror marks left behind by the crystal eye race indicated the location of the main tomb. In other words, the main tomb was the core of the ruin. The other lit corridor led to where Angor was. It's not far from the main tomb. Only 2 corridors away. There are no traps nearby. Angor rubbed his chin. Looks like I'm in luck. There was a small chance of teleportation, but the landing point was good. Angor was satisfied. After confirming his location, Angor looked back at the corridor behind him. According to Elvi Nua's information, there should be a hidden space about a few hundred meters away. But Angor didn't plan to explore it. Elvi Nua already asked Hoda to deal with the hidden space, so Angor didn't want to bother. For now, he should go to the main tomb first. Previously, he had made an agreement with Laplace that if they encountered a teleportation event, they would meet up in the main tomb. With that in mind, Angor walked deeper into the brightly lit corridor. He didn't run into any obstacles along the way. Luckily, when he turned into the second corridor, the spirit bond that lost its signal came online again. He managed to contact Laplace without much trouble. This also meant that Laplace was nearby. There was a turn ahead. What was revealed was yet another pitch-black corridor. Angor glanced around and saw a mirror with a crystal eye symbol. He stepped forward and prepared to activate the light. However, before he could reach out to touch it, Angor noticed something. The wall lamps at the end of the corridor lit up one by one and rushed toward Angor like a tide of light. Just like the horror scenes in the holographic tablet, light and darkness flickered in his eyes. At the end of the corridor, a figure walked out. No, it didn't walk. It floated out. At the end of the corridor was a girl with strange eyes. Her long silver hair was woven into a pair of wings behind her back. As the wings flapped, she appeared like a phantom. In just 1 second, she crossed 100 meters and appeared in front of Angor. You moved like that? Angor looked at the girl in front of him and asked through their spirit bond. Yes. It doesn't take much effort. Angor didn't know what to say. She said she was 4 or 5 corridors away from him, but he just turned a corner and ran into her. Now Angor understood that with her flash speed, it would only take her a few seconds to reach the main chamber even if she was outside the graveyard. Without a doubt, this person was Laplace. Angor shook his head to clear his mind. You were teleported alone too? Laplace retracted her silver hair and landed on the ground. Sort of. However, 2 of my labyrinth guards were teleported along with me, and they were all teleported to a place 10 corridors away from here. Angor poked his head out of curiosity and looked behind Laplace. Where are those 2? Maybe they're still here? Maybe they're heading to the main chamber? Angor knew that Laplace didn't wait for the maze guardians. However, it didn't really matter to them whether there were maze guardians or not. Hoda said the maze guardians would act as guides. In fact, the maze guardians would only serve as guides in the maze outside. Once they entered the graveyard, the maze guardians wouldn't be very useful. After all, the entire graveyard was filled with small maps marked by the crystal eyes. They wouldn't get lost even without the maze guardians. What should we do then? Angor asked, should we go to the main chamber and meet up with the maze guardians first? Or should we go straight to the destination? Laplace didn't hesitate at all. Let's go to the destination first and get the space storage. Then we'll meet up with the maze guardians and leave. Why did it sound so urgent? Angor was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. All right. After making their choice, the 2 of them didn't delay any longer and directly walked towards the location of the hidden space mentioned by LV Nua. The location of the hidden space was not far from the main tomb. It was about 100 meters below the main tomb. In the past, Lu Nua only needed to use the diffusion of spatial fluctuations to directly teleport to the hidden space. But now, although the external stability of the space in the ruins was good, the internal space was extremely weak. Once the spatial ability was used, it might cause a hole to appear in the mirror. As for the outcome, the entire mirror would collapse. Therefore, they couldn't use spatial abilities to reach the hidden dimension. They had to take the normal route. LV Nua explained, I've only taken the normal route a few times. There weren't any dangers on the way. Just some barriers. As long as you follow the rules, you won't run into any traps. Apart from that, it's really, really far. You have to go around the outer circle of the ruin and come to a mosaic space. Then you have to walk for several kilometers under the guidance of a guide to reach the final hidden dimension. I don't know what the previous owner of the ruin was thinking. Why did he have to take such a big detour when it's just below the main chamber? Angor didn't really care about LV Nua's complaints. It was only several kilometers, which was only a few thousand steps. But when they set foot on the path, they finally understood why LV Nua hated it so much. Even as the successor of the ruin, LV Nua had only taken this route a few times. The entrance to the hidden dimension was an inconspicuous corridor. As long as one stayed at the entrance of this corridor, and repeatedly entered and exited within a short period of time, a new path would appear the next time one entered the corridor. This was the only way to reach the hidden dimension. As soon as they stepped on the path, Angor noticed that they had entered a different dimension. 10 meters ahead of them was a cliff. Below the cliff was an endless void. Stepping into it would only result in them falling down. They could fly, but they couldn't see the exit. Even if they wanted to fly, they didn't know where to go. However, this place was not completely without clues. In front of the cliff, there was a porcelain white mechanical doll. Without a doubt, this doll was the one that Lu Nua had mentioned, the one that led them to the hidden space. When Angor approached the puppet, it spoke something. However, neither of them understood what the puppet was saying. If they weren't mistaken, it was the language of the Ordovician realm. Even though he couldn't understand what the mannequin was saying, it didn't matter. Because according to LV Nua's explanation, the guide would lead them all the way to the hidden space. During this process, the guide would occasionally talk about some profound topics and even tell some unknown stories. It would also ask some inexplicable questions. But no matter what it said, they would ignore it. They just needed to stay silent. LV Nua said, "Whether I talk to the guide or ignore him, the result is the same. We'll be sent out of the mosaic space and to our destination." LV Nua thought it was an Easter egg left behind by the previous owner of the ruin. Maybe there were some hidden places in the mosaic space, and they just needed to answer the guide's questions to get them to those places. But it didn't matter whether they answered the guide's questions or not. The guide would only take them to the hidden dimension. There were no other hidden places. Therefore, they didn't really care about what the puppet was saying. They just needed to stay silent. Angor and Laplace did not say anything. The golem did not mind either. After saying something completely unintelligible, it waved its hand at the air. A path made of black and white marble appeared at the end of the cliff, which led to the dark void. After the golem stepped onto the path, it began to walk forward with large strides. In just a few steps, it appeared dozens of meters away. It stopped and looked back at them with its dark eyes, as if it was waiting for them to arrive. According to LV Nua, they only needed to follow the puppet to reach the hidden dimension. During the process, they had to observe the puppet's movements. LV Nua would also tell them about the restrictions on the path. Every time he stepped on a black marble tile, he never stepped on a white tile, said Angor. There must be some kind of barrier preventing him from stepping on white tiles. Laplace nodded. We're at the starting point anyway. Let's try. If they triggered the restriction, the path would disappear. For ordinary people, they would fall into the void. But for Angor and LV Nua, they would just fly back to the starting point and start over. It didn't matter if they made a mistake. Laplace went down first and landed on the black marble tiles. And then, the entire path disappeared. Without a doubt, they triggered the restriction on their first try. The puppet slowly flew to the edge of the cliff and smiled at them, as if it was mocking them for their stupidity. Laplace also came back and landed in front of Angor. Angor looked a little embarrassed when he saw Laplace. He rubbed his face. It's my fault. My observation was wrong. I don't think it's because of the bricks. After a moment of silence, Laplace shook his head. No, it's my fault. Huh? Laplace said, I flew over just now. Flying should be prohibited on this road. Is that so? Angor was surprised. Whether Laplace's judgment was correct or not, he would know after another try. When Angor approached the puppet again, it spoke something in Ordovician and began to lead the way. It was still the same black and white brick path. Just like before, the golem jumped onto the black brick surface every time. Laplace tried again. She didn't fly this time. Instead, she jumped and landed on the black brick. This time, the path didn't disappear, which meant Laplace's assumption was correct. Flying was forbidden here, so they had to jump. Angor also jumped onto the black brick and entered the void. They skipped forward, and the golem continued to lead the way. Angor didn't know how long he had been jumping. He wasn't tired, but the way he was moving made him feel like a scarecrow. Several minutes later, when the edge of the cliff was so far away that it looked like a dot of light, the puppet stopped. There was no path ahead. However, the puppet didn't panic. It waved its hand again. A new path had appeared. It was a blue water path with ripples on it. They could clearly see the glowing surface of the water, as well as a trace of water that led to the end of the darkness. Both Angor and Laplace stared at the puppet as soon as they saw the blue water path. They spent 10 minutes jumping to get here, and they didn't want to go back just like that. The puppet looked at the blue water path and murmured something that Angor couldn't understand. Then it continued on its way. This time, the puppet was still jumping. Its frequency of jumping was obviously lower. It would only jump once every 15 seconds. Angor observed carefully and noticed the pattern of the puppet's jumping. Every time it jumps, a ripple will appear on the water. When the ripple disappears, it will jump again. That must be the new restriction. Laplace also noticed this. I'll give it a try. Laplace jumped and landed on the water path. Her body was so light that even the ripples were very faint. She would calm down after a few seconds. After resting, she jumped again. This time, she covered more than 10 meters. The water path still didn't disappear. This meant Angor's assumption was correct. This stage tested one's patience and jumping ability. If one could jump a little further each time, then the efficiency of passing this path would definitely be higher. With Angor's strength, he could cover dozens of meters with each jump. Even so, it still took them about 20 minutes to reach the end of the path. Angor realized that the challenge wasn't just about patience. It also tested one's character. Every time they waited in silence, the golem would turn its head and talk to them. Angor couldn't understand its words, but he could see the look in its eyes. The puppet's eyes kept telling him the same thing: "Can you do it? That's it, forget it?" Angor really wanted to curse, but the puppet wouldn't understand him anyway, so he had to hold back. Without a doubt, this was a great test for the quality of the traveler. Angor finally understood why Luno always sounded so angry when talking about this path. It didn't seem like a long journey, but each section of the path had its own set of rules. Plus, the puppet's mocking laughter was really a test of one's mentality. If they made a mistake, they would have to start all over again. It was a torturous journey. Angor glanced at Laplace, who wasn't far away. "You didn't wait for the labyrinth guards and came here in such a hurry. Did you see this coming?" Laplace remained silent for a moment and shook his head. "No. My clone just woke up and kept urging you to go in and receive your blessing. Due to special reasons, if the divine blood clone did not bless her, she would not be able to speak. And the clone was a chatterbox. Not speaking was like asking for her life. She kept urging her." Laplace quickly went to the hidden space and left the ruin to open the silver forest outside. Who would have thought that this road of more than 10 miles would be so long? While they were talking, the puppet waved a hand and activated the third section of the path. It was an ordinary stone path. Angor observed the puppet's movements and didn't see anything special. It just walked forward normally. Apart from not running, there was nothing unusual about it. Angor told Laplace what he saw, but Laplace didn't see anything special either. So this is just normal walking? But was it really that simple? Angor couldn't believe it. If their judgment was wrong, it would mean that they had wasted the first few minutes and would have to start all over again. Let's give it a try. Angor decided to give it a try. They couldn't just stay here forever. This time, Angor led the way. Luckily, the path didn't disappear after Angor set foot on it. This meant they were right. But was it even possible to run on this path? If they had to walk slowly, it wouldn't be much faster than walking on the water path. "Do you want to try running?" In the end, Angor resisted the urge to run. To him, there was no difference between running and walking. But who knew if he would violate the restriction? If the path disappeared because of running, he would have to start all over again. That would waste more time than chasing after a momentary speed. Therefore, he still restrained the wild horse that was about to run loose and walked step by step. In fact, in order to avoid any mistakes, the frequency and distance of each step he took were exactly the same as the mechanical doll. This time, they walked for 15 minutes without any wind or waves before the machine puppet finally stopped. "Should be there, right?" Angor mumbled. While he was traveling, he had been estimating the distance. Based on the distance they traveled, they were already close to the limit of 10 kilometers, as LV Nua said. However, most of the paths summoned by the machine puppet were winding. If they were talking about the distance in a straight line, they still needed some distance to reach the limit. Angor did not know whether the machine puppet calculated the distance in a straight line or in a straight line. But even if the machine calculated the distance, it would only take 1 or 2 segments to reach the limit. As Angor was thinking, the machine puppet waved its hand again. Under its feet, a new long road extended out, but this long road was completely different from the previous one. If one had to make an analogy, the 3 paths they went through before could all be considered normal paths. But this time, they were walking on a track. From Angwar's perspective, the track ahead of them, which had continuous loops and dips, was exactly the same as the roller coaster tracks in amusement parks. Oh, wait. There was a difference. The tracks in amusement parks at least had roller coasters, but this one had nothing. So, they were walking on foot again. In the next second, the machine puppet jumped onto the track and told Angor and Laplace a long string of words. Its expressions kept changing, and it even waved its hands and legs as if it was telling a long story. When the machine puppet finished its story, it began to move again. Angor observed carefully this time and confirmed that the track was the same as before. It was still walking on foot. However, this time, the machine puppet was combining walking and running. He walked slowly on the flat road, as if he was taking a stroll. When a large loop appeared, the golem began to prepare to run. Using the inertia of the swift force, it quickly passed through the large loop to avoid falling headfirst into the void. If it was given to an ordinary person, there was a high probability that they would not be able to clear it. This was because the curvature of the great circle was too large, and it was very difficult for an ordinary person to reach the requirements to clear it. However, Angor and Laplace didn't need to use any supernatural abilities. They could easily pass through the circle with their physical strength alone. Because it was a combination of walking and running, the time this time was obviously faster than before. In just 5 minutes, they reached the end of the track. At this point, even if they were to calculate the distance in a straight line, they had already reached the limit that LV Nua mentioned. So, this should be the end. He looked around and saw nothing. There were no glowing spots or buildings that could lead to the exit. The white machine puppet suddenly clapped its hands, which attracted Angor's attention. Under the watchful eyes of Laplace and Angor, the doll began to sing. Again, they couldn't understand the lyrics. But the song itself wasn't worth praising. It was just a normal song with a normal voice. The only thing that added to the effect was the strange and ethereal atmosphere of the white porcelain doll singing in the dark void. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After finishing the song, the doll began to express its thoughts. It was an actor who was about to take a curtain call. From its exaggerated expression, it could be seen that the content of its story was very emotional. However, for Laplace and Angor who did not understand Ordovician, it was like playing the lute to a cow. When the doll finished speaking, Angor thought it was time to leave. However, to his surprise, the white porcelain doll suddenly reached out and made a familiar gesture toward the void. It waved its hand. Then, a new path made of wood appeared behind it. Angor was speechless. There's more? Did LV Nua miscalculate? Or was there something else going on? Didn't the doll say it was only a dozen kilometers? While Angor was complaining in his mind, Laplace suddenly spoke up. No, it's a short path. Huh? Angor followed Laplace's words and looked into the distance. It was a wooden staircase. It went on for about 100 meters before disappearing into the darkness. Was that the end of the path? This path was different from the one before. Could it be that this path was actually the path to the exit? Angor couldn't help but look at the doll again. If this was the exit, the doll would probably stop at the end of the path just like the cliff. However, the doll didn't stop there. It stepped onto the wooden staircase and began to climb upward. Fine. I don't care if it's the end or not. We'll know when we follow it. Angor didn't forget to observe the doll's movements before climbing the stairs. However, he didn't find anything unusual. Was it the same as before? Angor looked at Laplace to see what she would say. Laplace pondered for a moment and said in the spirit bond, it should be the same as before. It's a normal corridor. But, just in case, you'd better go up where it's gone. Angor nodded. He didn't care if there were any restrictions or not. He just needed to follow the doll's movements so that he wouldn't end up back at the starting point. With that decided, Angor prepared to climb the stairs. When he was about to touch the ground, Laplace's voice came from the spirit bond, change your foot. It landed on its right foot first, then moved left and right on the stairs, Laplace explained. Is it really that strict? Laplace did not know either. He shrugged and said, just follow its movements. Angor didn't think too much about it. He switched to another leg and started climbing the stairs. At a glance, the golem was already dozens of meters away. At this moment, it stopped and smiled at them. Angor didn't pay attention to the doll. It had been laughing and talking nonsense along the way, so it was pointless. However, he noticed a faint glow coming from the back of the puppet. That was the end of the wooden staircase. Light at the end? Wait. That's the exit. Angor quickened his pace. It didn't take him long to see the light not far away. However, the light looked like a glowing surface. Was it a mirror? Was the mirror the exit? If this ruin was created by a creature from the Sun Mirror domain, then the mirror surface was probably the exit. But since this ruin was created by an Ordovician, it was unlikely that the mirror surface was the exit. Angor shook his head and decided not to think about it. It was only a dozen meters away anyway. He could go and check it out. Angor took a big step forward and prepared to reach the light source. But the next second, he lost his footing and fell down like an inverted onion. Angor quickly adjusted his posture and looked up. The wooden staircase was gone, while Laplace and the doll were both floating in the air. The golem sneered at Angor's falling body. Then, the golem slowly flew back. Seeing this, Angor quickly summoned wind elemental energy and leaped to Laplace's side. Did something go wrong? Laplace shook his head. I don't know what went wrong. Let's follow the doll first. They were in an unknown space, and they couldn't see the cliff. If they lost sight of the doll, they would probably lose their way. To avoid that, Angor and Laplace didn't waste time talking and quickly flew back to the doll. The doll didn't say anything on its way back. Instead, it kept humming the same tune as before. Angor was a little annoyed by its laughter. If Elvinua didn't tell him that the exit wasn't fixed and had to be opened by the doll, Angor would really want to beat the crap out of the doll. Flying back in a straight line, it took less than 3 minutes for them to arrive at the cliff. Without wasting any time, he reactivated the puppet and began a new journey under the puppet's mumbling. Luckily, the path the doll summoned wouldn't change for the time being. It was still the same black and white checkered path, the blue water path, the stone path, and the roller coaster path. With the experience, they moved a lot faster. Is that so? No, they didn't. Because of the restriction, they didn't move any faster than before. About an hour later, they reached the wooden stairs again. During this time, Angor and Laplace kept talking through their spirit bond, trying to find out what they did wrong. They didn't know where exactly they went wrong. But there was one thing that caught their attention. They didn't run into any problem right away after climbing the stairs. Instead, they walked for dozens of meters before encountering a barrier. Why was that? We were distracted by the light source earlier. Also, we didn't trigger any barrier at first, so we let our guard down. So, we can't make any mistakes this time. Keep an eye on the doll. Laplace continued, especially the place where you triggered the barrier. Make sure the doll doesn't do anything strange there. Angor nodded. He understood. However, it wasn't easy to observe the doll's movements. The wooden stairs didn't go all the way up. Instead, they moved up and down. Furthermore, they were not allowed to use any form of energy in the mosaic space. Even their mental energy was not allowed to leave their bodies. They were afraid that they would trigger the restriction and end up having to sing a song about going home. Thus, if they wanted to observe the puppets, they could only use their eyes to do so. Using spirit power, they couldn't see as much with their eyes. Angor pulled himself together and carefully observed the doll's movements. It didn't take long for the doll to reach the spot where Angor triggered the barrier. Angor narrowed his eyes when he saw the doll didn't move forward. Instead, it stopped and looked at them. The doll stopped here before, Laplace said. Laplace said, however, on every path, it will stop at a few places and turn back to wait for us. This should be its inherent halting mechanism, and not a restriction. Angor frowned when he saw the doll smiling at him. We can't imitate it and talk like that, right? Laplace shook his head. I don't think so. Luno said that we can pass the test by remaining silent. It's not for us to imitate it. Then what is it? Where did we go wrong? Laplace didn't know how to answer. She looked at the doll in front of them and suddenly thought of something. It won't move forward until you step on the wooden stairs. You go up first. Just follow the same path as before. There won't be any problems. Angor nodded. He stared at the doll and took a step forward. As he stepped on the stairs, the doll finally moved. As it moved forward, Laplace's eyes suddenly lit up. It changed its feet. Before, it used its right foot to step on the wooden stairs and moved up alternately. According to this pattern, it should have used its left foot. But when it waited for us, it turned around with its right foot. This doesn't conform to the previous left-right alternating pattern. While Laplace was explaining, Angor already calculated the number of stairs and found that the doll did move around once. But was it really because of its left foot? Angor considered for a moment. Let's try. This time Angor and Laplace climbed the wooden stairs together. There was no problem for the first few dozen meters. Soon, they arrived at the spot where they fell. This time it was Laplace's turn to explore the path. She paused for a moment and stepped on the stairs with her right foot. Angor's heart was already in his throat. He sighed in relief when he saw that Laplace landed safely and the wooden stairs did not disappear. Angor complained that Laplace was too picky when she said that she should use her right foot first. But now, it seemed that Laplace was the clown. Angor did make a mistake by choosing whether to use his left foot first or his right foot first. He had to admit that the puppet was a real pain in the ass. Before this, the rules did not affect the left and right feet at all. But now, they were getting closer to the end of the stairs. Because the rules of the mechanical doll's path were relatively simple, there was no need to make a fuss about the details. Therefore, when they reached the wooden stairs, they would easily overlook the changes. If he had neglected the problem of his left and right feet, he would probably have been stuck for a long time before he realized it. Fortunately, Laplace's observation skills were good. Otherwise, they would have been stuck in this trap for a long time. After that, the golem would occasionally stop and switch legs to move forward. But this time it could no longer trap them. Soon, they reached the end of the wooden stairs, where the light source was. At first, he thought the glowing surface was a mirror. But when he got closer, he realized that it was some kind of reflective bubble. It was similar to the soap bubbles children used to blow. However, the bubble in front of them was several times bigger. It was only a little smaller than the crystal ball summoned by the labyrinth guardian. The bubble floated on top of the stairs. The surface of the bubble reflected colorful light like a dreamy convex mirror, which showed the figures of Angor and Laplace in different shapes. The soap bubble was very thin, and one could clearly see that there was nothing inside. There was nothing strange about it. As Angor wondered what the bubble meant, the golem suddenly stepped forward and entered the bubble. Next, the golem waved a hand at Angor and Laplace. It slowly floated up along with the bubble. Soon, they reached the dark void where they could not see with their eyes. As the old bubble disappeared, a new one appeared at the end of the stairs. The floating light on the surface seemed to be urging them to move faster. "It's telling us to sit on it," Laplace said. Angor nodded. Without a doubt, the golem entering the bubble was a demonstration for them. He reckoned that this was also a new path, the path of soap bubbles. But now, there was a new problem. How many people could a soap bubble contain? Would they enter the same bubble together? Or could it be that a soap bubble could hold one person and wait for a new soap bubble to appear for another person to enter, but if he waited, would there really be new soap bubbles? Angor pondered for a moment before he said, "It's hard to say. Let's take a chance. Maybe we can listen to the song Welcome Home again." Song Welcome Home? It took Laplace 2 seconds to realize that Angor was talking about the song the golem hummed when it flew back to the cliff. Laplace ignored Angor's new words and asked, "What do you want to bet on?" Angor considered. "I'll bet that a bubble can only hold one person." Laplace also nodded. "I also think that a soap bubble can only hold one person." If a bubble could hold more than one person, the golem should have stopped and waited. Since the mechanical doll left by itself, then the soap bubble could only hold one person. After some discussion, they decided that Angor would step into the bubble first. "Then I'll head inside first," Angor said and stepped forward. It was as if his body had passed through a layer of membrane, and he smoothly entered the soap bubble. He could breathe freely inside, and there was no strange feeling. When he looked outside, he could clearly see what was happening outside. When he saw Laplace waving a hand at him, the scene outside changed quickly. Laplace's figure was also rapidly shrinking. The bubble was rising into the air. He could see what was going on outside through the bubble, but he did not feel anything inside. It was as if the scene outside the bubble was just a moving screen. He did not feel dizzy at all when he was moving so fast. Soon, Laplace's figure disappeared from Angor's sight. However, before Laplace disappeared, Angor saw a new soap bubble coming from the wooden stairs. The soap bubble appeared out of nowhere and stopped in front of Laplace, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Angor sighed in relief when he saw the bubbles. He made the right bet. A soap bubble corresponded to a person. Angor didn't feel so guilty. If he made a mistake this time, they would have to run again. Thank goodness, for the next 5 minutes, Angor felt as if he was trapped in a small, dark room while the bubble took him to an unknown place. There was nothing but darkness outside. There were no landmarks, so Angor couldn't tell if the bubble was moving at all. 5 minutes later, the bubble finally stopped. The wall of the bubble broke into light spots and disappeared. Meanwhile, Angor landed on the ground steadily. He looked around. It was quiet. The fluorescent stones hanging on the walls gave off a dim green light. The light was weak, but Angor could still see what was going on. This should be a long corridor. There were some incomplete murals on both sides of the corridor. It looked exactly the same as the graveyard corridor. The only thing missing was the markings installed by the crystal eyes. Without a doubt, he was out of the mosaic space. Angor didn't know how the bubble took him out of the mosaic space. It only took a blink of an eye for him to arrive at this corridor. He turned around and saw a solid wall behind him. Nothing seemed to be there. But he believed that there must be an exit to the mosaic space nearby. However, he didn't know where the entrance to this mosaic space was. But he wasn't in a hurry. If this was the so-called hidden space, Laplace would be here soon. Maybe he could get a glimpse of it. As soon as he thought about it, he saw another bubble beside him. He didn't even have time to find out where the bubble came from before it shattered into pieces of light and disappeared. Only Laplace was left inside the bubble. Angor and Laplace talked for a while. Laplace didn't sense any space ripples either. The mosaic space is attached to this ruin, Laplace said. It's very stable and stealthy. If not for the owner of this ruin, we wouldn't be able to find its source. Mosaic space wasn't a complicated subject. It was more like an extended space. However, to be able to stretch the space into such a huge void was definitely a great achievement. Angor had to admit that the original owner of this ruin was very impressive. Compared to him, Juno, who came to inherit the ruin, wasn't so bad. Since he couldn't find any trace of the mosaic space, Angor didn't think about it anymore. This should be the hidden space. I saw the golem just ahead. We'll have to rely on it to get out of here. While speaking, he and Laplace walked toward the end of the corridor. The overall shape of the corridor was no different from the outside. The only difference was that the murals here were relatively more complete and not as tattered as the ones outside. But even if it was relatively complete, that was only when compared to the outside. Overall, the degree of damage was still more than 50%. Most of the remaining murals were cloud patterns, water patterns, and frame patterns. Most of the murals were damaged. Angor planned to study the murals to see if he could find out more about the owner of this ruin. But he shook his head. Forget it. I can't read them. Soon, Angor and Laplace arrived at the golem. The golem was standing beside a piece of fluorite. The green light from the fluorite illuminated the golem's porcelain face and made it look like silver. Especially when the mechanical doll was still chattering nonstop about unknown things. It sounded like the whispers of some kind of evil cult. Angor didn't know why. According to Juno, the golem would tell them all kinds of profound stories when they arrived at the hidden space. These stories all had some truths of life. It sounded like the original owner of this ruin had a bad taste, or maybe it was the owner's personal experience before his death. Yes, this ruin was a graveyard built by the original owner. However, Juno did not find the body of the original owner. Either the original owner left after the ruin was built, where he died outside without being able to rest in peace. Juno didn't mind occupying this place since it was an unused graveyard. Angor listened to the golems mumbling for a while and shook his head. He really couldn't understand it. Of course, now that he had left the dream crystal, he had many methods at his disposal. If he wanted to understand the mechanical doll's words, he had many solutions. But he didn't need to. He was only here to get a space storage, so he didn't need to listen to the golem's lecture. Also, according to Juno, the golem couldn't talk to people normally. It only knows how to talk to itself. No matter what you say to it, it won't respond. Angor and Laplace walked past the golem and headed deeper into the corridor. It didn't take them long to reach the end of the corridor. An alloy door stood at the end of the corridor, which looked completely out of place. This alloy door was installed by Lv Nua. According to him, it was a transcendent alloy door created by an Ordovician whose brain domain was smelting after he advanced to the second layer of his brain domain. Not only that, after Lv Nua installed the door, she also invited an Ordovician whose brain domain was environment to fuse it with the surrounding environment. Then, she asked an Ordovician whose brain domain was locked to add a special identification code to the alloy door. Such strict protection was because behind the door was a hidden space where Juno hid all of his belongings. Angor looked at the industrial alloy door and the ancient ruins around him. So this ruin was built much earlier than Juno's time. There is a difference in style, yes. But it doesn't mean it's a difference in age. Take the southern region for example. There's a huge difference between the foreign countries and the Fey continent. Even the countries inside the Fey continent are different. Angor considered and nodded. You're right. There's a huge difference between Ivory and other countries as well. Therefore, there was no way to judge the age gap from this point alone. Angor put away his thoughts and stepped forward to sense the door. After a quick spirit scan, Angor had to admit that the door was built using 3 brain domains. He tried his best, but his spirit couldn't penetrate the door. Narda's vision could only tell the structure and material of the door, but he couldn't find out the source of the supernatural power inside. This was to be expected. The supernatural system of Ordovician realm was completely beyond Angor's knowledge. He would have to wait until he learned more about the supernatural power of Ordovician realm in the future. Since he couldn't find anything, he had to give up for now. What he needed to do now was to open the door. Juno already told them how to open the door. The lock was divided into 3 layers: ripple lock in the sphere, shockwave lock in the sandbox, and soundwave lock in the ear hole. To unlock all 3 layers, Angor had to use 3 different keys. First, ripple lock in the sphere. The lock was located in the mezzanine of the door, which couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There were 9 water spheres placed in the top, middle, and bottom of the mezzanine of the door. Each sphere was half filled with water. To open the first lock, Angor had to let the water spheres generate ripples according to their natural frequency. This was very simple for Lv Nua. After all, the term in his brain was wave. But for others, it was a bit more difficult. But since Juno asked Angor to come here, he must have a solution. Lv Nua's solution was simple as well. Starting from the center of the door, Angor had to draw a line at each of the 4 corners. Then, Angor had to tap on half of each line and 1/3 of each line in order. The force was similar to the force of the pendulum being pulled up by 50 degrees. With this impact, the ripples in the 9 water balls could directly reach the correct position. About 2 minutes later, Angor successfully unlocked the first layer of the door. After the lock was unlocked, the first layer of the alloy door opened, revealing the second layer. Just like the first layer, the second layer didn't have a keyhole. Instead, there was a yellow button at the center of the door. Angor reached out his hand and pressed the button. He felt his surroundings turning blurry. Several seconds later, everything disappeared. Even Laplace was gone. Angor was the only one left. He was now standing on a high platform. Below it was a sandbox made up of vast yellow sand. End of chapter. Angor wasn't surprised by the changes around him. Lv Nua already told him how to unlock the second layer of the lock, so she didn't forget about it. According to Lv Nua, this was the locked space, a special space created by the Ordovician whose name was Lock. It was attached to the door. As long as he could unlock the lock, he would be able to leave this place. Angor used his spirit feelers to scan the area. It looked like a vast desert, but the sand in the distance was just a projection. The entire locked space was probably only 10 meters in length and width. In this limited space, it was indeed filled with yellow sand. The sand formed a strange sandbox, on which there were hundreds of mini towers of different sizes. In the corner of the sandbox, there was a city of sand. This sandbox was the so-called shockwave lock for this level. The rules weren't complicated. To put it simply, each tower here could transmit shockwaves. However, the range of the shockwaves varied depending on the height of the tower. Some shockwaves could reach as far as 1 meter, while others could reach as far as 10 centimeters. What Angor needed to do was to choose a tower as the starting point and use the shockwaves to activate the other towers. When all the towers were activated, the final shockwaves would destroy the entire city of sand. That would unlock the lock. It sounded simple, but it was actually quite simple. According to LV Nua, the sandbox would change every day, and the towers in front of them were completely random. However, the basic principle remained the same. As long as he knew the shockwaves from different towers, he could calculate the best starting point. Also, LV Nua had already told him about the shockwaves of each tower. Angor glanced at the distribution of the towers and the location of the city of sand. Then, he began to calculate the starting point of the shockwaves in his mind. In just 10 minutes, Angor found at least 5 perfect starting points. After making sure everything was correct, Angor chose a starting point close to the platform and flicked his finger at it. A wind bullet rushed into the sandbox and hit the tower. As the tower was hit, a shockwave visible to the naked eye began to scatter the yellow sand below. Not long after, the shockwave touched another tower, and a new shockwave began to appear. It happened again and again. The towers continued to release shockwaves, and soon, these shockwaves created a sandstorm on the sand table. A small sandstorm wouldn't do any harm to Angor, but it would be a disaster for Sand City, which was located in a corner of the city. In just a few seconds, the city made of yellow sand began to fall apart. When the city of sand was completely gone, Angor's surroundings returned to the same state as before. But this time, he was sent out of the locked space instead of being brought inside. The collapse of Yellow Sand City meant that the second layer of the lock had been opened. When he stood up again, the second layer of the alloy door began to close, revealing the third layer. It also corresponded to the third lock of the hidden space, the sonic lock. However, he didn't open the lock right away. Instead, he looked behind him. When he came out of the locked space, he noticed that Laplace wasn't around. It seemed the man went somewhere else. Soon, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw Laplace walking out of the dark corridor. Before Angor could ask, Laplace said, "I'm going to look for the golem." As for why? It wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to listen to the golem's chatter. On the way to the hidden space, Laplace did not stay idle. Along the way, he recorded the various words of the mechanical doll. He couldn't understand them, but they were all useful materials. The more he collected, the more likely he would be able to decipher them in the future. Yes, Laplace was going to learn the language of the Ordovician. As for the reason, when you entered the locked space and tried to solve the sonic lock, I checked how well the alloy door and its environment fit together. It's almost perfect. Even some of the traps and special arrays of the ruin have been incorporated into it. It's as if the alloy door was born to be one with the ruin. Without a doubt, this must be the ability of the Ordovician whose brain entry is environment. I didn't pay much attention to this ability before. But after studying it carefully, I have a feeling that it's related to the concept level. This was why Laplace was interested in the brain of the Ordovician. She planned to collect images about the Ordovician in the Mirror Ocean and find a suitable body to construct an Ordovician's body. She wanted to use this opportunity to study the brain of the Ordovician. To do this, she had to learn about the Ordovician and their language. Otherwise, even if she obtained images about the Ordovician realm, she wouldn't be able to understand their language. This was why Laplace went back to talk to the golem. She wanted to find more materials to build a foundation for learning the Ordovician language. After listening to Laplace's explanation, Angor didn't care about the so-called concept-level ability. Instead, he was impressed by Laplace's intelligence. Once he had an idea, he would do it immediately. And he would seize every opportunity to achieve his goal. This was the reason why Laplace could become the uncrowned king of the White Sun Mirror region. While admiring Laplace's intelligence, Angor was also interested in the brain of the Ordovician. If Laplace was going to create a time body to study this energy system, it must have great research value. Thinking back to the information he got from Luno, even the Greenwald Magic Research Institute of the Source World had sent people to the Ordovician realm to start an exceptional research project. It was enough to prove the uniqueness of this energy system. Angor rubbed his chin. Maybe he should study brain power as well if he had the chance. Besides, he already had Lumiere as his research subject. Lumiere always said that it could sense brain power from the training dungeons. Maybe if he cleared the dungeons and found his talent, he would have a chance to see the secrets of this energy system. But it was still too early to think about that now. Angor shook his head and put these thoughts aside. He needed to solve the problem at hand first before thinking about the future. With that in mind, he withdrew his gaze. Laplace didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the alloy door. This is the third lock? Angor nodded. Now, on the third layer of the alloy door, there was a huge image of an ear. This was the so-called soundwave lock. It wasn't hard to open the lock. All Angor needed to do was to use Lumiere's voice and say the corresponding password. In other words, it was a voice-print password. However, the password was dynamic. Angor had to set up a new voice print each time he tried to unlock it. According to Lumiere, the last time he tried to unlock the lock, he set up a new voice print password. I pooped all the members of Tricky C. Of course, this was what he said in his mind. To unlock this voice print password, Angor had to learn how to pronounce it in Ordovician and completely copy Lumiere's voice. Imitating a voice print was a bit difficult. But Angor didn't need to. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of white nightmare mist emerged from his fingertip like a spinning top, which quickly created an illusionary image. The illusion was simple. It was the scene when Lumiere used Ordovician to say the password. Angor didn't need to worry about it. He didn't even need to learn how to activate the third layer of soundwave lock. The ear pattern on the alloy door began to glow, which meant the soundwave lock was unlocked. Now, he needed to set up a new voice print password. And this voice print password had to be Lumiere's voice. Before this, Lumiere recorded a new voice print. I'm in the dream crystal. Everything is fine. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, the new voice print password was successfully recorded. If he wanted to enter the hidden space again, he would have to use Lumiere's voice to repeat the same words. But if nothing went wrong, he wouldn't be able to come here again. With a series of creaking noises, the third layer of the alloy door closed, revealing the real entrance to the hidden space. Perhaps it sensed the opening of the alloy door. The dark hidden space suddenly released a bright white light. When the white light disappeared, the pure white fluorite on the ceiling of the hidden space was now shining as bright as day, illuminating everything inside. The first thing he did after entering the hidden space was to check his surroundings. The hidden space was quite large. It looked like an underground palace, with stone pillars carved with beasts everywhere. At a glance, there were at least a few dozen stone pillars, and each pillar needed 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The floor was made of smooth black marble, which gave the place a sense of elegance. The style of the buildings here was different from the industrial style of the alloy door. They were more like ruins from the outside world. But the ruins here were relatively intact. Angor even saw a complete mural behind the throne. It was perfectly undamaged, and the colors were still fresh. However, this mural was the only one that was intact. The other walls were still full of holes. The old woman named Time had put on makeup on them, which made them lose their original color. There was no doubt that this hidden palace was huge. However, it was relatively empty, which allowed Angor to see everything around him. At least, there was no place to hide anything. There was only a long table at the front of the palace, under the throne. There were 2 boxes on the table, as well as an industrial-style silver disc. If Angor wasn't mistaken, these were Juno's real relics. He walked to the box and checked to make sure it was not damaged or hidden. Then, he looked at the box. Both boxes were industrial-looking metal boxes. There was a wheel with numbers on the lid, which meant they were locked with a password. However, there was no password. Angor only needed to open the lid. According to Juno, the box was only for storage purposes, and the password was only for decoration purposes. Anyone who could enter the hidden space was either Juno himself or someone with powerful spatial abilities. It didn't matter if there was a password or not. Therefore, neither of the boxes had a password. Angor carefully opened the first box, which contained a soft blue velvet cloth. In the center of the velvet cloth, there was a metal object with a ruby inlaid on it. It looked like a button. It looked like a ruby button because it wasn't actually a button. There was a curved needle on the back of the object. At first glance, it looked like an ear stud. But it wasn't an ear stud either. According to Juno, it was an umbilical stud. There was a time when people in Ocean County wore all kinds of exaggerated hairstyles, studded collars, colorful tattoos, and all kinds of accessories that went through the skin. One of them was an umbilical stud. Juno used to follow the trend in Ocean County. Back then, he saved enough money and asked an Audiovision who had the word construct in his mind to create his first space storage. To make it more special and convenient, he chose an umbilical stud. He actually wanted to use a tongue stud. However, he would occasionally kill people and put their dead bodies into his space. Angor shuddered when he thought about how he would spit out the remains of his victims. In the end, he decided to give up. He gave up on the more fashionable tongue stud and chose the ruby umbilical stud. In other words, the umbilical stud was Juno's space storage. Angor took out the umbilical stud and looked at the crafting method carefully, but he couldn't understand it. Or rather, there was no crafting at all. It was as if everything was integrated into one. This was probably the special ability of the brain domain with the entry construct. As for the material used for the umbilical stud, Angor could understand it. He didn't know the name of the material, but he already analyzed its effect using Narda's vision. After all, materials that could create space were similar in nature. However, there was something special about the Audiovision space tunnel. People could sense the space inside by touching it. They didn't even need to use their spirit power to activate it. In this aspect, it was much more convenient than the spatial tools created by sorcerers. The convenience here didn't refer to the convenience of access, but to the fact that even ordinary people could use the spatial items made by the Audiovision. As for the spatial items created by alchemists, they basically required mental power to be used, so it was useless for ordinary people to hold them. Angor could tell that the space inside the umbilical stud wasn't big. It was about the same size as the soap bubble they rode on. The space wasn't big, but there were many different drawers inside. There were 30 drawers in total. Each drawer was equipped with a lock. Unlocking the lock would open up a bigger space inside. Without a doubt, these drawers and locks were created by the Audiovision whose brain domain was lock. The space inside the umbilical nail was small, but there was a lot of space inside. Considering the usable area, it was not smaller than the underground palace. The drawers all had numeric passwords, which LV Nua did not set. They all followed the initial 000 password. He opened all the drawers without much effort. 19 of the first 20 drawers were filled with books, which were arranged according to their names. This place could be used as a small or medium-sized library. From this, it could be seen that the Audiovision's pursuit of knowledge was no less than the adepts. Unfortunately, these books were all in Audiovision or the language of the nearby worlds. None of them were in the common language of wizards. Angor couldn't understand them yet. The last drawer was filled with clothes. They were all extravagant clothes with all kinds of rivets and sequins. There were even glowing tubes inlaid on the clothes. Perhaps this was a new trend in the Audiovision realm. Angor opened the remaining 10 drawers. One of them was a storage for daily use, such as tubes, jewelry, and light belts. Another one was filled with shoes of all kinds. Angor estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of pairs of shoes. There were also a lot of shoes, which all looked the same to Angor. They all looked the same except for the slightly different labels. There were enough shoes of the same style to fill up 5 or 6 cabinets. Maybe it was LV Nua's hobby. Angor shook his head and kept looking at the remaining 8 drawers. Finally, he saw special materials, experiment instruments, mechanical props, organs, and other objects that were obviously used for supernatural research. These were probably the most useful things for Angor apart from knowledge. However, Angor had never seen many of them before, so he didn't know how valuable they were. Angor had a good feeling about the relics inside the umbilical nail space. He was especially excited about the 19 drawers of books. LV Nua's collection was definitely not ordinary. Over 80% of these books were related to the supernatural system of the Ordovician realm. To be able to obtain this collection of books was definitely the biggest gain of the day. At the same time, Laplace opened another box on the table. The bottom of the box was also padded with a thick blue velvet cloth to protect the item in the box, a fingernail with a neon glow. This fingernail was a real person's fingernail, but the neon colors on it were drawn by the Ordovician whose brain domain was graffiti. Is this the nail polish graffiti that LV Nua mentioned? Creating a hidden space with nothing but graffiti? I have to say, Ordovans are really something. Yes, this graffiti didn't just paint colors, it could also create all kinds of magical effects through the collision of colors. And in the fingernail in front of him, there was a small space where graffiti was hiding. This fingernail belonged to the spy from Ocean County that LV Nua got her hands on. Apart from the truth about Doomsday Plan, there was also a drop of loaf of water that LV Nua worked so hard to obtain from Tricky Sea. Laplace also nodded with some emotion. The energy system of the Ordovician realm is indeed miraculous. I just studied the graffiti on my fingernail. I've been studying the graffiti on the fingernail, and I only sensed some glowing microbes and chaotic energy. If I didn't experience it myself, I wouldn't be able to imagine that there's a hidden space underneath the energy. Laplace didn't think it was strange to use graffiti to create a space. She even saw someone creating something similar to a small world in an oil painting. However, this kind of space created by painting and color was something she couldn't understand, but she could tell that the energy was arranged in an orderly manner. Unlike the Ordovan's ability, chaotic energy could create orderly rules. This was why Laplace was surprised by Angor's brain power. Laplace looked at Angor. How's your umbilical nail? Not bad. There are 30 drawers in there, and there's a lot of stuff inside. Oh, and 19 of them are books about the Ordovician realm. I think you'll find them interesting. If Laplace wanted to study the Ordovician language and the energy system of the Ordovician realm, she needed these books. Laplace's pupils flickered. I'm quite interested. Can I copy it? Right now. Angor nodded. He closed his eyes and created a cloud of nightmare mist. The mist quickly transformed on his palm and created a mini library. As soon as the mini library appeared, a large number of books began to show up. In just a few seconds, the library was filled to the brim. When a warm, yellow light shone in the dark library, Angor finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath and handed the mini library to Laplace. There are about 10 drawers worth of books in here. But they're all textbooks. For the time being, I can't copy the books that contain will and transcendent powers. Since he didn't know Ordovician language or the energy system of the Ordovician realm, he could only copy books that didn't contain any supernatural content. As for the rest, he could only translate them after he understood Ordovician language and the energy system of the Ordovician realm. Laplace accepted the mini library without hesitation and began to read it. He was sure. The mini library was a special illusion. Although it looked like an object in his palm, it could be enlarged at any time and become a real library. Just as he said, the mini library was filled with books about the Ordovician realm. These books were also made up of illusions, but the knowledge and words in them were real. It was just like the library in Rabbit Town. When placed like this, it looked like a real library. Laplace thought for a moment and decided to toss the mini library into his silver forest space. He placed it beside the tea table so that his avatar could read the books inside. By then, the avatar would be able to report back to Angor, which was very convenient. As for the rest of the books with supernatural content, Laplace wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until his avatar learned Ordovician first. After talking about the items inside the umbilical nail space for a while, he looked at the glowing fingernail. Just like the umbilical nail, he sensed the space inside by touching it. The space inside the fingernail was even smaller than the umbilical nail. It was probably only about 1 square meter. Also, the fingernail space didn't have a locked space like a drawer, so he could see what he saw inside. There were only 2 things inside. One was a thick stack of papers that almost reached the top of the space. If Angor wasn't mistaken, this was the doomsday plan of Devious Sea. According to Luno, the doomsday plan didn't only contain doomsday plans. There were also many secrets about the Ordovician realm collected by Devious Sea. There were even records about human affairs. Angor really wanted to know what was inside. However, since the doomsday plan was written in Ordovician, he had to put it aside for now. Apart from the book, there was also a golden bottle wrapped in a large amount of velvet cloth. The bottle was light, but Angor could feel the liquid inside. This was the legendary proof of doomsday that could drown Ocean County, Lofa water. There was only 1 drop, but if Angor wasn't mistaken, it was probably the most valuable item in these 2 spaces. There must be a reason why Devious Sea considered it the source of doomsday. It must be worth studying. Angor was also curious about what was so special about the water. Out of instinct, he wanted to check the bottle with his spirit feelers. But after thinking about it, he decided against such a reckless move. This was related to the doomsday, after all. His little action might trigger a disaster. He had to be extra careful. If he wanted to study something like this, he had to at least understand the energy system of Ordovician realm, then find a safe place to study it. With that in mind, Angor looked away. Have you ever sensed the water of Lofa? Angor looked at Laplace curiously. If Laplace could, she might be able to get some information from Angor. However, Laplace made the same choice. No. I can't sense anything. I'm curious about Lofa water, but I'm only a clone right now. I don't think I can control a disaster related to doomsday. Laplace suddenly thought of something and gave Angor a doubtful look. You're not, Angor quickly shook his head. No, I'm not stupid. Laplace nodded. I have a feeling that Lofa water is something special. It's best not to touch it. Devious Sea was an organization that had a demigod. In other words, it was an organization that had legendary creatures. For such a huge organization to still regard the water of Ruafa as its core, it meant that the water of Ruafa was really not simple. Angor thought about it. He took out the doomsday plan from his fingernail space and placed it inside his umbilical cord space. Then, he handed the fingernail space to Laplace. I think it's better if you keep it safe. I don't want to cause an apocalypse if I'm not careful. Laplace chuckled and shook her head. It can stay in there for at least 100 years. It won't go wrong that easily. Angor's heart skipped a beat. You're right. I don't want to keep it with me anymore. He didn't want to end up like that old general on the stage. Laplace did not understand why Angor was so against the idea. But when she saw the serious look on Angor's face, she wondered if Angor had foreseen something. Magi were famous for their strong sense of intuition. Laplace was going to keep the item inside her fingernail space. But after thinking for a moment, she decided to take out the Lofa water, set up several layers of protection around it, and put it into her silver forest space so that Ning Tai's clone could keep it safe. After doing all this, Laplace felt relieved. She looked up and wanted to ask if Angor really saw something, but she noticed that Angor was carefully studying the remaining silver plate on the table. She gave up the idea for now. Regardless of whether he had any inspiration or not, the water of Rufa was still something related to the apocalypse. It was definitely not wrong to treat it seriously. As for the silver plate Angor was studying, she already saw it not long ago. It was a special teleportation item. It should be activated by using energy waves to teleport people to this place. In other words, this was the array plate left behind by LV Nua when she was teleported from the outside world to the hidden space. Laplace didn't know much about arrays like this, and she didn't know much about spatial knowledge either. To her, the array plate was more like a wordless tome. She wasn't in the mood to study it right now. But judging from Angor's expression, he seemed to really like studying spatial items. Unfortunately, the array plate was already fixed in place and couldn't be taken away. Besides, there was no way to activate it. Once it was activated, it might cause the space around it to lose its order and collapse. It would be difficult to learn anything just by looking at it. After Laplace sighed with emotion, he no longer looked at the disc array. Instead, he looked at the throne in the palace. To be more precise, the mural behind the throne. This was also the only complete mural in the entire underground palace. It was estimated that this was the only complete mural in the entire ruins. There must be some special reason why the mural remained intact after such a long time. Laplace walked around the table to the throne and studied the mural carefully. The mural was quite simple. There was a door at the top, and a large amount of black substance was coming out of it. The mural didn't show what the substance was. Perhaps it was black liquid, black mist, black monsters, or even pure black. He couldn't tell what it was just by looking at the mural. The black substance came out of the door and quickly covered the entire mural. At the bottom of the mural was a man in a red uniform. There was a glowing tube on his face, indicating that he was an Ordovician. He walked toward the door against the black substance. That was all the mural said. It was simple, but difficult to understand. He could only confirm that there were 3 elements in the mural: the door, the black substance, and the wayfarer. However, Laplace couldn't figure out how these 3 elements were related to each other and what they represented. However, Laplace did confirm one thing. The paint used in this mural was different from the paint used in the other remaining murals in the ruins. It was a paint with extraordinary energy. The supernatural energy had weakened over time, so much so that Laplace had to use the power of his main body to detect it. But at least he could tell that the mural's creator treated it with great care. Perhaps this was why this mural was the only one that remained intact in the entire ruin. End of chapter. Laplace checked the mural again to see if there was a hidden compartment. She had seen many hidden compartments or secret chambers behind the murals in the ruins. However, this mural did not have any hidden compartments. The most unusual thing about this palace was, without a doubt, this mural. However, it was only the mural itself that was unusual, and not the other things like the hidden compartment. With that thought in mind, Laplace refocused her attention on the mural. The door, the black substance, and the defiant. What was the connection? Laplace kept comparing the images in her mind to see if she could find any similar or related clues in her own memory. However, these 3 images were too common. She had at least hundreds of thousands of similar images in her memory. But only similar ones. At the very least, Laplace didn't have any inspiration related to this mural in his memory bank. There were too few clues to decipher. Soon, Laplace came to a conclusion. She didn't feel any regret about this. As an old person who had lived for more than 10,000 years, there were too many scenes in her memory that had unknown endings. Some of them were her own experiences, while others were observed through the sea of mirrors. At first, she felt a little regretful. But as time went by, she would see 1 or 2 scenes with unknown endings every day. The regret of the unfinished game gradually disappeared. Of course, she did not lose interest in finding out more secrets. She just knew how to make a choice. There was no need to delve into secrets that she knew she could not get. As for which secrets she needed to find out, her mind would tell her the answer. The mural in front of her should have some secrets. But Laplace did not feel anything from it, so she did not care. Laplace looked away. Perhaps this mural would become one of those memories with unknown endings in her memory. Angor looked away from the silver plate. He looked a little regretful. The silver disc was a teleportation array disc, and there was still some spatial energy remaining in it. He studied it to see if there was any difference between this plate and the one in Quolo's secret chamber. After careful comparison, he found that the 2 array discs were actually linked array discs. A linked array plate meant that the user could only teleport to a certain location near the linked array plate. He could understand the mechanism of the teleportation array he saw in the underground chamber, but this one, he had no idea what to do. The only thing he was sure about was that the linked array plate was right above him. Which meant the main chamber was located there. This was the same as what Lunua said. Back then, for the sake of convenience, LV Nua almost never took the path of the embedded space. Every time, she would directly teleport here from the main tomb. So it made sense that the linked array plate was located in the main chamber. However, although they were both linked array disks, the operating principle of this array disk was completely different from the one Ku Luali had set up. Maybe it was created by an Ordovician whose brain domain was array plate or space. If possible, he wanted to activate it. Unfortunately, the disk was already fixed here and could not be removed or moved. He could activate it, but the consequences would be too great, so he had no choice but to give up. Instead, he shifted his attention to Laplace, who was standing not far away from him. "What do you think? Is there anything wrong with the mural?" Angor walked closer. He had noticed this mural before. For such a complete mural, there must be something fishy about it. Laplace had come here earlier than him to observe. Perhaps he had already discovered something unusual. Laplace shook his head. Apart from the fact that the paint used is a little special and can preserve the murals for a long time, there is nothing wrong with it. Angor knew Laplace well enough. If she did not notice anything wrong, he would not find anything either. He did not use his spirit feelers to examine the mural. Instead, he glanced at it with his eyes. "It's pretty simple," Angor said. "Usually, the simpler something is, the more straightforward it is. But there are no details to support it, which can lead to different interpretations. For example, the mural in front of Angor's eyes was simple: a man was walking toward a door. But why was he walking toward the door? Was this door not real, but a metaphor for some kind of goal or destination? Was the black substance also a metaphor for disaster? Angor did not know. The mural was straightforward, but it was not easy to decipher it. Laplace looked at the mural again. "I'm curious. Why did the painter keep this mural?" Angor shrugged. "Different people have different interpretations. Maybe this mural is the master of the ruin describing his life. It's reasonable that he chose to preserve it with special paint." "The master of the ruin?" Laplace gave Angor a curious look. "Different people have different interpretations." "So, this is your interpretation?" Angor nodded and explained his explanation. "The people in the shadows are the owners of the ruins, while the black substance represents their lives. Or, I should say, the darkest moments of his life." Laplace saw through Angor's idea. "So, in your eyes, this door represents the end of a person's life?" Angor nodded. "Something like that. You can say it's the goal of a person's life. When one passes through the dark tide of life, he or she will reach the door." Laplace stretched out his finger and pointed at the door. "But all the dark matter is released from this door. So, according to your interpretation, the end of a person's life, or the goal of a person's life, is the cause of the ruin's owner's dark life?" Angor was a little surprised. Indeed, the black substance was coming from the door. Therefore, using the life of the ruin's owner as an interpretation was not right. Angor fell into silence. He looked at the door on the mural again. This was because the existence of the door had overturned his previous theory of life. He stared at the door while thinking about how to interpret the mural. But as he pondered, suddenly, he felt that the door on the mural seemed to have grown bigger and closer to him. "What?" Angor quickly regained his senses and looked at the door on the mural again. The door was still in the same position. It did not grow bigger or jump out of the mural. But he felt that the door was moving closer to him. Angor thought for a moment and released his spirit feelers to check around the door, but he did not find anything unusual. Could it be that he was imagining things? Laplace, on the other hand, was looking at Angor with a doubtful look. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the door on the mural?" Laplace paid more attention to the mural, but she also paid some attention to Angor. She clearly saw Angor's pupils suddenly shrank as if he saw a ghost. Then he quickly used his spirit feelers to check the door on the mural. This behavior was clearly a little strange. Angor did not try to hide anything from Laplace. He told Laplace what he sensed just now. "You felt the door on the mural growing bigger and getting closer to you?" Angor nodded. "Yes. But I can't tell if it was an illusion or not." Laplace looked at Angor and the door on the mural again. "I'm sure the door did not change when you were meditating. At least, it did not change in my sight." Of course, Angor believed Laplace's words. But he did feel that the door on the mural was growing bigger. Angor shook his head. Maybe it was just an illusion. Laplace saw the hesitation in Angor's voice. "You can try again and see if it's just an illusion. Don't worry." I'll keep an eye on you. Angor considered and decided to give it a try. He really wanted to know if it was just an illusion or something was wrong with the door. Angor nodded. I'll try. But how should he do it? Should he keep staring at the door on the mural? Or was it to compare the previous situation, where he first pondered and then inadvertently looked at the door? His eyes were fixed on the door and the painting as he thought about how to proceed with the experiment. As he wondered if he should do the same thing, the door on the mural suddenly grew bigger again. This time, before Angor could react, he felt something hot on his chest. Next, the giant door appeared in front of him and swallowed him whole like a giant maw. The next second, Angor's vision went dark, and his body began to rise. However, it was not in the sense of space. Instead, it was in the sense of a certain concept. It was as if his body, soul, and consciousness had all been transcended. His entire being was evolving. At the same time, Angor clearly felt his emotions disappearing. Or rather, his emotion module did not rise with his consciousness. He went from being a sentient being to being emotionless and incorporeal. Without the restraint of emotions, Angor felt himself becoming calmer and calmer. He even realized that he was going through some kind of hyperdimension, which meant he had gone beyond his current dimension and arrived at a higher one. The reason why he could judge so quickly was because he had experienced this situation more than once. Back then, the alien eye absorbed a large amount of mysterious energy by stopping two plane fusions. In the end, the alien eye took Angor to a strange world beyond dimensions, where he learned how to use the gate of illusion. Another time, in order to survive a void disaster, Angor was carried by Wolf into a hyperdimension and wandered around in a higher dimension. Both times, he experienced the familiar ascension and the loss of the familiar emotion module. Considering the current situation, Angor was sure that he was going through some kind of hyperdimension. However, why would it be hyperdimensional? Was it because of the door? Or was it because of the alien eye? Perhaps Angor had gotten rid of all unnecessary emotions. His ability to sort out his memories and find clues had improved significantly. He still remembered that when he was about to be swallowed by the door, he felt something warm on his chest. And he kept the alien eye close to his chest. So, the warm feeling must have come from the alien eye. And that door? Maybe it was the alien eye that activated it? Or, did the alien eye make the door different from what it used to be? He couldn't tell if it was because of the door or the alien eye. But it didn't matter to him right now. The most important thing was, where was he now? Angor felt that the ascension had stopped. He had lost his sense of time during the hyperdimension, but he still felt that the ascension didn't last long. It was even faster than when Wolf took him to wander. To put it in a more direct way, it was, if dimensions had a height, then Wolf took him to a height of 1 meter, and the alien eye took him to a height of 10 meters. The ascension this time was probably less than half a meter. Was it because the painter of the murals didn't have a good grasp of hyperdimension? But then again, it was already impressive that the painter could understand the concept of hyperdimension. At least, as far as Angor knew, Wolf was the only one who could reach the dimension plane. Angor looked around. No. Look wasn't the right word. He only thought about it, and all the details around him were imprinted in his mind. He even saw the trajectory of his ascension. But that wasn't important. In a hyperdimension, such observation was as simple as breathing. This was a world of pure darkness, just like the dark matter in the murals. However, in the distant deep space, there was a glowing door, standing there like a lighthouse, guiding the way. So, I have to go to that door? With a thought, Angor began to ascend and approached the door. On his way to the door, he suddenly remembered the mural. His current situation was similar to the scene in the murals. In the murals, a man in a red uniform was walking toward the door while stepping on the dark matter. And now, he was also walking through the unknown dark matter and heading toward the door. Is this a kind of historical loop? Or was it a necessity for dimensions to reappear? Angor didn't know. He didn't think too much about it. He wouldn't get an answer in a short time. Soon, he arrived in front of the door. The design of the door was exactly the same as the one in the murals. The only difference was that the door in the murals was constantly releasing dark matter, while this one was shining brightly. Angor didn't know what was behind the glowing door. But he had a feeling that he should go inside. In a higher dimension without an emotion module, calmness and rationality ruled everything. Because of this, the occasional inspiration that came to him would always be so abrupt. In Angor's opinion, this inspiration might be the guidance from a higher dimension organ, or the secret arrangement of an unknown existence in the higher dimension. The former was undoubtedly safe. But if it was the latter, he had to draw a question mark. So, should he follow the inspiration and walk into the glowing door? Angor pondered for a moment and finally decided not to go against the sudden inspiration. Whether it was the guidance of a higher dimension organ or the arrangement of an unknown existence, he could not go against it. Besides, in this completely lost dimension, there was only one place he could go, the door. This was the only choice he made after careful consideration. In a dimension without an emotion module, there was one advantage: after making a decision, it was hard to give oneself room to hesitate. Angor was the same. He did not even have the emotion of hesitation at this moment. He just made the choice according to his rationality. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the glowing door. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw a blinding flash of white light. The white light covered the sky and the earth as if this was a world of pure white light. However, the white light did not last long. When Angor's consciousness appeared here, the white light quickly boiled like boiling water. The white light twisted and overlapped. It began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. In a dimension where time could not be measured, the white light condensed from endless light into a light spot like a firefly. It was just a frame skip. The missing frame in the middle might be an instant, or it might be 10,000 years. Fortunately, Angor's consciousness also skipped a frame and did not sink into the missing frame. So when Angor opened his eyes again, he already saw that the white light around him had disappeared, leaving only a tiny floating light spot. And this dazzling light spot was rushing toward him. Angor could not dodge because he could not sense any energy source needed to move. Unlike when he was outside the door, he could move as long as his mind was clear. After entering the glowing door, it was as if he was stuck between the door and the space behind it. Other than being able to recognize himself, he could not affect the outside world at all. This included the sense of distance. Whether it was the distance of time or the distance of space, they were all completely restricted. He could only watch helplessly as the white light rushed into his consciousness. Then, following his consciousness, it entered his mind space. As soon as the white light entered his mind space, he finally sensed the existence of his body. Perhaps with the physical body as a target. Angor's consciousness floating in the higher dimension seemed to have found the way home and instantly became excited. Descending, contrary to the concept of ascending, he now felt that he was falling. Or should he call it dimensionality reduction? At the same time, Angor's missing emotion module was restored to the core of every human being's spirit hub like flowing water. In other words, he was back. As soon as his spirit returned to his body, he saw the painting on the wall moving. The man in the golden red uniform was slowly walking toward the door. Each of his steps was extremely heavy. However, it did not mean that he was sad. Instead, it was a sense of solemnity from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a devout believer was walking toward his religion. In the end, the man in the golden red uniform disappeared behind the glowing door. The dimensionality also disappeared. When Angor slowly focused his eyes, he saw that the painting was still the same. The man in the golden red uniform did not move, and the door did not glow. Everything was in order, as if the pilgrimage he had seen before was just an illusion. "How is it? Do you see the door approaching you?" Laplace looked at Angor. Angor had been spacing out for almost 10 seconds already. Laplace kept watching Angor while observing the door on the wall. The door on the wall did not look strange to Laplace's eyes. She could only look at Angor to see if there were any changes. Angor narrowed his eyes. Judging from Laplace's question, he already guessed that Laplace did not notice the dimensionality he experienced and the series of abnormalities that followed. Maybe it was only a few seconds in reality. However, during the dimensionality, Angor felt that he had spent a lot of frames. He might have dropped frames, but he still had a sense of time. Still, Angor was not surprised. He used his consciousness to enter the dimensionality, and consciousness was sensitive to time. Besides, higher dimensions had their own concept of time. Angor did not reply to Laplace right away. Instead, he looked down and sensed the skin on his chest. That warm feeling still hadn't disappeared. Since Laplace was right next to him, he did not dare to use his spirit feelers to check if the alien eye was heating up. However, he was sure that the alien eye had been acting strangely before, just by feeling the heat on his skin. But it only heated up a little. It did not glow or directly float out. It made sense. The only thing that could make the alien eye react so violently was a plane fusion. It was already impressive that the painting could cause the alien eye to heat up once. Maybe it was because the painting contained some kind of dimensionality aura. Maybe the aura came from the owner of the painting, the man in the golden red uniform. Angor did not try to figure it out. He had a feeling that the white light entering his mind space would tell him the answer. With that in mind, Angor entered his mind space. There was no change in the space of thought, and the white light from before had disappeared. But Angor knew where it went. It was a spell slot in his spirit model. To be more precise, the white light went into the gate of illusion. It seemed to have become one with the gate of illusion. Due to the appearance of the white light, the gate of illusion also underwent some new changes. However, Angor did not study them for now. He asked the server in his mind to analyze the changes. Angor's consciousness returned. He looked up and saw Laplace looking at him with a concerned and doubtful look. He was going to say nothing, but on second thought, he decided there was no need to lie. Lying in front of Laplace, who had lived for more than 10,000 years, was not something he could do. However, even if he didn't lie, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth. After all, he had decided not to reveal anything about the alien eye to anyone. Angor thought for a moment and pointed at the man in the golden red uniform. I saw him moving. He moved? Laplace was surprised. Didn't Angor say door? Why did he say man now? Angor nodded. I saw him walking toward the door. Each of his steps was heavy, like a devout pilgrim who was about to meet his God. Finally, he entered the door. And then, everything went back to normal. The painting did not change. The man did not move. The door did not move. I don't even know if I was bewitched by some unknown entity, or if I was just illusion. Angor chuckled self-deprecatingly. Meanwhile, Laplace showed a serious look after hearing Angor's explanation. She believed Angor's words not only because of her knowledge of Angor, but also because of her intuition. The painting did move in Angor's eyes. However, Laplace didn't notice any abnormalities at all. She and Angor were both standing in front of the painting, but they saw two completely different things. This made Laplace think that there was something different going on inside. Maybe the painting is picking people? Picking people? Laplace nodded. She already noticed something strange about the painting when she first came here. However, after she carefully observed the mural, she didn't sense any spiritual remote sensing. This was also the reason why Laplace gave up on investigating the murals that were obviously abnormal. Angor, on the other hand, kept seeing strange things in front of him. The door was approaching, and the pilgrimage of the person in the painting. This was completely different from what she had seen before. She was not waiting for herself. She was waiting for Angor. The question is, why did the painting pick you? Laplace asked. This ruin was left behind by the Ordovans. Even if the painting wanted to pick people, it should have picked an Ordovans. Why did it pick a human? Angor shook his head. However, Angor believed that the painting was not meant to pick people. In fact, it was not meant to give people opportunities or clues. Was it because Angor had the alien eye as a middleman? Or did it activate some kind of aura or memory in the painting? Laplace did not doubt Angor's words. Maybe something about you corresponds to the painting? Or maybe the creator of the painting has some kind of preference for humans? Laplace made several guesses, but none of them seemed right to her. Laplace considered and shook her head. Never mind. These are all baseless guesses. Let's get back to the real thing. What do you plan to do now that you noticed something strange about the painting? Stay here and study it? Or find a way to take it away? Angor shook his head. He knew that the painting was useless now, and he would not be able to get anything out of it. As for taking it away, that was even more unnecessary. However, these were all inferences based on what he already knew. They could not be used as evidence. He considered and said, I can't tell if it's good or bad, or if it's a risk or an opportunity. If it's a risk, taking it away will only bring me disaster. If it's an opportunity, Angor chuckled. So what? I haven't even used up all the opportunities one already have. Why should I carry a painting that looks like an opportunity? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use it. Laplace agreed. The dream crystal alone was enough to elevate Angor's status to a whole new level as long as they continued to develop it. Why should he care about a small painting? Besides, the painting was left behind by the Ordovans. Even if he wanted to study it, he would need to understand their civilization first. He might even find something related to the Ordovans' energy system. There was no need for Angor to look for something that was far away. Besides, the painting might not be an opportunity. Therefore, it was pointless for Angor to shoulder the responsibility of the painting. Thinking of this, Laplace nodded and said, That's true. This mural may be more of a burden to you. Speaking of which, Angor continued, I'm more interested in the story behind the painting. Like who painted it? Why did they do it? But I don't think we can find out the answer for now. The answer was probably related to the previous owner of the ruin. The ruin was not only explored by LV Nua, but also renovated by the Crystal Eye race. Almost all information about the previous owner of the ruin was removed. It was impossible to find out the answer now. Laplace thought for a moment and said, Perhaps we can ask Lu Nua. Maybe he has some information about the previous owner of the ruins? Angor nodded. He had the same idea. LV Nua briefly told them about the previous owner of the ruin. Since they were too focused on the items in the hidden space, LV Nua did not tell them much. They did not know how much LV Nua knew about the previous owner of the ruin. Maybe LV Nua knew a lot about the previous owner? Let's ask LV Nua later. Laplace nodded. Shall we leave now? The clone can't talk. She's lost her mind. Lost her mind? You can think of her as a walking corpse. Angor was speechless. After all, the divine blood doppelganger is your doppelganger. Is it really appropriate for you to describe your doppelganger as a walking corpse? Let's go meet up with the maze guardians then. Without wasting any more time, the two of them left the spacious underground palace. After they left, a small piece of paint powder fell from the door of the painting behind the throne. Although this tiny bit of paint powder was even smaller than a grain of rice, its falling meant that the mural was beginning to become mediocre. Just like the other paintings in the ruin, they would lose their original colors under the ravages of time. End of chapter. They made it back to the main chamber without any problems. Every labyrinth guard was waiting for them. Angor did a quick count and found no one missing. Moreover, there was a crystal ball-like shell floating beside every labyrinth guard, and it was filled with supplies. Obviously, these were Juno's relics they found in the ruin. Thank goodness you're back, misters. The captain of the labyrinth guard stepped forward and let out a long sigh of relief. They agreed to explore the ruin separately and meet up at the main chamber. However, Angor and Laplace still took too long. It had been almost 4 hours. 4 hours was not a long time to explore an unknown ruin without a map. However, there were signs, lights, and even small maps everywhere. Besides, they were all supernaturals. They couldn't use space manipulation, but they could still fly from the leftmost end of the ruin to the rightmost end in a short time. It only took the labyrinth guards half an hour to search for the relics left behind by LV Nua. They spent the rest of the time waiting in the main chamber. Angor and Laplace didn't show up for several hours, which worried them a lot. After all, Angor and Laplace were important guests. If something happened to them, they wouldn't be able to explain it to the outside world. They waited anxiously for 3.5 hours before Angor and Laplace finally came back. This allowed the labyrinth guardians to finally let go of their worries. Sorry to keep you waiting, Angor said, feeling a little embarrassed. They could have come back an hour earlier, but they didn't expect that they had to follow the rules of the puppets when returning from the mosaic space. Furthermore, the path that appeared when they returned was different from when they came. They went through the wind path, the musical path, the clock path, and the blood path, which could be ignored. Among the first 3 paths, the wind path was the easiest. You had to use the wind to fly forward without landing on the ground. Otherwise, you would lose the game. The musical path was also easy. You had to follow the steps of the puppets, jump on the path made of piano keys, and play a piece of music without stopping. Only the clock path was more difficult. Angor and Laplace made a mistake here. They didn't know the rules at first, and they only realized that they had to calculate the time difference on the clock before them. Because of this, they had to move forward again and were delayed for a while. The blood path also seemed to have complicated rules. Unfortunately, Angor and Laplace didn't pay attention to the puppets' paths at all. Instead, they just flew up. They could see the light spot on the cliff in the distance. Since they could see the cliff, they didn't need to walk. They just flew there. The puppet was obviously angry. It chased after them while complaining. Angor didn't know Ordovician language, but he could guess that it was cheating. So? Angor. They didn't want to come back here anyway. Also, he felt great when he saw the puppets getting angry but not being able to do anything to stop them. The taunts he received along the way made him want to stay on the cliff a little longer so that he could see the puppets' expression again. However, Angor's clone kept urging them, and the labyrinth guards were probably worried about them. Angor decided to let go of the puppet and left the mosaic space with Laplace feeling refreshed. It's fine no matter how long we wait. We're just worried that something might have happened to the two of you. The maze guard captain smiled. Fortunately, everything is fine. The guards knew that Angor and Laplace must have gone to a hidden space in the ruin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them so long. However, they didn't ask about the hidden space at all. Instead, they hoped that they could get out of the mirror vault as soon as possible. This was what they kept worrying about for 3.5 hours. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He quickly nodded when the guards suggested to leave. They didn't talk for the rest of the journey. They left the mirror vault without any problems. The mirror maze outside had returned to normal. Looking around, they saw a maze of mirrors everywhere. However, as soon as the crystal ball appeared, the spirit of the giant city seemed to have sensed their presence. In the blink of an eye, the mirror maze disappeared, and a path leading to the outside world appeared in front of them. Without any hindrance, they returned to the outer hall of the mirror warehouse a few seconds later. They opened the door and saw the scenery of the 50th floor. The labyrinth guards sent them here and then hurriedly returned to the labyrinth. Their job was done, and they should return to their posts now. However, the leader of the labyrinth guards stayed behind. In fact, the guard captain had originally planned to leave, but just as he turned around, the crystal in between his eyebrows suddenly flickered. Prophet Hoda sent them a message. Sir, Prophet Hoda knows that you left the mirror vault. He hopes that you can wait for him for a moment. The guard captain listened to Prophet Hoda's message and explained. Prophet Hoda said that he's almost done with the crystal of a corpse. He'll send it here soon. The guard captain's lips twitched when he heard the word crystal. However, he quickly suppressed his curiosity and returned to his normal expression. If you're not in a hurry, you can take a rest in the room next door. Prophet Hoda will be here soon. After a pause, the guard captain took out a crystal from his pocket. If you really have something to do, you can take this crystal with you. Later, Prophet Hoda will follow the crystal's location and find you too. Angor exchanged a look with Laplace. We're fine. We can wait here for Hoda. The guard captain sighed in relief and put away the crystal. Then, please follow me. Under the lead of the guard captain, they arrived at a room next to the mirror vault. The room looked empty. Apart from a sofa and several crystal tables and chairs, there was nothing else. According to the guard captain, this was where the maze guards held their meetings. Behind this room was their dormitory. Now that all the guards were on duty in the mirror vault, this room was empty. After the guard captain finished his introduction, he took out 2 cups of cold black tea from somewhere. Looking at the cold tea on the table, the guard captain explained with some embarrassment, "We only have this here. This is the frozen tooth black tea that is popular in the Tooth Fairy Paradise. If you two don't like it, I can buy it again." Angor shook his head. "No need for that. You can go now." The guard captain nodded, bowed, and left. After the guard captain left, Angor took a sip of the frost tooth black tea. As expected of the frozen teeth black tea, Laplace felt that his teeth were cold the moment it entered his mouth. Also, the coldness was like a virus that spread through his teeth and into the depths of his brain. He felt as if his brain was being washed by an icy tornado. It wasn't uncomfortable. In fact, he felt refreshed. It was a strange experience though. His eyes, nostrils, ears, and every other part of his body seemed to be leaking cold air. As expected of a beverage from another world. Just like the elemental dragon's specially tuned electric water he drank in the silver forest space, every sip seemed to be a great adventure full of surprises. Angor didn't like the taste, but he still finished the cup in one go so as not to waste it. Drinking a cup at a time and drinking only one sip at a time were two completely different things. He felt as if his mind was frozen. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He turned his head and found that Laplace had also finished her frostbite black tea, but her expression was very calm, and there was nothing unusual about it at all. She even commented, "It's not frostbite enough. It shouldn't have been made by the tooth fairy." Angor didn't know what to say. Angor touched his eyebrows which were already covered in white frost and remained silent. "I don't think Prophet Hodo will be here anytime soon. He needs to prepare tens of thousands of St. Corpse crystals. Should we go to the Silver Forest dimension and see the clone first?" Laplace nodded. She had the same idea too. The god's blood doppelganger could not speak for the time being, so he had been urging Laplace through telepathy for more than 4 hours. Even Laplace felt that his doppelganger was too noisy. In order to stop his doppelganger from nagging, Laplace summoned the silver mirror. She dragged Angor into the Silver Forest dimension. Silver Forest dimension. The land of sleep. When Angor opened his eyes, he saw that he was already in the land of sleep. At this time, the land of slumber was still as quiet as ever from the sound, but from the glasses, it was quite lively. In the distance, there was a peaceful lake, a quiet gravestone, and a swaying flower bed. Nearby, there was the Black Forest, a dancing tea table, Zeus Thundercloud, and a library beside the tea table. Everything looked very lively. In particular, the newly emerged library was obviously in the style of a fairy tale, as if it had a warm yellow filter. Not only was the lintel bright, but he could also see the bookshelves full of books inside. Additionally, the windows on each floor were very clean and transparent, and he could clearly see Laplace's avatar reading inside. Without a doubt, the new library was the one he created earlier, which was filled with Ordovician books. Through the window, he saw more than one avatar reading a book in the library. "That's it?" Angor muttered. "It's just my memory. I can't translate the whole thing yet. But someone already knows how to do some simple translations. I think it's the water element clone. She's faster than everyone else." "So you're going to let your avatar learn Ordovician?" Laplace nodded. "If they do, so will I." Angor didn't know what to say, but he also felt jealous. If he could have so many clones to help him learn, he wouldn't need to go back to Brute Cavern to settle down. He could just leave his body and soul on the road. Angor suppressed his jealousy and followed Laplace to the tea table where people were dancing. It was a familiar seat. However, there was no familiar person at the tea table. Angor sighed in relief. On his way here, the tea table was filled with his energy clones. They didn't do anything, but it still felt strange to be surrounded by so many people. If he wasn't mistaken, they all went to the library to read. Angor was glad that the library he created on a whim saved him from being stared at by others. Could this be considered as luck? Only Angor, Laplace, and Luigi were at the tea table. However, Luigi seemed to have fallen asleep again. Angor was sure that Luigi didn't enter the dream crystal. In other words, Luigi was just sleeping. Maybe he was studying Vermilion Bird and Evil Abyss. As soon as Angor sat down, the familiar book with a thick cover flew out and began to turn the pages while asking Angor what he wanted to drink. Angor quickly stopped the book and told it that he already had a drink. Laplace also chimed in, and only then did the thick-shelled book stop doubting him. The book didn't ask for any drinks, but the teacup with a mouth still showed up on the table. Along with the dancing table, the teacup began to sing a song. It seemed to be the opening act for today's tea party. Angor watched the performance quietly and was about to ask about the god's blood clone when Zeus Thundercloud flew to his side again. The thundercloud circled around Angor several times and kept muttering, "Zeus, Zeus." At first, he thought Zeus was trying to express something else. It's just expressing its gratitude to you, Laplace told him. It likes the name you gave it. It's been almost a day already. Is it too slow to react? No. It likes the name so much that it's out of time. Angor hesitated. Then when I come here next time, Laplace nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it will continue to express its feelings. After all, its love for the name is beyond time, and love needs to be expressed. Angor looked at Zeus Thundercloud. He hesitated for a few seconds and reached out his hand to pat the creature's head. It was soft, like some kind of fluffy bread. But what followed was a blinding flash of electricity. Next, Angor felt a numbing sensation from his palm all the way to the back of his head as if he was touching a nettle leaf. Every inch of skin on his palm was screaming in pain and heat. Angor slowly withdrew his hand. Laplace noticed Angor's movement and explained, Thunder-Eye, no, Zeus doesn't usually control its electricity. It's already trying its best to shrink its body. I see. Angor looked at Zeus Thundercloud, which now looked like a fat man sucking in his stomach. Zeus Thundercloud sensed Angor's electricity and quickly backed away. Zeus. Zeus. Laplace translated for Angor, it said it'll control itself when you come again. I see. Zeus Thundercloud slowly floated above the tea table and looked at Angor with an expectant look. Zeus? Zeus? Laplace, it's asking you, can you touch it again next time? Angor remained silent for 2 seconds. I'll try. After receiving Angor's answer, Zeus Thundercloud returned to its fat man form and floated above the tea table. Lightning flashed in the cloud, matching the frequency of the dancing tea table. When everything calmed down, Angor looked at Laplace and asked about the clone. Laplace asked, Divine Blood clones? She's already here. Laplace said as he looked at the black forest. He followed her gaze and saw Laplace walking out of the dark forest. She was wearing a black and red dress, and she was walking on a rugged path full of weeds. Her dark purple hair seemed to have merged with the darkness of the forest. His black and red eyes were like bats in a dark cave, flashing with an indescribable luster. She was Angor's clone. In the past, the appearance of the god's blood doppelganger was always accompanied by endless chatter. Therefore, even though she was dressed very goth and looked like a vampire girl, she had never felt that kind of horror. But today, she had quietly appeared. Her eyes were dark and gloomy, and in addition to the pitch-black forest, her long purple hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a young girl from hell, demonic and terrifying. In particular, the mouth of the god's blood doppelganger made her even more terrified. On the pale face of the doppelganger, strange runes were drawn with dark red paint, which looked like a strange rune array. The center of the formation, or rather, the origin of the formation, was the mouth of the doppelganger. Her bright red lips were covered in blood-red veins. These veins formed a strange pattern on her face. Soon, the god's blood clone reached the edge of the black forest. A rustling sound accompanied her. It was the sound of leather boots stepping on dead wood and broken leaves. The clone walked to the tea table and gave Angor a resentful glare before he slowly sat down on the right side of the table. She happened to be right across from Angor. Angor looked at the doppelganger for a while and couldn't help but ask, What happened to your mouth? The doppelganger didn't answer. Instead, she looked at Laplace. She can't speak right now, so I have to do it for her, Laplace said. I can see that. Given the nagging nature of the god's blood doppelganger, it must have been affected by some external factor that prevented her from speaking. Laplace said, the blood patterns on her mouth are the result of the special ritual she's been preparing recently. The blessing given by the doppelganger was only a verbal blessing. However, it was still affected by supernatural factors. In other words, her blessing was effective. It was similar to the spirit of words. Words must be kept. Once spoken, the law would be enforced. Such a powerful ability was not something that could be easily unleashed. Preparations had to be made in advance. It was similar to how some wizards needed materials to cast spells. The doppelganger prepared by mixing blood ink and drawing veins for the blessing ritual. So, the veins on her face are a blessing ritual? Laplace nodded. Yes. When she starts the ritual, she can't speak anymore. Otherwise, her spirit energy will leak out, and the blessing won't work. This was also the reason why the god's blood clone did not speak. It wasn't that she couldn't speak. Once she did, the ritual would automatically fail. When the ritual is over, she'll be able to speak again. Laplace paused. But then, there will be a new side effect. Angor frowned. New side effect? Is it serious? The doppelganger couldn't answer, but she gave Angor a look that said. Very serious. If that's the case, maybe we should just forget about it? Angor didn't expect much from the doppelganger's blessing anyway. If the doppelganger suffered serious consequences because of a single blessing, it wouldn't be worth it at all. Angor's clone's eyes lit up for a second, but he quickly hid his expression and let out a long sigh, as if he was sighing helplessly. At this moment, Laplace said indifferently, "There's no turning back once the arrow is shot." When she drew the lines on her face, she was already in the middle of the blessing ceremony. Even if you cancel it, you will have to pay a corresponding price, or even more. Due to the cancellation of the ceremony, all the previous preparations were meaningless. Even the blood ink was wasted. The blood ink made by the doppelganger was made from the rare blood in his blood bank. If he gave up the blessing ceremony, it would be a waste of the rare blood. The price he had to pay would naturally be much higher. Laplace said, also, the side effects of the blessing ritual aren't that serious. The moment Laplace finished his words, the doppelganger tapped the table with his knuckles and looked at Laplace seriously. He seemed to want to correct her choice of words. She didn't say anything, but he could guess what she was thinking. Not serious? How could it not be serious? This is extremely serious. Laplace glanced at the clone but didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Angor and said, "That's subjective. At least, I don't think it's that bad in the eyes of others. You can think of it this way. A child accidentally dropped his favorite teddy bear into a quagmire," Laplace said. "Do you think it's serious?" He wanted to say no, but he thought about it and chose a more careful tone. It might be bad for children, but it's not too bad for others. It was just a teddy bear, after all. Compared to other important things like health, life, and faith, the teddy bear was child's play. Besides, the teddy bear was only stained by mud, and it could be cleaned up easily. In his opinion, it wasn't serious at all. Laplace said, "Same thing. This is the side effect of the blessing performed by the doppelganger. She thinks it's serious, but it's not that serious in the eyes of others." Angor didn't know what the side effect was, but he had a general idea of how serious it was. The doppelganger, on the other hand, looked away unhappily. Angor didn't know what to say. It didn't seem appropriate to answer Laplace's question. After all, he was the recipient of the blessing, not an outsider. He considered and decided not to say anything, just like the doppelganger. Laplace didn't say anything either. The tea table fell into a rare silence. The quiet atmosphere lasted for half a minute before someone broke the silence. "If you're not going to perform the blessing ritual, why don't you listen to my report?" About the blood calamity." The speaker was sitting right next to Angor. It wasn't Laplace. Angor was startled by her sudden voice. He didn't see anyone when he sat down. Angor turned around and saw a translucent figure sitting on the empty seat on his right. This was a person who was translucent from head to toe. Even his hair was translucent, making him look like a ghost. Only her eyes weren't translucent. Instead, they contained a mixture of dark blue and emerald. Angor recognized her. She was the doppelganger who specialized in teleportation. Only the doppelganger could sneak up to Angor without being noticed. "New information from the blood calamity?" Angor asked. The doppelganger nodded. "Yes. Not long ago, the blood calamity sent us a new report. Also, the information this time is quite interesting. Do you want me to tell you now?" Angor was about to nod, but before he could say anything, the doppelganger slammed the table and stood up. She pointed at her own mouth with her index finger. "Ugh. Ugh." The doppelganger didn't say anything, but her intention was clear. Compared to letting the doppelganger share information about the blood calamity, she preferred to perform the blessing ritual first so that she could speak. The doppelganger didn't mind. Since you insist, let's begin the blessing ritual first. Now? Laplace finally spoke. The doppelganger nodded again. Now. What's the side effect? You haven't told me yet. Laplace said, there aren't many side effects. You'll see later. Without waiting for Angor's reply, Laplace suddenly put her hands together and released a beam of white light from between her fingers. When the light completely covered the area, Angor found himself standing in front of a temple that was shining with gentle light. Layers upon layers of tall fences surrounded the magnificent temple. There were exquisite carvings everywhere. Even the fence was carved with perfect irises. Angor was standing right outside the fences. Forward. Laplace's voice came from behind. Angor turned around and saw Laplace standing right next to him. Where are we? Angor asked as he followed behind Laplace. The place where the doppelganger used to live. It's also where the ritual will be held. Soon, they stepped into the fences and saw a holy temple in the distance, as well as a fountain and a garden nearby. The sound of running water from the fountain was like a faraway bagpipe, with a hint of holiness. There were also exotic flowers and plants in the garden. Flashing butterflies danced in pure white, bowl-shaped flower buds. The golden apple tree emitted a dazzling radiance. Flying fairies were wrapped in ribbons. Everything was like a dream. Walking in the garden felt like walking into a fairy tale. Angor couldn't help but feel happy and relaxed. After passing through the dreamy garden, they arrived at the temple. Above the gate of the temple was a row of human, or rather, humanoid statues. Some of them were reading books, some were writing rapidly with excited expressions. Some were standing under the scales, judging evil and rewarding good. Some were kneeling in front of the church and praying silently. All the statues were extremely clear. Angor could even see their inner thoughts from their facial features. It was enough to show how skilled the sculptor was. These statues are all from the god of sculpture and engraving. Laplace paused for a second when he mentioned the name of this god. This is the god in the world where the god's blood doppelganger once lived. Angor nodded. According to Laplace, there were many gods in the world where the doppelganger used to live. However, those gods tended to be pragmatic. For example, there was the god of Fawn who helped develop agriculture, the god of cleanliness who kept families clean, and the doll fighter who protected children's dreams. In short, everything was about practicality. Even the gods were practical gods. Therefore, it was only natural that there was a god of sculpture and engraving here. These statues are the followers of the god of preciseness. They spent their lives practicing preciseness and achieved great things. That's why they became the gatekeepers of the temple of preciseness. The god of preciseness was the doppelganger of the doppelganger. So, this is the doppelganger's temple? The temple of preciseness? Laplace nodded. The temple of preciseness is also called the god of preciseness. But you can call it the temple of preciseness. What about the doppelganger of the doppelganger? Look, it's right there. As soon as Laplace finished speaking, the gate of the temple opened. Dazzling light scattered in all directions, followed by the holy singing of a choir. Angor looked into the temple from afar. It was as if someone had turned on a skin-grinding filter. The Tyndall effect was everywhere. Countless paths of light made the entire temple look extremely sacred. At the end of the temple, Angor saw a tall white statue. It was the doppelganger of the doppelganger. End of chapter. Following the holy light, Angor and Laplace stepped into the depths of the temple. Every time they stepped through a path of light, fairies wrapped in colorful ribbons would appear from the colorful windows on both sides of the temple and offer their most sincere gazes as if they were singing a silent hymn. Soon, they arrived at the end of the temple. A pure white statue stood in the middle of the halo. According to Laplace, this statue was the clone of God's blood. However, when Angor looked closer, he noticed that the statue did not look like God's blood's clone at all. It was a woman who looked more serious than God's blood's clone. From a human's point of view, she was not beautiful, but she looked more heroic. She was holding a measuring cup in one hand and a ruler in the other. She looked dignified and solemn. Rather than a statue of a goddess, she looked more like a self-sculpted statue of a female scientist. She did not look distant like a deity. Instead, she looked like a woman who was obsessed with the truth. This is the face of the god of rigor, Laplace said. To be precise, this is how she looked in the eyes of her believers in her original world. But this is not her true face either. Her true face is a mass of light mist. The gods there were born from believers, and they walked out of the mist of light. Because of this, the god of rigor never cared about her own appearance. She did not care even if she changed her face into Laplace's. A god who came from the light mist. That world sounds interesting. Laplace nodded. It is. There are countless gods in that world. But the root of all gods is man. Man is the true master of that world. In that world, the gods are not omniscient. In fact, mortals are the most unfathomable beings for them. Even when mortals sent them to the altar, they still do not understand them. Laplace's words sounded sentimental and even sentimental. Angor was thinking about how to respond when Laplace suddenly spoke again. This is what God's Blood's clone said. I'm just helping to convey it. The white statue in front of them glowed brightly as if it was responding to Laplace's words. Why would a god not understand humans? Laplace did not reply immediately. Instead, he looked at the statue and said after a few seconds, God can only see people's actions, not their hearts. Especially the people of that world. A very small portion of them pursue some kind of idealistic philosophy. God doesn't understand those philosophies. It's like showing an illiterate person a high-level mathematical formula. He won't be able to understand it. And this philosophy of idealism is said to be the origin of God. Of course, this is just a legend. Laplace paused for a moment before continuing, the above is for reference only. The divine blood doppelganger only has part of the memory. She is not the real god of rigor. So, you can just listen to these theories. If you are really interested in the world of the pantheon, you can go and take a look for yourself in the future when you grow up. Angor nodded. He was interested in many other worlds, including the barbarian world, the Ordovician realm, and this unknown world of gods. However, apart from the desolate savage world, he couldn't go to any of these worlds for the time being. Space-time limit limited everything. It would be great if he could find a way to bypass this limit and go to a distant world. Of course, there were ways to realize such a dream. For example, he could learn the travel method of a special world and go to another world through the portal of the special world. However, this method was difficult to achieve. Before, Angor thought that he only needed to go to a special world and find the corresponding coordinates to teleport to another world. But after staying in the mirror realm for so long, he had a better understanding of the special worlds. The mirror realm was also a special world, but it was also very difficult to teleport to another world through it. The sun mirror realm only corresponded to a few nearby worlds. If he wanted to go to a distant source world, he had to go to another mirror realm through the ghost domain first. Going to another mirror realm was already difficult for the creatures there, not to mention finding the corresponding mirror realm. Besides, even if he could go to another mirror realm, would he be able to find a way to teleport to another world? No. He still needed to understand the rules of the other mirror realm. Therefore, even if he learned the travel method of a special world, he might not be able to reach his destination quickly and easily. Of course, this was only using the mirror realm as an example. If it was convenient to teleport to another special world, Angor would just ignore it. Angor shook his head and tried to get rid of the distant world idea for now. But at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. His thoughts suddenly drifted to the door of illusion. He remembered a trip he took using the gate of illusion. Back then, he arrived at the small space of the box of reincarnation, which was located in a distant plane in the blink of an eye. There, he met Ivo Sprit, a scholar from the research department. If he could learn the special travel method of the gate of illusion, maybe he could bypass the limit of spacetime and go to a distant world, but he only dared to think about it. If he really wanted to learn the travel method, he would feel that he had to reach the legendary level, or even the miracle level. After all, it was a real high-dimensional travel method. Angor looked at the white statue in front of him. So, the blessing is given here? Laplace nodded. Yes. Right here. Laplace stared at the statue for a moment as if he was trying to listen to the statue's words. Several seconds later, Laplace spoke again. The clone asked me to ask you, what do you want to be blessed in? Angor was surprised. Huh? Can I choose the content of the blessing myself? Laplace said, you can choose for yourself, but the god's blood clone will make the final decision. Angor didn't know what to say. What's the point? You can ask her as a reference. Most of the time, the blessings people gave her were too ridiculous. She wasn't omnipotent, and she couldn't grant every blessing. However, she could refer to one's wishes and give them specific blessings. For example, if Angor's wish was I wish to become invincible in this world, the clone's clone wouldn't be able to do it. There was no way Angor's clone could do such a thing. However, Angor was sure that he wanted to improve his fighting skills. The avatar would be able to give him a certain amount of blessings from the aspect of improving his combat ability. For example, she could reduce mistakes in battle, or reduce the chances of crossing paths while casting spells. Angor thought for a moment. I don't know where I can get blessings. But if I have to choose, I don't need blessings for fighting. I'm more interested in getting blessings for my research. Compared to making mistakes in battle, Angor was more interested in making fewer mistakes in research. For Magi, knowledge was power. Where did they get their knowledge from? Apart from learning from the outside world, they could do their own research. Laplace said, the divine blood clone already knows. She will consider your opinion. Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't ask for too much. Did the clone really need his opinion? Laplace said, stand in front of the statue. Angor complained in his mind, but he didn't show it on his face. He followed Laplace's instructions and stood in front of the statue. As Laplace stepped back, he heard a loud clang coming from above. Angor looked up. A colorful window on the ceiling of the temple suddenly opened, and a beam of light shone down on Angor's body like a stage lamp. The warm light enveloped Angor and the statue. Angor could clearly feel that the temple around him was dimmed. Even Laplace, who was standing not far away, seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow. It was as if some kind of barrier had appeared, separating him from the outside world. At this moment, only Angor and the statue were inside the barrier. Out of instinct, he looked up at the statue in front of him. The statue, which had been standing still all this time, lowered its plaster head as well. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. As soon as they looked at each other, a strange power was released from the statue. The statue's outer shell turned into some kind of light dust and slowly disappeared, revealing the true face of the statue, the clone. This feeling was as if some kind of high-dimensional observer had reset the time of the low-dimensional world through strong observation. The original form of the statue jumped out of the long river of history. While Angor was still in a daze, the clone's dark purple hair slowly floated in the air. She slowly floated down from the sky and reached out a hand toward Angor. Angor couldn't move at all, as if he was frozen in time. The clone's finger went through Angor's field of vision without any resistance. Her cold fingertips gently touched the space between his eyebrows. The clone's face was right in front of him. Angor could clearly see her pale skin, black and red eyes, as well as the runes drawn with dark red ink on her face. The avatar suddenly opened its mouth and looked at the rune. God says, as a scholar who pursues the truth, you will have unparalleled intuition in your studies. Her clear voice echoed in Angor's ears. Following her words, Angor saw the blood ink ritual rune on the clone's face begin to glow in bright red. However, the light only lasted for half a second before it was extinguished. At this moment, a low voice came from the god's blood clone. This voice was completely different from the voice of the god's blood doppelganger. It was as if another person was speaking. She spoke as if it was a judgment. The blessing is not precise and not logical. Denied. Angor was speechless. The clone's eyes flickered as if she already knew this was going to happen. She just wanted to test the upper limit of her power. Now it seemed she had to return to reality. The clone remained silent for 2 seconds and spoke again. God says, as a scholar who pursues the truth, you will have unparalleled intuition in your studies. As soon as his voice fell, the blood ink ceremonial hair once again emitted a bright red light. But at the same time, the light quickly dimmed. A new judgment came out of the god's blood clone's mouth. The blessing is not precise and not logical. Denied. Angor was speechless again. He realized that the clone's blessing had a limit. She had to be precise, or the blessing would not work. Also, he noticed that the blood ink ritual rune on the clone's face was turning transparent as if it was about to disappear. Based on this situation, the god's blood clone should only have one last blessing left. If the last blessing was still not established, then the blessing this time would probably be hopeless. The clone also understood that she only had one last chance. She looked at Angor with a helpless and apologetic look. She thought she could succeed with just one blessing. However, Angor seemed to have made great achievements in his studies. It seemed impossible for her to give Angor a strong intuition in his future studies. Now, the only way was to add a prefix in front of the word spell research. Should she add a prefix of frequency or time? The divine blood doppelganger hesitated for a moment and then said, God says, as a scholar who pursues the truth, you will have unparalleled intuition the next time you study spells. As soon as he finished speaking, the red light of the blood ink ritual tattoo left his skin and turned into a mysterious rune. The rune flashed in front of Angor's eyes and disappeared. At the same time, he heard the familiar voice again. The blessing is precise and not logical. Granted. He did not feel anything from beginning to end. Even when the judge said should be established, he did not notice any change in himself. It was as if he was just going through the motions. He had no idea if the blessing would work, or if it would really work. As he pondered, the holy light, temples, and statues around him began to change. They all vanished in the blink of an eye as if they were nothing more than illusions in a dream. When he came back to his senses, he was already back at the tea party in Silver Forest Dimension. He looked up and saw the clone had returned. She gave Angor a meaningful look and said, Abba, Abba. The clone also seemed to be getting anxious. She stood up and said, Abba. Abba. After a long while, the god's blood clone touched his own throat and slumped back into the chair, looking absent-minded. Her whole body seemed to have lost its color. End of chapter. The clone slumped on the chair like a lifeless fish that had lost its dreams. Even when someone reached out from the chair and tried to comfort her, she did not respond. She only mumbled to herself. As for the content of her muttering, it was still Abba Abba. Angor hesitated for a while before he asked Laplace, is that a side effect? Laplace did not answer right away. Instead, he observed the clone carefully and said, looks like the blessing she gave you this time is quite good. Angor thought about the blessing given by the clone. As a scholar who pursues the truth, you will have unparalleled intuition the next time you study a spell. Yes. In terms of effect, it was indeed not bad. However, judging from the description, it seemed that there was only one chance to increase the effect. But no matter what, it was still a blessing. Not bad at all. Angor nodded. It's not bad. But I don't feel anything different after the blessing. That's because it's not the right time yet. If your blessings are related to research and learning, then you will naturally feel it when you start doing research. Angor nodded. It seemed that he would have to wait until the next time he studied a new spell in order to understand the effect of the blessing. But back to the topic. Was it really okay for the clone to go Abba Abba all of a sudden? Don't worry about her. It's just a small side effect of the blessing, said the clone. Angor already guessed that it was a side effect of the blessing, and it seemed he was right. Still, when he saw the clone's lifeless face, he couldn't help but ask, how long will it last? That depends on when she learns how to speak and pronounce the words. What do you mean learn? Didn't she already know how to speak? The side effect of the blessing is that she lost her ability to speak. This was an ability that was close to the rules, and there was no way to avoid it. But it's not a permanent loss. She can learn the common tongue of the continent from scratch. To put it simply, the common language of the continent was a foreign language to the god's blood clone. She had to learn it from the beginning. Once she learned it, she would be able to speak normally. I lost the memory of a language? Angor muttered. Is the side effect of using blessing that bad? The doppelganger said non-committally, with her learning ability, it will take her at most a few days to learn the common language. As for being proficient in English, it won't take more than a month. Is this considered a big side effect? At least in the eyes of the doppelganger, there weren't many side effects. Moreover, for some people, the side effect of losing the ability to speak was a good thing. For example, if the person sleeping on the tea table knew that his doppelganger had lost the ability to speak, even if it was only for a week, he would be so excited that he would play the harp for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, Laplace said, but then again, if we compare the blessings of the divine blood doppelgangers in the past, the side effects this time are indeed quite severe. Huh? Laplace said, the side effects of the blessing are divided according to the level of the blessing. Suppose there were 3 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 3 being the highest. The side effect of a level 1 blessing was that the doppelganger would forget certain words when speaking. For example, the doppelganger would overhear someone saying a word during a conversation, which was a very common word in the eyes of others. However, the doppelganger couldn't understand it. The level 1 blessing from the doppelganger made her forget words such as envelope, transition, and so on. It took a long time for the doppelganger to learn the meaning of these words. The side effect of a level 1 blessing was actually quite small. Of course, the doppelganger was also annoyed when she suddenly got stuck in her speech. In her opinion, the side effect of a level 1 blessing was quite severe, but it was still acceptable. The side effect of a level 2 blessing was slightly worse. It would cause the god's blood doppelganger to forget many words. If her vocabulary had been 100% in the past, it would have been reduced to 50% or even 40% now. This was a very unacceptable side effect for the doppelganger. The side effect of a level 3 blessing was that the doppelganger simply forgot everything. She had to learn everything from scratch. For the doppelganger who always talked about it as her motto, this was a terrible disaster. Looking at the colorful atmosphere around her and the doppelganger's doppelganger, Angor knew how terrible the side effect of the blessing was for her. But for others, it was only a matter of half a month or a month. It didn't affect her judgment or fighting ability. She could still express herself through mind synchronization. The side effect was really nothing. As a bystander, Angor would probably feel the same way as the others. But if he was someone who lost the ability to speak, and language was his only source of joy, he would probably feel terrible too. Moreover, learning a new language was different from learning an old language that he had once learned but had forgotten. The former was the excitement of exploring a new land, while the latter was a form of pressure that came out of nowhere. No one wanted to add another layer of pressure for no reason. With this in mind, Angor stood up and bowed to the doppelganger to express his gratitude. After all, he was the recipient of the blessing, while the doppelganger lost her ability to speak because of him. Seeing Angor's bow, the doppelganger slowly recovered from the monochrome world and waved her hand. She waved her hand. Laplace translated, she can't understand what you're saying right now, but I've already conveyed your message through mind synchronization. She told me that she lost the bet and that you don't need to thank her. Angor felt even more guilty. If Laplace didn't help him cheat, the doppelganger would have won the bet instead of him. Angor scratched his head and thanked the doppelganger again. Speaking of which, I just asked the doppelganger. She said that the blessing she gave you was a one-time use? Angor sat down and nodded. He didn't think it was a big deal. However, Laplace remained silent for a while after hearing Angor's answer. Even the doppelganger gave Angor a thoughtful look. It took him a while before Laplace finally spoke up to explain. The doppelganger thought it was a level 1 blessing since it only works once. But it turned out to be a level 3 blessing. Laplace continued, it means that you either have an unparalleled talent in spell research and can only receive a one-time blessing, or your spell research is so difficult that you can't maintain the normal blessing and can only receive a one-time blessing. No matter which one it is, it means that you are a true genius on the path of research. Laplace revealed a smile that hadn't appeared on his face for a long time. But it makes sense. Someone who can create a dream crystal can't be mediocre. For a person like you, if you want to obtain the normal blessing of research, I guess only mysterious items can do that. Is that a compliment? Angor paused for 2 seconds. Laplace nodded and said bluntly, of course. You deserve it. While they were talking, the doppelganger suddenly stood up. Ababa, she said she can't waste time. She's going to learn a new language. With that, the doppelganger turned around and headed to the library nearby. Wait. Angor quickly called out. The doppelganger stopped and looked at Angor in confusion. Blah blah blah? I mean, this library is all in Ordovician. I'll build a new one next to it, and I'll put books in the common tongue. If you want, I can also create an illusion theater to help you learn the common language. Angor believed that learning a language he had forgotten would not give him the same excitement as exploring a new world. Therefore, his learning attitude and efficiency would be affected. Since he couldn't do anything about it, he decided to do something about it. His idea was to use something similar to a DVD box to let the doppelganger watch TV so that the doppelganger could enjoy the story while learning the language. This was one of the methods he saw in the hologram tablet. When John first started learning a foreign language, he first came into contact with foreign language dramas and foreign language radio stations. Through the auditory stimulation and visual surprise, his interest in language learning deepened. Angor explained his idea to Laplace. Laplace was surprised. She had seen Angor's illusions before, and she knew how powerful they were. However, she didn't expect Angor to use such a method to help the doppelganger find its lost language. Laplace conveyed his idea to Angor. The doppelganger pondered for a moment. Bada bada? Laplace said, she's asking you if she can use any kind of illusion theater. Of course, Angor chuckled. Of course, he said. Of course. The doppelganger pointed at the sleeping Luigi and said, he's papa 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 papa. Angor looked at Laplace again. Laplace's expression was slightly weird. She said that Luigi had talked to her before. In the library of Rabbit Town, there is a book called I Am a Goddess After Rebirth. Angor rubbed his chin. I think there is such a book. Back in Rabbit Town's library, Angor used illusions to create a large number of novels, many of which were recorded in the hologram tablet. There were hundreds of versions of I Am a Goddess in Rabbit Town's hologram tablet. The stories were different, but the names were the same. The version Angor put in the hologram tablet was about a woman who was reborn and slowly became a god. So, she wants me to use I Am a Goddess in Rabbit Town to create an illusion theater? Laplace shook his head. No. She already read I Am a Goddess in Rabbit Town's library. She wants the script of the illusion theater to be similar to this one. Angor nodded in understanding. A novel about a heroine. So that's what the doppelganger likes? I see. As soon as he agreed, Laplace received a message from his avatar. Laplace was silent for a few seconds after hearing the words of the doppelganger. After a long while, she said with difficulty, she has a small request. What is it? She wants the main character to be a god. Angor hesitated for 2 seconds before he nodded. Of course. I know how to immerse myself in it. Books could only be learned through imagination. But since it was a hologram, it was best to be immersed in it. Angor had already selected several books in his mind. He removed the earth elements from them and made them localized so that he could put them in the library. Speaking of which, there was already a library here. Should he use illusions to create a new one, or should he create something else? For example, the Temple of Rigor he entered during the blessing ceremony. Angor wanted to create the temple for the sake of the doppelganger. After all, he was the one who caused the doppelganger's current condition. It was a way to make up for it. However, the clone shook his head and rejected his idea. Laplace explained, for the doppelganger, the Temple of Rigor is the most sacred place in her heart. She doesn't want to use it as entertainment. Angor understood the doppelganger's idea. So, I'll build a new library? Laplace nodded. Angor quickly controlled his nightmare illusion to create a new library nearby. However, before the illusion took shape, he had an idea. Instead of building a new library, he doubled the size of the previous one, which was filled with Ordovician books. He expanded the first and second floors to store books for learning languages. The third floor was turned into a spacious hall where the doppelganger could experience the illusion. The entire process of expansion was done casually. It did not even disturb the other energy clones that were studying inside, and the expansion was completed smoothly. Looking at the new library, Angor's clone smiled at him and gestured at his throat. She said she'll thank you in person when she learns the language, Laplace said. You don't need to thank me. To him, creating an existing illusion was as easy as lifting a finger. On the other hand, the doppelganger suffered an unexpected misfortune for giving him a blessing. Laplace said, let her decide whether to use it or not. With that, the doppelganger waved a hand and entered the library. After the god's blood doppelganger left, the doppelganger on the tea table was the only doppelganger left. Both Angor and Laplace turned their attention to the avatar. Did Blood Calamity find something? The phantom clone nodded. Yes. According to Blood Calamity, his spies have found Granny Dragon Crow. Through the ritual set up by Blood Calamity, Marion had contacted Granny Dragon Crow. Granny Dragon Crow had already learned about the Woe puppet and had agreed to work with the Blood Calamity to coordinate with them remotely to lock on to the approximate location of the Woe puppet. I don't need to tell you. You already know what I'm talking about. After all, Granny Dragon Crow knew better than Blood Calamity. With Marion's help, she knew how dangerous the wretched puppet could be. Granny Dragon Crow might be stationed in the mirror domain, but her roots were still in the sun mirror domain. She couldn't just watch the white sun mirror domain disappear without doing anything. Therefore, as soon as Marion finished, Granny Dragon Crow agreed to cooperate fully. Compared to these known developments, there's another piece of news that Granny Dragon Crow brought. I think you'll be more interested in it. The virtual shadow paused for a moment. What is it? The doppelganger said, news from Shaluda. Both Angor and Laplace were surprised to hear Shaluda's name. Shaluda was an elder of the Crystal Eye race, Glepner's best friend, and Rita's grandmother. She was also the only one willing to save Rita. In order to save Rita, Shaluda went to the mirror domain alone and tried to find the mirror dimension where Tunida obtained the blueprint of the Ceremony of Wonder. As long as she could destroy the Ceremony of Wonder, she could save Rita, thousands of young people who were affected by the Ceremony of Wonder, and save the Crystal Eye race. Shaluda was the only one who went against the rules of the Crystal Eye race. When Glepner learned that Shaluda went to the mirror domain, he asked Blood Calamity to help him find her. However, Glepner didn't hold out much hope. The mirror domain was so vast that it wouldn't be easy to locate Shaluda. But in less than a day, Blood Calamity's main body sent him news about Shaluda. Of course, Angor was surprised. Did they find Shaluda? The doppelganger nodded and said, to be exact, I haven't gone to look for Shaluda yet. However, Shaluda is actually with Granny Dragon Crow. Angor nodded. Blood Calamity finding Granny Dragon Crow was the same as finding Shaluda. That's a good thing. I'm sure Gleipnir will be happy about it. The avatar shook its head. Although I didn't share my mind with Gleipnir, I believe that she's not happy right now. Huh? Why would he be unhappy? The doppelganger didn't say anything. He just stared at Laplace. Laplace Shaluda's eyes, who seemed to be talking to someone. It seemed that the clone didn't want to disturb Laplace, so he didn't say anything. 2. And Sunday. Laplace didn't explain. Instead, she gestured to the phantom clone. Let her continue. You'll know. Angor glanced at Laplace and realized that Laplace had already asked Gleipnir before the avatar told him the story. Judging from Laplace's words, something unexpected must have happened to Sharuda. Laplace was a knowledgeable woman. If even she felt something like this, it meant something unexpected must have happened. As expected, Angor finally understood why the phantom clone said Shaluda's story might be more interesting. It all started from when Shaluda went to the mirror domain. Shaluda learned from her friend, Naruto, that the mirror domain appeared in a mirror space that reflected an unknown dimension, which contained a lot of knowledge about rituals. Shaluda immediately realized that it was the same mirror space where Tunida obtained the Wonder Ritual. In order to stop the possession ritual, to free the young crystal-eyed children from the shadows, and to save Rita, Shaluda went to the dangerous mirror domain without hesitation. She was quite lucky. The mirror domain was full of dangers, but she was lucky enough to overcome them. Even when she encountered fatal disasters, she managed to escape with her life. She was even lucky enough to meet Granny Dragon Crow, who was studying the power of rules, in a disaster that was supposed to be a fatal disaster. Granny Dragon Crow saved her life. Shaluda stayed at Granny Dragon Crow's place for a while and decided to continue her journey. Granny Dragon Crow tried to dissuade her many times, but for the sake of Crystal City's future and to get rid of the false bubble, Shaluda insisted on going. Granny Dragon Crow had no choice but to give Shaluda a dragon scale so that she could contact her if she was in danger. Maybe Shaluda was really lucky. She had really arrived at her destination, which was the mirror space that contained a large amount of ritualistic content. According to her investigation, Xiaoluda confirmed that Naruto's information was correct. There were indeed many books about rituals. However, every book and treasure in the mirror space couldn't be taken for free. She had to break through some mechanisms to obtain them. During the time when Xiaoluda lived with Granny Dragon Crow, she had a certain understanding of the power of laws and disaster rules of the ghost domain. Under the blessing of the goddess of luck, she really broke through a mechanism and obtained a book about rituals as well as a special mirror-shaped sacrificial object. After obtaining the treasures, Xiaoluda couldn't help but start to study them. It was also because of this research that Xiaoluda finally encountered the greatest calamity after entering the ghost domain in the mirror. Xiaoluda first studied the mirror-shaped sacrificial object. Because the books about rituals were too thick, she couldn't understand them in a short time. She might as well check what kind of ritual this sacrificial object was used for. If it could be used for the ceremony of wonders, it might become the core object to overturn the wonders of Crystal City. Just as Xiaoluda was studying the sacrificial object, the mirror-shaped sacrificial object suddenly lit up. Then, a flat image appeared on the mirror surface. What appeared on the image was a classical steeple castle located in a dark forest. The castle looked a little dilapidated, and there was a black wind lingering around it. Dark clouds hovered above its head, and there was even a group of bats flying around. It was like a vampire castle in a fairy tale, evil and terrifying. However, because it was a flat image with a bit of a cartoon style, the castle didn't look that hard to accept. Just as Xiaoluda was wondering what this image was, a little person suddenly appeared in the center of the image. It was a crystal matchstick man, very cartoonish. At first, Xiaoluda didn't understand what was going on with the crystal man until she realized that the matchstick man was holding a thick book, and the name of the book was Secrets of the Gods Gift Ceremony. Only then did Xiaoluda realize that the crystal matchstick man seemed to be her, because she was holding the Secrets of the Gods Gift Ceremony in her hand. This was the book about rituals that she had obtained. After confirming that the little person in the flat image was her, Xiaoluda discovered something wonderful. She could control the movement of the matchstick man by sliding her finger across the flat surface. For example, if she wanted to go forward, she only needed to swipe up and the matchstick man would move forward. If she swiped down, the matchstick man would turn around and retreat. When Xiaoluda familiarized herself with the operation of the crystal matchstick man, something even stranger happened. When she controlled the matchstick man to walk to the side of the road, a light mark appeared. Following the light mark, Xiaoluda saw a dim herb. Xiaoluda didn't know why this herb attracted the light mark, so she controlled the crystal matchstick man to come to the side of the herb. Then, she saw the herb glowing. She tapped the screen lightly with her finger. The medicinal herb in the picture disappeared, but an identical medicinal herb appeared in her hand. From a two-dimensional plane, she entered a three-dimensional world. Because the herbs in the image were in a cartoon style, it was difficult to distinguish the specific type. However, the herb in her hand was real. According to Xiaoluda's identification, it was confirmed that this was a special herb that could be used in potions and rituals. Later, Xiaoluda found stone sacrifices, rope totems, and colored paint in the forest. Moreover, these were all materials related to rituals. Xiaoluda was shocked at that time. Could it be that this mirror actually contained a large number of ritual sacrifices? Ritual materials, and the way to obtain them was to control the little person in the mirror to collect them from the image? Thinking of this, Xiaoluda couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was because if she wanted to completely overturn the Crystal City Wonder Ceremony, not only did she need knowledge of rituals, but also many ritual materials, including those extremely rare materials. If she could obtain all of these materials from the mirror, she would be able to save the Force Tower and the thousands of young Crystal Eye clan members more quickly. Xiaoluda continued to search with a nervous heart. She discovered more and more ritual materials one by one. She even found a rare ritual sacrifice in a forest cemetery, the tree copper corpse coffin. It was a ritual sacrifice that was neither metal nor wood, but had the characteristics of metal and wood at the same time. This was an extremely rare sacrifice. Even in the wizarding world where rituals were prevalent, it was rare to come across such a high-quality sacrifice. Xiaoluda confirmed that this was a magical mirror that could continuously obtain ritual materials. For the next period of time, Xiaoluda was completely addicted to the path of liver materials. However, after a few days, she had picked up all the glowing materials in the forest, the side of the path, and the wooden house in the forest. If she wanted to open a new map, she had to follow the path in the forest to the classical steeple castle. When she first came into contact with the mirror, Xiaoluda was still a little worried and did not go to the castle. But now, after confirming that there were many unknown sacrificial materials, she finally set out to the castle. As expected, once she arrived at the castle, she opened a new map. From the floor plan of the castle, she could see that there were dozens of rooms, such as the maid's room, the kitchen, the hall, the main hall, the guest bedroom, the dressing room, the washroom, and so on. Most of the rooms had glowing materials. However, unlike before, there were many little people in the castle. Like Xiaoluda, these little people were cartoon people and wore cartoon clothes. For example, there was a cartoon butler wearing a tuxedo nearby. He was walking toward Xiaoluda, and the words "Welcome to the Knight's Castle" were floating above his head. The words floating out were human language, which was a language that most of the creatures in the mirror realm could learn. Of course, Xiaoluda could read it. "What is the Knight's Castle?" Xiaoluda murmured in reality. Miraculously, the same words floated out of the crystal matchman in the mirror. "What is the Knight's Castle?" New words floated out of the butler in the tuxedo. "The Knight's Castle is the territory of the great Ghost Rider." Xiaoluda was stunned. So this was how they could communicate. While Xiaoluda was surprised, the butler in the tuxedo said, "Foreign guest, the great Ghost Rider has sensed your arrival and hopes to meet you." As soon as he said that, a man in black knight armor glowed in a study on the floor plan of the castle. It seemed to be hinting to Xiaoluda that this was the owner of the castle, Ghost Rider. The butler in the tuxedo, "Foreign guest, do you want to see Lord Ghost Rider first, or do you want to take a stroll around the castle first?" Xiaoluda ignored the tuxedo butler's question. Instead, she wanted to know more information. For example, "Who are you? Who created this place? Why can we communicate? Do you really exist?" But no matter how Xiaoluda asked, the butler in the tuxedo didn't answer. Instead, the same sentence kept floating. "Foreign guest, do you want to see Lord Ghost Rider first, or do you want to take a stroll around the castle first?" Xiaoluda asked, "Is this some kind of mechanical setting? Do I have to make a choice?" Xiaoluda thought for a moment and decided not to reply. Instead, she did some tests. She first saw if she could return to the forest after leaving the castle. Yes. Then, she entered the castle again, and the butler came forward again and said almost the same thing. This time, Xiaoluda didn't ask, "What is the castle?" The butler still explained the situation of the castle. Then, he asked Xiaoluda to choose whether she wanted to see Lord Ghost Rider or not. This time, Xiaoluda still didn't reply. Instead, she walked around the butler and headed inside. The butler didn't stop her, and returned to the side. From the looks of it, he was wiping the furniture in the hall. Xiaoluda walked around the hall and obtained a rope tainted with the aura of an evil spirit, a flower that had been transformed by the aura of an evil spirit, and a glass of water that was tainted with a strong evil spirit aura. These could all be used as ritual offerings. Moreover, this series of evil spirit auras seemed to indicate that Ghost Rider had lived here. After plundering the hall, Xiaoluda was now faced with a choice. Should she go to Ghost Rider's study, or search the other rooms first? After thinking about it, Xiaoluda decided not to make contact with Ghost Rider for now. As for this special mirror game, yes, in Xiaoluda's opinion, this was a strange little game. She didn't let her guard down just because she had obtained the ritual materials and sacrifices. There hadn't been any living people to communicate with in the Black Forest, so she had been able to relax a little. But in the castle, she could see from the floor plan that there were at least 30 matchstick figures. She didn't know if these matchstick figures were dangerous or not. But, they were definitely more threatening than the dead things outside. If the matchstick figures were really a threat, then Ghost Rider, as the master of this castle, should be the most dangerous one. So, even if she wanted to make contact, she definitely couldn't be at the front. Thinking this, Xiaoluda decided to search some ordinary rooms first. If possible, she would first make contact with some ordinary matchstick figures, and after confirming that there was no danger, she would finally make contact with Ghost Rider. As for which rooms to search first? Shiruda thought for a moment and decided to start with the rooms at the edge. For example, she would start with the attendant's room, the maid's room, the dressing room, and the bathroom at the outermost edge of the castle. After making her decision, Shiruda didn't delay. As she hurried on her way outside, she continued to control the crystal figures to move left and right on the game screen. Before long, Shiruda arrived at her first target. The attendant's room. There was no one in the attendant's room, but there were two figures with black and white bows standing very close to the door. When Shiruda got closer, she realized that the two figures were talking. However, they seemed to be whispering. The screen didn't show what they were talking about, and only a few words floated out occasionally, as if they were hinting at something. The butler is a traitor. Killing him would be against the rules. Shiruda didn't know what they were talking about, but from the few words that floated out, it seemed that they were silently criticizing the butler. Was it the butler in the hall? Could it be that this butler wasn't a good person? If he wasn't a good person, how would he appear in this mirror game? Would they have to control the crystal matchstick figures to fight him? Or was there another way to show it? She had a lot of questions in her heart. She wanted to ask the two bow-tied people at the door in a low voice. But when they saw Shiruda approach, they immediately stopped talking. Instead of answering Saluta's question, he bowed and made an inviting gesture in the direction of the attendant's room. Would you like to visit our room? Please come in. No matter what Shiruda said, they didn't answer. They only made an inviting gesture and let Shiruda enter the attendant's room. The two little attendants, one on the left and one on the right, were standing in front of the door. At the same time, they bent down and made an inviting gesture. This scene inexplicably made Shiluda feel strange. Should I go in? Shiluda thought to herself. From the cross-sectional view, there was indeed a glowing prop in the servant's room. It should be a ritual offering that could be stored. But did he really have to go in? Was he going to take the sacrificial offering in front of the two attendants? She always felt that these two servants were very strange, and their previous words seemed to be some kind of clue. Perhaps he needed to collect these clues to solve some of the puzzles in the castle? Looking for some hidden truth, the reason Shiluda thought in this direction was because she had seen some human detective stories from Naruto. In these stories, there was bound to be a plot of collecting clues to gradually restore the truth. And the clues in the stories were never directly given to the protagonist. Instead, they liked to give some vague hints, asking the protagonist to think about it by herself, to follow the clues, to search for the clues. This was a bit like the words of the two little attendants just now. They could clearly have a complete conversation, but the screen only showed some key words. Perhaps they wanted her to collect clues to solve the puzzles in the castle. Many thoughts flashed through Shiluda's mind, but these were actually not things that could be done overnight. Now, there was another thing that needed to be solved. Should she enter the attendant's room? In the end, Shiluda chose to follow her inner thoughts, temporarily give up exploring the attendant's room. She felt that there was something wrong with these two little attendants, so it was better not to go in front of them. In the gloomy mirror, it was better to be careful. Although the mirror game seemed to have nothing to do with the gloomy mirror, but who knew? She didn't answer the two little attendants. Instead, she bypassed them and walked towards the corner ahead. Shiluda's departure seemed to make the two little attendants a little disappointed. They straightened up and continued to talk together. Unfortunately. It's your fault. Don't be too solicitous. These words were also seen by Shiluda. When she saw these words, Shiluda understood that her choice should be right. These two little attendants probably had bad intentions. Otherwise, why would they feel that it was a pity that she didn't go in? Maybe they planned to lock the door as soon as she went in. Shiluda stood at the corner, wanting to continue listening to their conversation to see if she could get more information. Unfortunately. Although they were talking close, no new words appeared on the screen. Shiluda could only give up for the time being. She went around the corner and went to the next place. In front of her was the maid's room. Next to the maid's room was an exquisite bedroom, which should belong to a young master of the castle. From the cross-sectional view, it was decorated very feminine. There were also many glowing props inside. Unfortunately, this bedroom was unoccupied and locked. She couldn't enter it. The maid's room was not locked, but there was a maid in a black and white dress, pacing inside the room. Opposite the maid's room was a dressing room and a washroom. Neither room had a door, so she could enter directly. There was no one in the dressing room, and there was a little matchstick figure with fashionable hair in the washroom. Which room should she choose now, the maid's room, the dressing room, or the washroom? For a moment, Xiaoluda didn't know what decision to make. It should be better to go to the dressing room. After all, there was no one there. But she had to come into contact with people eventually. Otherwise, how could she find clues? How could she confront Ghost Rider? After thinking for a moment, Xiaoluda still walked to the maid's room. However, she didn't enter the maid's room immediately. Instead, she stopped at the door, wanting to hear if the maid inside could speak. As it turned out, the walls had no ears. Xiaoluda stood there for a long time, but didn't hear anything inside. However, Xiaoluda realized that the maid seemed to sense that she was standing outside the door. She had been pacing around the room, but suddenly stopped and came to the door. She stood there, as if waiting for her to enter. Separated only by a door, the crystal matchstick figure and the little maid stood opposite each other. This feeling was very strange. The little maid also had a fruit basket in her hands. There were many fruits in it, and one of them was even glowing. Clearly, it was a ritual item that could be obtained in reality. The maid picked up the glowing fruit from the basket, held it in her hand, and stood at the door. She seemed to be looking forward to Xiaoluda coming in. But at that moment, Xiaoluda didn't want to enter. Judging from the maid's actions, she seemed to have discovered her and knew her purpose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have. Specially picked out the glowing fruit and held it in her hand. It looked like it was prepared for her. The maid's initiative made Xiaoluda very uncomfortable. There must be something fishy going on here for no reason. Thinking this, Xiaoluda decided to play it safe. She decided not to go to the maid's room first, but to the empty dressing room. Not only was there no one in the dressing room, but there was also no door, so it wouldn't be locked for no reason. Therefore, this was definitely the safest exploration area at the moment. Xiaoluda turned around and left the maid's room, stepping into the dressing room. Throughout the entire process, Xiaoluda had been observing the maid in the maid's room. When she left, the maid was clearly disappointed. She paced around the door for a few steps and put away the fruit basket. Sure enough, the fruit basket was prepared for me. Xiaoluda thought to herself. She was definitely up to no good. Xiaoluda was very glad that she didn't enter the maid's room and chose the dressing room. But she didn't notice that just after she entered the dressing room, the matchstick man with trendy hair in the bathroom suddenly turned and faced the dressing room. Because the matchstick man only turned and didn't move, Xiaoluda ignored this small detail. After Xiaoluda entered the dressing room, she immediately found a human head on the dressing table. This was a fake head, specially used to display a wig. At this time, the fake head had a head of black fake waterfall hair. The reason why Xiaoluda noticed this wig was that it was emitting a faint brilliance. It was obviously a ritual item that could be taken out from the mirror game. Xiaoluda immediately went to the dressing table and prepared to put away the wig. However, just as Xiaoluda's finger tapped on the screen and wanted to put away the wig, because behind the wig was the dressing mirror, she accidentally tapped on the mirror. In the center of the screen, a row of words immediately floated out. The design of the wig will be carried out. The design of the wig will increase the sacrificial effect and the sacrificial level according to the design level. Along with the appearance of this typesetting, the screen began to switch, from the overhead view to the head-up view. In the center of the screen was the dressing mirror, and in front of the mirror was the black wig. So, it's going to be designed for the wig? Xiaoluda looked at the words on the screen, her heart full of doubts. She stretched out her finger and gently stroked the wig. A new row of hair slid down from the forehead of the wig, adding a neat fringe to the black waterfall hair that was parted in the middle. So it's designed like this? Xiaoluda was stunned, and some interest appeared in her eyes. Xiaoluda started a new operation on the wig. She curled the hair, pulled the hair tail, and then used the hair dye on the side of the mirror to dye the wig into a crystal clear rainbow color. In just a short minute, the previous black waterfall hair turned into a dreamy rainbow fluffy curl. Xiaoluda tapped on the side of the mirror. Your design has taken shape. Do you want to grade it? There were two choices below, yes/no. Xiaoluda tapped yes. After a while, new words floated on the screen. Your design score is 31. The evaluation is, you are a 13-year-old girl with a poetic dream in her heart. Do you want to save this design? After saving, the sacrificial effect and the sacrificial level will be increased according to the evaluation. Yes/no. Shaluda looked at the score of 31 and then looked at the evaluation of you are a 13-year-old girl with a poetic dream in her heart. She was speechless. She was hundreds of years old. How could she be evaluated as a 13-year-old girl? Just because she designed a rainbow fluffy curl, Shaluda was a little angry. She chose no and then started the design again. In the next half an hour, Shaluda made various designs on the hairstyle, but all the evaluations were below 30. On the contrary, the highest was the first time they had met. Shaluda was tired. She felt that she didn't have the talent to design makeup, so she simply returned to the original rainbow fluffy curl. A familiar row of words appeared on the screen. Do you want to save this design? After saving, the sacrificial effect and the sacrificial level will be increased according to the evaluation. This time, Shaluda finally clicked yes. After Shaluda clicked yes, a large number of text messages appeared. Among them, there was information about the sacrificial level for the makeup and hair. But there were also some other unknown messages. For example, you used the makeup artist, Ai Dehua's dressing table. Ai Dehua didn't agree to use the dressing table for free, so you have to pay the corresponding fee. After inspection, you have no payment items on you. A new evaluation will be conducted. Evaluation in progress, Shaluda? This dressing table has an owner? So I have to pay for using the dressing table. But why didn't she receive such a notification when she was outside and looted countless sacrificial items? Moreover, there was no one in this dressing room. Where did this Ai Dehua come from? Shaluda stared at the row of evaluation in progress on the screen and felt that she had been cheated. A few seconds later, new words appeared on the screen. After evaluation, you meet the requirements for the spirit transfer ceremony. You are about to enter the spirit transfer ceremony to pay for the use of the dressing table. If you can pay the outstanding fee within 1 minute, you can cancel the spirit transfer ceremony. Countdown, 60 seconds. When the countdown appeared, Shaluda felt an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping her. She didn't know what the spirit transfer ceremony was, but she had a premonition that once she entered the spirit transfer ceremony, she would be no different from death. But now, where was she going to pay for it? Shaluda took out the sacrificial items she found earlier and tried to stuff them back into the mirror, but the mirror game didn't accept them. When the countdown reached 20 seconds, Shaluda understood that she couldn't escape. At the last moment, Shaluda took out Granny Dragon Crow scale from her space and separated it into a crystal to record the entire process of her obtaining the mirror game. The crystal melted into the scale. At the same time, the countdown ended. Shaluda slowly closed her eyes. The world spun around her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a familiar room. It was the dressing room from before. Previously, she was looking inside from the outside. But now, she entered the mirror game and became a person in the dressing room. She raised her head and looked at the dressing table. In the dressing table, there was a man with trendy hair. His face was unfamiliar. Shaluda had never seen him before. But his trendy hairstyle reminded Shaluda that he was the man with the trendy hair in the bathroom. So, I turned into him? Then where did he go? And where is my body? Shaluda subconsciously raised her head. Above her was the ceiling, but she could vaguely see the sky outside through the ceiling, as well as a human face in the sky. That huge human face was her own face. But at this time, her eyes had become another person. End of chapter. On the other side, Granny Dragon Crow also sensed that her scales had been activated. She knew that Sharuda must have encountered danger. Granny Dragon Crow had a good impression of Sharuda, which was also the reason why she gave her scales to her. Granny Dragon Crow didn't want this junior that she thought highly of to die here. So, Granny Dragon Crow rushed over from her research base. When she found her dragon scale, she found that Shaluda was not there. There was only a dim mirror and a thick book, Secrets of the Divine Gift Ceremony. Granny Dragon Crow knew that Sharuda learned the dark mirror domain for the ceremony. When she saw the book, she knew that Sharuda should have gotten what she wanted, but she didn't know what happened in the middle. She disappeared, but the book was here. when Granny Dragon Crow was puzzled, she found that there was a thin layer of white frost on her dragon scale. This was a crystal. After Granny Dragon Crow touched it, she found that it was the crystal memory left by Sharuda. It recorded everything that happened to Sharuda during this period. After reading the memory left by Sharuda, Granny Dragon Crow immediately understood that the culprit was this dim mirror. However, she still needed to study what happened in the middle. Granny Dragon Crow searched the nearby area again, but there was no trace of Sharuda, so she put away the mirror and the book and returned to her research base. In the research base, she flipped through the secrets of the divine gift ceremony. Because Sharuda had obtained the mirror together with the secret book of the god's gift ceremony, there might be records of the mirror in the book. But unfortunately, Granny Dragon Crow didn't find any information related to the mirror in the book. However, she found a record of the spirit transfer ceremony in the book. According to the book, this was a ceremony to exchange souls. When she learned this news, Granny Dragon Crow immediately thought of the memory left by Sharuda in the dragon scale. If Sharuda went through the spirit transfer ceremony, did it mean that her soul had been exchanged with the character in the mirror game? If that was the case, then wouldn't Sharuda's body have already been taken over by a character in the mirror game? When Granny Dragon Crow rushed to the dragon scale, Sharuda wasn't nearby. Could it be that the character in the game had already occupied her body and left? But if that was the case, why did she leave the mirror and the book in the same place? There were only two ways to get the answer to these questions. First, find Sharuda's body. Second, open the mirror game. The former was difficult because Granny Dragon Crow wasn't good at finding people, and it was in the mirror world that was full of danger. It was even more difficult to find someone. So, she could only use the second method, open the mirror game. According to the records of the spiritual transformation ceremony, it was very likely that Sharuda had been swapped with the game character. So, if Sharuda was in the mirror game, it could prove this conclusion. After Granny Dragon Crow obtained this mirror, she had never touched it nor opened it. She was so careful to avoid any possible dangers. This was also the reason why Granny Dragon Crow could stay in the ghost's domain for so long. It was not only because of her powerful strength, but also because of her cautiousness that was engraved in the depths of her consciousness. Granny Dragon Crow did not choose to activate the mirror herself because there were too many uncontrollable risks. She chose to let the mirror ghosts be the test subject. However, Granny Dragon Crow captured a few mirror ghosts, but she couldn't activate the mirror. She was puzzled. Later, Granny Dragon Crow did a few more experiments and finally determined two conditions to activate the mirror. First, it was impossible to activate the mirror without a body. Second, it had to be a person with normal thinking to activate the mirror. Most of the mirror ghosts, whether they had a body or not, couldn't activate the mirror. That was because they lacked normal logical thinking. This was the main reason for the failure of the experiments. In the end, Granny Dragon Crow found a sharp person and successfully activated the mirror. The sharp person was a humanoid race in the Drowna Plain. They got their name because the top of their skull looked like a sharp cone. This sharp person accidentally entered the mirror world and was discovered by Granny Dragon Crow. This kind of accidental entry was very common in the mirror world. In other words, whether it was the White Sun Mirror domain or the Gloom Mirror domain, it was common for outsiders to enter by mistake. Moreover, those who entered by mistake usually ended up badly. Most of those who entered the White Sun Mirror domain fell into the sea of empty mirrors and were soon washed to ashes. Those who fell into the Gloom Mirror domain might live a little longer, but they would all die under various disasters and rules. Therefore, this sharp person was lucky. As soon as she entered the mirror world, she was saved by Granny Dragon Crow. However, she was also unlucky. Granny Dragon Crow saved her because she wanted her to activate the mirror and face unknown risks. Although there were risks in the mirror world, it was better than dying completely. Therefore, the sharp person accepted her fate and cooperated with Granny Dragon Crow to study the mirror game. Not long after, the sharp person controlled the sharp-headed person in the mirror game to enter the castle in the Black Forest. Just like Shaluda, the moment the sharp-headed person entered the castle, she was greeted by the matchstick butler in a tuxedo. The matchstick butler said the same thing, telling the sharp-headed person that the owner of the castle, Ghost Rider, wanted to meet her. Granny Dragon Crow made the same choice as Shaluda. She ignored the matchstick butler. Faced with the various glowing objects in the castle, Granny Dragon Crow didn't let the sharp-headed person pick them up. Because from Shaluta's experience, she knew that any choice you made in the mirror game had a price. Whatever you thought was a gift in the mirror game might have been secretly priced by a pair of hands behind the scenes. Therefore, Granny Dragon Crow told the sharp-headed person not to try to touch the glowing objects and not to think about obtaining any benefits from the mirror. Even if it was right in front of her, she had to avoid it as much as possible. Soon, the sharp-headed person arrived at the edge of the castle. Because the mirror game was from an overhead perspective, all the rooms in the castle were from an overhead perspective, and one could clearly see the people and objects in the nearby rooms. When the sharp-headed person came to the edge, Granny Dragon Crow had already seen the dressing room where Shaluta had encountered the spirit conversion ritual. In Shaluta's memory, there was no one in the dressing room. But at this moment, there was someone in the dressing room. A matchstick man with trendy hair was standing in front of the dressing room mirror in a daze, murmuring non-stop. When the sharp-headed person approached, one could even see the matchstick man's murmuring words floating on the screen. How could this be? How could I leave Force Tower? If other people saw these words, they would probably not understand the meaning. But Granny Dragon Crow had interacted with Shaluta for a period of time, and she knew very well that Force Tower was the reason why Shaluta chose to come to the Mirror Realm. It was impossible for outsiders to know about Force Tower. And this matchstick man with trendy hair could say the name Force Tower in its murmuring, which meant that there was a big problem. The sharp-headed person entered the dressing room. The matchstick man with trendy hair paused for a moment and turned to look at the sharp-headed person. At the same time, a paragraph of words floated on the surface of the mirror. Guest from afar, do you want to change your appearance? Yes. Granny Dragon Crow asked the sharp-headed person, are you Shaluta? The matchstick man with trendy hair did not answer. Instead, it kept repeating the words, change my appearance. It seems that these matchstick men are affected by some unknown force. Granny Dragon Crow thought to herself. Because in Granny Dragon Crow's opinion, this matchstick man with trendy hair was definitely the missing Shaluta. If Shaluta heard her name, she would definitely react. But now, she was repeating the same sentence mechanically. Either Shaluta could not hear their question, or she was affected by some unknown force. It was also possible that it was both. No matter what, the matchstick man's murmuring made Granny Dragon Crow certain of the matchstick man's identity. If there was no accident, Shaluta's soul had swapped with the matchstick man's soul because of the spirit transfer ritual. Now, the matchstick man's soul had entered Shaluta's body, and Shaluta had entered the mirror game to replace the matchstick man. After confirming this fact, Granny Dragon Crow began to rescue Shaluta. According to Shaluta's memory and Granny Dragon Crow's observation, she had a guess. Perhaps everyone in the mirror game was shrouded in the spirit transfer ritual. And if they wanted to leave, they could only let the people in the outside world use something that already had an owner in the castle, and they could not pay for it. This way, they could activate the spirit transfer ritual and take over the bodies of the people in the outside world. And the souls of the people in the outside world would enter the game to replace them. This conjecture was not made without reason. After the matchstick man arrived at the castle, the people around her all showed great enthusiasm towards her. It was exactly the same as Shaluta's experience when she entered the castle. The matchstick man even met the maid that Shaluta saw before. However, when Shaluta saw the maid was in the room. And now, the maid was in the corridor. The maid was also carrying a basket of fruits. When she saw the matchstick man, she immediately went up to her and asked if she wanted to eat some fruits. At that time, Granny Dragon Crow directly told the matchstick man to ignore her. Now, it seemed that this operation was correct. Once the matchstick man took the fruits from the maid's hand, it would meet the condition of eating something that already had an owner. Then, the next step would be to activate the spirit transfer ritual. Based on the current situation, if I want to save Shaluta, I should make the matchstick man agree to the matchstick man's words and not use that dressing mirror? Granny Dragon Crow thought to herself. If that was the case, Shaluta should be able to come out of the mirror game and take over the matchstick man's body. Perhaps taking over the matchstick man's body was not a good choice, but it was better than letting Shaluta stay in the mirror game. Moreover, if she could find Shaluta's original body in the future, she could use the spirit transfer ritual to return to her original body. The matchstick man's body would be a transition. Granny Dragon Crow did not hide the truth. She directly told the matchstick man this situation and promised her, if I find a suitable body in the future, I will swap you out. Or, after Shaluta finds her original body, I will return the matchstick man's body to you. The matchstick man was also very clear that she had no other choice. For a great existence like Granny Dragon Crow to give such a promise, it was already a very good condition. In addition, without Granny Dragon Crow's rescue, the matchstick man would have died in the ghost's domain. Now, she was just living in the mirror game. At least her soul would be preserved and there would be hope for resurrection. That was enough. The matchstick man agreed to Granny Dragon Crow's request and accepted the matchstick man's request. I want to use the dressing mirror. After a series of changes, the matchstick man in the mirror game had a new hairstyle. Then, as Granny Dragon Crow expected, the conditions for the spirit transfer ritual were triggered. Under Granny Dragon Crow's gaze, the matchstick man in the mirror game turned into a medium. It transformed into a strange passage and pulled the matchstick man's soul into the passage. Inside the passage, the soul of a Crystal Eye race member floated out and attached itself to the matchstick man's body. This Crystal Eye race member's soul was Shaluta. After Shaluta became a matchstick man, she followed Granny Dragon Crow to live in the research base. She also thought of leaving, but the matchstick man's body was that of an ordinary person. If Shaluta went out, she would definitely die. Moreover, Shaluta's soul was currently very weak. The spirit transfer ritual did not transform two souls without any consumption. Both parties involved in the ritual would lose a large portion of their soul power. Where did the lost soul power go? Shaluta did not know. She guessed that it was lost to the owner of the ritual or integrated into the mirror game. In short, Shaluta had gone through the spirit transfer ritual twice in a row. Her soul was now so weak that it was slightly weaker than an ordinary person's. Her body was that of an ordinary matchstick man, and her soul was so weak. Moreover, her soul and body were constantly deteriorating. In other words, she was now no different from a cripple. Even if she returned to the White Sun Mirror domain, it would be difficult to subvert the ceremony of wonder. Unless she could find her own body. However, she could not see any hope of finding her own body. Therefore, she could only put away her impetuous thoughts and did not want to leave. She stayed in the research base with Granny Dragon Crow. During this time, Shaluta did not idle around. She began to study the secrets of the divine gift ritual. She did not give up on the idea of subverting the ceremony of wonder. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she still wanted to do it. How to subvert the ceremony of wonder? It was necessary to have a deeper understanding of rituals. Therefore, she had been studying the secrets of the divine gift ritual. On the other side, Granny Dragon Crow found another human from the southern region who had wandered into the ghost region. Like the matchstick man, he was also an ordinary person. The reason why Granny Dragon Crow saved him was to let him activate the mirror game. It was not to let this human undergo the spirit transfer ritual with the matchstick man. Granny Dragon Crow intended to continue studying this mirror game that was full of secrets. However, she definitely could not activate it herself. She needed someone to act as a medium. End of chapter. The reason why Granny Dragon Crow wanted to activate the mirror game was because she wanted to explore the unknown. On the other hand, she wanted to get in touch with the pointy person. According to Sharuta's experience in the mirror game. When she was in the mirror game, she could actually hear the voice of the controller. For example, Granny Dragon Crow asked the pointy person to ask, "Are you Sharuta?" Sharuta could hear it, but she couldn't answer. As for why she couldn't answer, Sharuta's explanation was, ever since I entered the mirror game through the spirit transfer ceremony, I received some vague information about this place. This information was like air, entering Sharuta's mind without any warning. According to the information, the people who entered here must strictly act according to their role. They couldn't do anything unnecessary or say anything unnecessary. Otherwise, they might lose themselves and completely become a character in the mirror game. Especially when a player entered the game, the probability of losing themselves would reach 100% if they did anything unnecessary. Simply put, Sharuta had to play the role of a hairdresser. In the process of acting, she couldn't say anything that shouldn't be said. Therefore, when the pointy person asked her if she was Sharuta, she could only pretend that she didn't hear it. If she had the slightest reaction, even if it was just showing an expression of excitement, her consciousness might disappear on the spot. Because of this mechanism, Granny Dragon Crow knew that if she went to find the pointy person and talked to her, she would be able to hear it. Even if she couldn't respond, as long as she could hear it, it would be fine. As for why Granny Dragon Crow wanted to contact the pointy person, it was because she had promised the pointy person that she would let her out if there was a chance. Secondly, she also hoped to learn more about the mirror game through the pointy person's activities in the castle. The unfortunate human who came to the Gloom Mirror realm quickly activated the mirror game. Following Granny Dragon Crow's instructions, he found the hairdresser and saw the pointy person who was playing the role of the hairdresser. The pointy person was playing the role of the hairdresser just like Sharuda. When she saw the new player, she immediately said, "Guest from afar, do you want to change your appearance?" Granny Dragon Crow signaled the human and said to her, "I know you can hear my voice. What I want to tell you now is that since I promised to let you out, I will naturally do it. But not now." The biggest reason why she didn't leave now was because, if she returned from the mirror game now, only death would await her. Just look at Saluda. Shaluda was an elder of the Crystal Eye race. Without a doubt, she was a powerful extraordinaire. However, such a powerful extraordinaire, after going through 2 spirit shift ceremonies in a row, her soul had withered and was on the verge of collapse. If she were to try the spirit shift ritual again, the only outcome would be her soul dissipating. Therefore, if Granny Dragon Crow really wanted to save her, she would never choose to carry out the spirit change ceremony now. She wanted the humans to activate the mirror game so that she could tell the sharp people about this. Granny Dragon Crow continued, "If you still want to leave, return to the real world. Then, the only way is to explore the mirror game you're currently in and find a way to strengthen your soul, or find a sacrifice that can replace the spirit shift ritual." After saying all this, the sharp man's message came to an end. Whether or not she could leave would depend on the sharp man's luck. On the other hand, after occupying the sharp man's body, Saluda's body was deteriorating day by day due to the incompatibility of her soul and body. However, she still insisted on learning the secrets of the divine gift ritual. Her persistence soon paid off. It wasn't that she found a way to subvert the ceremony of wonder, but that she found something else. She found a special ritual in the secret manual called the Flowing Light Spirit Seeking Secret Instrument. This ritual could amplify the effect of the pheromone. Most extraordinaires had a way to search for other people's traces through the remnant pheromone. However, this method of searching was usually time-limited. After all, the pheromone would become fainter with time and eventually disappear completely. The Flowing Light Spirit Seeking Secret Instrument could amplify the pheromone. Even if the pheromone smell was very faint, it could still be used to search. If the pheromone of the same position was found during the effective time, the ritual could even transform into a stream of light to guide the way. In other words, Saluda could rely on this ritual to search for her own body. A lot of materials were needed to set up this ritual, as well as some common sacrifices. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to find matching ritual tools in the Gloomy Mirror region. However, they had the mirror game. The ownerless sacrifices in the mirror game could be taken out from the mirror game. This was the conclusion Saluda came to during the period when she entered the mirror game. As long as it was an ownerless object, it could be taken out from the mirror game without triggering the spirit transformation ritual. Soon, Saluda gathered all the sacrifices and set up the Flowing Light Spirit Seeking Secret Instrument with the help of Granny Dragon Crow. Because Saluda had lived in the research base for a period of time, there were still remnants of the pheromone in the research base. Through the Flowing Light Spirit Seeking Secret Instrument, she quickly locked onto the same position pheromone. Perhaps it was because the makeup artist, Ai Dehua, had just occupied Saluda's body and didn't understand the body of the Crystal Eye race, so he couldn't restrain the pheromone at all. The remnant of the pheromone was so large that it even activated the highest level of the ritual, flowing light. Several threads of flowing light flew out from the ritual. Following the flowing light, they went into the depths of the realm of the dead, in the Silver Forest region, the Tea Party. At this point, the doppelganger paused for a moment. Did they find Shaluda's body? Angor quickly asked. The avatar nodded, then shook his head. They found some pheromones left behind by Saluda's body and used logic to determine where Saluda went. But they didn't find Saluda. Then where did Saluda's body go? Angor asked. The avatar opened his thin lips and said softly, White Sun Mirror Domain. Angor? Following the guidance of the flowing light, Granny Dragon Crow found a weak passage where space overlapped. There were a lot of pheromones left behind by Saluta's body. This passage leads to the White Sun Mirror Domain. Could it be Saluta's pheromone left behind when she entered the Dark Mirror Domain? The avatar shook his head. No. Saluta entered the Dark Mirror Domain through a regular passage. The passage Granny Dragon Crow found is a temporary one created by the overlapping space. It won't last long. In other words, Saluta is in the White Sun Mirror Domain right now? Angor nodded. The avatar nodded. Yes, and Saluta hasn't been in the White Sun Mirror Domain for too long. She'll be here in the next 2 days. Granny Dragon Crow returned to the research base as soon as she found the passage so that she could tell Saluta about it. However, Blood Calamity came looking for her not long after she returned to the base. The doppelganger said, by the way, EA has already begun to locate the passage that allows Saluta's physical body to enter the White Sun Mirror Domain. It wasn't because they were looking for Saluta's body. Instead, Blood Calamity told them that the Silver Wall disaster had already appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away from the weak point. In other words, if the Woe puppet used a space jump to reach the weak point, it would most likely enter the White Sun Mirror Domain. It was a very dangerous passage. They had to do something in order to locate the Woe puppet. For this reason, Gleipnir had already given EA the logging device she already had so that EA could distribute it to the soldiers going to the front lines. Angor nodded. He believed that Gleipnir would be able to handle it. Compared to the Woe puppet, Angor was more concerned about Saluta and the mirror game. Why do I feel like the mirror game has some kind of law in it? Angor muttered to himself. A hoarse voice came from beside him. That's not a big deal, is it? He looked up and saw that Luigi was already stretching his body. Luigi had already woken up. I woke up when you said Saluta lost her body. Luigi yawned. It's not a big deal. Saluta's not dead. Angor didn't know what to say. Laplace said softly, he said the same thing in mental synchronization just now, and then he was scolded by Gleipnir. Serves him right. Luigi didn't know who Saluta was. Besides, Saluta's soul was saved. It wasn't a big deal to him. At the very least, there was still the dream crystal. Without a physical body, it was possible for Sharuda to live in the dream crystal. However, Luigi's words didn't sound right to Gleipnir's ears. After all, Saluta was a close friend of his. Gleipnir didn't want Saluta to lose her body. This was probably why Gleipnir's avatar said that he wasn't happy at all. Speaking of which, you said something about the law. It's not a big deal. We found it in the gloomy mirror, so it's perfectly normal for it to be there. The gloomy mirror was filled with all kinds of law-related disasters. Therefore, Luigi didn't think it was a big deal to find a mirror game that seemed to contain the power of laws. Angor knew what Luigi was trying to say, but he had a different opinion. It's not a big deal if it's just the law-related disasters in the gloomy mirror. But this mirror game is obviously man-made. Someone can control the law of the gloomy mirror? Luigi remained silent for a moment. I don't know. But it's not a big deal. There was no shortage of strange people in this world. Laplace asked, are you curious about the power of the natural order? Angor nodded. I'm curious. That mirror game seems to be a special item that contains the power of laws. And it's a man-made prop. Angor believed that it was the work of an alchemist. After all, it was discovered at the same time as the secrets of the divine gift ceremony, and this secret manual was recorded in the human language. The words in the mirror game were also in the human language. Therefore, Angor had reason to believe that it was left behind by a human wizard in the gloomy mirror. It was possible that the wizard was a master of both ritual and alchemy. Of course, Angor was curious about the possible existence of such a human wizard. If you're curious about the creator of the mirror game, perhaps the characters in the game can give you an answer, said the avatar. After all, if the characters in the mirror game were original and had not undergone the spirit shift ceremony, it was very likely that they had come into contact with the creator of the mirror game. But the mirror game is in Granny Dragon Crow's hands right now, and it's located in the gloomy mirror. You won't be able to see it for the time being. The avatar paused for a moment before continuing, but Dresser Ai Dehua, the one who took over Saluta's body. You can talk to him. You mean? Angor looked at the avatar. The doppelganger said, find the makeup artist, Ai Hua Hua. Of course, you don't have to do it yourself. Gleipnir is already looking for him. She's already looking for him? The avatar nodded. Gleipnir didn't know anything about the lightstream device, but she had her ways to find Saluta's body. After all, she was an astrologer. Gleipnir already sent someone to look for Saluta's daily necessities. She'll start her divination soon. At this point, Laplace suddenly paused. There's no need to wait. Gleipnir obtained the crystal shell left behind by Saluta from Rita. She's already doing her divination. Divination was similar to prophecy. Powerful supernatural beings would have a certain degree of resistance against divination, which could lead to inaccurate or even failed divination attempts. However, Saluta didn't seem to have much resistance against divination. After all, Ai Dehua, who came from the mirror game, was inside her body. The dresser of an unknown race might be able to take over the body of a crystal eye, but he might not be able to control the race's power. Without the body's memories, Ai Dehua wouldn't be able to use the crystal eye race's supernatural powers. Ai Dehua didn't take away the mystery of divine blessing ritual and the mirror because he wasn't familiar with the crystal eye race's power and couldn't find a space storage. In this case, Gleipnir's divination shouldn't be too difficult. While waiting for the result, Angor was still thinking about the mirror game. He had a feeling that something was off when the avatar was talking. But he didn't think too much about it since the avatar was talking. Now that he thought about it carefully, he suddenly had an idea. He seemed to have found out what was wrong with the situation. According to Saluta, taking something with an owner will trigger the spirit shift ritual. But didn't Saluta loot a lot of glowing objects when she went to the castle hall? Angor's clone mentioned that when Sharuda entered the castle for the first time, she didn't listen to the butler's instructions. Instead, she went around him and searched the hall. After looting, Shaluta obtained a rope, a flower, and a glass of water. All three items were special offerings used for the ritual. At that time, after Shaluta obtained these items, she did not trigger the spirit circulation ceremony. Could it be that these three items were ownerless? Obviously not. Since they were placed in the hall, they must have an owner, and the owner must be Ghost Rider. So why didn't spirit conversion ritual happen when Sharuda took them? Was this a trap to lure her into a trap, so that Sharuda could get something first and lower her guard? You look troubled. Are you worried about Gleipnir's divination? Laplace's voice reached Angor's ears. It has nothing to do with divination. I just found something strange. Everyone at the table looked at him curiously. Strange? What is it? Angor did not hide his thoughts and told them what he found. Everyone fell into deep thought. What Angor said did sound strange. Why didn't the spirit conversion ritual happen when Sharuda took the items in the hall? Laplace pondered for a moment and said, I don't know if it's to lower Sharuda's guard. However, in my opinion, there are two possibilities. Everyone looked up. Laplace continued, either Knight's castle has no owner, or the owner doesn't care about these things. The so-called Knight's castle has no owner meant that the butler had lied. Ghost Rider wasn't the owner of the castle. It was precisely because the castle had no owner that the public items that Sharuda took from the castle were considered ownerless and wouldn't activate the spirit conversion ritual. But Angor did not think it was very likely. Angor did not know why. He just felt that the definition of owner was too broad. According to the butler, Ghost Rider was the current owner of the castle. Even if Ghost Rider had relied on strength or trickery to forcibly occupy this castle, in terms of ownership, he could still be called the owner of the castle. Unless the owner here was the creator of the castle. As for Laplace's second scenario, the owner of the castle doesn't care about what Sharuda took away. It actually meant that the owner of the castle and the NPCs in the castle weren't in cahoots. Was that possible? Angor believed so. This was because Sharuda had overheard a conversation between two servants in the mirror game. The content of their conversation was very vague, but they mentioned the butler. The butler is a traitor. Killing him is against the rules. From this short conversation, it was faintly revealed that the servant and the butler did not seem to get along. They might even want to kill the butler. Ghost Rider and the butler were on the same side. Otherwise, why would the butler send Ghost Rider's greetings every time someone entered the castle, if the butler was on the same side as the owner of the castle, and the other NPCs wanted to kill the butler? It meant that the NPCs were on the same side, and the butler and Ghost Rider were on the same side. Angor now knew that the NPCs would tempt the intruder to use an item that already had an owner in order to trigger the spirit conversion ritual. Compared to the NPC faction, the Butler Knight's actions might be the exact opposite of the NPC's actions. In other words, the butler and Ghost Rider were probably doing this for the good of the intruder. Angor's analysis made everyone think for a moment. The shadow said, so the butler had good intentions when he asked the intruder to meet Ghost Rider? It's possible. Because of that, the Butler Knights did not stop the intruder from taking the offerings in the hall, nor did they trigger the spirit conversion ritual. It made sense. Of course, it's not all good intentions. It could be something more sinister. The NPCs and the Butler Knights did not work together. Maybe the Butler Knights were on the opposite side of them, or maybe they were even more evil. As for which one it was, they had no way of distinguishing it now. Unless they tested it again. The Shadow Clone said, how about this? I'll send a message to Granny Dragon Crow and ask her to try meeting Ghost Rider and see what happens. Angor almost wanted to say, isn't that too much trouble? But on second thought, the Shadow Clone walked directly in the shadows. It would probably only take a few seconds to reach the Blood Calamity from here. It would only take a blink of an eye for her. With this in mind, Angor did not try to stop her. Without any hesitation, the doppelganger turned around and disappeared. About 2 minutes later, the Shadow Clone returned to the tea table. I've already told Granny Dragon Crow. According to her, she has actually started letting that human try to get in touch with Ghost Rider recently. The lucky and unlucky human had been wandering around the castle for the past few days. He did not go for anything. Instead, he was eavesdropping. For example, Saluda heard some NPC conversations like butler, traitor. Saluda thought these conversations were clues to solve the case. But when she entered the mirror game herself, she realized that these conversations were actually the NPC's murmurs. NPCs had to play their roles well, and they were not allowed to do anything that did not fit their character settings. However, murmurs or conversations with their companions were all in line with their character settings, so it was reasonable. The conversations of these NPCs, or their mutterings, might not be important, but some might very well be related to some secrets of the castle. If she could piece together all these clues, she might be able to uncover the truth behind the castle. This was why Granny Dragon Crow asked the human to eavesdrop. The shadow said, according to what the human eavesdropped, he found that most of the people in the castle are trying to assassinate the butler. It seems that the butler is stopping them from doing something. Now it seems Angor was right. The butler is probably trying to lure the intruders to use an item to activate the spirit substitution ritual. The shadow paused and continued, Granny Dragon Crow also had this feeling. When I mentioned it, she immediately decided to try to get in touch with the butler and Ghost Rider. But I don't think we can get any results right away. After all, Granny Dragon Crow was currently in the Blood Calamity. Saluda and the human from the southern region were staying in the research base. It was not that Granny Dragon Crow did not want to take them with her. But if they did, they would be suppressed by the Blood Calamity's talent. Granny Dragon Crow's bloodline level was very high, so she did not need to worry about the Blood Calamity's talent. But Saluda and the human from the southern region were different. The shadow said, also, you're interested in the creator of the mirror game, right? I told Granny Dragon Crow about it, and she said she will help. Once she finds something, she will inform me through the Blood Calamity ritual. As long as the player did not touch any item or ritual offerings after entering the mirror game, everything would be fine for now. Granny Dragon Crow would try her best to let the human search for the creator of the mirror game without triggering the spirit substitution ritual. Angor nodded. It would be better if Granny Dragon Crow could find something. While waiting for the result, Angor went out of the Silver Forest space alone. Laplace told him that Prophet Hoda was already here. Angor did not want to keep Hoda waiting for him, so he left the Silver Forest space to meet with Prophet Hoda. Hoda handed over a translucent crystal to Angor. Angor scanned it with his spirit feelers and found it to be a space container. The space wasn't big, about the same size as his bracelet. It was filled with all kinds of Saint Corpse crystals, about 10,000 of them. According to Hoda, these crystals came from military cemeteries and civilian cemeteries. 80% of them were soldiers of the Crystal Eye race, while the other 20% came from civilians. However, Angor was sure that most of the Saint Corpse crystals from civilian cemeteries belonged to people of high status. After all, most of them would not go to cemeteries. Instead, they would be used as building materials on the walls of Crystal City. Of course, this was not absolute. Many ambitious Crystal Eye race members would choose to become the foundation of Crystal City. They would protect their loved ones even if they had to die. After putting away the crystals, Angor chatted with Hoda for a while and returned to the Silver Forest space. When he returned to the tea table, he received a message from Gleipnir. The divination is over. Gleipnir got the information. It was Luigi who spoke with a strange expression. It seemed he was surprised by the result. Not only Luigi, but also Angor's clone, who was sipping his tea, also stopped his hand in the air and narrowed his eyes. Laplace, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. Surprised? Angor asked curiously. Luigi nodded deeply. It's not an accident. Rather, it's very unexpected. Because Dresser Edward, the one who took over Saluta's body, is at, Luigi did not mention the place. He only pointed a finger at his feet. Angor was surprised. You mean, he's in Crystal City? Luigi nodded again. Yes. He's at Crystal City right now. Perhaps it was because he did not know how to use the Crystal Eye race's power, he did not hide anything along the way. Gleipnir even saw his recent movements through divination. With a wave of his hand, Luigi created an illusion out of thin air. He was not good at creating illusions, but this one did not require too many details. It only consisted of a dark void and two glowing dots. One of the dots was shining brightly like a crystal. Without a doubt, it was Crystal City, where the Crystal Eye race resided. The other glowing spot was not far away from the Crystal City. It was just nearby. This light spot didn't have any markings, but Luigi, the virtual shadow, and Laplace all focused their attention on it. Luigi pointed at the dot. Edward didn't go to Crystal City first. He came here first. Luigi looked at Angor with a smile. Do you know where this is? Angor looked at the dot in the air and recalled how he came here. He quickly constructed a space coordinate system in his mind and spoke without hesitation. I don't know. Angor did not know much about the White Sun Mirror domain. Besides, he used the mirror corridor on his way to Crystal City. In the cloister, he could only see a part of the scene in the void. He couldn't see anything deeper. Even if he created a space coordinate system in his mind space, it would be useless. Luigi blinked. Take a guess. Angor frowned at Luigi's words. If Luigi asked him to guess, it meant he knew where this place was. Did he see it before? Or was he there? Pippi Castle? Or Hot Gold City? These were the only two places Angor had been to. However, both of them were inside the Eternal Mirror Sea. Edward had just taken over Saluta's body, and he did not have the body's memories. He should not have been able to avoid being eroded by the Eternal Mirror Sea. Luigi shook his head and continued to keep them in suspense. Not these two places. But I can tell you something. You haven't been there before. But you must know where they are. How would I know where they are if I haven't been there? Laplace spoke up. Don't bother. It's just a normal space. There are no mirror spaces. But Parrot left from there. Parrot left. Angor muttered. You mean Parrot created a tunnel using the mirror of finesse? Laplace nodded. If I'm not mistaken, this Edward must have the ability to sense the weak points of space and find space tunnels. He came to the White Sun Mirror domain from Gloom Mirror domain because he found a space overlap point that led him to the White Sun Mirror domain. And now, he was heading toward the place where the Parrot had left him. Clearly, he had sensed that there was a passageway leading to the outside world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the void for so long. It was a pity that the parrot had used the condensing mirror to leave, and Laplace had absolute control over the mirror channel opened by the condensing mirror. Without her permission, no one could enter. Sensing the weak points of space? Looking for space passages, indeed. If this dresser AI de Hua had such an ability, then his actions would make sense. From the gloom mirror domain to the white sun mirror domain, to where parrot left. Everything was guided by the abilities he had mastered. I think AI de Hua's ability isn't just about finding weak points in space. Maybe he also has the ability to sense danger, the clone suddenly said. The clone wasn't saying this for no reason. It was because of AI de Hua's actions. First of all, the fact that he left the gloom mirror domain was very suspicious. The mirror domain was full of all kinds of dangers. There were mirror ghosts and disasters everywhere, and there were also some instant death laws. Even Granny Dragon Crow had to tread carefully in the domain. If they wanted to leave the domain, they would never take the risk of weak points in space. Instead, they would use regular passages. Who knew if the weak points in space were just a trick to lure them in? Who knew where a space passage in the wild would lead? Therefore, AI de Hua managed to leave the gloom mirror domain by using a space passage in the wild. This was very coincidental. Either AI de Hua was extremely lucky, or he was a reckless person who didn't care about anything. However, AI de Hua had used the method of waiting for the rabbit to fall into his trap in the mirror game to lure Shaluta into his trap. This showed that he was very witty and cunning. He didn't look like a reckless person. As for being extremely lucky, that was unlikely. If he was, he wouldn't be trapped in the mirror game, and he wouldn't be able to find the tunnel created by the condensed mirror after coming to the white sun mirror domain. Therefore, after eliminating these two options, the only option left was, he could sense danger. Because of that, he could move around the gloom mirror domain with ease. Because of that, he could confirm that the space passage in the wild led to the white sun mirror domain. The doppelganger paused for a moment. I even think that he didn't take the mirror game away but left it where it was. Firstly, he couldn't control the crystal Irace's space equipment. Secondly, he didn't want to take the mirror game away because he knew how dangerous it was. The words of the doppelganger made everyone fall into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. If AI de Hua wanted to travel from the gloom mirror domain to the white sun mirror domain smoothly, it would be impossible if he didn't have the ability to avoid and sense danger. However, if so, wouldn't it be unwise for him to come to Crystal City in the first place? One had to know that after AI de Hua left the Parrot Passage, he went straight to Crystal City. His current body was that of a member of the Crystal Eye clan. Furthermore, he was a member of the Council of Elders. Wasn't he walking right into a trap by coming to Crystal City? If he had the ability to sense danger, why would he come to Crystal City? The doppelganger said. Now that I think about it, it seems very dangerous for him to come to Crystal City. But what if he can hide Shaluta's identity and successfully integrate into the Crystal Eye race? Angor followed the words of the clone and tried to recall what happened. If AI de Hua changed his appearance slightly so that the Crystal Eye race would not be able to recognize him as Saluta, then he would be recognized as a member of the Crystal Eye race. That would mean that AI de Hua had integrated into the Crystal Eye race with a new identity. Once he joined the Crystal Eye race, he would have the opportunity to master their power. Once he learned how the Crystal Eye race controlled their power, he would be able to unleash Shaluta's power. He could even use the Crystal Eye race's power to open a portal to another world. As long as he could join the Crystal Eye race, he would gain a lot of benefits. Moreover, there was a saying that was very old, but it was very appropriate to use here: the most dangerous place was the safest place. If he could turn a dangerous place into a safe place to stay, then Crystal City would be the best place for AI de Hua to stay. Besides, the Crystal City was still holding a routine meeting for many races. There were too many unfamiliar faces coming in. It was the perfect place to fish in troubled waters. Now that he thought about it, he understood what the doppelganger meant. AI de Hua chose to enter Crystal City at this time. Can you lend me some illusion nodes? Laplace suddenly stopped and looked at Angor. Can you lend me some illusion nodes? Huh? He did not know what Laplace wanted to do, but he still did as she asked and set up a large number of illusion nodes around them. When the illusion nodes formed a closed loop, Laplace began to control them. Their surroundings immediately changed. Just like that, an illusion appeared out of nowhere. Upon closer inspection, Angor noticed that the illusion was from a first-person perspective. Judging from the walking stick in the first person's hand, as well as the fluttering clothes, it should be, from Glepner's point of view. Laplace nodded and signaled Angor to keep reading. In the illusion, Glepner was stepping on a ball of glittering starlight and flying toward the outside world at an unimaginable speed. There were many figures in front of and behind her. Most of them were Crystal Eye race soldiers, but there were also some outsiders. Angor even saw AIA's real body, Steward Fan. In the illusion, they were running toward an unknown direction. Glepner has locked onto AI Dehua's general location. They're on their way, Luigi explained in a low voice. Clearly, he had also received Glepner's mind sharing. Angor already knew what was going on in the illusion. He just didn't expect Glepner to go to AI Dehua in person. Luigi said, "What we just analyzed has been received by Glepner. She's worried that AI Dehua might sense danger and run away, so she decided to go there herself just in case." In this case, Glepner could use her divination to relocate AI Dehua's location. Angor nodded. Most of the illusions showed Glepner running away. It seemed that Glepner had already left the 100-Dragon Divine Kingdom's camp and was now inside the circular fortress. Since there was nothing new in the illusion, Angor had some free time to comment. "I didn't think I'd be able to watch a livestream." It was always Angor who did the livestream. He didn't expect Laplace to become the streamer this time. Also, the details of the livestream and the content are all very detailed. Angor nodded in approval. This illusion was already very good. There were still some flaws, such as the background being blurry from time to time, which meant the illusion wasn't built with enough precision. However, Laplace wasn't an illusionist. She only used her illusion nodes to create such a realistic livestream, which was already impressive. But Laplace didn't respond to Angor's compliment. "Because, she's regretting starting the livestream now," Luigi said. "She has to focus on Glepner, which consumes a lot of her spirit. She can't afford to be distracted." This was why Laplace didn't reply to Angor. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't. Besides, this was a real-time livestream. It would be easier for her to create illusions if it was just a replay of her memories. However, this was a real-time livestream. She had to show the rapid changes in the environment immediately. Even Laplace felt burdened. Luigi couldn't help but look at Angor. "I watched your livestream before, and I didn't think it was a big deal. But now, I think this isn't something an outsider can do." Laplace didn't say anything, but she nodded to show her agreement. She felt extremely tired. Compared to how relaxed Angor was when he started the livestream, this was a completely different experience. She really regretted starting the livestream. Angor looked at Laplace's tired face and asked in a low voice, "So this livestream shows what's happening in Glepner in real time?" Luigi nodded. "Yeah. You did the same thing before, didn't you?" Angor looked at Luigi, then at Laplace. He hesitated and said, "Actually, if it's a real livestream, I'll probably do the same thing as Laplace." "Luigi and Laplace?" Angor continued, "I didn't do it in real time. There was a delay of 2 to 3 seconds. In other words, Angor had 2 to 3 seconds of buffer time. 2 to 3 seconds didn't sound like much, but for wizards, 1 second was equivalent to a minute or even an hour. 2 to 3 seconds of buffer time was enough for Angor to make more precise adjustments in his mind space. Laplace, on the other hand, was doing a real-time livestream without any buffer time. She couldn't even take care of herself, and the illusions she created would be ruined. "Luigi? You can delay a livestream? You call this a livestream?" Angor said, "If it's something important, I'll do it even if I can't. But I don't think it's anything important right now. A few seconds of delay is fine." Luigi didn't know what to say. That was true. It wasn't something important anyway. There was no need to do a real livestream. With this in mind, Luigi prepared to tell Laplace. However, when Luigi turned his head, he found that Laplace was already leaning against the back of the chair, drinking tea. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him, but compared to the stiff and straight posture a few seconds ago, Laplace had completely turned into a salted fish. Luigi looked up and saw that the livestream was lagging. 5 seconds later, it finished loading, and the livestream resumed. 4 seconds? Luigi asked in a low voice. Laplace nodded. 4 seconds is perfect. 1 second for adjustment, 1 second for transmission, and 1 second for composition. What about the last second? Laplace, buffer. Luigi and Angor, although the livestream was delayed by 4 seconds, it didn't make much of a difference. Besides, Glepner was still running at full speed in the livestream. Nothing special happened, so a few seconds of delay was fine. Since Laplace had more buffer time, he could even start the livestream while explaining Glepner's situation. According to Glepner's divination, Edward is currently on the 5,503rd floor of the Ring Fortress. The 5,503rd floor? Is it Paluzzo's territory? Paluzzo's base was on the 5,500th floor. Almost all the floors were Paluzzo's shops. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was Paluzzo's territory. Laplace nodded. Maybe Edward thinks it's easier to hide in Paluzzo's territory. Angor agreed with Laplace. In the Sun Mirror region, most of the Paluzzo's people were despicable and unscrupulous. They might sound petty, but the more despicable they were, the easier it was to see through them. Soon, Glepner arrived at the 5,503rd floor through the multi-level staircase. Through the illusion, they could see that the 5,503rd floor was quite lively. Or rather, Paluzzo's territory had always been bustling lately. People who wanted to buy new pages or check out the products of the Yusan tribe would all come to Paluzzo's base. Because of this, Paluzzo's territory was mostly occupied by foreigners, not Paluzzo's. Ai Dehua didn't stand out among all the other races, which was probably why he came to Paluzzo's territory. Since there were so many people around, Glepner's group didn't attract much attention. At least they didn't have to worry about alerting Ai Dehua. In the illusion, Glepner signaled everyone to slow down a bit. He arranged for others to guard the various entrances and exits while Glepner and Steward Fan headed towards Ai Dehua's location. Soon, they arrived at a place where a large number of people were gathered. The surroundings were noisy, and everyone had a smile on their face, as if they were discussing something. Moreover, their gazes were all fixed in front of a shop. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. According to the divination, Glepner was sure that Ai Dehua was inside the shop surrounded by people. They could break in now, but that would easily alert Ai Dehua. Besides, they didn't know what Ai Dehua was doing inside the shop. After thinking for a moment, Glepner approached a crystal eye guard and asked him about the shop and why there were so many people gathered here. The guard obviously recognized Glepner. At first, he looked impatient, but when he saw Glepner's face, he quickly bowed respectfully. Glepner had been on the stage before, and it was the finale. This was probably why the crystal eye guards had recognized her. The guard didn't hide anything and told Glepner everything about the shop. After listening to the guard's explanation, Glepner's expression changed. Not only Glepner, but the people in the Silver Forest dimension also had strange expressions. End of chapter. The shop surrounded by the crowd was a tooth dye shop. Bye-bye tooth dye. It was a tradition of the Paluxiu clan to dye their teeth, and Angor knew about it. However, tooth dye was only popular within the Paluxiu clan. When the tooth dye shop moved to Ring Fort, the business was very quiet. Almost to the point where no one cared about it. When Angor and Laplace first arrived at Paluxiu clan's base, they found a shop to rest for a while because there were too many people in the corridor. There was no one in that shop, which was in stark contrast to the crowded outside. And that shop was a tooth dye shop. It was obvious that tooth dye was not popular among the clans. At most, Paluxiu would visit the shop. But even Paluxiu would not choose to dye his teeth at this time and place. The tooth dyeing shops in the circular castle were much more expensive than the local tooth dyeing shops because they had to bear the rent and transportation costs of the goods. If Paluxiu really wanted to dye his teeth, he could always do it after returning to Pippi Castle. Because of this, the tooth dye shop was located in the circular castle, and no one was interested in it. When the Crystal Eye Guard said that the shop with a large crowd was a tooth dye shop, both Glepner and Angor in the Silver Forest space were stunned. How could a dental dye shop be so popular, and there were people from other clans besides Paluxiu clan? Did other clans also join the tooth dye trend? While Angor was still in shock, the livestream continued. Glepner could not help but ask curiously, why is a tooth dye shop so popular? The Crystal Eye guard seemed to understand Glepner's question. He explained with a smile, in the past, not many people would come here to dye their teeth. But this Bye Bye Tooth Dye Shop is special. The owner, Bye Bye Tooth Dye Shop, spent a lot of money to invite a hairdresser from our race to work with him. He created a service that combines tooth dye, hairdressing, and hair dyeing. This hairdresser is very skilled. Everyone who has ever had a hairdresser praised him. As expected of a hairdresser from our race. At the end of his speech, the Crystal Eye race guard sounded rather proud. Every word he said implied the same message. It was all thanks to the hairstylist of the Crystal Eye clan. He saved the desolate tooth dye shop on his own. Regardless of what the Crystal Eye guard thought, Glepner, as well as Angor and the others in the Silver Forest dimension, had the same idea. This hairdresser, was it him? It should be him, right? The shadow clone nodded in agreement. It's most likely him. What I didn't expect was that after he left the mirror game, he was still practicing his old craft, the hairdresser AI Hua. According to Gleipner's location, Edward was currently in Bye Bye Tooth Dye Shop. According to the Crystal Eye race guards, Bye Bye Tooth Dye Shop was collaborating with a Crystal Eye race hairdresser to start a hairdressing program. All the evidence pointed to the fact that this so-called hairdresser was AI de Hua. Now, it seemed that the Crystal Eye guard had been proud too early. They thought that this hairstylist was a member of the Crystal Eye clan, but in reality, it contained a strand of the soul of an outsider. I also think that hairdresser is AI Hua in disguise. Luigi also spoke up, but I'm more concerned about this Crystal Eye guard and that Paluxiu beside him. Have they not realized what's going on? Angor? Luigi sighed. This guard of the Crystal Eye clan must be out of his mind. Doesn't he know that the Crystal Eye clan doesn't have hair, either? Can their few thick and hard crystal hairs support a hairdressing project? And he's proud of it? If you think about it, you'll see how ridiculous the title Crystal Eye hairdresser is. And those Paluxiu. They're all bald. Even if they have some messy hair, how can they use it to do hairdressing? Actually, Luigi's words made sense. Crystal Eye clansmen were made of crystals, so they did not have hair. Under such circumstances, it was strange that a so-called hairstylist was born. Paluxiu were the same. Because of their race, they had little or no hair. Dyeing one's teeth was considered a tradition, but why did they start to do hairdressing? In Luigi's opinion, this all sounded ridiculous. Angor rubbed his chin. Does this AI Hua have some kind of bewitchment or group hypnosis ability? Laplace's eyes moved, and he contacted Gleipner through mind sharing. A moment later, Laplace spoke in a small voice, I don't think so. Steward Fan sensed the crowd around him. They are looking forward to hairdressing, but they are not affected by external forces. In other words, they might really be attracted by AI de Hua's technology. Luigi was a little shocked by this conclusion. There were many bald people in the live stream. Were they looking forward to hairdressing? Was it void hairdressing? Gleipner also found it strange, so he asked the Crystal Eye guard. The guard's answer was, you can't do hairdressing directly, but there are wigs. Bye Bye Tooth Dye Shop also provides wig services. You can still look beautiful with wigs. At this point, he suddenly pointed at another patrolling guard. Look, that's a wig on his head. Gleipner turned his head to look, and the livestream also turned to face the patrolling guard. He was also a Crystal Eye race patrol guard. He had bright silver hair that was braided into several braids. It was very simple, but it matched the temperament of this Crystal Eye race patrol guard very well. Also, the bright silver hair matched the Crystal Eye race's natural color. If the guard did not point out that he was wearing a wig, Angor would have ignored his hairstyle. It's almost a perfect hairstyle, Angor said. It's not strange for a Crystal Eye race to wear a wig like this. Next, the Crystal Eye race guard pointed at a few more people. They were all wearing wigs, and all of them had hairdressing procedures, including styling and dyeing their hair. The final result was really good. It was a perfect combination. But it was not that amazing. They just felt that it was very suitable for the user. But most of the time, suitable ones were harder to find than exaggerated ones. Angor had to admit that Ai Hua was really something. No wonder most of the people lining up here had no hair or very little hair. A wig service that could be used for hairdressing was great news for people who pursued beauty. But Angor was still curious. Why did Ai Hua choose to continue his hairdressing business here? Was he trying to blend in with the crystal eye race through hairdressing? Perhaps he would only know the truth when he met Ai Hua. The livestream continued. After confirming Baibua Tooth Dye Shop's condition, Gleipnir exchanged a look with Steward Fan and nodded slightly. On the screen, Gleipnir took out his cane and pointed it at the ground. A hole appeared on the flat ground. There was nothing inside the hole except for twinkling stars. Starlight poured out of the hole and enveloped Gleipnir and Steward Fan. With a flash of starlight, the two of them disappeared. Only the first-person perspective of the livestream showed that they were still in the same place. It was just that no one could see them. Moreover, they had concealed themselves in front of the Crystal Eye Race guards. However, the Crystal Eye Race guard, who had spoken to Gleipnir before, continued his duty as a guard, as if he had not seen anything. Judging from his expression, it was as if nothing had happened, and no one had spoken to him. Gleipnir must have used some kind of ability to influence the people around him. It's an invisibility spell that manipulates the power of the stars. It can make people invisible even if there are people around. Laplace seemed to have noticed Angor's confusion and explained, it's said to be created by a celestial who is good at weaving logic nets. A celestial who could make logic nets. Angor was surprised. Just hearing about it made him feel amazed. No wonder the people around him could not see them at all. As long as he could rationalize his invisibility, he could ignore the crowd and become invisible. The live stream began to move. Judging from the direction, Gleipnir was moving toward Baibua Tooth Dye Shop. Even though the crowd was surging, the people around Gleipnir and Steward Fan would naturally leave an empty space where they moved. This was probably the effect of the power of the stars. Soon, Gleipnir entered the tooth dye shop. There were also many people inside the shop. However, since the shop was spacious and there were crystal eye guards around, it looked much more spacious than the outside. Even if many people walked side by side, the shop would not feel crowded. Baibua Tooth Dye Shop was divided into 4 areas: the lounge area, the tooth dye area, the hair salon area, and the exhibition area. Most people gathered in the lounge area and the exhibition area. Most of the people in the lounge area were waiting to be styled, while the exhibition area displayed all kinds of wigs and dyes of different colors. If not for the empty tooth dye area, Angor would have thought he was in a human hairdresser shop. At least from the decorations and the division, this was definitely a human style. Even the wigs in the exhibition area were displayed in glass cabinets, which contained mannequins' heads and wigs of different colors. Is Edward a human? Angor wondered as he looked at the decorations in the room. Gleipnir did not remove her invisibility after entering the shop. Instead, she went to the exhibition area. She was not interested in the wigs and was going to the hair salon area. To get to the hair salon area, one had to pass through the exhibition area. Through the illusion, Angor could see each wig clearly. From a distance, they did not look very stylish. But when he looked closer, he noticed that each wig was of different quality. Some were as thin as silk, while others were thicker than a fountain pen. However, they did not look out of place at all. If this was Ai Dehua's doing, well, it could only be said that he was indeed a stylist. Gleipnir did not stop. She strode to the hair salon area while dragging her walking stick on the ground, which released faint starlight. This is a kind of astral ring that solidifies space. It will be harder to break through space within the range of the ring. Clearly, the ring was set up to prevent Edward from escaping by using spatial means. Soon, Gleipnir reached the entrance of the hair salon area. However, she did not enter immediately. Instead, her attention was attracted by a wig in the exhibition area. As the camera panned, it could be clearly seen that she had long black hair. There were no decorations on her head and she looked like she had plain hair. However, Gleipnir's gaze was fixed on the bald head of hair. From the way she looked at it, there seemed to be something unusual about the waterfall. Angor wondered. The camera zoomed in again. Through the glass display case, Angor could see that the black waterfall hair was shimmering with faint light spots. The light spots were so dense that they looked like a starry sky. Angor looked at Gleipnir and wondered if it was the starry sky spots that attracted Gleipnir's attention. Did Gleipnir get influenced by something and become interested in the wig as well? Did she want to wear a wig too? As Angor thought to himself, Laplace spoke up, "This wig contains the power of the stars." It was a short explanation, but it explained everything. As an astrologer who controlled the power of the stars, Gleipnir was very sensitive to the power of the stars. Besides, it was strange for a wig to contain the power of the stars. It made sense that Gleipnir would be interested in the wig. Gleipnir tried to touch the wig, but there seemed to be some kind of barrier around it that could only be opened with a certain method. Of course, Gleipnir could break the barrier by force, but it would probably cause an energy shockwave. Most of the people here were mortals. Once affected by the shockwave, they would either die or be seriously injured. She could also set up some defensive measures. However, Ai de Hua would notice something was wrong if she did so. Gleipnir considered for a moment and decided not to break the barrier by force. She gave the wig a long look and continued walking to the hairdressing area. There was no energy barrier around the entrance of the salon. Gleipnir didn't even open the door. She simply walked through the wall. The situation in the hairdressing area was instantly revealed. The salon wasn't big. There were only 3 people inside. A green-skinned Lucio was standing at the edge of a pond not far away. He pointed at the dripping water pipe and cursed, saying things like waste, expensive rent, increase in price, and so on. He was probably the owner of Bai Bai's tooth dye shop, Paluxiu Pai Bai Bai. The other guest was sitting on a chair facing the mirror. He was tall and wore a uniform with leather boots and an exquisite eye mask. A large black and gold cloak was placed on the chair beside him. From his appearance alone, one could tell that he was a male from the Ingji tribe from the Ice Country. Behind the Ingji man was a crystal eye man who was holding a pair of scissors and a comb, working on the man's hair. If Angor wasn't mistaken, this crystal eye man was the hairdresser who escaped from the mirror game, Ai de Hua. End of chapter. No matter if it was the fierce Ingji tribesman or the chattering green Paluxiu, they did not notice Gleipnir's arrival. On the contrary, Ai de Hua, who looked the most inconspicuous, suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the door in confusion. The door was closed and he did not hear any footsteps. But for some reason, Ai de Hua felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was staring at him. This feeling made Ai de Hua very uncomfortable. It reminded him of the time when he was locked in the Ingji world and was watched by the people outside the world. This feeling of being sized up and observed made him very uncomfortable. Hey, did you hear that? The rent is going to increase, it's going to increase. Pai Bai Bai put his hands on his waist and raised his head proudly. Do you see that? My shop is a prime rental. The people lining up outside are all attracted by my shop's prime location. So, the rent we talked about yesterday will have to be changed. 10 crystals a day is too little. At least 100, no, 200 crystals a day. Pai Bai Bai muttered as he walked to Ai de Hua's side. Hey, why are you so rude? Answer me. Don't think that just because you are a Crystal Eye tribesman and I am in your Crystal City, you can take me down. Let me tell you, behind me is. Without waiting for Pai Bai Bai to finish, Ai de Hua gently stretched out his hand and touched Pai Bai Bai's cheek. Under Pai Bai Bai's surprised gaze, he gently waved his hand and pushed the short and thin Paluxiu to the side. Don't block my view. After Ai de Hua pushed Pai Bai Bai away, he did not forget to add. Pai Bai Bai originally thought that Ai de Hua was going to slap him. Seeing that Ai de Hua only pushed him away, he heaved a sigh of relief. After hearing Ai de Hua's words, Pai Bai Bai raised his eyebrows and thought that someone had come in. He turned around and said, "You can't come in now. I don't see any customers. When the customers here are all gone, there's no one?" Pai Bai Bai turned around and stared at Ai de Hua. Are you playing with me? Ai de Hua ignored Pai Bai Bai's clamor and kept staring at the door. The gaze that was sizing him up came from the door. Pai Bai Bai and Ai de Hua's conversation also attracted the attention of the Ingji tribe's soldiers. They saw strands of flames floating out from his hair. As the flames churned, they turned into a void fire eye that looked at the door. But soon, the fiery eye closed its eyes and merged back into his hair. Clearly, he did not see anything and only thought that Ai de Hua was playing with Pai Bai Bai. But at that moment, Ai Dehua suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in the direction of the door, "Is that Bubbles?" After a long while, no one responded. Pai Bai looked at the empty door and then at Ai Dehua. "Who's Bubbles?" Since Ai Dehua did not turn to look at him, Pai Bai thought his words would be ignored again. He was already used to it. However, what Pai Bai did not expect was that this time, Ai Dehua actually replied, "Bubbles is a friend of mine. She is a Star Master." Pai Bai, and what is a Star Master? Ai Dehua continued, "The Star Master is the child of Super Void." Pai Bai tilted his head, and what is the child of Super Void? Ai Dehua turned his head and glared at him, "If you ask again, I won't pay today's rent." Pai Bai's eyes shined, "So to say, you agree with my rent increase? Is that how I interpret these words?" Ai Dehua looked at Pai Bai's expectant expression and only felt his temples throbbing with pain. He now had a taste of Pai Lucio's temperament. This was only his first day of renting, not even half a day, and he already began to raise the rent. However, this sort of money-grubbing race was relatively easy to control. So long as enough money was given, he would do what needed to be done. Just like the hairdressing area here, the display area for wigs outside, as well as the display cabinets with defensive measures, Pai Bai only spent an hour to finish. "I can raise the rent." Ai Dehua paused, "However, I need you to help me do something." "Pai Bai, what is it?" Ai Dehua hooked his finger, and Pai Bai immediately leaned over. After hearing Ai Dehua's whisper, he was somewhat bewildered, but he still nodded, opened the door and walked out. What Ai Dehua wanted him to do was very simple: check the situation of the line outside. What can happen in the line? Isn't it just overcrowded? He just wants to show off. Don't think that it's your work. My golden room is worth at least 50% of the credit. Pai Bai muttered as he walked to the door. Then, he realized that outside the door, there were only a few people left. Pai Bai scratched his head, a puzzled expression on his face. He remembered that before he went to the hairdressing area, he had seen the situation outside. Wasn't it full? Moreover, when he came out and passed by the rest area, there was no one there. What happened? While Pai Bai was still in shock, a crystal eye race guard came in front of him with a smile and bowed. Then, Pai Bai felt that he couldn't move. Even his mouth was covered with a layer of crystal membrane, making it impossible for him to speak. Under Pai Bai's frightened gaze, the crystal eye race guard said softly, "Don't shout. I just want you to sit at the side. Look over there. That should be your commanding officer. He is waiting for you over there. You can go directly." Pai Bai raised his head and saw Pelusium not far away. That was Lord Pai Shi. He was also Duke Pai Shou's assistant and was in charge of the economy. To a certain extent, Pai Shi was indeed his superior. Because he saw Pai Shi, Pai Bai's hanging heart calmed down a little. He nodded at the crystal eye race guard and walked over. When Pai Bai came to Pai Shi's side, the crystal membrane on his mouth slowly disappeared. Pai Bai saw this and immediately wanted to ask. However, Pai Shi made a should gesture at him and then said in a low voice, "Don't ask, just stay here." Although Pai Bai had many doubts in his heart, he knew how to judge the situation. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that there was no way to clear up his doubts. However, he had his own guesses. Pai Bai looked back at his store. Could it be that there's something wrong with that Ing Ji person? Could it be a fugitive? On the other side, Ai Dehua waited for a few minutes and saw that Pai Bai had not returned. He seemed to have understood something. Ai Dehua was silent for a moment and said softly, "It will be over soon." The Ing Ji person thought he was talking to himself. He raised his head and looked at the mirror. "Is it over soon?" The void fire eyes rose again. Looking at his gray hair in the mirror, he could not help but be surprised. "Not bad. When you recommended gray hair, I was worried that it would make me look old. I didn't expect it to work so well. Not only did it not look old, but it was also very trendy." This kind of grayish-white hair was like an exquisitely dressed grandmother. Although her hair was slightly white, it was greasy. Together with the exquisite hairstyle, he felt that his combat power had increased a little. Why did his combat power increase? Of course, it was because he was handsome. Being handsome made him feel good. When he was in a good mood, his combat power would naturally increase. 5 minutes later, Ai Dehua lifted the cloth covering the Yingji person's shoulder. Done. The Yingji person stood up and looked at the mirror proudly. Not bad, not bad. The Yingji person only thought that it looked good, but it doesn't seem to have triggered the special effect you mentioned. Ai Dehua, triggering the special effect is a small probability event. It has something to do with my improvisation. I didn't perform well on the spot just now, so it didn't work very well. The Yingji person patted Ai Dehua's shoulder. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. At least you look handsome. I didn't expect my gray hair to be so handsome. I'll come to you again next time. The Yingji tribe soldier left a bag of condensed crystals and strode out. Looking at the back of the Yingji person, Ai Dehua sighed softly. Next time. There shouldn't be a next time, right? After the last customer left, Ai Dehua was the only one left in the hairdressing area. He carefully put away the scissors and comb and wiped the stains on the table. His every movement was very careful. He seemed to be saying goodbye to his career as if he were saying goodbye to it. Although it sounded a little tragic, Ai Dehua was indeed saying goodbye to his career in his heart. Pai Bai Bai hadn't returned for a long time, the noise outside was completely gone, and even the footsteps in the exhibition area were gone. Everything was unusual. Thinking of the strange gazes he had sensed earlier, Ai Dehua knew that he had been targeted. He guessed that the higher-ups of the Crystal Eye race had discovered that something was wrong with him. The original owner of this body was probably a big shot. Only in this way could he have attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Crystal Eye race so quickly. Thinking about it, it made sense. To be able to break into the ghost domain and successfully obtain the legacy left by that great person, the Crystal Eye race person he had occupied must be very powerful. With such powerful strength, he must be a big shot in the Crystal Eye race. Sigh, I originally wanted to sneak in and slowly learn the abilities of the Crystal Eye race. I didn't expect to be caught so quickly. Ai Dehua turned to look at the door. Come out. I won't run away. Under Ai Dehua's gaze, the outline of a person slowly appeared at the door. It was an old woman with a staff draped in starlight. Seeing her appear, Ai Dehua was a little stunned. He thought it would be a Crystal Eye race person, but it was a human. No, there were many humanoid races in the Mirror region. Maybe this was a humanoid, but why would a humanoid come to catch him? Was it commissioned by the Crystal Eye race? Ai Dehua shook his head and threw away the doubts in his heart. His gaze was fixed on the starlight around the old woman. It really is the power of the stars. I thought it was Bubbles. Right, Bubbles is still in the instrument world. How could she come out? Shaking his head, Ai Dehua looked at the old woman and said, Are you here to catch me? Glepner looked at Ai Dehua, who was talking to himself, and said softly, Are you deliberately trying to arouse my interest? Ai Dehua glanced at Glepner. I'm just lamenting. However, if I can arouse your interest, it will be a good thing for Bubbles. After all, Star Spirit Warlocks and Star Masters were mutually beneficial. This old woman who controlled the power of the stars was probably a Star Spirit Warlock. If she could rescue Bubbles, it would be good for both her and Bubbles. After Bubbles was rescued, she might be able to put in a good word for her. Therefore, when Ai Dehua vaguely sensed the strange power of the stars in the surroundings, he did mention Bubbles on purpose. Including Pai Bai Bai's previous question, he also deliberately mentioned Bubbles' identity as a Star Master. Glepner looked at Ai Dehua, his face expressionless, but he was lamenting in his heart. This guy is indeed a cunning person. Whether it was mentioning Bubbles, arranging for Pai Bai Bai to leave, or even waiting for the Yingji race to leave, this series of events seemed to be a setup. However, this setup was not for escape. He also knew that with his current strength, there was no way to escape. His setup was more about showing his attitude. Showing his position, showing his kindness, showing his harmlessness. This could actually be called establishing a persona. If he showed too much sharpness, or too sharp and evil, he would have probably been thrown into prison or even wiped out. Now that he was able to talk calmly, it meant that he had made the right move. This was also the reward he received after showing his attitude. Of course, his attitude was also to test Glepner's attitude. Glepner did not immediately make a move and was willing to talk, which meant that his setup was successful. Glepner could guess AI Dehua's thoughts, but the other party was just taking advantage of the situation. He was magnanimous and even threw out the Star Master that could attract Glepner's attention. Even if Glepner did not want to take it, he could only take it. Besides, it was not that she did not want to take it. Although she was still unhappy about AI Dehua taking over her good friend's body, she knew that AI Dehua was definitely not the mastermind of the mirror game. The various NPCs in the mirror game were all for the spirit change ceremony. Even if it was not AI Dehua, Shaluta could have been transferred out by other NPCs. Therefore, AI Dehua just happened to be there. If AI Dehua wanted to resist fiercely, Glepner would definitely suppress him more forcefully. However, AI Dehua was now putting on a peaceful face and trying to talk. Glepner naturally welcomed him. To understand the mirror game, AI Dehua, the NPC who escaped from the mirror, was the key. Glepner said, "If you really want to arouse my interest, then what you should be doing now is not remaining silent. Instead, talk about your situation. Who are you? How did you take over this body? Where is the original owner of this body?" Although Glepner already knew the answers to these questions, she still wanted to hear what AI Dehua had to say. If AI Dehua wanted to hide these questions, then there was no need to talk normally. When it was necessary to be more forceful. AI Dehua did not know that Glepner already knew about him. Facing her question, he thought for a moment and said, "These questions are a long story. Why don't we sit down and talk?" "We can sit down and talk, but we have to change places." As Glepner spoke, he took out his staff and tapped it on the ground. In an instant, starlight flickered. Countless starlight rose from the ground, forming a stargate in front of him. "Please." Glepner pointed at the stargate and said to AI Dehua. AI Dehua looked at the stargate. He couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. He could only see a void of darkness and a few bright white stars. It was as if it was connected to a distant and ancient land of stars. AI Dehua was silent for a moment before asking, "Behind the stargate is a safe environment for chatting," Glepner said. If Glepner had directly taken him to a hidden space, AI Dehua might have been willing, but this unknown portal made him very cautious. In the past, he had slipped into the instrument world and become a character inside. AI Dehua stood in place for a long time. In the end, he sighed. "I hope my premonition isn't tricking me." AI Dehua closed his eyes and walked in. When AI Dehua disappeared into the stargate, Glepner turned to look at the other side of the room. "Come with me." An elegant silhouette slowly appeared in the originally empty space. It was Steward Fan. He had actually followed Glepner into the hairdressing area, but AI Dehua had discovered Glepner because he had used the power of the stars. Steward Fan, on the other hand, hadn't revealed any traces from beginning to end. Steward Fan thought for a moment and was about to refuse. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he felt that Glepner should be able to handle things here by himself. He had followed before mainly because he was worried that AI Dehua would stubbornly resist. But now that he had chosen to cooperate with Frank, his job seemed to be over. The outside world was too dirty. He wanted to return to the text space. Glepner saw through Steward Fan's thoughts at a glance. Without waiting for him to speak, Glepner said, "AI Dehua's ability is very special. When facing the Woe puppet, he might be able to play some miraculous role." With that, Glepner turned and walked into the stargate. After thinking for a moment, Steward Fan sighed softly and walked toward the stargate. In the silver forest space, Laplace put away the illusion livestream and let out a long breath. Although the livestream was delayed by 4 to 5 seconds, for a new streamer like her, it was still a bit taxing. Constructing a high-precision and detailed moving image was too taxing on one's computing ability. She now realized that her clone was no match for Angor when it came to calculations. In other words, most superhumans of the same level could not compare to illusionists when it came to arithmetic. Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the terrifying amount of computing power required to set up an illusion. While Laplace, on the other hand, was not as relaxed as before. Even with the delay, Laplace still could not relax completely. Laplace said, "They're here." Huh? He wondered why Laplace suddenly turned off the illusion. Was it because Gleipnir wanted to take AI de Hua to a hidden space where they couldn't broadcast live? But from Laplace's tone, it seemed, the space gate leads to a hidden space called Silver Forest? Before Laplace could reply, a gate emitting starlight suddenly opened in the black forest not far away. In the next second, a Crystal Eye clan member with a crystal luster walked out of the space gate. He was wearing a wig with a rocket cannon on his head. It was AI de Hua, the one who showed up in the illusion earlier. Seeing AI de Hua's appearance, Angor quickly realized something. As he thought, Gleipnir's space gate was the entrance to Silver Forest. He always thought there was only one entrance to Silver Forest. So there could be more than one. Laplace noticed Angor's confusion and explained, Gleipnir can use the power of space to create short-distance teleportation. Indeed, there was only one entrance to Silver Forest. The reason why Gleipnir could open the door to the Silver Forest space was because she had the ability to open a spatial tunnel. Using astral energy, she opened a portal and arrived at the outer area of Silver Forest. With Laplace's permission, the astral energy began to spread inside. The entrance to Silver Forest looked like it was opened from afar, but it actually required 3 steps: teleportation, permission application, and entry. Among all of Laplace's avatars, Gleipnir was the only one who could enter Silver Forest from afar. People like Luigi, who did not have any space attribute, couldn't even do the first step. While Laplace was explaining, AI de Hua had already walked in the direction of the tea party. As far as AI de Hua was concerned, he only had 3 options. Run toward the Black Forest. If he could get out, he might be able to escape. However, he was very clear that since the old woman had teleported him here, she must have made some arrangements. If he ran into the mysterious Black Forest, he might just be getting caught in his own trap. So, he had to keep moving forward. There were 2 places in front of him that were filled with people. One was a magnificent building. Judging from the light coming through the glass windows, it seemed to be a library. There were many people inside. The other was a tea party bathed in lightning and thunder. There were already 4 people sitting at the table. One of them had a very faint silhouette. If Angor didn't pay attention, he could easily hide in the air. Where should he go? The library or the tea party? In the end, AI de Hua chose to go to the tea party by the lake. As soon as he entered the strange space, at least 3 of the 4 people in the tea party looked at him. Perhaps he could learn more about the situation here from them. I've been caught again. I hope I won't be locked in a cage again this time. AI de Hua sighed for his ups and downs. Then he walked toward the tea party. As soon as he walked into the tea party, before he could speak, he saw that the 4 feet on the originally normal tea table were jumping up and down, as if they were expressing their joy at the visitor. Even the teacups on the table opened their mouths and hummed a song to welcome him. It was the first time AI de Hua saw a dancing tea table. He paused for a moment, put one hand on his chest, and bowed. Good morning, everyone. No, it should be good afternoon now. As he spoke, AI de Hua was also observing the people at the tea table. A bard who looked a little down and sleepy at the same time. He was a bard because he was holding a harp in one hand and wearing a feather felt hat that was commonly seen among bards. There was a girl with long silver hair and strange eyes. Her expression was indifferent. Sitting on the main seat, she should be the host of the tea party. There was another girl who looked very similar to her. She was the one he had almost overlooked. Her silhouette was extremely indifferent, as if she could turn invisible at any time. However, this girl's hair was translucent. Her strange eyes were a mix of dark blue and emerald. The last one also looked like a human. He had red hair and golden eyes. He was very young and seemed to be between a teenager and a young man. His face also had the same temperament. However, he had a pair of cat ears on his head. Moreover, this pair of cat ears was emitting a mysterious aura. The aura was very faint. It seemed to be the creation of some mysterious object. After AI de Hua greeted everyone at the tea table, only this cat-eared youth smiled and nodded at him. After some consideration, AI de Hua estimated that this cat-eared youth was the easiest to talk to. Thinking of this, AI de Hua greeted the cat-eared youth back and asked where this place was. However, before the cat-eared youth could reply, AI de Hua heard a familiar and old voice behind him. This is the place to talk. As for where exactly it is, you can call it Silver Forest. Ai Dehua looked back and saw two figures walking out of the astral gate that opened at the edge of the Black Forest. One of them was the old woman with the staff that he had seen before, surrounded by starlight. The other was an elegant man in a black tuxedo. Judging from his temperament, he reminded Ai Dehua of the butler in the knight's castle. Pick a seat and sit down. The old woman pointed at the remaining empty seats on the tea table and said to Ai Dehua. Ai Dehua wanted to sit next to the cat-eared youth, but the silver-haired girl was on the left of the youth, and the translucent girl was on the right. There was really no seat. Ai Dehua thought for a while and sat next to the bard. Compared to the two girls with different pupils who looked almost exactly the same and even had the same cold expression, this somewhat decadent poet seemed to be easier to talk to. After Ai Dehua sat down, Glepner and Butler Fan also sat down. They were all sitting opposite Ai Dehua. If he ignored the others present, Ai Dehua would feel like he was being interrogated by three authorities. After sitting down, the thick book on the tea table opened automatically. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively scene. Since it's so lively, there must be plenty of drinks. Everyone, please. Before the book could say please, Glepner reached out with his walking stick and pressed the book down. We're not drinking anything. This isn't a tea party, so shut up. The thick-shelled book pouted, feeling wronged. But when the thick-shelled book fell silent, Gleipnir raised his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. Zeus, you too, float away. Don't hit people randomly. Zeus didn't move at all. His eyes were glued to Angor. Unable to withstand Gleipnir's threatening glare, Zeus had no choice but to float toward Angor's head. The thunderclouds above the tea table dissipated, revealing some light. Only then did Gleipnir look at Ai Dehua. Introduce yourself. Ai Dehua considered and said, I'm Ai Dehua. I used to be a human. Seeing Gleipnir still staring at him, Ai Dehua continued, I was born in the southern wizarding region, and I'm a hairdresser. My hobby is making wigs. I made all the wigs in Byron's tooth dye shop myself. Can you give them back to me after we leave this place? They're my precious collection. Gleipnir didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Luigi again. Luigi was stunned for a few seconds before he pointed at himself. Huh? Introduce yourself, Gleipnir said in a plain tone. Me? Luigi asked. After Luigi asked the question, he immediately realized that Gleipnir had asked them to introduce themselves. This was actually a way of expressing their stance. By getting to know each other, they could create an atmosphere of mutual trust, which would allow them to better extract information from Ai Dehua's mind. I'm Luigi. I'm a poet, Luigi said. After Luigi's introduction, Laplace and the virtual shadow's doppelganger also introduced themselves. However, the virtual shadow's doppelganger directly said virtual shadow. He only introduced himself with a name and did not mention anything else. Steward Fan said, I'm just a butler. You can call me Fan. Steward Fan always kept a low profile, but it would be foolish to treat him as an ordinary butler. Gleipnir was the last one to introduce herself. She went on a bit longer than the others. Not only did she introduce herself, but she also pointed out clearly, I'm an astrologer. I can tell if you're telling the truth through divination. You better tell the truth, and don't hide important information. Ai Dehua wasn't stupid. He knew that the others' self-introductions were a way to show their sincerity, while Gleipnir's threat was a prerequisite for sincere communication. Ai Dehua said, Don't worry. I'll tell you everything I can. As for the things I can't, I'll tell you. Gleipnir raised an eyebrow. You can't? Ai Dehua smiled wryly. I can't tell you anything related to the contract. But those are my private matters, and they have nothing to do with the person you're looking for. I don't think you're interested in my private matters anyway. Ai Dehua knew that he was found because he had taken over someone else's body. The person Gleipnir was looking for was the consciousness of the original body. As long as they didn't ask about his private matters, and it was related to the original body's consciousness, he could tell them directly. Gleipnir said, Let's start with the question I asked you when we were outside. Who are you? Why did you take over this body? Where is the original owner of this body? The who are you here wasn't asking for Ai Dehua's name, but his background. Ai Dehua knew he would be interrogated, and he had been organizing his words. When he heard Glepner's question, he muttered, "It's a long story. It's all a coincidence." Ai Dehua came from Lorenbur in the southern region. This was a supernatural city on Deer Island, and it was also a place for supernatural creatures to communicate. There were supernatural creatures for sale everywhere, and there were even creatures from other worlds that were smuggled in. The two most famous magazines in the southern region, Where Are the Magical Beasts, and Where Are the Magical Treasures, were both from Lorenbur. Ai Dehua came from a small wizard family in Lorenbur, the Helen family. The Helen family mainly dealt with the business of the fur tribe. The so-called fur tribe was similar to cats, dogs, and rabbits, but they were definitely supernatural creatures. Although Ai Dehua had lived in this kind of environment since he was young, he was rebellious. He wasn't interested in the fur tribe business, but he was very interested in the fur that grew on their bodies. End of chapter. He had the ability to distinguish between different types of fur since he was a child. He could even close his eyes and just touch the fur. He could feel the difference between different types of fur. It might sound a bit ordinary, but it was actually a type of talent. And as he grew older, this talent became more and more powerful. He could feel the life force within the fur by stroking it. He could even feel the veins of energy. Then he would follow the veins of energy to weave the fur, making it smoother. He could even make the ancient fur glow with new energy. Slowly, his ability to weave fur became stronger and stronger. He could not only retain some of the energy characteristics of the fur of extraordinary creatures. He could even give some new characteristics to the fur he weaved. Later on, after experiencing the ups and downs of life, Ai Dehua became a hairdresser. His biggest hobby was to make wigs. The wigs he made were all made from real people's hair or from the fur of extraordinary creatures. Because of his talent, he was able to give these wigs some extraordinary elements. Especially the wigs weaved from rare fur. The characteristics they were given were comparable to some alchemy tools. Ai Dehua relied on his talent in weaving wigs to make quite a name for himself in Lorraine. However, people feared fame just as pigs feared fattening. Ai Dehua's name had just risen when he encountered a great calamity that trapped him in his life. One day, a mysterious man wearing a cloak came to Ai Dehua's hairdresser. He told Ai Dehua that he was called Luo Nan and that he had come because of Ai Dehua's fame. Then he took out a ball of fur stained with an unknown blood. He hoped that Ai Dehua could help weave it into a wig. Luo Nan took out a sketch. The sketch was of the style of a wig. It looked like a woman's wig. And Luo Nan's request was, it would be best if he could bring out the characteristics hidden within the fur. Although Ai Dehua was already able to weave a few wigs with extraordinary characteristics, he wouldn't succeed every time. He would be lucky if he could succeed once in 10 times. So when faced with Luo Nan's request, he told him the truth, I can't guarantee success. Luo Nan was very magnanimous, it doesn't matter. Just try. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed. Ai Dehua decided to give it a try after seeing Luo Nan's gentle manner of speaking. After several attempts, Ai Dehua discovered that the blood-stained hair seemed to have a living nature. Every time he tried to comfort it by following the veins of life within it, the veins of life would change in the next second. It was as if the hair was playing hide-and-seek with him. As expected, there was an accident. Although he made the hair into a long wig with blood-red highlights, he did not succeed in giving it any special characteristics. However, Ai Dehua did not destroy the living nature of the hair. He only changed it into a wig. This was the limit of what he could do. Luo Nan held the long hair that resembled a waterfall. His eyes flashed with infatuation. He seemed to like this wig very much. His mouth kept on praising Ai Dehua's skill. Edward let out a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Luo Nan's attitude. Though he didn't destroy the hair's living nature, he didn't follow Luo Nan's words and develop the hair's characteristics. He was afraid that Luo Nan wouldn't like him. Luo Nan praised him, so he should like him, right? Only later did Ai Dehua find out. Luo Nan really did like this wig. Moreover, he didn't destroy the living nature. This was actually in line with Luo Nan's thoughts. Luo Nan himself had no way of discovering the living nature. Only a talented hairdresser like Ai Dehua could sense the life within the hair. Luo Nan took Ai Dehua away because he liked this wig too much. Yes. This logical relationship seemed to be very inconsistent. But there were many things in reality that didn't require logic. Oftentimes, it would be absurd to delve deeper. Only when Ai Dehua was forcefully taken away by Luo Nan did he find out that Luo Nan was actually an incomparably powerful legend wizard. This proved that Luo Nan was absolutely not someone from the southern region. At that time, a legend wizard hadn't appeared in the southern region for over 200 years. The last one who was closest to being a legend was the Twilight King Isabel of the fairy tale world's dark castle. However, even Isabel had left the southern region to pursue the path of legend. Ai Dehua could only go with the flow when faced with an incomparably powerful legend wizard. In the next 2 days, Ai Dehua felt himself constantly traversing through space and time. He didn't even know how many spatial gates he had passed through. In the end, Ai Dehua only remembered that Luo Nan had brought him to a pitch-black room and said to him, "Your hair-making skills are very high. The wig you weave is also very good. It just so happens that E-Town lacks a hairdresser. You can live there in the future." After saying this, Ai Dehua felt himself being pushed into a mirror. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a small town bathed in sunlight. People came and went in the small town. It looked quite lively. It was just that everyone's expression wasn't too good. They were like numb walking corpses. Seeing Ai Dehua's appearance, they just glanced at him and revealed sympathetic expressions. Then they shook their heads and continued to make a living in the small town. Ai Dehua turned his head and wanted to find the mirror he had entered. However, he found that there was nothing behind him. It was as if the mirror from before was just a dream and he had transmigrated to this world. After Ai Dehua failed to find the mirror, he asked the people in the town about the situation. However, no one paid attention to him. Even if he said that he was thrown into the mirror and that it was caused by a wizard named Luo Nan, the people in the town still ignored him. However, from the details of their expressions, they knew about Luo Nan. At this moment, Ai Dehua understood. Perhaps everyone here was sent in by Luo Nan. In the next few hours, Ai Dehua continued to ask the townspeople in the town. Perhaps Ai Dehua's persistence moved the townspeople. He told Ai Dehua, "Just live here. You can't go out. Also, it's getting dark. If you still want to maintain your sense of self, it's best to find a house to hide in." Another month passed. Ai Dehua understood why the people here were numb. It was because they knew very well that they couldn't leave this world. Their soul strength had already been imprinted with the imprint of this world. At night, the moon hung high in the sky of the E-world. As long as it shone on a person's body, it would consume their soul strength and imprint them, completely becoming a person of this world. The people in the town were numb because their soul strength was constantly being consumed. They looked like humans, but they had lost too many emotions. They had turned into living walking corpses. Ai Dehua's luck was quite good. He was taken in by the mayor on the first evening he entered the town. "I'm taking you in because of the rules. Everyone who enters the E-town will be taken in by me on the first day, but it's only limited to this day. After that, if you want to avoid the moon absorbing your soul, you need to own a house." The mayor told him how to own a house in the town. "You can display your abilities. If your abilities are useful to the town, I'll temporarily lend you a house. The first month's rent for the house I'm lending you will be waived, but you must pay me double the rent for the next half year." As for the medium of exchange in the town, or perhaps money, it was soul strength. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation could all be exchanged with others by consuming soul strength. As for how the soul power was traded, it was actually very simple. As long as a living being was illuminated by the moonlight at night, their soul power would drift out. This drifting soul power could be condensed into a special kind of coin. In the E-town, this coin was also known as the soul coin. From these rules, one could know that if one didn't want to be imprinted by this world, one couldn't be illuminated by the moonlight. If one wanted to maintain oneself, one couldn't be illuminated by the moonlight. However, if one wanted to live here, one had to use the soul coin obtained after the moonlight shone. There was only one way, either be imprinted by this world or earn other people's money. At that time, Ai Dehua didn't know what kind of hidden dangers there would be if he was imprinted, but he had a feeling that it wouldn't end well. Therefore, if Ai Dehua didn't want to be imprinted, he could only agree to the mayor's request. He rented a room and opened a makeup and hair salon to earn other people's soul coins. Ai Dehua displayed his talent as a makeup artist in front of the mayor. He could make wigs, dye hair, and put on makeup. To the mayor, this insensitive town didn't need a hairdresser. If one couldn't even live, who would care about their hairstyle? Therefore, at first, the mayor didn't take a fancy to Ai Dehua's talent. He only said, according to the rules, you can stay tonight, but you can leave tomorrow. Ai Dehua was stunned. He understood that once he didn't have a house to live in, he would become like the group of people outside who were gradually becoming numb because of his lack of a fixed residence. That night, Ai Dehua felt sorrow for his dim future. It was as if he could see his own bleak future. However, there was a turn for the better on the second day. The mayor agreed to rent him a room. Ai Dehua didn't understand the reason at first. He only felt that he had hit the jackpot. Later, after Ai Dehua's makeup and hair salon opened for business, he understood that it was the mayor's wife who whispered in his ear. The mayor didn't care about appearances, but his exquisite and elegant wife had a great demand for appearances. This mayor's wife later became a regular customer of Ai Dehua's makeup and hair salon. She even introduced quite a few of her sisters. It was also them who helped Ai Dehua pass through the most difficult period. At the same time, he also learned many secrets about this world from the mayor's wife. For example, this world was called the E-world. For example, the vast majority of people here were captured. One of the people who captured people was Luo Nan. For example, those who were captured weren't necessarily humans. There were many humanoid creatures and even wild beasts. However, the wild beasts and monsters all lived outside the town. For example, the E-town might seem deathly still and cold, but it was still better than the outside of the town. There were dangers everywhere outside the town. Not only were there ferocious beasts, there were even some unpredictable and terrifying disasters. The mayor's wife revealed a lot of this information, but the information that made Ai Dehua the most excited was: legend has it that there is a way to leave the E-world and return to the outside world. I don't know the specifics of the method, but it seems that you have to go to a certain place. But where is that place? That's a mystery. Oh, right. If you want to leave this world, there is an absolute prerequisite. That is, you can't be imprinted with this world's imprint. Ai Dehua deeply felt lucky at this time. Ever since he entered this place, he had never been illuminated by the moon. The soul coins he earned were all obtained from the hands of other people. As long as there was no imprint, it meant that he had a chance to leave this place. Yes, Ai Dehua never thought of staying in the E-town. He wanted to leave. He wanted to touch more fluff and weave more wigs. He wanted to return to Lorembel and see his family who always scolded him for being rebellious. He also wanted to become a powerhouse and no longer be trapped by others. Ai Dehua began to actively earn coins, preparing to repay his debt while continuing to inquire about a way to leave. However, just as Ai Dehua had deposited 500 soul coins, something happened. The moon turned red. He thought of something the mayor's wife had told him. Legend had it that the moon in the E-world would occasionally turn red. Once it turned into a red moon, even if one hid in the house, they would still be illuminated by the red moon. At this time, if one didn't want to be imprinted by the red moon, there was only one way: consume soul coins to resist the red moon. At that time, the mayor's wife had only told Ai Dehua about the red moon as an anecdote. This was because ever since the mayor's wife entered this world, the moon had never been red. She had only heard the elders mention the legend of the red moon. Unexpectedly, the red moon really appeared, and it was half a year after Ai Dehua came to the E-world. That night, Ai Dehua relied on constantly consuming soul coins to support a protective shield. Inside the protective shield, he successfully passed through the heart-wrenching night. By the time the red moon dissipated the next day, he only had less than 50 soul coins on him. Although he was helpless, looking at his empty money pocket, Ai Dehua understood that he had to start earning money from scratch again. In the following life, Ai Dehua began to save money again. It was worth mentioning that Ai Dehua's hair and makeup business was very popular, completely exceeding the mayor's imagination. In the mayor's opinion, this was just a small path, and not many people would pay for appearance. However, the truth was completely different from what he thought. Under the mayor's wife's lead, not only would noble ladies patronize his shop, but even many men would come to customize their hair and makeup. After all, Ai de Hua was a man, and men understood men's needs better. Almost all the men who came out of Ai de Hua's hair and makeup shop praised him. A sloppy ghost could enter the hair and makeup shop and come out as an elegant gentleman. Ai de Hua's craftsmanship could be said to be magic. This kind of hair and makeup method even spread to other small towns and even distant big cities. More people poured into the town of Yi, looking for Ai de Hua to customize their hair and makeup. It could be said that Ai de Hua had earned a lot of money by relying on his own craftsmanship. It was worth mentioning that ever since the last Crimson Moon incident, some kind of mechanism seemed to have been triggered. Every half a year, the Crimson Moon would arrive as scheduled. The Crimson Moon incident was no longer a legend, but a habit of seeing it once every half a year. The current Ai de Hua was no longer worried about the Crimson Moon incident. He had earned a lot of soul coins, and not only had he paid back the money he owed the mayor, he also had a lot of savings. Even if the Crimson Moon incident came once a month, he could still afford it. The good news wasn't just about making money. Because there were people from big cities who would come to his hair and makeup shop to customize their makeup, he also obtained a secret information from the mouths of these people. This secret information was related to leaving the E-world. It was said that if one wanted to leave the E-world, they had to first find a secret place. The so-called secret places were places that were not seen by ordinary people, hidden in special spaces, and surrounded by special ceremonies. There were many secret places in the E-world, but it was very difficult for ordinary people to find them. This was because the vast majority of secret places were in the dangerous wilderness. End of chapter. Although Ai de Hua was still unable to verify the authenticity of this rumor, he had started to prepare since he heard it. Since it was said that the secret place was in the wild, he must be prepared to go there. Ai de Hua did not care about the unknown dangers in the wild for the time being. The first preparation he had to make was how to prevent the moonlight from shining in the wild. Either he had a large number of soul coins to resist the moonlight, or he could create a mobile room, for example, a fully enclosed carriage. Ai de Hua decided to prepare for both. Not only did he have to store more soul coins, but he also had to build a fully enclosed, sturdy mechanical carriage. In this way, even if he encountered a powerful beast in the wild, he could use the carriage's defense to resist. Moreover, the mechanical horse also had a certain combat power. Although it might not be of help, at least it would not be as troublesome as a live horse. If it was a live horse, it would be swallowed by a beast not long after leaving the house. While preparing for both sides, Ai de Hua continued to inquire about the secret place. He even borrowed a noblewoman's mechanical carriage to leave the town of Yi and go to the nearby spirit city and the sacrificial capital. These two were relatively large cities in the E-world, and the population living there was more than 6 digits. Because he did not have the household registration of the spirit city and the sacrificial capital, he could only stay for 3 days at a time. With only a few days, Ai de Hua constantly inquired about the secret place. She had accepted his custom-made clients and occasionally helped him. There was even a client who helped Ai de Hua get a library access card that could be used in both the spirit city and the sacrificial capital. Although he could not borrow the books in the library, he could enter the business world of the two capitals' libraries and browse through them. Relying on this access card, Ai de Hua went from the town of Yi to the spirit city and the sacrificial capital almost every week to read the relevant literature and books. Time passed by in a hurry. Perhaps it was 5 years or 6 years. After so many years, he finally relied on his own hands to earn enough soul coins that he could stay in the wild for half a year without being shown by the moonlight. In addition, he also bought a mechanical carriage with amazing defensive power. He could stay in the wild for a longer time. Although Ai de Hua still did not find the exact coordinates of the secret place, according to some books, he could be sure that a secret place appeared in the southeast of the town of Yi 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, there had been others who had searched for the secret place like him, but none of them had found it. Even so, Ai de Hua still set his first stop as the Forest of Secrets southeast of the town of Manners. There was no path in the Forest of Secrets. After all, there was no need for the people of the E-world to go deep into the wilderness, much less the dense forest. However, it didn't matter if there was no road. He could just use the strong and sturdy gears of the mechanical carriage to open a path out of thin air. Ai Dehua originally thought that he would be able to stay in the Forest of Secrets for at least half a year. However, the truth was that half a month later, the mechanical carriage was corroded by an unknown fog in the forest and was full of holes. The soul coin was quite useful. It could still support the soul barrier and avoid this unknown fog. But in the fog, the consumption of soul coins was very high. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the soul coins were melting, dissolving, and sublimating. With Ai Dehua's soul coin reserves, he could last 2 to 3 months even in the fog. But he couldn't bear it. The fog was just a disaster in the Forest of Secrets. Ai Dehua encountered another evil wind disaster. The evil wind could also blow into one's soul, blowing one's soul into pieces and even corroding one's soul. The soul coin was still very useful to deal with the evil wind. However, the consumption of the fog and evil wind was frightening. If he added the night moon and blood moon on top of the fog and evil wind, Ai Dehua felt that he was already a poor man. Because of the consumption of the soul coin, he couldn't stay for long. In the end, his trip to the Forest of Secrets only lasted for a month. A month later, he returned to the town of Manners and continued to live as usual. In the eyes of the others in the town, Ai Dehua had become a little numb and had probably given up on leaving. This was actually normal. In the beginning, people who were thrown into the E-world constantly wanted to leave and search for secret places. However, when he hit the southern wall, he understood that it was difficult to find a way out of the E-world. This was a sealed world, or rather, a sealed box. One could only enter and not leave. According to other people's guesses, after this experience, Ai Dehua wouldn't think about searching for secret places anymore. He would most likely get married and have children here like everyone else. When the second generation was born, the newborn children would be completely imprinted in the E-world. To them, the E-world was a mother's world, not a restraint. Life would be reversed, and there would be no more backsliding. However, this was only what outsiders thought. For Ai Dehua, he still hadn't given up. After seeing the wider sky in the outside world, he couldn't stay in a small pond and be a fish in the pond. On the surface, Ai Dehua was numb because he had to start earning money again. This was a numb and mechanical job. Even though making hair, dyeing hair, and putting on makeup were his hobbies, when a hobby turned into a job, even Ai Dehua would be annoyed and numb. However, unlike his numb appearance, his heart was still burning with passion. He had never erased his yearning for freedom. In the following days, he purchased for materials and custom-made wigs while continuing to explore the wider world. This was not referring to the wilderness, but to other big cities. He had been to Bosak City, which was located in the oasis. The master here was no longer a human, but a sandworm. He had also been to Black Smoke City, which was hovering on the mountainside. The people here were all made of smoke, and he didn't know where they came from. He had also been to the Sleepless Evening Port, which was run by ghosts. These ghosts were not living souls or dead souls, but pure spirits. It was also a race that Ai Dehua had never seen before. He guessed that the creator of the E-world had thrown them in from an unknown time and space. In these cities run by various races, Ai Dehua used soul coins to open the way and obtain permission to stay for a long time. He brought makeup and hair to the various races, and when he left, he took away the information of the various races' secret places. Once he earned enough money, he would try to find secret places in the wild. After using up the soul coins, he would continue to return to the city and bring everyone a little shock of makeup and hair. This kind of daily ecology continued. Ai Dehua had forgotten how many times he had been to the wild and how many disasters he had encountered in the wild. He even felt that time was a little blurry. Decades? Hundreds of years? Or had it been 1,000 years? No matter how long it had been, the only thing that Ai Dehua hadn't given up was his heart that wanted to be free. Round and round, round and round. Later, Ai Dehua returned to the town of E. This time, he came back because Ai Dehua was a little tired. He still didn't give up looking for a way to leave, but he planned to take a break and slow down his pace. Therefore, he returned to the place where he first descended to the E-world. This was both the city of his heart and the safe place in his heart. After he returned to the town of E, he continued to run the hair and makeup shop. Perhaps it was an unintentional planting of willows, but when he returned to the town of E, he received a piece of news that he couldn't find in the past. This news came from his customer. This customer was a race he had never seen before. It was a light blue jellyfish surrounded by starlight. This starlight jellyfish customer wanted to customize a wig that matched its temperament, and the material used for the wig was the jellyfish beard that it had shed. Although the customization request was very strange, Ai Dehua still accepted it. It was his first time using a jellyfish beard as a wig, but it wasn't difficult for him at all. One had to know that he had once customized a wig for a lava giant, and the material of the wig was the tentacles of a lava salamander. Compared to the customization of the lava giant's wig, the jellyfish beard of this starlight jellyfish was nothing. During the customization period, the starlight jellyfish had been living in the hair and makeup shop. Although the starlight jellyfish didn't speak much, or rather, it didn't know how to speak the common language, Ai Dehua still got a lot of information about the starlight jellyfish through some simple communication. It also came from the outside world, and it seemed to be a special world. The place it lived seemed to have a strict time limit. This time it only had 2 days to go out, and after 2 days, it would have to wait for decades before it could return. It didn't like the place it lived, because it hated the life of a rich young lady, where it had to open its hands and open its mouth to eat. When Ai Dehua heard the first few sentences, he didn't think much of it. When he heard that the starlight jellyfish didn't want to live the rich young lady's life, he secretly thought that the starlight jellyfish was probably showing off in front of him. He had seen many customers like this who loved to show off. When facing such customers, smiling was appropriate, and occasionally showing an expression of surprise and admiration would be enough to fool them. However, the expression that had always been successful in the past was defeated by the starlight jellyfish. When the starlight jellyfish heard Ai Dehua's agreement, it changed its expression. I hate the rich young lady's life because I'm not a female. In the words of you humans, I'm a male. A male. A male. Ai Dehua was stunned. It turned out that the starlight jellyfish didn't hate the so-called rich young lady's life, but it hated being treated as a female even though it was a male. Hearing this, Ai Dehua felt that the starlight jellyfish's family was a little weird. Almost all hairdressers had a passive skill that they didn't need to learn: gossip. Ai Dehua's gossip skill was maxed out. After all, he had obtained a lot of information from his customers through his gossip skill. Including the secret place, it was all from his gossip. Facing the starlight jellyfish's weird family values, Ai Dehua's gossip skill was activated again. The starlight jellyfish had suffered for a long time, and it was rare to meet someone who was willing to listen. Plus, the music, candlelight, and atmosphere in the hair and makeup shop were all on point, and the starlight jellyfish's desire to talk slowly rose. Through the communication with the starlight jellyfish, Ai Dehua found out that it wasn't a rich young lady, it was just acting as a rich young lady. The rich young lady was a role, and the starlight jellyfish had to play this role, and there couldn't be the slightest disharmony. Once there was disharmony, there would be a disaster. As for what the disaster was, the starlight jellyfish didn't say. However, the starlight jellyfish's so-called role play made Ai Dehua confused. Do you live in a family of actors? Or are you actually an actor in a certain troupe? Otherwise, why would it do role play? The starlight jellyfish shook its head, neither. Then, with a very soft voice, it whispered, it's all to go out, otherwise, who would want to act as a rich young lady? Its voice was very soft, and if it weren't for Ai Dehua's sharp ears, he might have thought that he was hallucinating. Go out? Ai Dehua caught a key word. Go out where? The starlight jellyfish didn't speak. Ai Dehua was a little disappointed, but he vaguely felt that the starlight jellyfish's going out might be related to leaving the instrument world. This conjecture was very inexplicable, even without any reason, as if it was excessive association. But as a wizard, Ai Dehua felt that his association shouldn't be aimless. Maybe it was a kind of inspiration, but how to grasp this inspiration, force the starlight jellyfish to answer? Not to mention that he didn't have the strength to force it. Even if he did, the other party might not answer him truthfully. And if he asked directly, Ai Dehua felt that it might be counterproductive. He thought about it and decided to use a tactful way to beat around the bush. His method was to act pitiful. AI Dehua didn't continue to ask the starlight jellyfish, but talked about his own affairs. Different people, different races, in fact, have their own difficulties. You have it, I have it too. Through this sentence, he deliberately attracted the starlight jellyfish's attention. Then, AI Dehua said a few words of heart to heart. For the first time, the starlight jellyfish fell into the human's glib words, and asked AI Dehua, "Do you also have troubles?" AI Dehua nodded immediately, and under the gaze of the starlight jellyfish, he quickly revealed his troubles. And his troubles, without a doubt, were limited to the instrument world and couldn't go home. However, AI Dehua didn't express it so directly, but focused on his own efforts over the years. He talked about his experiences over the years in detail, searching while walking, going to various capital cities to look for information, and then selling his skills. Once he had money, he went to the wild to look for secret places. Going around in circles like this for hundreds of years, I got nothing. When AI Dehua talked about it emotionally, small pearls floated in the corners of his eyes. This was not an act, but a true expression of his feelings. After listening to AI Dehua's words, the starlight jellyfish didn't express any opinions, but seemed to be very silent. It silently waited for AI Dehua to make the hair. It silently chose the hair color. It silently put on the delicate and beautiful wig. Just when AI Dehua thought that the starlight jellyfish would silently turn around and leave, it suddenly sat down and sighed deeply. "Actually, the castle. No, I still lack a hairdresser. Are you willing to be my hairdresser?" AI Dehua, you want me to be your personal hairdresser? The starlight jellyfish's body was floating up and down, you can say that. However, if you become my personal hairdresser, you may not be able to earn too many soul coins, but... After a pause, the starlight jellyfish continued, "But, you may have the opportunity to fulfill your long-cherished wish." What was AI Dehua's long-cherished wish? Without a doubt, it was to leave the instrument world. If he could really become the starlight jellyfish's personal hairdresser, he could leave the instrument world. Even if he had no money, AI Dehua was willing to do it, but, was it really possible? AI Dehua hesitated. "Do you know what my long-cherished wish is?" The starlight jellyfish, didn't you just say that you want to leave? If you become my personal hairdresser, you will have a chance to leave. Although the chance is not too big, it is definitely much better than you staying here. Seeing that AI Dehua still had a trace of doubt in his eyes, the starlight jellyfish continued, "The place where I live is called the Knight's Castle. In your words, the Knight's Castle should be the so-called secret place. Insen, tea party." AI Dehua raised his head and looked at the crowd. Later, I agreed to be starlight jellyfish's personal hairdresser. Then, I followed it to the legendary secret place. Knight's Castle. Hearing the familiar name Knight's Castle, everyone knew that this was the main topic. Or rather, it was the main topic that they were familiar with. After that, it would depend on whether AI Dehua would hide anything. Everyone's thoughts were running through their minds, but they did not show it on their faces. AI Dehua did not know that what happened in Knight's Castle had been leaked through the blood calamity ritual. He kept his head down and slowly and firmly told the story of the past. AI Dehua did not expect that the secret place that he had been searching for so long would be found in this way. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find it. But when he was preparing to settle down for a while, he met Starlight Jellyfish, a guest from the secret place. With the help of Starlight Jellyfish, AI Dehua finally got the information about the secret place that he had been dreaming of, Knight's Castle. The location of Knight's Castle was in the Forest of Secrets, which was southeast of the town of Manners. AI Dehua had come here to search before, but he did not find any suspected coordinates of the secret place. Now, under the guidance of Starlight Jellyfish, AI Dehua found out that he had found the location of the secret place before. After entering the Forest of Secrets, there would be a fog disaster. This was a fog that could erode one's soul, and it had to be resisted with soul coins. If one were to search along the area where the fog was the most erosive, one would find a wall of water mist formed by the fog. After passing through the wall of fog, they would enter Knight's Castle. AI Dehua had entered the depths of the fog before, but he did not encounter the wall of fog. The reason was that the secret place was only open for 2 days every year. When AI Dehua went to search for it, it was not during the period when the secret place was open, so he did not encounter the wall of fog. Under Bubble's guidance, they passed through the wall of fog. Bubble was the name of starlight jellyfish. This was the information that AI Dehua received after he agreed to be Bubble's personal hairdresser. After passing through the wall of fog, AI Dehua entered a strange black forest. The reason why it was strange was because there was an inexplicable atmosphere in the black forest. This feeling was both familiar and unfamiliar to AI Dehua. His hometown was Lorembier on Deer Island. It was an extraordinary city. Anyone who entered Lorraine would feel a strange sensation. He would feel that the air was fresher, his mind was more agile, and even his spirit was better than usual. This was because the whole of Loremby was enveloped by a large magic array. The magic array was the source of energy for Lorenbel, and the aura it leaked out created a completely different atmosphere in Lorenbel compared to the outside world. The atmosphere when AI Dehua entered the Black Forest, or rather, the atmosphere when he entered this secret place, was very similar to Lorenber's. It was as if he had entered a magic array. AI Dehua voiced his doubts. After hearing that, Bubble said softly, "There is no magic array here, but there is another thing that encompasses the entire secret place. As for what it is, you'll know once you get into your character." At first, AI Dehua didn't understand what he meant by "get into your role." It wasn't until he entered the castle that he met the Ghost Rider and recorded his name in the castle's register. He finally understood what a role was. The Ghost Rider was the owner of the castle. From the outside, he was covered in knight armor, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. However, Bubble told him that there was actually nothing inside the armor. As its name implied, the Ghost Rider was a spirit. But the amazing thing was that as a starlight jellyfish, Bubble called the Ghost Rider father. While AI Dehua was confused, Bubble told him silently, "This is just my role." AI Dehua recalled how Bubble had lamented in the hairdresser's room. She hated the life of a rich young lady, where clothes and food were served to her. From the looks of it, Bubble's role was the rich young lady of the castle. And as the owner of the castle, the Ghost Rider was naturally Bubble's father. After figuring this out, AI Dehua seemed to have a vague understanding of his role. Then, at Bubble's insistence, the Ghost Rider took out a glowing castle register and recorded AI Dehua's name in it. Rich young lady's hairdresser, AI Dehua. As AI Dehua's name was registered, the information flowing in the void seemed to condense into an invisible river that flowed into AI Dehua's mind. The information was very complicated, and there was no way to read it all in a short period of time. AI Dehua could only read selectively. The first thing he read was the castle's survival guide, the role-playing chapter. After reading the information in this chapter, AI Dehua finally understood why Bubble had been emphasizing on getting into a role. If one wanted to stay in the castle for a long time, one had to have a role of their own. Bubble was the rich young lady's role, so she had to act as the rich young lady every day. And now that AI Dehua had been registered as a hairdresser, he would need to act as one in the future. Once your actions didn't match your character's actions and went against the core of role-playing, your soul would be weakened at best, and your soul would dissipate at worst. This was also why Bubble immediately put on an arrogant attitude as soon as she entered the castle. It was completely different from when she was in the outside world. After registering, Bubble took AI Dehua to the dressing room where he would work from now on. It happened to be opposite Bubble's room. Along the way, through observation, AI Dehua found that most of the people in the castle were role-playing. The maid was wiping the floor hard, the chef was either preparing food or cooking, the coachman was walking around the horses with a lantern, and the doctor was wearing a stethoscope, asking everyone about their physical condition. Their eyes were tired, and they didn't dare to slack off, afraid that they would do something that didn't match their roles. But AI Dehua could see that they were all acting. And the traces of acting were very strong. Would a normal doctor ask about someone's physical condition when they met? Also, not all illnesses required a stethoscope. In any case, from AI Dehua's point of view, although they were acting, they weren't acting very well. Maybe this kind of acting wouldn't trigger punishment, but in terms of acting skills, it was very average. After AI Dehua arrived at the dressing room, he also started to get into character. However, he had a huge advantage because he was a hairdresser himself, and he loved his profession very much. He didn't need to act at all to perfectly show the essence of a hairdresser. And because AI Dehua didn't have to think about acting, he had more time to study the information in his mind. Through the information, AI Dehua knew a lot about the secrets of the secret place. For example, the secret place was actually a window deliberately left behind by the creator of the e-world to show the outside world. The reason why it was called a window was because people in the real world could observe the ecology of the secret place through the various mirrors, pages, drawing boards, and so on left behind by the creator. In fact, people in the real world could even descend into the secret place with the identity of a fake body to search for treasures. When he studied the information of the fake body, AI Dehua finally found his goal in entering the secret place, a way to leave the e-world. When an outsider controlled the fake body to descend into the secret place, they could use various methods that didn't violate the character's behavior to induce the fake body to consume. After the fake body consumed, they had to pay. The money here referred to soul coins. Generally speaking, fake bodies didn't have soul coins, so it was equivalent to the fake body spending your money for free. And one of the rules of the secret place was that one couldn't spend money for free. Everything had a price. If one couldn't pay the price, then one could only use one's soul to pay. In other words, when the outsider couldn't pay the soul coins, the spirit conversion ritual in the secret place would be activated. The spirit conversion ritual was the core of the secret place. When AI Dehua first entered the secret place, he felt a strange atmosphere. It wasn't the magic array, but the enormous spirit conversion ritual. As long as the outsider activated the spirit conversion ritual, he could take advantage of the opportunity to occupy the outsider's body. In other words, the outsider's soul would enter the e-world and replace him. And he could leave the e-world and occupy the outsider's body. Although there was no way to leave the e-world with the original body, this could be considered a roundabout way to save the country. At least he could leave the e-world and not be trapped in this absurd box. In the Silver Forest space, AI Dehua raised his head and looked at everyone. Now that I've said this, I think you all understand why I'm occupying this crystal race's body. Because she set up a fake body in the secret place through the window of the instrument world and used the fake body to spend money in my dressing room. She didn't have any soul coins on her, so she activated the spirit conversion ritual. She entered my body, and I used the spirit conversion ritual to leave the secret place and occupy her body. AI Dehua continued, so, although I'm occupying this body, it's not entirely my fault. No one said anything. They seemed to be thinking about the information AI Dehua had just given them. Half a minute later, Gleipnir was the first to break the silence. I know Shaluta's personality very well. She wouldn't spend money for no reason. So, you were the one who induced her? AI Dehua was silent for a moment, then said softly, the others in the castle, after sensing the arrival of a fake body, were all trying to induce her. And I, naturally, was no exception. After all, they wanted to use the spirit conversion ritual to leave, and so did I, but I wasn't as straightforward as they were. I at least gave Shaluta a choice. At this point, AI Dehua told everyone about his so-called inducement. He placed a dressing mirror that he had refined in the dressing room. This makeup mirror had the ability to change hair color, hairstyle, and makeup. Because the owner of the makeup mirror was AI Dehua, if an outsider used it, they would owe him a fee. The makeup mirror was my only inducement. After I placed it out, I left the dressing room. AI Dehua continued, I didn't intend to come into contact with the Miss Shaluta you mentioned. Because I was afraid that when I saw Shaluta, I wouldn't be able to resist. AI Dehua was too eager to leave the e-world, so he was afraid that if he saw Shaluta, he would be too attentive and arouse her suspicion. So, he simply left. He left everything to the will of the heavens. If Shaluta went to the dressing room and used the makeup mirror, it meant that the heavens were helping him. If Shaluta didn't use the makeup mirror, it could only be said that it wasn't his turn yet. In the end, Shaluta used my makeup mirror. AI Dehua looked at Gleipnir. I didn't force her, nor did I induce her too much. Everything can only be said to be fate. After everyone heard this, they fell silent again. The information AI Dehua said was all true. At least, it was exactly the same as what they knew. AI Dehua didn't lie, nor did he hide anything. His last operation was indeed not a direct inducement. At least, it was much better than the servants Shaluta had encountered. Although AI Dehua was suspected of phishing, if Shaluta could restrain herself and not bite the bait, wouldn't everything be fine? Even Gleipnir sighed in his heart. What kind of magic did that makeup mirror have? Or could it be that Shaluta had changed into such a beautiful appearance in the makeup mirror, but she actually fell into a pit just like that? Back to the topic, putting aside the exchange of souls between Ai Dehua and Shaluta, just Ai Dehua's explanation. It could be seen that he was very sincere. He didn't know if he lied about the E-world, but he didn't lie about what happened after entering the secret place. He even told her about his plan to use the makeup mirror to invite you into the trap, which was enough to show his sincerity. Because he could have said, I wasn't in the dressing room at all, and it was an accident that she used my makeup mirror. Because saying this would actually make sense, and he could even get rid of all the blame on himself. In that case, him occupying Shaluta's body would be a real accident. However, Ai Dehua didn't use such an excuse. Instead, he clearly said that he also had the intention of inducing her, which showed his sincerity even more. At least for now, Gleipnir's impression of Ai Dehua was much better. However, these were all psychological thoughts. Gleipnir's face was still expressionless, even a little cold. She coughed and continued, why do you have to induce her? You can't communicate with her normally. If you want a body, she can also help you find a body in the outside world to carry your soul. Gleipnir actually knew the answer, but she still asked, naturally to test him. Ai Dehua smiled bitterly. There are rules and restrictions in the secret place. We can't reveal any information to the fake body. If the fake body communicates with us, we can only say things that are in line with the character's behavior. Therefore, we can't communicate with the fake body. There's only one way for the fake body to get information about us. That is, we talk to ourselves and let the fake body accidentally hear us. However, this self-talk doesn't seem to be audible to the people outside the window. They can only hear some unimportant words. It was still very difficult to communicate with them. Gleipnir nodded. Ai Dehua was telling the truth this time. She thought for a moment and continued asking. You said before that if outsiders want to enter the secret place, they need a window as a medium. As for the window medium, according to you, it's all kinds of mirrors, pages, drawing boards, and so on. When Shaluta entered the secret place, she definitely used the window medium. Ai Dehua nodded. Yes, the window medium he used was a mirror. Gleipnir narrowed her eyes. Then this mirror should have fallen into your hands if nothing unexpected happened, right? Ai Dehua's expression was slightly sluggish, and his eyes were filled with awkwardness. This? If I say I don't have it, would you believe me? Gleipnir raised his eyebrows. You used the mirror as a window and replaced Shaluta's body. Now you're saying the mirror isn't with you? Do you think I'll believe you? Ai Dehua smiled bitterly. But the mirror really isn't with me. Ai Dehua sighed and recounted what had happened at that time. At that time, Ai Dehua, who had just undergone the spirit change ceremony, was very weak and dizzy. This was because the spirit change ceremony wasn't just a simple exchange of souls. During the process of the ceremony, it would constantly extract the soul power of both parties. By the time the ceremony ended, Ai Dehua's soul had already reached an extremely weak state. Once the soul was weak, it would cause a series of chain reactions. For example, one's thoughts and reactions would begin to weaken, one's judgment would continue to decline, one's body would become sluggish, and one's energy circulation would reach a deadlock. At that time, I had just entered Shaluta's body. Even controlling her body's movements was a difficult task. If you've experienced a spirit change ceremony before, you'll definitely understand how strong the rejection of a foreign body is. Even if you're of the same race, you'll need some time to adapt to a foreign body. Ai Dehua, on the other hand, had changed from a human to a crystal eye race. Even his race had changed, so it was naturally more difficult for him to move. In addition, a series of chain reactions brought about by a weak soul. This made Ai Dehua's ability to control his own energy very sluggish. As a magus, I have my own space of exile. Although I can sense my space of exile, I had no way of opening it since I had just undergone the spirit change ceremony. Because the energy is very unstable, if I opened it at that time, all the wigs and materials I stored in the space of exile would be completely exiled. At that time, I also couldn't find the space item on Shaluta's body. So, although I was in Shaluta's body, I didn't take the mirror with me because of a series of reasons. The mirror took up too much space, and he couldn't open the space of exile. In addition, his body was weak, and he was in the dangerous gloomy mirror domain. So, he temporarily left the mirror where it was. He then left first. At this point, Ai Dehua raised his hand and said, "Right, at that time, I didn't just leave the mirror where it was, I also threw the thick book in Shaluta's hands. Because it's too heavy, although I didn't take the mirror and the book with me, I still remember the coordinates of that place." Ai Dehua then told him the coordinates of the void. The void there is relatively stable, and there are no nomological disasters around. There are only some low-level mirror ghosts wandering around. Low-level mirror ghosts did not have any consciousness, so they were not interested in inanimate objects like mirrors and books. Therefore, if there are no accidents, the mirror and book should still be there. Ai Dehua explained everything in one breath. Instead of answering the question, Gleipnir glanced at Angor. Angor quickly realized that the invisible spirit bond had connected everyone except Ai Dehua. As soon as the spirit bond was established, Gleipnir asked, "Do you think he's trustworthy?" Luigi said, "It should be easier for you to judge whether he's trustworthy or not." The doppelganger said, "I don't think he's lying." Laplace didn't say anything. He just said, "If you think it's credible, then it's credible." In the end, Gleipnir looked at Angor. "I can't say for sure, but I can feel that he's relatively sincere." Gleipnir wanted to hear Angor's opinion because Angor could sense emotions. Relatively sincere? It's normal to be relatively sincere. If he's telling the truth, he might be lying. Human nature was a complicated thing. Ai Dehua was forced into this place, so he had to live under someone else's roof. If Gleipnir was being sincere, he was either a masochist or had a mental problem. Angor considered before he continued, "At least, he's sincere about Shaluta. I don't think he's lying." That was normal. Ai Dehua knew very well that he was captured because he possessed Shaluta's body. Therefore, he might have concealed some of his personal experiences, including the various aspects of the E-world, but he dared not lie about Shaluta. Gleipnir nodded. "You're right. As long as Shaluta is telling the truth, it's fine." From what they knew, Ai Dehua was more sensible and did not hide anything. Thinking of this, Gleipnir looked up at Ai Dehua. "Tell me about yourself." "Huh?" Ai Dehua frowned. "Gleipnir, what are you off for?" Ai Dehua mumbled, "I thought you're going to ask me to lead you to the mirror." Shaluta was still inside the mirror. Even if Ai Dehua told them the coordinates, they would still ask him to lead the way himself in case something unexpected happened. Ai Dehua was ready to lead the way when Gleipnir suddenly asked about him. He didn't expect this at all. Gleipnir met Ai Dehua's gaze for several seconds. When Gleipnir saw that Ai Dehua didn't look away, he slowly said, "We found the mirror." "Huh?" Ai Dehua exclaimed. "They found it?" He just told them the coordinates, and they already found it. Were they searching for the mirror from afar when they were talking in the spirit bond? As a sorcerer, Ai Dehua could sense the fluctuations of the spirit bond. Gleipnir rolled his eyes. "Are you really stupid, or are you pretending to be stupid?" Ai Dehua was speechless. "We're not that resourceful. We found it the second you told us," Gleipnir said. "Before we found you, we found the mirror." Ai Dehua froze for 2 seconds. "So, you found Shaluta?" "Yes." Gleipnir didn't plan to hide anything. After all, Shaluta would have to switch her soul with Ai Dehua. Ai Dehua's lips trembled before he said softly, "In other words, you were testing me just now." Gleipnir nodded and admitted it. Ai Dehua definitely felt uncomfortable being probed. However, after knowing that the mirror had been found, he still heaved a sigh of relief. Firstly, Shaluta had been rescued. At least he felt more at ease. Before this, when he learned that Shaluta was a member of the Elder Council, he almost thought that the Crystal Eye race would sentence him to death. Now, although he didn't think he could escape from the Crystal Eye race's punishment, at least he wouldn't die, right? Secondly, if he found the mirror, maybe the others in the Knight's Castle could be saved. Especially Bubbles. He felt very guilty towards Bubbles. If he had taken the mirror away, perhaps he could have thought of a way to save Bubbles later. Unfortunately, he had just gone through the spirit switch ceremony. Even moving was difficult. He also sensed the mirror ghost around, so he could only give up on the mirror. He kept the mirror's coordinates in mind so that he could go back and find it in the future. Now, the mirror was found by Gleipnir. Although this wasn't the best ending, it should be a good thing. Gleipnir was an astrologer and wielded the power of the stars. And Bubbles was a star master. Star masters were beneficial to anyone who used the power of the stars. Gleipnir would probably save Bubbles on account of her status, right? While Aidahua was thinking, Gleipnir asked again, "Tell me about your situation. How did you leave the Gloom Mirror region, and how did you get here?" Aidahua was certain that he had found the mirror, and he had a favor to ask of Gleipnir. He hoped that she could save Bubbles, so he didn't dare to hide anything from Gleipnir. He began to talk about how he left the gloomy mirror. At that time, Aidahua's soul was weak, so he was affected in all aspects. However, he was still sensitive to danger. He sensed danger nearby, so he immediately began to move and hide. Using the ruins floating in the void as cover, he saw the source of the danger, the mirror ghost tide. Because of the large number of mirror ghosts, he confirmed his location. He should be in the mirror ghost region. But he didn't know which mirror region corresponded to the ghost region. After confirming that he was in the mirror ghost region, Aidahua immediately understood his next goal. He had to leave the ghost region quickly. Aidahua was very clear that the ghost region not only had mirror ghosts, but also many law disasters. Some law disasters were completely illogical. Touching them would result in death. Therefore, he couldn't stay in the mirror ghost region for long. He had to find a way to leave and go to the corresponding mirror region to find a way out. Aidahua also had an idea on how to leave the ghost region. Aidahua rested in the ruins for a while. After confirming that the energy was slightly stable, he opened a small hole in the exile space. Then, he took out a wig from it. "This is the wig." As Aidahua spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled out a milky white wig from his multicolored hair that resembled a bird's nest on top of his head. This wig was very sparse. It looked like a watermelon skin on his head. Wearing it was the same as not wearing it. If Aidahua hadn't hidden it in his hair, it would have been difficult to identify it as a wig. Aidahua pointed at the milky white wig and said, "This is the wig I made with the skin of the void borer." The void borer was a special kind of worm. It only lived in the void mezzanine near the world. It fed on the special spatial energy at the edge of the void mezzanine. Because of the constant use of this spatial energy, it often led to the appearance of a passage between two void mezzanines. In other words, it could climb up the void mezzanines and dig holes. Because the void mezzanines could repair themselves, this hole wouldn't last for long. However, its existence often caused the supernatural to get lost in the void mezzanines. For example, if a wizard used the void mezzanine to hurry on his way, he would end up in another void mezzanine due to the hole gnawed by the void borer. He would be lost. Of course, this kind of loss wouldn't kill him. After all, these void mezzanines were attached to the world and would eventually return to the world. It was just that the coordinates of the return would change. In short, the void borer wasn't very likable, at least for most wizards. However, it was undeniable that the void borer had high research value. Its whole body could be used as a material for spatial items. For alchemists, the void borer was a treasure. It was the same for hairdresser Aidahua. I released all the mucus inside the void borer, leaving only a layer of skin. Then, I cut it into strands of hair and stuck them together to form this wig. Aidahua said proudly. The only pity was that there were very few void borers, and Aidahua only got one. Therefore, the wig he made was very sparse, like a watermelon skin brick. The wigs I make will occasionally have some special effects, and this void borer wig is very lucky to have an effect. And its effect is, to sense the weak points of space. I relied on its ability to leave the ghost's domain in the mirror. At that time, Aidahua put on the wig and began to sense the weak points of the void. He was very lucky. It didn't take long for him to find a weak point in the vast void. Then, he searched along this weak point and finally found a new spatial passage in the center of the weak point. Through this passage, Aidahua arrived at the white sun mirror domain. After arriving at the White Sun Mirror domain, Ai Dehua continued to use the wig, trying to find a weak point in the White Sun Mirror domain. It would be best if he could leave the mirror domain and return to the material world. However, the White Sun Mirror domain was different from the Gloom Mirror domain. The Gloom Mirror domain was relatively unstable due to frequent disasters, so it often had weak points in space. On the other hand, the White Sun Mirror domain had few weak points because of its stable space. Ai Dehua finally found a weak point in the White Sun Mirror domain. He even sensed that there seemed to be a spatial passage in the center of the weak point, but no matter how close he got, he was rejected by the passage, as if it had a consciousness of its own. Ai Dehua had no choice but to give up. Then, Ai Dehua came to the territory of the Crystal Eye race. He could not find the weak point in the void, so he could only think of a way to use the passage opened by the Mirror race. Coincidentally, the Crystal Eye race was holding a routine gathering of many races. A large number of Mirror race creatures were rushing to the Crystal Kingdom. It was also at this time that Ai Dehua learned from the other races that the body he had occupied belonged to the Crystal Eye race. The Crystal Eye race's base camp was nearby. After Ai Dehua had occupied Sharuta's body, he had been trying to find a way to activate the hidden energy in this body. He could sense that this body's energy was very large, but he did not know how to activate it. If he could activate the energy of the Crystal Eye race, it would be very useful to him, whether it was for protection or for escape. Now that he knew that the Crystal Eye race was nearby, Ai Dehua's heart skipped a beat. Now was the time for the various races to gather. The Crystal Eye race was probably very chaotic internally. If he changed his aura slightly, he might be able to blend in. Then, he would be able to come into contact with the Crystal Eye race's energy manipulation techniques. Ai Dehua's luck was pretty good. He happened to run into a routine gathering of many races. Since there were too many outsiders, the Crystal Eye guards did not check their own people. They only glanced at Ai Dehua and let him into the city. Ai Dehua managed to sneak in without much effort. Even when he reached the central fortress, no one noticed that his body was actually Saluta's. Ai Dehua then went to Palucci's floor. When he saw the deserted tooth dye shop, his heart skipped a beat. Dyeing teeth was Palucci's tradition, but it could also be considered as a part of his makeup. On the other hand, Ai Dehua was best at makeup, dyeing teeth, and dyeing hair. Anyway, they were all dyed, so they could be combined together. So, Ai Dehua went to the owner of the shop and asked for a cooperation. After that, you guys came looking for me, Ai Dehua told them everything he knew. There must be something he did not tell them. For example, how he managed to travel across the vast Sun Mirror domain so quickly. But these were all small, insignificant details. At least from a logical point of view, Ai Dehua's explanation was complete and self-consistent. Gleipnir believed that Angor would not lie about this. Back to the main topic. After listening to Ai Dehua's story, everyone's attention was on different things. You only realized that the outside world was the ghost domain after you took over Saluta's body? Ai Dehua didn't know what Angor was trying to say, so he nodded. Yes. Angor rubbed his chin and asked in a low voice, do you remember how you entered the E-world? Like I said, a wizard called Ronan threw me in. Ai Dehua replied. I mean, do you remember where you entered the E-world from? Ai Dehua shook his head. No. I was kidnapped by Ronan. Back then, I was forcibly abducted by Luo Nan. For the next 2 days, Luo Nan constantly traveled through space and time. In the end, he brought me to a pitch-black room. I was sent into the instrument world from that room. In other words, you don't know where the last coordinates to enter the E-world are? Edward nodded. Although he was an official magus, he had never traveled long distances in the void, so he had no concept of void coordinates. At this time, Luo Nan was carrying sparks and lightning along the way. He kept opening spatial doors and shuttling back and forth. He was completely muddle-headed. He didn't know where he was at all. Did Luo Nan bring you to the mirror domain? Edward immediately shook his head. No, it's definitely not the mirror domain. Although I have no concept of void coordinates, I can still distinguish between the material world and the mirror domain. In the end, Luo Nan took me to that little black room. It was definitely in the material world. There wasn't a hint of the mirror domain there. AI Dehua's answer surprised him. The reason why he was so obsessed with the location where AI Hua had entered the E-world was because AI Hua had come out of the mirror shell. If AI Dehua entered the E-world from the mirror domain and came out of the mirror domain, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, AI Dehua had entered the instrument world from the material world, and the location he had come out from was the ghost realm in the mirror. This was very surprising. Could this E-world cross between the material world and the mirror domain? Could it also be called a special world? Angor voiced his doubts through the spirit bond. Laplace muttered, special worlds don't conflict with normal worlds. They're more like covering and being covered. Generally speaking, special worlds can cover almost all worlds with intelligent creatures. Dream realm, astral plane, nightmare realm, and mirror domain were widely defined as special worlds. They all had a covering relationship with normal worlds. Because of this, if one wanted to go from one world to another as quickly as possible, they would definitely choose to use special worlds as a transit medium. The E-world allowed AI Dehua to go from the material world to the mirror domain. This does seem like something a special world can do. Laplace continued, but AI Dehua went from the mirror window to the mirror domain. This is more like using a special medium. He didn't enter the mirror domain because of the covering factor. So, it's hard to tell if the E-world is a special world. Laplace paused for a moment. If you ask me, I think the E-world is probably not a special world. Special worlds were generally very famous. After all, special worlds covered countless planes. If they didn't have a reputation, how could it be possible? But Laplace had never heard of the E-world before. There's another important point. Luo Nan took AI Dehua to the E-world because he thought the E-world needed someone like AI Dehua. This means that before AI Dehua entered the E-world didn't have such a thing. A complete special world that contains all kinds of races, civilizations, and all kinds of trades. It's impossible to lure talents from the outside world into a special world. Laplace glanced at Angor and activated their spirit bond. Don't you think Luo Nan's act of capturing talents is very similar to yours? Angor didn't know why Laplace chose to talk to Angor privately, but he assumed it was because there was an outsider in the spirit bond, Steward Fan. Me? Angor pointed at himself. Laplace nodded. To be exact, it's very similar to the Dream Crystal. A newly created, completely barren world that requires all kinds of authorities and talents to build. Only in this period would people be attracted from the outside world. So, the E-world is also a world created by someone, and it's a newly created world? Angor thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed a little similar. So, the E-world is also a world created by someone, and it's a newly created world? Laplace shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen the E-world before. It's all speculation. If he wanted to know the truth about the E-world, he had to do it himself. However, he couldn't directly throw people into the E-world like Luo Nan did. He had to use Soul Swap and Knight's Castle. That was too risky. He considered for a moment and decided not to explore the instrument world for now. He looked at AI Dehua. Speaking of which, you seem to know a lot about the mirror realm. AI Dehua left the window and immediately identified the mirror realm. This wasn't something ordinary people could do. AI Dehua scratched his head. I've never been here before, but I've seen the creatures there. I even touched their hair. AI Dehua was born in Lorembier. On the surface, Lorembier was the largest trading center for supernatural creatures in the entire southern wizardry. However, it was also the largest slave market in the entire wizardry. Slaves from all kinds of worlds gathered in Lorembier. Some of them came from the mirror realm. As for why the creatures would leave the mirror realm and come to the material world, most of them didn't have a choice. For example, creatures from the material world would occasionally enter the mirror realm. Similarly, creatures from the mirror realm would accidentally enter the material world. Any creature who entered the material world would be captured and turned into a slave for trade. When AI Dehua lived in Lorembi, he had seen more than one mirror realm creature. He had even come into contact with creatures from another world. AI Dehua learned a lot about the mirror realm from them, and he was familiar with its aura. That was why he had been able to tell that he was in the dark mirror realm through the wave of mirror ghosts as soon as he left the mirror. Angor nodded and accepted the explanation. he did not ask any more questions. Compared to Ai Dehua, Glepner wasn't interested in the mirror realm at all. Instead, she was interested in the wigs Ai Dehua made. It was not that Gleipnir was old and pretty, but when Ai Dehua mentioned the void moth wig just now, it reminded her of the wig stained with the power of the stars she had seen in the display area of Bai Bai's tooth dye shop. According to Ai Dehua, he could use the hair of a creature to achieve a special effect. As for the wig with the power of the stars, if he was not mistaken, it must have come from a creature with the power of the stars. Could it be the starlight jellyfish Ai Dehua mentioned? Glepner hesitated for a moment before asking the question in his heart. When Ai Dehua heard Gleipner's question, he looked calm on the surface, but he was actually quite excited on the inside. As an astrologer, Glepner would definitely be interested in astral energy. As long as one was interested in the power of the stars, they would notice. Bubble. Ai Dehua nodded. That's right. The wig with astral energy came from Bubble's tentacle. It was meant for Bubble, but I didn't have time to give it to her because of the spirit shift ritual. Ai Dehua's voice was soft. He lowered his head as if he felt guilty. Gleipnir asked, "Do you know anything about this Bubble?" Ai Dehua nodded. I stayed in Knight's castle for a long time. Maybe decades? Or centuries? That's enough time for me to learn about everyone in Knight's castle. Including Bubble. Although Bubble plays the role of an arrogant young lady in the Knight's castle, it's actually very gentle. When Ai Dehua mentioned Bubbles, not only did his voice become gentle, but his eyes also lost some of their sharpness and became gentler. If Ai Dehua didn't mention that Bubble was a male jellyfish, Glepner would probably think that Ai Dehua was talking about his little lover. Ai Dehua told Glepner about his time with Bubble. Bubbles lived next door to Ai Dehua, so they often chatted through the wall or through the door. Due to the role-playing rules of the secret place, Bubble couldn't say anything that didn't fit the role. So every time it talked about itself with Ai Dehua, it would always start with, "I read a fairy tale book before." The main character was a jellyfish. They talked about the jellyfish in the fairy tale, but they were actually talking about themselves. Through this indirect communication, which had been going on for decades or centuries, Ai Dehua probably understood Bubble better than it did. Bubble is a star master. It used to live in the star spirit world on a planet called Hailu. Hailu was full of seawater. The land above the water only occupied less than 10% of the planet's surface. Bubble lived in the deep sea of Hailu. Bubble's tribe called themselves the Hailu. Not only were there jellyfish, there were also all kinds of marine creatures. Whales as large as islands and shrimps as small as dust were all Hailu. The Hailu established an undersea civilization. The star sea liquid they brewed was the hottest commodity on the nearby planets. All Hailu were proud of the star sea liquid they brewed. Different sea dwellers would produce different flavors of star ocean pulp, and the recipe was different as well. The star sea liquid brewed by Bubble, in its own words, was the best star sea liquid in the entire Hailu. This kind of top delicacy required ingredients that were naturally not easy to obtain. They basically needed to leave the sea and go to the starry skies to pick them. It was when Bubble went to the starry skies to pick ingredients that it encountered the star-falling tribulation. Star-falling tribulation was what the Star World's creatures called it. Simply put, it was the misfortune of leaving the star spirit world and entering another world. Although it was called a calamity, it actually wasn't a true calamity. Many star masters were still reuniting with their families a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, they left the star spirit world in the next second. To put it bluntly, the star-falling tribulation didn't pick a time, place, or person. If one encountered it, it was purely bad luck. Bubble's luck was very bad, and it unfortunately became a star master. Even more unfortunate was that it had just descended into the material world. Before it could even observe where it was caught by a cloaked person. After saying something that it couldn't understand, Bubble was thrown into the E-world. In these years in the instrument world, Bubble had learned the human language. Only then did it understand what that cloaked person had said. I never expected to go out and encounter a star master. Not bad, not bad, it can be thrown into the instrument world and increase the diversity of species. But back to the topic, can this little guy reproduce on its own? Because the bubble at that time could not understand his words, it definitely had no way to answer. If it had understood at that time, it probably would have used its tentacles to rip him apart on the spot. These were Bubble's original words, but it was clearly stubborn. Although being caught into the instrument world was unfortunate from Bubble's perspective, as time passed, Bubble discovered that there was an advantage to being in the instrument world. It did not suffer from homesickness. Because the star-falling tribulation was completely random, in order to allow the starry sky dwellers to survive safely after encountering a calamity, Lord Star Spirit would tell them some of the situation in the outside world. Because of this, Bubble knew that many star masters would suffer from a mental illness because of world changes and acclimatization. This illness was called homesickness. Although homesickness was a mental problem, it could produce severe physical symptoms, and the mortality rate was extremely high. After a star falling, if a star master did not encounter a star spirit warlock and summon Lord Star Spirit's protection, the probability of getting homesickness was very high. Ever since Bubble's star falling, it had always been worried that it would get homesickness, but after hundreds of years in the instrument world, it found that it was still safe and sound. Bubble did not think that it would be an exception among star masters. In its opinion, its lack of homesickness was most likely because the instrument world was very special. Later, it went to the knight's castle and learned some secrets from the ghost writer's mouth, and it was even more certain that it was the instrument world. After the ghost writer understood Bubble's situation, he told it, homesickness is a mental illness caused by a lack of acclimatization. Different worlds had different laws. You can't feel it in your daily life because you're already familiar with the laws of this world. For you, the laws of this world are like air. Although you can't feel it, it's everywhere, and its influence on you has already reached the bottom of your heart. And when the people of Starry Sky encountered a star-falling calamity and came to a new world, they became the survivors of Starry Sky. The laws of the world they were in also changed. When you can't adapt to the laws of this new world, it's like you can't breathe the air of this world. Thus, the acclimatization of homesickness appeared. For the vast majority of the survivors of Starry Sky, there were only two ways to solve homesickness. First, rely on a powerful energy foundation or a strong physique to actively adapt to the laws of the new world. It was similar to ordinary humans going to another world, they would be rejected by the other world's will. But if an official wizard went to another world, there wouldn't be any rejection, because your soul, body, and energy were all powerful and had already overcome the so-called acclimatization. However, the people of Starry Sky who encountered the star-falling calamity were completely random. 99% of the people of Starry Sky didn't have the foundation to adapt to the laws of the new world, which led to the emergence of homesickness. Second, star masters could cooperate with star spirit warlocks to solve the problem of homesickness. Don't look at how star masters were mostly ordinary and didn't have powerful abilities, they had a special characteristic that other races didn't have, and that was, a backer. Or rather, a backer. A star master's backer was a star spirit. On every star master's body, there existed a special coordinate. Star spirit warlocks could use this coordinate to summon the star spirit projection behind the star master and reach a summoning contract with it. Once the contract was reached, every time a star spirit descended, it would bring power to the star master. With the help of a star spirit, plus the star spirit warlock's Starry Sky energy baptism, homesickness would be eliminated. This was also why the majority of star spirits were willing to sign a summoning contract with a star spirit warlock, because it was a win-win situation. After clarifying the two methods to solve homesickness, he returned to Bubble. Although Bubble had some special abilities, its body was weak and could not resist homesickness. Moreover, it had not met an astral sorcerer. Under normal circumstances, Bubbles was bound to lose her hometown. The biggest reason why you didn't lose your hometown was because you came to the E-world. Ghost Rider explained to Bubble, the E-world, although it's called a world, the laws here haven't fully manifested. To put it simply, the E-world was an irregular, nascent world where the laws had yet to appear. Calling it a world was actually a bit of an exaggeration. The instrument world should actually be called instrument space. Because the laws had yet to manifest and were isolated from the outside world, they were not assimilated and corroded by the laws of the outside world. This allowed Bubble to escape the calamity. In other words, Bubbles actually being able to come to the instrument world could be considered a sort of luck. Even though she had become a star master, Because the laws of the world she was in were incomplete, she did not have a situation of not acclimatizing. If it was in the outside world, if it didn't meet an astral warlock, it would be dead. When Ai Dehua said this, he sighed softly. It's precisely because of this that Bubble isn't that eager to leave the E-world. It's sometimes hard to understand why I'm so obsessed with leaving the E-world. However, this was also the situation at the beginning. As time passed, Bubble actually slowly understood my mentality. Because it's too lonely. In the entire E-world, it was the only remnant of the starry sky. It seemed to get along well with everyone else, but it had never been able to find a sense of security from others. Sometimes, Bubble is also fantasizing. If it hadn't entered the E-world, perhaps it would have been able to meet an astral sorcerer, perhaps it would have been able to sense Lord Star Spirit again. This way, it wouldn't have been lonely. I once promised it that if I left the E-world, I would definitely find a way to find an astral sorcerer and let it meet a star spirit. Unfortunately, from the looks of it, I might not be able to do it in a short period of time. When Ai Dehua said this, he deliberately glanced at Glepner. His words were, in fact, meant for Glepner to hear. Although Glepner was not an astral sorcerer, she had grasped the power of the starry sky and could also nourish Bubble's body, so that it would not have to worry about losing its home for a short period of time. Moreover, Ai Dehua had heard that astral sorcerers could also use the power of the underworld to contact the star spirit behind the Star Master, thus strengthening the astral sorcerer's methods. Therefore, if Glepner could save Bubble, it would definitely be a good thing. Moreover, Ai Dehua was also planning for himself. After all, he and Bubble could be considered close friends. If Glepner saved Bubble, perhaps he could also give Bubble face and reduce the punishment he received. On the other side, after Glepner finished listening to Ai Dehua's narration, especially when she heard his last words, she guessed Ai Dehua's thoughts. But even if she guessed Ai Dehua's plan, she was still willing to jump into this pit. It was true that Star Masters and Astral Sorcerers could display their greatest value, but Star Masters were also very important to Astral Sorcerers. Star Masters carried their own coordinates that could greatly reduce the probability of an Astral Sorcerer communicating with an ineffective starry sky. Moreover, Astral Sorcerers did indeed have a way to use Star Masters to contact Star Spirits. Even if there was no way to make the Star Spirits descend, they could still use the Star Spirits to improve their Astral Sorcerer's ability. It could be said that the moment Glepner learned of Bubble's existence, a desire to possess it had already risen in her heart. Without Ai Dehua's request, Glepner would think of a way to save Bubble. However, if she had Ai Dehua's help, she estimated that she could save on familiarization costs even faster. Moreover, she could also make Bubble submit. Therefore, Glepner did not mind Ai Dehua's scheme. But now there was a problem placed in front of Glepner. Even if there was a mirror window, it would be very difficult to save Bubble. Because Bubble's soul might not necessarily be able to withstand the consumption of the spirit shift ritual. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Bubble to adapt to other people's bodies. Just the rejection between soul and body was something Bubble had no way to resolve. Furthermore, did Bubble really have a complete soul? Not all living beings had a complete soul. Even for humans, if their mental energy was not up to standard, their souls would mostly be shattered. If Bubble did not have a complete soul, it would very likely be directly destroyed by the spirit shift ritual. Therefore, the best method was to have Bubble leave the instrument world with her body. But, could this be done? Glepner thought for a moment and still decided to directly ask this question. When Ai Dehua heard Glepner's question, he immediately understood that Glepner was moved. Ai Dehua, Sir's consideration is indeed correct. If you want to save Bubble, it would be best to directly bring her out of the instrument world, rather than using the unorthodox method of the spirit shift ritual. Glepner, then do you have a way? Ai Dehua bitterly smiled and shook his head. If he had a way, why would he need to use the unorthodox method? Wouldn't it be better to directly bring her own body out? Glepner's eyes dimmed a little. If there was really no other way, perhaps he would have to use Granny Dragon Crow's method to send a message through the mirror window and ask Bubble to find a way to strengthen her soul. But was there a way to strengthen a soul in the instrument world? This was another difficult problem. Just as Glepner was feeling depressed, Edward suddenly said, "Although I can't do it myself, I think someone will know." Glepner looked up at Ai Dehua. Who? AI Dehua remained silent for 2 seconds before he uttered a name, Ghostwriter. Glepner, why do you think Ghostwriter has a way? As Glepner asked this question, everyone turned to look at AI Dehua. Both Angor and Laplace didn't really care much about their conversation. They were just onlookers who wanted to listen to gossip. However, the mention of Ghostwriter piqued their interest. Most importantly, they already guessed that outsiders who went to Knight's Castle would face two factions, the NPCs who desperately needed the spirit shift ritual, and the Ghostwriter faction led by the butler. Back then, Xiruta entered Knight's Castle and took a lot of sacrificial items. Logically speaking, these sacrifices should belong to the Ghostwriter, but the Ghostwriter didn't perform the spirit transfer ritual on Xiruta. In the end, it was makeup artist AI Dehua who caused Xiruta to fall into the castle. Therefore, they guessed that Ghostwriter might be more kind. However, guesses were only guesses. There was no proof. Now, perhaps he could learn more about this Ghostwriter from AI Dehua. AI Dehua did not understand why everyone looked at him when he mentioned Ghostwriter. He swallowed the words that he was about to blurt out and reorganized his words before replying, Ghostwriter is different from us. He has no interest in the spirit conversion ceremony. In fact, he even instructed the butler to stop outsiders. He tried his best to prevent them from falling into the trap of the ritual. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. As expected, the butler was on a different side. No wonder the servants wanted to kill him. Angor also spoke up, why? Is there a reason for Ghostwriter to do this? AI Dehua shook his head. I don't know. Ghostwriter rarely meets with us. After I went to Knight's Castle, I've only seen Ghostwriter a few times, and the only time I spoke to it was when we first met. Although I have other servants who rarely see Ghostwriter, Ghostwriter and Bubble always see each other. Maybe he has to follow the rules of role-playing, and in the castle, Bubble is his daughter. I have a good relationship with Bubble, but I can't ask her about Ghostwriter directly because of the role-playing. AI Dehua was acting as Bubble's personal makeup artist. In a way, he was also a servant of the castle. How could a servant talk about their master? Therefore, Edward couldn't take the initiative to ask Bubbles about Ghostwriter. However, as the young master of the castle, Bubble could take the initiative to talk about Ghostwriter. It was just that Bubble rarely talked about Ghostwriter. However, AI Dehua had some understanding of Ghostwriter from the few conversations he had with Bubble. Ghostwriter seems to be friendly to outsiders. The specific reason is unknown. AI Dehua said, if you get the mirror window, maybe you can take the initiative to meet Ghostwriter. Although the butler tried to dissuade the outsiders from entering the castle, he told them to meet Ghostwriter first. However, many outsiders chose to meet Ghostwriter first. Thus, in the past few hundred years, the only 3 outsiders had been tricked by their servants and activated the spirit conversion ceremony. Not a single one of them had seen Ghostwriter. To know why Ghostwriter was friendly to outsiders, one had to control his character and meet Ghostwriter himself. After saying this, AI Dehua talked about why he thought that Ghostwriter might know a way to leave the E-world with his real body. According to what I heard from Bubble, I can basically confirm that Ghostwriter appeared in the secret place the moment it was built. In other words, Ghostwriter is the real master of the secret place. And the secret place has a window that directly connects to the outside world, which means the creation of the secret place must have something to do with the creator of E-world. Since the creator behind E-world had chosen Ghostwriter to be the master of the secret place, Ghostwriter must have come into contact with this creator. And the creator definitely knew how to leave E-world with his real body. Since Ghostwriter had been in contact with the creator, he was definitely the most likely person to know how to leave with his real body. Although AI Dehua's judgment was a little hasty, it did make some sense. If he really had to say who knew how to leave with his real body, then Ghostwriter was definitely the most likely. Perhaps he really had to come into contact with this Ghostwriter. Glepner thought for a moment, then continued, what kind of person do you think Ghostwriter is? Since he wanted to come into contact with Ghostwriter, it was best to get some information on him in advance. AI Dehua thought for a moment. According to Bubble, Ghostwriter is a very gentle person, and he's very willing to listen and answer Bubble's questions. He's very kind to Bubble. Back then, when Bubble first arrived in E-World, because his appearance was different from others, he encountered some unpleasant things and wandered for a while. In the end, it was Ghost Rider who saved him and brought him back to Knight's castle. He even gave him the role of the little master of the castle. In a secret place, it was the most difficult for a servant to play a role because there were many things that couldn't be done and many things that couldn't be said. And Bubble's role was envied by many people. Basically, whatever it did wouldn't violate the principle of role-playing. After all, it was the little master of the castle and had the right to do whatever it wanted. Ghost Rider gave Bubble this high-level role, so it could be seen that he was very friendly to Bubble. However, it was precisely because Ghost Rider was too friendly with Bubbles that Bubbles viewed Ghost Rider's perspective. There was a filter in Bubbles' view of Ghost Rider, and it wasn't objective enough. In Bubbles' eyes, Ghost Rider was a good and gentle person, but in other people's eyes, it might be a different answer. What about you? Gleipnir looked at Ai Dehua. You keep talking about Bubbles' perspective. I want to know what your perspective is. What kind of person is Ghost Rider? This time Ai Dehua was silent for a long time before he said, I've had too little contact with Ghost Rider, so it's hard for me to comment. If I have to say, I feel that Ghost Rider gives me a little, vague. Vague? Gleipnir didn't expect Ai Dehua to give such a strange answer. Why is it vague? How is it vague? Ai Dehua shrugged. I don't know. I just feel that Ghost Rider doesn't seem real to me. It's like there's a veil between us, and I can't see him clearly. As for why he had this thought, Ai Dehua thought about it carefully and felt that it was most likely because he hadn't seen Ghost Rider enough. In hundreds of years, Ai Dehua had only seen him from afar a few times. The only time he had been in close contact with him was the day Bubbles brought him to the castle. Ghost Rider had registered his character for him and asked him a few questions up close. But even that close contact was very vague in Ai Dehua's eyes. He had never seen Ghost Rider's true appearance. Ghost Rider had been wearing the outer shell of a knight's armor and helmet the entire time. When his voice came out of the helmet, it sounded like a muffled echo. It didn't seem real. It was like the sound of a phonograph, filled with an ancient and cold inorganic sound. In any case, in Ai Dehua's own memories, he would always secretly wonder, was there really a soul under that exquisite knight armor? Could the so-called Ghost Rider just be a phonograph, or was it just a puppet whose strings had been manipulated? Was there actually no Ghost Rider at all, and everything was just their imagination? Or was Ghost Rider actually the mastermind behind a secret place? However, this is probably just because I haven't had much contact with Ghost Rider, so it's a sense of isolation. Ai Dehua said. Bubbles, on the other hand, has been in contact with Ghost Rider for a long time. I think that even though Bubbles has a filter for Ghost Rider, her answer might be more like a normal person's perspective. That's why I chose to talk about Bubbles' perspective first. Gleipnir nodded slightly. She probably understood. The reason why Ai Dehua found Ghost Rider vague was that he had never seen it with his own eyes. The so-called knight's armor seemed fake to him. If he could see the essence of Ghost Rider, even if it was just an ethereal soul, he might not find it blurry. To put it bluntly, this was probably one of Ai Dehua's strictness as an adept. Gleipnir thought for a moment and continued, what about the others? Apart from you and Bubbles, what do the others think of Ghost Rider? The others? Ai Dehua muttered in a low voice, I don't know about that. After all, we're all in our roles. Apart from being able to criticize our master when we talk to ourselves, we have to follow the logic of our roles at all times. Therefore, with Ai Dehua's identity and the other characters' identities, it was impossible for them to get together and openly discuss the master of the secret place. It wasn't polite and didn't fit their characters. Although we haven't talked about Ghost Rider, I can roughly guess from their eyes that they are afraid and loathe it. Ai Dehua could understand why they loathed Ghost Rider. This was because Ghost Rider didn't seem to like the spirit conversion ritual, and would even destroy the spirit conversion ritual that other people had worked so hard to obtain. This also led to their loathing of Ghost Rider. But Ai Dehua didn't quite understand fear. In any case, I'm not too afraid of Ghost Rider, Ai Dehua said, making a guess. At this point, Edward made a small guess. Perhaps it's because I'm close to Bubble, so Ghost Rider doesn't care much about me? It hasn't done anything bad to me, either. In summary, it was still the same thing. It was hard to develop any other emotions because of the lack of experience. After listening to AI Dehua's story, Glepner felt like he was listening to a bunch of nonsense. He was planning to build up an image of Ghost Rider from AI Dehua's story so that it would be easier to interact with him later. However, after listening to Glepner's story, the image of Ghost Rider became even more vague and mysterious. Glepner didn't want to complain in front of AI Dehua, so he only spoke a few words in the spirit bond. Luigi also expressed his sympathy. Laplace was as cold as usual and didn't say anything. Steward Fan chimed in, but he didn't say much. But I think AI Dehua did give us a very important clue. Huh? Glepner looked at Angor. Angor said, AI Dehua always emphasized that he has to play his role in Knight's Castle and act according to his character setting. But after putting aside the superficial appearance and looking deeper, AI Dehua actually also wants to live in the castle. Living in the castle means that he has to interact with all kinds of things. Angor was a young master of a noble family, so he naturally assumed the role of the owner of the castle. As the owner of the castle, even if he had a high status, he still needed to interact with people in all aspects of his life. Otherwise, why would he have a bunch of servants? Because the owner couldn't do many things himself and needed servants to do them for him. From AI Dehua's perspective, he had stayed in the castle for hundreds of years, but he only saw the owner of the castle up close once. Other times, he saw the owner from afar less than 10 times. That was too few. It didn't seem like Ghost Rider had a normal life in the castle. Angor said, a character who doesn't have a normal life. Something's wrong with him appearing in the castle. Glepner considered for a moment. Ghost Rider, he doesn't show up often. That's not right. But it's not an important clue, is it? Angor didn't answer. What do you think is the reason for this? Glepner thought about it and had some guesses in his heart. Angor didn't wait for Glepner's answer. From my perspective, Ghost Rider rarely shows up. Maybe, he's not in the castle. Hearing this answer, the people in the spirit bond were slightly moved. They all had their own thoughts. Angor continued, we can think of Knight's Castle as a fairyland, and the owner of the castle, Ghost Rider, is a character played by a player. He doesn't show up often because the player controlling Ghost Rider isn't online. Angor's analogy was bold, and he didn't have much evidence to support it. But somehow, Glepner thought it made sense. Using the Dream Crystal as an example, Ghost Rider was often not online. It was also because of this that Edward had not seen him for decades. Glepner, according to what you said, if he really isn't online all year round, why does he respond every time Bubbles goes to him? Just because he's not online doesn't mean he doesn't know if someone is looking for him. Perhaps he set up a back-end trigger for his character. As long as someone enters his room, or enters the reaction range of the Ghost Rider character, it will alert him. It was just like when adepts were doing research. Although they were focused on their research, they would still set up some alarms outside the laboratory to avoid missing out on important events. When there was an important event, an outsider could contact the magus who was doing the experiment by triggering these prearranged arrangements. Similarly, Ghost Rider might have set up a device for his character so that he would know when someone triggered it and come online in time. Glepner said, so, you think that Ghost Rider is actually being manipulated by someone. But this person might not be in Knight's Castle. Angor nodded. Yes. Maybe Ghost Rider's real body is wandering around the E-world, or, not in the E-world at all. He's using something like a mirror window to control Ghost Rider from outside the E-world. Both of Angor's guesses made Glepner feel the same way he did before. They were both ridiculous, but somehow reasonable. Looking at it this way, the clue that AI Dehua gave seemed to be quite important. As he analyzed, he analyzed to the outside of the instrument world. However, Glepner wasn't the type to let his emotions get the better of him. Angor's theory was reasonable, but he didn't have any evidence to support it. It was more of a conjecture and imagination. Even if it was true, it wouldn't help Glepner's plan to get in touch with Ghost Rider later. I'll think about it myself, Glepner said through the spirit bond. Oh right, do you have anything to ask AI Dehua? If not, we should discuss how to deal with him in the future. Luigi didn't answer. Laplace and Steward Fan didn't say anything. I'm still curious about Knight's castle. Let me ask him something. He paused for a moment and looked at Ai Dehua in front of him. What do you think about Knight's castle? Huh? Ai Dehua was surprised. What do you think Knight's castle looks like in your eyes? Do you have any questions or guesses about why you're required to roleplay in Knight's castle? Angor was curious about why Knight's castle needed role-playing. Was there some unknown underlying logic in this, or was it simply the creator's bad taste? Since Angor was only an onlooker, his comments were objective but not realistic enough. He really wanted to know how Ai Dehua, who used to be a part of the game, thought about this grand show that had been going on for hundreds of years. Ai Dehua didn't respond to Angor's question this time. Perhaps he needed to think or prepare his answer. 5 minutes later, Ai Dehua frowned and slowly spoke. Let me tell you my opinion about Knight's castle first. The Knight's castle seems very strange to me. Although it looks like a normal space, there are always some strange things here. Extra things? Edward nodded. It's those sacrificial items used for rituals. It's like they appeared out of thin air without any warning. They just showed up in Knight's castle or the surrounding forest. Ritual offerings appeared out of thin air, everyone was puzzled. They only paid attention to the people inside Knight's castle and didn't think about the ritual offerings. But now that they thought about it, Saluda died in Knight's castle because of the ritual offerings. Perhaps the ritual offerings were one of the bright lines of Knight's castle. Did it really appear out of thin air? It was Glepner who spoke. She had been thinking about Ghost Rider, but Ai Dehua's answer made her too curious, so she couldn't help but interrupt. Yes. They appeared out of thin air. Moreover, these sacrificial items seem to be able to recognize people. They take on different forms in different hands. Gleipnir? Ai Dehua looked at Angor. Mr. Angor, didn't you ask me what I think about role-playing? My opinion is that role-playing might have something to do with these strange offerings. That's because the more we play our roles, the more sacrifices will appear around us. Also, the style of the offerings is closely related to our character. For example, I often do makeup for Bubble, and I also study all kinds of wigs and dyes in private. They all fit my character. Because of this, at least 10 offerings were born in my room, including combs, mirrors, hair strands, scissors, and so on. Ai Dehua wasn't the only one. So was Bubble. Bubble was quite successful at playing the role of a young lady. After all, as a young lady, everything she did was considered normal. Even sitting, lying, and walking were considered part of Bubble's role-playing. Because of that, Bubble had more sacrificial offerings. In its room, there were at least 30 sacrificial offerings. Ai Dehua even witnessed the birth of one of Bubble's offerings. When he was styling Bubble, a bright red hair clip suddenly appeared on Bubble's wig. The hair clip was a type of offering. However, Bubble didn't pay much attention to offerings. Everyone had different offerings, and the style of the offering depended on their character. Since Bubble's character was a young lady, she had a lot of female offerings. This was a great humiliation for Bubbles, who had been constantly talking about males. So, Bubble simply locked all her offerings in a cabinet. Out of sight, out of mind. End of chapter. It's not just me and Bubble. Everyone else in the castle will do the same. As long as they can keep playing their role and fit the role, they'll be able to create corresponding offerings. I saw offerings such as the maid's apple, the servant's letter, the cook's pea, and so on. Ai Dehua saw all these offerings with his own eyes. There had to be more where he couldn't see them. Also, as long as we get our hands on these offerings, they'll belong to us. Ai Dehua specifically mentioned ownership because once the sacrificial item belonged to them, they would have absolute control over it. If an outsider used the sacrificial item, it would be equivalent to using an item with an owner, and they would have to pay a certain price. The first choice was soul coins. However, outsiders usually didn't have soul coins, which were only found in the instrument world. Therefore, the outsiders could only pay the price of the second choice, their own physical bodies. Why did Saluda activate the spirit substitution ritual and get trapped in the castle? Because she couldn't pay the price for using Ai Dehua's item, she had to pay with her own body. Hearing this, everyone understood the relationship between an offering and a character. Role-playing could attract offerings, And once an offering appeared in a character's hand, the character would have absolute control over it and could use it to attract or lure an outsider to use it to escape. From the looks of it, the reason why every character in the knight's castle has to conform to the character setting is for the sacrificial object. What a strange rule. Luigi was the one who spoke. After listening to AI Dehua's explanation, he could not help but sigh. Rules. Gleipnir murmured. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Luigi. You're right. This is indeed like a kind of rule. It's similar to the Dark Mirror's rule ability. Luigi, huh? Luigi didn't say anything about such a rule. Still, when he saw Gleipnir's glowing eyes, Luigi scratched his head and said, Fine, I did say that. Gleipnir didn't notice Luigi's expression. Do you remember the 3 oracles of Buluo City? Angor nodded, still in a daze. He didn't know why Gleipnir suddenly asked, but he did remember the strange rules of Buluo City. Buluo City had 18 laws, 6 prohibitions, and 3 oracles. According to Laplace's previous explanation, these were actually powers derived from the laws. This special rule ability came from the gloomy mirror domain. The 6 forbidden acts were 6 things that couldn't be done. As for the 3 great oracles, as long as you did them, you would be rewarded. For example, the first oracle of the 3 great oracles, every evening, in the inner city square of Buluo Royal City, recite the prayers of the gods, and you will be able to obtain the effect of 24 hours of spiritual thoughts. This kind of spiritual effect was a reward from the oracle. Its origin was unknown, but no matter who you were, as long as you followed the rules, you would definitely be able to obtain the corresponding benefits. This was a form of rule force. It was very idealistic, but it still existed. He rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes. Now that you mention it, Knight's Castle does have some rules. Take Buluo City's number 1 oracle as a comparison. Time, every evening. Location, the inner city square of Buluo Royal City. Behavior, recite a prayer. Reward, 24 hours of spiritual thought effect. Time, every moment. Location, within the range of the knight's castle. Behavior, roleplay. Reward, offerings. Now that he thought about it, the 2 oracles were quite similar. As long as you followed the rules, you would be rewarded. The only difference was that you wouldn't be punished if you didn't become the number 1 oracle of Buluo City. However, in Knight's Castle, if you didn't perform your roleplay, you would be punished by having your soul weakened or even dissipated. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, the reward for becoming the number 1 oracle of Buluo City wasn't that great, and there was a time limit. Also, don't forget that other than the 3 great oracles, there are also the 6 great forbidden practices. Perhaps the punishment has been incorporated into the 6 great forbidden practices to regulate your behavior. This is also a punishment. The rules in Knight's Castle, on the other hand, were real benefits. Offerings would always belong to you once they appeared, and many of them contained incredible power, which made them extremely valuable. If you obtained them out of thin air, you would have to pay a higher price. Therefore, it was understandable that there were some differences between the 2. Even Steward Fan, who had been quiet all this time, couldn't help but nod in agreement. It does feel like the rules in the gloomy mirror. And there might be more than one rule in Knight's Castle. Maybe the spirit substitution ritual is included in the rules as well. Steward Fan's words immediately made everyone think of a new rule. Time, after the arrival of an outsider. Location, within the range of Knight's Castle. Behavior, take an item that has an owner. Reward, offerings. Reward, soul coins. Without soul coins, the spirit substitution ritual will be activated. It did feel like an evolution of the rules. It seemed that the reason why Knight's Castle had so many strange rules and gave AI Dehua a strange feeling was because of the rules manifested. When everyone was convinced by the rules, Angor suddenly spoke up, I think so too. But if that's the case, why didn't Shaluta have to pay a price for taking away the offerings in the hall? Shaluta used AI Dehua's dressing mirror without permission, so she triggered the reward and was trapped in the castle. But before that, Shaluta looted a lot of offerings in the hall. Previously, they believed that Ghost Rider and the servants were 2 different factions. Ghost Rider was more kind, so Saluda would not trigger the spirit substitution ritual even if she took the offerings. But now, if they blamed everything on the rules, it would be a different matter altogether. The rules could not be based on personal feelings. Since it was based on the rules, the offerings Saluda took, whether they were in the hall or in the Black Forest outside the castle, all belonged to Ghost Rider. Because Ghost Rider was the owner of the castle and the owner of the secret place, he had the right to control everything in the secret place. If that was the case, why didn't Saluda trigger the reward when she took the offerings? Everyone fell silent. Because this was indeed the case. Once one accepted the theory of the rules, then what about these exceptions? Everyone pondered for a while, and no one spoke. In the end, it was Laplace who broke the silence and replied, "There are three possibilities. First, Ghost Rider is the owner of the secret place, which means he has the highest authority and can freely decide the rules. Second, Ghost Rider is not the owner of the castle. As you said, he is an outsider. The items Saluda took from the castle were ownerless, so they were not affected by the rules. Third, there are other rules in the castle, and this one is related to Ghost Rider. And this rule takes precedence over all the other rules. The reason why Saluda didn't trigger a backlash is because she entered the Ghost Rider's rule. In this rule, she can take sacrifices without paying a price." Laplace concluded that there were three possibilities, but no one knew which one it was. Angor looked at Ai Dehua. "Which one do you think?" Ai Dehua scratched his head. "I don't know. But I'm sure the second one is wrong. Ghost Rider is the owner of the castle." Ai Dehua was sure of this because when he entered the castle and received his character, he received a lot of information. A lot of information appeared in his mind. These included the rules of the castle, character settings, etiquette, and so on. There was also a clear mention of class, which meant Ghost Rider was at the top of the hierarchy. There was no doubt that Ghost Rider was the owner of the castle. Ai Dehua did not give an answer, but he helped to eliminate one possibility. Of the two remaining possibilities, which one was true? As far as Angor was concerned, both were possible. In fact, it was even possible that the two situations were parallel. Since Ghost Rider had the highest authority, it must have some kind of hidden rule. As for what kind of rule it was, Angor would have to wait until Granny Dragon Crow talked to Ghost Rider. He had to put this question aside for the time being. "Apart from this, there's something else I don't understand." Everyone looked at Angor. "What is it?" Laplace asked. "Why a sacrifice?" Angor muttered in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Luigi was puzzled. Angor did not answer. Instead, he frowned as if thinking about something. Gleipnir also spoke up, "I think so too. There's something strange about the sacrifice. Is the sacrifice in the castle only used to check if the character is getting into character?" This was because according to Ai Dehua, the appearance of a sacrifice not only meant that his character had been successfully created, but it also meant that he could trick an outsider. Apart from that, the sacrifice did not seem to have any other purpose. It was as if the sacrifice's only purpose was to trick people. What was the point of going through so much trouble to come up with something like this? But it didn't even bring out the actual use of the sacrifice, and at first glance, it was obvious that something was wrong. Angor looked at Ai Dehua. "Did anyone try to use the offerings? Will Ghost Rider retrieve these offerings?" Ai Dehua thought about it carefully. "Ghost Rider didn't come to retrieve the offerings in our hands, and I've never seen anyone use them. But..." Ai Dehua paused as if he was trying to recall something. After a long time, Ai Dehua said, "It seems that the sacrifice without an owner in the forest will be taken away every once in a while. Because of the character settings, most people would be trapped in the castle, and it would be very difficult for them to leave. Ai Dehua was an exception. As a hairdresser, he often needed to make cosmetics. Some of the ingredients for these cosmetics, including dyes for hair coloring, came from outside, such as some plants in the forest. Therefore, Ai Dehua could occasionally leave the castle and pick some plants from the forest. This fit his character settings. Ai Dehua was one of the few people in Knight's Castle who could come into contact with the sacrifice in the Black Forest. Because of the role-playing game, most of the sacrifice will respawn in the hands of our characters. But sometimes, they will appear outside the castle and become ownerless. It's rare, but because of years of accumulation and the fact that most people can't leave the castle, there are quite a lot of them in the forest. However, because these sacrifices don't respawn in our hands, they don't belong to me. So, even if I encounter an ownerless sacrifice outside, I usually don't touch it. For Ai de Hua, the greatest use of a sacrifice was to induce outsiders to seek their own freedom. Because ownerless sacrifices didn't belong to anyone, he couldn't trick outsiders. So, even if he could go out, he wouldn't pick them. Although I don't pick these sacrifices, I've discovered that the sacrifices in the forest will occasionally disappear. For example, one time when I went out, I encountered a sacrifice. It was a dead man's rope hanging from the top of a tree. The dead man's rope referred to the rope that the hanged ghost had used to strangle his neck before he died. At that time, Ai de Hua went out to pick plants and extract dyes. He saw this dead man's rope, which emitted a faint glow. It was clearly a rope sacrifice. Although Ai de Hua didn't know much about rituals, he could guess that this kind of dead man's rope was usually used in rituals related to souls and death. Anyway, he wasn't interested. Even if he took it back, he couldn't induce outsiders. So, he left after taking a look. About half a month later, the arrogant Miss Bubbles wanted to change her wig to a new hair color. So, Ai de Hua carried big and small bags to the forest to look for dyes again. When he passed by the tree again, he found that the dead man's rope was gone. The sacrifice couldn't have disappeared by itself. Someone must have taken it. But Ai de Hua was very sure that in the past half a month, no one had left the knight's castle on the surface. After all, everyone had to maintain their own personas, and it was impossible for them to do anything that went against the rules. And in the past half a month, no outsiders came to the secret place through the window. So, who took the dead man's rope? But at that time, Ai de Hua's mind was all on the dyes and didn't pay much attention to this matter. It was only after he returned to the castle at night that he felt that something was wrong. He regretted not looking around the tree to see if there were any footprints. If there were, he might be able to find some clues by following the footprints. That night, Ai de Hua thought of hinting to Bubbles the next day to ask her to order him to look for dyes again. But the weather was unpredictable. When Ai de Hua woke up the next day, it was already raining. The rain would cover all traces. Even if he went out now, it would be difficult to find footprints. However, because of this matter, Ai de Hua also paid attention to the sacrifices in the forest. Every time he went to the forest, he would secretly record the style and location of these sacrifices in his heart. The next time he saw them, he would compare them to see if there were any changes. In the end, he really found that sacrifices would occasionally disappear in the forest. Some sacrificial plants and flowers could be claimed to have been eaten by wild beasts in the forest or buried by rain or snow. However, for sacrificial plants like the dead man's rope, it was very difficult for natural phenomena, wild beasts, and insects to destroy the evidence. In particular, Ai de Hua once found that a tombstone-like sacrifice in the forest had disappeared. Only a muddy puddle was left behind. There was no doubt that this was man-made. The tombstone is huge. It's made of black sacrificial stone, so it's very heavy. Considering the size of the animals in the forest, it's impossible for them to take the tombstone away. Therefore, Ai de Hua was sure that the tombstone was taken away by someone. But who? Ai de Hua didn't know, but he wondered if it was Ghost Rider who quietly took it away. After all, Ghost Rider's movements were the most difficult to predict in the entire castle. However, Ai de Hua quickly denied this conjecture because he found several footprints in a slightly muddy wetland dozens of meters away from the tombstone pit. The footprints were new, as if they were stepped on recently. And judging from the type of footprints, there were at least 5 people. If Ghost Rider really wanted to take the tombstone away, it wouldn't take so many people. Also, the footprints were all flat, completely different from the soles of Ghost Rider's armored boots. Because of this, Ai de Hua ruled out Ghost Rider. But if it wasn't Ghost Rider, then who were the 5 extra people? And where did they come from? Did you find the answer? Ai de Hua shook his head. No. But I'm guessing that the people who took away the tombstone and dead man's rope weren't from the outside world. Whenever someone from the outside world, such as Saluda, arrived at the castle, everyone would receive a hint indicating that an outsider had entered. This hint was the same as when they received a character and played it. It was a fact told to them by an unknown existence or unknown rules. During that time, AI de Hua didn't receive any hint of an outsider entering, so it couldn't be someone from the outside world who took away the offerings. If it wasn't someone from the outside world, then who could it be? My guess is that maybe it was someone from the E-world who took away the dead man's rope and tombstone. Just like when AI de Hua was brought to the secret place by Bubble. Perhaps someone from the E-world also knew the entrance to the secret place, so they entered and took away the offerings. I don't have any evidence, and this is only my guess. Because I can't think of anyone who can take away the offerings apart from the visitors from the E-world. At this point, AI de Hua raised his eyes to look at the people on the tea table. Although I don't know if my guess is correct, I'm sure that if someone from E-world really came and took away the sacrifice, then the Ghost Rider would definitely know. In fact, it might even be Ghost Rider who pushed for this. In other words, if he was still interested in this sacrifice, he would have to ask Ghost Rider about it. He understood what AI de Hua was trying to say. But he was interested in the sacrifice because he wanted to know the meaning behind it. If AI de Hua was right, the sacrifice would be taken away by the people of the instrument world at a fixed time, then the sacrifice would have a meaning behind it. Going one step further, the secret location of the knight's castle, as well as role-playing, would also have a corresponding meaning. There was no need for him to ask Ghost Rider. But if he had the chance to come into contact with that magical mirror window, he really didn't mind having an in-depth chat with Ghost Rider. Since he already had some ideas, he decided to change the topic. You mentioned that there are many secret areas, right? AI de Hua nodded. When I was working as a hairdresser in E-world, I heard about the existence of a secret area from some customers while I was looking for a way to leave. According to them, there's more than one. How did they know? AI de Hua knew what Angor was trying to say. Since they knew about the secret area, maybe they had something to do with the owner or creator of the secret area. The legends about secret areas have been passed down since ancient times, said AI de Hua. But only the nobles know about them. Most people don't know about them. So it wasn't because de Hua was an insider. It was because the legends about secret areas existed since ancient times. Moreover, there are many legends, biographies, and even stories about secret places in the hands of the nobles. For example, AI de Hua once read a book called The Fairy Prince and Princess Teeny. It told the story of a made-up princess named Teeny. Teeny was beautiful, but she was like a canary trapped in the royal palace. She had no freedom and could not see the sky outside. Ever since she was born, her life had been arranged by her parents. Even her marriage had been arranged properly. When Teeny was 16 years old, she went to a neighboring country to meet her fiancé, who was betrothed to her for political reasons. On the way to the marriage alliance, she encountered a fog. When she walked out of the fog, she saw no one around her. Instead, she found herself in a beautiful fairy garden, where she met a handsome fairy prince. The rest of the story didn't need to be told. There were all kinds of misunderstandings. In the end, the two of them got married. It looked like a romance novel, but the customer who showed it to AI de Hua insisted, this is the real story. It's the story of his grandmother. Other than the part of the background that was painted over, most of the other parts were unmistakably authentic. Even the fairy's garden does exist. It's a secret place. The customer was a poor man, but he was still a descendant of a noble. His words could be trusted. That was why AI de Hua, who had been searching for a secret place, had followed the records to find the so-called fairy's garden. Of course, he didn't find anything in the end and left in disappointment. There were many similar stories and stage plays, such as Sky Island, White Dragon Valley, Underwater Palace, and so on. They were all works of literature based on the existence of secret areas. AI de Hua didn't know how many of them were real. But since the stories had been passed down for so many years, and the nobles all talked about them with great certainty, there should be at least a small part of them that could be used as reference. And this small part meant that there must be more than one secret area similar to Knight's Castle. Did you hear anything about the other secret areas in Knight's Castle? AI de Hua shook his head. I haven't heard anything about the other secret places. Even if there is, it's not something that my makeup artist character can hear. What about Bubble? Bubble's access level is higher than yours, right? Did she tell you anything? Ai Dehua shook his head again. I don't know if it's a secret place. Have you ever heard of any strange names from Bubble? Ai Dehua frowned and muttered to himself, abnormal place names? I don't think so. Ai Dehua was about to deny it when he suddenly thought of something. I remember now. Bubbles once mentioned something about an envoy from King Insect Forest. At that time, I was styling Bubbles. When I heard her nagging, I asked in passing. What was a messenger from King Insect Forest? Bubble spat out a colorful soap bubble and mumbled, just a bunch of bugs. I hate bugs. I don't want to talk about them. Then she changed the topic. Ai Dehua didn't think too much about it. Now, he finally recalled the conversation from the depths of his memory. A messenger from King Insect Forest? I don't know what it is, but this King Insect Forest might be another secret area. I don't have any concrete evidence, but let's just assume that there are many secret areas in E-World. So what's the point of having so many secret areas in E-World? Or rather, what was the purpose of the secret areas in E-World? Were they used to provide sacrifices? If so, did the other secret areas require role-playing like Knight's Castle? Or did different secret areas have different rules? Also, why would a secret area be used as a window to the outside world? What was the purpose of the spirit substitution ritual in a secret area? The more he learned about E-World, the more confused he became about it. Maybe he could ask Granny Dragon Crow for help when she returned to the Sun Mirror domain. You're interested in the E-World, aren't you? Laplace's voice came from the spirit bond. Angor nodded. Yeah, I'm interested. As a matter of fact, Angor was interested in the instrument world because of the private conversation he had with Laplace. Laplace believed that E-World was similar to the Dream Crystal. At first, he didn't think much of it. But as he learned more about E-World, he realized that some of its characteristics were similar to the Dream Crystal. Angor didn't know what the creator of E-World was thinking. However, he had a vague feeling that if he went to Jiayi's world, it would be of great help to him in creating the dream crystallization and even more Dream XX in the future. Because of this vague idea, Angor's interest in the E-World grew higher and higher. Laplace didn't ask for more details. If you're interested in E-World, we can use it and let you study the mirror surface. Huh? How do I do that? Laplace didn't answer. Instead, Glepner spoke through the spirit bond. It's simple. We just need Ai Dehua to stay with us. Ai Dehua was going to use the spirit substitution ritual with Saluda to switch bodies. At that time, Saluda would definitely bring the mirror with her. She could use this chance to let Angor study the mirror surface. It shouldn't be a problem. Angor understood Glepner's intention. But Steward Fan was still in the spirit bond. Was it really okay to plot against Granny Dragon Crow? Don't mind me. I'm just here to help. Now that we have Ai Dehua, we'll let Glepner deal with him. In Steward Fan's opinion, it wasn't a big deal. Wizards were always interested in new things, so it was normal for them to want to study them. From what he knew about Granny Dragon Crow, she was only studying the mirror surface for Saluda. Granny Dragon Crow probably wasn't interested in the mirror. She was more interested in the laws of the gloomy mirror. Now that the woe puppet showed up, Granny Dragon Crow was even less likely to care about the mirror. Steward Fan didn't mind Angor's request to study the mirror. Steward Fan didn't mind it at all. In fact, he was even willing to help Granny Dragon Crow. In a few words, they decided where Ai Dehua would go from here. Glepner wasn't going to hand him over to the Crystal Eye race, and the Crystal Eye race probably wouldn't mind. However, where to place Ai Dehua now was a problem that needed to be considered. Glepner looked at Ai Dehua and mumbled, maybe we should put him here? Forget it. This is a tea party, and he shouldn't be here. Besides, the Silver Forest tomb was nearby. Laplace didn't ask for much respect for the tomb, but Glepner still felt that it was necessary to show some respect. Ai Dehua was an outsider. It was fine for him to stay in the Silver Forest tomb for a short time, but it wouldn't be good if he stayed there for a long time. So where should I put him? Ai Dehua also heard Glepner's mutterings. He also understood that this was the most crucial moment for him. Glepner's arrangement would decide his future and the punishment he would receive. In Ai Dehua's opinion, since he had taken over the body of the Crystal Eye race's elder, he would definitely be condemned by the Crystal Eye race. It was just a matter of how severe the punishment would be. What he didn't know was that Glepner already had no intention of sending him to the Crystal Eye race. Ai Dehua was still pondering. Perhaps he should prove his worth and lessen the punishment he received? His greatest value was his makeup and hairstyling skills. Maybe he could show Glepner how to do makeup or make a wig on the spot. Just as Ai Dehua was hesitating, Glepner had already made his decision. You can follow me for now. Glepner thought for a while and decided that he shouldn't leave Ai Dehua in the Silver Forest space. When he saw Good Alace, he would let her take care of Ai Dehua. Good Alace was also a makeup enthusiast. Her makeup was different every time he saw her. Ai Dehua could still be of use to Good Alace. On the other hand, Ai Dehua didn't have any objections to following Glepner. He was now a prisoner, and it didn't matter who he followed. However, Ai Dehua was more concerned about something else. Then, what's my punishment? Punishment? Glepner was stunned. He hadn't thought about the punishment at all. Ai Dehua and Saluda were both victims. Moreover, Ai Dehua hadn't obviously set Saluda up. Everything could only be said to be fate. However, if he didn't punish Ai Dehua, it didn't seem right. After all, Saluda was her best friend. Now that Ai Dehua had taken over her body, she had to punish Saluda on the surface. It was also to comfort her when she saw Saluda in the future. After thinking for a while, Glepner said, "The punishment now is that you have to listen to my orders from now on. You can't disobey. As for the punishment, we'll talk about it after we see Saluda. Now, come with me." Glepner stood up and looked at Ai Dehua. "Let's go and take away the wig you left in the shop." Glepner was still thinking about the wig he saw in the shop window that contained astral energy. If he wasn't mistaken, it was made from Bubble's tentacles. Since Ai Dehua was going to stay, he had to take the wig with him. Also, Glepner wanted to study Bubble's astral energy. He wondered what kind of astral spirit was behind Bubble. Did Bubble ever tell you about the astral spirit behind it? Glepner suddenly asked. Ai Dehua stood up, still in a daze. No, it didn't. Bubble respects the astral spirit very much. She always refers to the astral spirit as Sir and doesn't dare to say anything unnecessary. Even though Bubble often mentioned Sir and quoted some of the Sir's philosophical words, Ai Dehua didn't know much about the astral spirit. He only guessed that the astral spirit was a wise and far-sighted individual. Glepner nodded. He wasn't surprised by Ai Dehua's answer. The relationship between the astral spirit and the people it protected was similar to the relationship between a god and a believer. Believers did not dare to mention God, nor did they dare to talk about God. This was a very normal thing. If Glepner wanted to know more about the astral spirit behind Bubble, he would have to take Bubble away from Knight's Castle and ask it himself. Glepner didn't ask anything else. He pushed the table aside and prepared to say goodbye to everyone. Can you wait for a moment? Angor suddenly asked. Glepner looked at him. What is it? Do you have something to ask Ai Dehua? Angor nodded, then shook his head. Yes, I do. But it's not about Ai Dehua. I'm just interested in the wigs Ai Dehua made. Glepner was surprised. Do you want to come with us to the shop? We can go to a tooth dye shop. But I think the wigs there are already made, right? Angor asked. Yes. Ai Dehua nodded. They're all fine products I make for display. If your excellency wants to see wigs, I still have some in my exile space. As Ai Dehua spoke, he took out a fiery red wig. Judging from the style of the wig, it was obvious that it was worn by humans. Although there was no model of a human head, from the naked eye, there was a high probability that it was a male wig. After all, very few women would like to have fiery red short hair. Ai Dehua probably brought out this short hairstyle to cater to Angor. He already had red hair and golden eyes, so the wig would not look out of place. However, he wasn't asking Ai Dehua to give him a suitable wig. He was simply interested in Ai Dehua's hairpiece. Ai Dehua had previously said that because of his special talent, the wigs he made would occasionally produce special effects. This was especially true for wigs made of rare materials, which were endowed with properties that were comparable to some alchemy tools. Since Ai Dehua said that it was comparable to an alchemy tool, It meant that the wig he made should not be inferior to an ordinary alchemy tool. As an alchemist, Angor was very interested in such strange things. Angor took the fiery red wig from Ai Dehua's hand. The moment his hand touched the wig, he clearly felt a wave of warmth flowing between the strands of hair. This warmth seemed to be some kind of special energy. Angor instinctively used his spirit feelers to check it and found that it was a special blood aura. There was the smell of blood, but it was not strong. There was no foul smell either. The material of the hair should be human hair, and there was no special energy. Was it the hair of an ordinary person? But whose hair? Angor had no idea. Why was the hair red? Was it tainted by blood? To put it simply, the wig was made of human hair and the blood of some kind of creature. Apart from that, Angor could not find any other materials. A wig made from two different materials could produce a special blood aura. This was interesting. Angor wondered what the blood aura could do. Before Angor could ask, Ai Dehua spoke first. The wig can stimulate your bloodline power and make it easier to use without any hindrance. It can also relieve some bloodline blockages in your body. After explaining the blood aura's effect, Ai Dehua began to talk about the process of making the wig. This wig was made while I was in the E-world. The hair came from a customer with good hair quality, and the dye was from fairy blood. I bought the fairy blood from an auction house when I was still in Lorraine. I heard that it came from a fairy royal in one known principality, and it's extremely pure. One known principality? Angor knew about it. It was also known as the Fairy Kingdom. The favorite magazine of witches in the southern wizarding region, Indu Night Whisper, was created by a wizard organization in one known principality called Night Whisper Forest. There were many fairies living in that place. Lorraine was the largest gathering place of supernatural creatures in the southern wizarding region, so it made sense that fairy blood would appear there. However, could a little fairy's blood, combined with the hair of an ordinary person, produce a special effect? The wig's effect was not top-notch. It could only stimulate one's bloodline power, and Angor could easily craft an alchemy item with similar effects. However, there was a difference between an alchemy item and a wig. Alchemy items would cause anomalies. If an alchemy item reached a certain level, it would also trigger omen trials. It was possible to lose one's life in the omen trial. This wig was not an alchemy item, and it would not trigger omen trials. However, its effect was similar to an alchemy item, and it only used a small amount of materials. Apart from human hair, the only supernatural material available was fairy blood. If Angor only relied on fairy blood for alchemy, he would not be able to make anything useful. Unless he used the Mad Hatter's crown. Angor already felt that Ai Dehua's ability to give a wig a special effect was quite amazing. Now that he saw the real thing, he could no longer describe it as amazing. It was miraculous. Amazing and unbelievable. Even Laplace and Glepner had realized the value of Ai Dehua's wig. Before this, Glepner was more interested in the E-world and the hidden realm. She only paid attention to Ai Dehua's wig talent. But now, she realized that Ai Dehua only used a supernatural material to create a wig that had the same effect as an alchemy item. This was beyond her knowledge. This is already comparable to a mystery item. Luigi commented in a low voice through the spirit bond. Not yet, Laplace said. But it's scary enough. His talent might be a little unusual. As for how abnormal it was, Laplace did not mention it, but everyone present could guess what he meant. Glepner sat down again. She knew that they had to postpone their trip to the tooth dye shop after Ai Dehua told them the material of the wig. Ai Dehua did not know how shocked everyone was since they were talking through the spirit bond. However, he also vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the atmosphere around him. Ai Dehua's mind was filled with questions when Angor's voice pulled him back to reality. You only used the fairy's blood? No other supernatural materials? Ai Dehua nodded. Yes. The fairy's blood is very pure. That's all I needed. Ai Dehua noticed that everyone was looking at him with even more strange looks. He wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he immediately understood the meaning of their gazes. Actually, this wig is one of the best pieces I've made over the years. It was precisely because it was a high-quality product that he took it out. At the same time, he wanted to use this wig to prove his value. but now, it seemed that everyone misunderstood him. I don't use many supernatural materials, but that's only when I'm at my best. I still need a lot of supplementary materials. Ai Dehua paused and hesitated for a few seconds. Besides, it's only at the level of a beginner or intermediate alchemy item. Actually, Ai Dehua had already added a lot of water by saying so. The best wigs he made so far were only at the level of an intermediate alchemy item, and there were only 5 of them in total. That included this wig, as well as the void worm wig he mentioned earlier. Also, he did not always add any special effects to his wigs. The chances were small. Therefore, although the production of his wig had surprised many superhumans and even coveted him, it was not the end of the world. However, when they found out that the number of wigs he used was too small, they all shook their heads and gave up. This included Ai Dehua's abduction, Sorcerer Luo Nan. Ai Dehua continued, "So, don't think too highly of my wigs. Of course, they're not too bad either." Ai Dehua's words were a bit contradictory. He wanted to show his worth, but at the same time, he was afraid that they would be disappointed if they thought too highly of his ability. This kind of contradictory state of mind caused the words he said to be distorted. Still, Angor was able to guess what Ai Dehua was thinking. Ai Dehua did say that there was a limit to his wigs, but Angor still felt that it was a miracle. There was an upper limit now, but what if it was due to material limitations? If he could give Ai Dehua better materials, would the limit be increased? Also, Angor had a feeling that there was something wrong with Ai Dehua's talent. Angor did not mean that Ai Dehua's talent was bad. It was just that Ai Dehua's talent, which could turn something rotten into a miracle, reminded Angor of mystery. Mystery did not refer to the concept of mystery items mentioned by Luigi in the Spirit Bond. It was a type of mystery items. It was similar to Xianxia's false teeth. Xianxia's false teeth was something he learned from Couleri's chronicles. Since it was recorded by Quolo, there was no doubt that it was a mystery item. It looked like an ordinary human false tooth, which was full and shiny. Its effect was to give a toothache to a specific target or everyone within a certain range. The effect of this mysterious item was almost non-lethal. Toothache could not be avoided, after all, it was a mystery item, but it was not fatal. Anyone with a bit of willpower would be able to endure it. Besides, toothache was also effective on the user. The user could not avoid toothache if he or she felt pain. However, if the user did not have any teeth, he or she could avoid toothache. In other words, to use the false tooth, the user had to have no teeth first. Otherwise, it would affect him or her. Also, the effect of the false tooth was too weak. It was not lethal at all. Because of this, the mystery item was not very useful. Even in the Order Guild, it was casually displayed in the exhibition hall without fear of being stolen. But since Quolo had recorded this mystery item, he naturally had his reasons. According to Quolo's chronicles, this Xianxia's false teeth was very special. First of all, the mystery item had a very low hue factor of 1. It was a mystery item that would never go out of order. This was understandable. After all, its effect was too weak. A hue factor of 1 was already too high. Another thing was that this mystery item was born in a very special way. It was not made. Instead, it was born directly from a human's mouth. According to Quolo's records, there was a sad story behind Xianxia's false teeth. There was a person called Xianxia. He looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary person. However, there was something extraordinary about him. He had a mouth of very beautiful teeth when he was born. Yes, he had a mouth full of big white teeth when he was a baby. He also did not go through the tooth replacement period. His teeth grew as his body grew. To outsiders, this was just a city anecdote. There was nothing new about it. However, to Xianxia, who was at the center of the anecdote, his teeth were a nightmare that tormented him his whole life. Since he was very young, his teeth had started to hurt. It hurt every day. At first, he could bear it. However, later on, the pain became more and more intense. He could not bear it at all. However, when he went to the dentist to have his teeth checked, the dentist told him that there was nothing wrong with his teeth. This made Xianxia very difficult to accept. He could clearly feel the pain in his teeth. Why couldn't the dentist find anything wrong with them? Later on, with the help of his parents, Xianxia even found a witch doctor with extraordinary abilities to check them. There was nothing wrong with them. The witch doctor even sneered and said that Xianxia was probably pretending to be in pain. Although his parents loved Xianxia very much, sometimes they could not help but wonder if Xianxia was really pretending to be sick to gain sympathy. Not only his parents, but the people around him also slowly felt that Xianxia was pretending. Although they did not say it out loud, Xianxia could see the disdain in their eyes. Xianxia felt that it was very unfair. He could clearly feel the pain in his teeth. Why couldn't the dentist find anything wrong with them? He was clearly in so much pain that he was about to die, but the people around him still thought that he was pretending to be sick. Why was God so unfair to him? On this day, Xianxia stood on the balcony of a tall building and muttered softly, "The world is really unfair. It would be great if you could feel my pain as well." As he said this, Xianxia's figure jumped down from the tall building. Xianxia's young life ended on this day. As he lay in the pool of blood, on the verge of death, his teeth began to glow. A mysterious fluctuation covered his teeth. Then, with Xianxia's corpse as the center, everyone within 100 meters of him started to feel their teeth hurt. The mysterious item, Xianxia's false teeth, was born at this moment. End of chapter. There were many kinds of mystery items. Some were created by oneself, some were born naturally, and some were derived from the strange talents of certain living beings. This was the case with the mysterious item, Xianxia's false teeth. Although Xianxia's teeth brought him endless nightmares in his life, from another point of view, it was actually a gift he was born with. Did a negative talent count as a talent? Sort of. In the end, Xianxia's teeth became a mystery item due to some unknown circumstances. It was a mystery item that many people despised, but it was still a mystery item. Similarly, Angkor believed that Ai Dehua's strange talent might also give birth to a mystery item. Just like Xianxia's teeth. It was a far-fetched guess, and it was based on Angkor's own experience. But somehow, Angkor felt that it was highly possible. Ai Dehua's talent was just too strange. Angkor had seen many strange talents before, but Ai Dehua's talent only relied on a not-so-powerful fairy blood to create a shocking effect out of thin air. There was only one such talent. This ability to create special effects out of thin air already had a hint of mystery. Perhaps Ai Dehua's talent would really create a mystery item in the future. However, generally speaking, this kind of mystery object that was derived from a miraculous talent would only become a mystery object after the death of a living being. Ai Dehua's talent could never turn into a mystery item while he was still alive. Then, should I kill him? Angkor rubbed his chin and looked at Ai Dehua from head to toe. He decided against it. This was because even if it was a mysterious item derived from a miraculous talent, it still needed a certain right time, right place, and right people. Take Xianxia's teeth, for example. If Xianxia killed himself when he felt a toothache, his teeth might not turn into a mystery item. The effect of the mystery item was to cause toothache to a specific target or someone within a certain range. Before Xianxia's death, people thought that he was faking the pain. He felt that no one could understand him. He felt that the world was unfair. All these thoughts turned into a strong obsession. Perhaps this obsession was the main reason why his teeth had transformed into a mysterious object. Therefore, without the right time, place, and people, it was basically impossible for Xianxia's teeth to transform into a mystery item by killing it directly. Similarly, even if Ai Dehua's talent had a chance of transforming into a mystery item, without the right time, place, and people, there was no way it could become a mystery item. As for secretly plotting to create some obsessions for Ai Dehua, and then catalyzing the birth of the mysterious item, yes, it was possible. But how can you be sure what kind of obsession Ai Dehua's talent needs to transform into a mystery item? If the obsession you nurtured was not compatible with your talent, then it would be useless. The thought of killing Ai Dehua flashed across his mind, but he quickly regained his rationality. Angkor was quite greedy for mystery items. However, he was someone who had come into contact with the half-mystical level before, and had even crafted more than one half-mystical level secret treasure. He was confident that he could craft a mystery item by himself in the future. Therefore, he was able to suppress the greed in his heart. If it were anyone else, even if the probability was very low, they would still try to gamble. Why are you spacing out all of a sudden? Do you have an idea? Luigi looked at Angor with a puzzled look. Idea? Angor almost wanted to tell Luigi about his opinion of Xianxia's talent, but he decided against it. He believed that Luigi, Laplace, and the others would not be tempted by Xianxia's talent as long as he explained the situation to them. However, there was an outsider here, Steward Fan. If Steward Fan knew about this, he might have other ideas. After all, who wouldn't want a mystery item? Besides, even if they were certain that they would not do such a thing, they could still be controlled by their subconscious mind, and their thoughts and actions would change unconsciously. Even Luigi could do the same. So it was better not to tell. Nothing. I was just thinking about the potential of AI Dehua's talent. Do you think it has potential? Luigi asked curiously. Everyone looked at Angor. Even AI Dehua couldn't help but look at Angor. AI Dehua felt a chill down his spine when Angor looked at him. However, it only lasted for a moment. AI Dehua was not sure if it was just his imagination, so he decided to forget about it for now. Compared to these difficult questions, he was more curious about what Angor would say about his own talent after he mentioned that there was a limit to his talent. Angor shrugged. I only saw the wig. I didn't see how he made it, so it's hard for me to tell. After all, what you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. So, if you want me to evaluate his talent and potential objectively, I can't do that for the time being. Unless... He paused and looked at AI Dehua with a gloomy look. Edward was stunned. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the bridge of his nose. Ah? You mean, you want me to make it now? Will it take you a lot of time to make it? AI Dehua scratched the wig on his head. It's fine if it takes time. But if I have prepared the hair, nets, dyes, and other materials, it'll only take half an hour. AI Dehua looked a little embarrassed. I have some basic hair, fake skin, nets, and dyes, but I don't have any main materials. Main materials and auxiliary materials were the foundation of a supernatural item. The other materials used to make a wig could be ordinary, but not the main materials and auxiliary materials. They determined whether the wig could have special effects. If AI Dehua was still in Lorenby, he would not have to worry about finding supernatural materials. However, he was thrown into the instrument world by Ronan and stayed there for nearly 800 years. Moreover, there was a long period of time where he stayed in the Knight's Castle where transcendent materials were even rarer. AI Dehua's main materials and auxiliary materials had long been used up. He took the risk to come to Crystal City for two reasons. First, he wanted to learn the abilities of the Crystal Eyes race. Second, he wanted to earn some crystals to buy supernatural materials. What kind of materials do you want? Huh? AI Dehua widened his eyes. What kind of supernatural material do you want? Tell me. I'll see if I have any. AI Dehua did not expect Angor to provide materials for him. Just to determine his potential talent, AI Dehua thought for a moment and said, the wigs I make might not have special effects every time. If they don't, your materials will be wasted, sir. Don't worry about it. AI Dehua looked at Angor's stubborn eyes and decided to do it. He already told Angor everything he needed to know. He could only leave it to fate to see if the wig would work. If it did not, he could only blame it on fate. Tell me, what kind of material do you want? AI Dehua considered for a moment. I'll give it to you, sir. As long as it can be fused into the hair, anything will do. At first, AI Dehua wanted to ask for some supernatural materials that he often used. However, he was in the mirror realm, and it would be difficult for him to find them. Besides, he did not know much about the materials in the mirror realm, so he decided to just ask for something random. In any case, his talent allowed him to sense the direction of the life force in the hair, as well as the energy veins. As long as the material could be fused into the hair, and the property of the material was not too lazy, he could slowly sort it out with his talent. However, whether or not the wig would have any special effects, and what kind of special effects they would have, would depend on luck. Materials that can be fused into the hair? With a wave of his hand, hundreds of different supernatural materials appeared in front of AI Dehua. AI Dehua looked at the glowing materials in front of him and was stunned for a few seconds. Was this guy carrying a material warehouse with him? Even if an ordinary adept needed certain materials for their own research or casting spells, they would only bring a few of the relevant materials. And the materials he brought out were all kinds of materials. Most of them were low-tiered, but they were still more than 99% of wizards. AI de Hua could only think of alchemists or runemasters who would carry so many materials with them. Was Angor one of them? AI de Hua did not dare to ask. He only kept it in mind. Take your pick. If you don't have enough, I have more. Edward hurriedly said, That's enough, that's enough. I only need 1 or 2 things to make a wig. 1 or 2 will be enough? AI de Hua considered. 3 or 4. 4 or 5 will do. Angor waved a hand. Take your pick. Take as many as you can. To him, they were all low-level materials for general use. If he ran out of them, he could always buy more in the market. AI de Hua nodded and looked at the materials on the table again. If Angor was willing to give him so many materials and let him choose, it meant that he wanted AI de Hua to do his best to make the wig. AI de Hua did not dare to slack off. These materials, there were many types of supernatural materials on the table, but they could be divided into 3 categories: minerals, magical plants, and pure energy materials. Minerals included metals, magical ores, magical blood ores, and so on. However, AI de Hua only glanced at them briefly before looking away. Also, he only looked at the soft and liquid metals. As for the other ores, he had no interest in them. It was not that the ores could not be fused into hair, but they had low compatibility and needed to be ground into powder. Grinding the powder would consume a lot of energy from the ores, so it was not necessary. Unless he had an alchemist who could help him refine the ores, he would not use the ores. As for magical plants, AI de Hua could choose to use them. Some magical plants could even be used to make hair strands if they were slightly processed. Speaking of hair, AI de Hua suddenly thought of something. AI de Hua looked up. What kind of wig do you want, mister? Who are you going to make it for? Since the materials came from him, the wig would belong to him as well. So Angor was going to make a wig for himself. With that in mind, AI de Hua looked up and saw Angor's messy red hair. As a makeup artist, Angor felt that the hair did not match. Maybe it was fake, this was normal. It was common for sorcerers to disguise themselves in order to not be seen by others when they traveled outside. Or maybe it was not a disguise. Angor simply liked red hair, and he did not have red hair himself, so he modified it. This was also very common. Compared to changing hair color, there were many wizards who liked to dress up in strange ways, and there were even people who modified their bodies. AI de Hua's mind wandered, and he noticed AI de Hua looking at him. You don't have to make my wig. He did not mind wearing a wig. However, if he really wanted to make one for himself, he still wanted to be careful. At least, he needed to have a plan in advance and check the design sketch to see if it was suitable for him. Otherwise, he would not be wearing a colorful chicken coop like AI de Hua right now. Now, AI de Hua was only making wigs for display, which meant Angor did not want to be a model. AI de Hua looked at the other people at the table. His gaze lingered on Laplace and AI de Hua's avatar for a second longer. Everyone here could make wigs, but AI de Hua was better at making one for a beautiful woman. When AI de Hua looked at Laplace and the avatar, Angor also glanced at them out of the corner of his eyes. And he received a cold eyes. Angor pretended that he did not see anything and looked away. Laplace didn't say anything. Instead, his clone said, If you can make hair that's better than mine and hers, you can do it. If you can't, then don't get involved. As she spoke, the hair of the doppelganger floated up and weaved into a void throne. She sat on the floating throne and looked down at AI de Hua. AI de Hua immediately sensed the terrifying energy coming from the avatar's hair and lowered his head in fear. Hair of this level, he could not make something like this even if he had the best materials. End of chapter 3509. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.